Jean Runcandle sat lost in thought, his mind spinning with memories of the family he was born into, a lineage feared and revered across the world. The Runcandle clan, known far and wide, weren't just swordsmen, they were legends. Warriors who carved their dominance with sheer force, ruling over half the world with unmatched skill and raw power. In the Runcandle world, only strength mattered. The weak didn't survive, they were forgotten. And Jean knew it all too well. He was the youngest son of this fearsome clan. He still remembered the moment that marked his fate, the day of the selection ritual. That was when every Runcandle child chose a weapon, a moment that shaped their entire future. Jean had picked Barasada, the sacred sword of the clan's patriarch. It was a symbol of leadership, of destiny. His older brother, Daytona, had even shown a flicker of interest, surprised at Jin's bold choice. Back then, everyone assumed Jean would rise high, a future leader, a prodigy in the making. But things didn't go as expected. Jean had no gift for the sword, not even a trace. In a family where talent was everything, he was a glaring failure. No matter how hard he trained, he couldn't catch up, not even to the weakest among his siblings. People laughed behind his back, called him a disgrace, the shame of the Runcandles. He carried that title alone. One day, while quietly training with a wooden sword, Jin's solitude was broken. Two of his older brothers, Haytona and Daytona, approached. Haytona sneered, watching Jean swing with no purpose. Daytona joined in with a smirk, throwing out a sarcastic jab. Maybe Jean was waiting for some magical sword to unlock his hidden talent? They didn't stop there. Haytona grew impatient with Jin's silence and suddenly kicked him backward. Jean stumbled, catching himself. But it didn't end. Daytona waved a handful of papers, notes Jean had secretly written on swordsmanship theory. Really? Daytona mocked, flipping through them. You think this'll help you catch up? Jean begged him not to touch them, but Daytona only grinned cruelly. In one swift move, he snapped Jin's wooden sword in half. Then he looked down at him and spat words that cut deeper than any blade. People like Jean didn't deserve effort. Giving him hope was just a waste. As Jean pleaded, Daytona tore the papers apart, scattering them like trash. Then he yanked Jean up by the hair, tossing out another insult. Was this what his nanny Gilly had taught him? Jean tried to defend her, but Daytona wasn't done. With a cold smirk, he leaned in. Maybe it's time we teach our little brother some manners. The threat in his voice was clear. Jean stood there, humiliated and powerless, buried beneath the crushing weight of their scorn. He'd always believed that effort could close the gap, that if he pushed hard enough, if he endured long enough, one day he'd be accepted. One day he'd earn his place. But that hope vanished the day he was expelled. At 25, Jean knelt at the gates of the Runcandle clan. Everything he had worked for meant nothing. Commendable enough to spare his life, but not enough to let him stay. Cast out of the clan, Jean was left to roam the world without purpose, drifting through a fog of rejection and uncertainty. Yet in that bleak chapter of his life, something extraordinary happened. During his aimless wandering, Jean crossed paths with a mysterious master, someone who saw what others didn't. Jean wasn't talentless. He had a gift, but it wasn't for the sword. It was for magic, a forbidden power in the eyes of the Runcandle clan. In a family where swordsmanship was everything, even the idea of magic was heresy. And yet, magic was the one thing Jean truly connected with. 3 years passed. Now, Jean stood in a quiet room, explaining how he'd refined his understanding of mana. By syncing with its natural rhythm, he could not only regain his strength, but also supercharge the next spell he cast. As he demonstrated, something strange happened. A surge of dark energy suddenly flooded the space. Startled, Jean demanded an answer. Where was this power coming from? Then a voice echoed, deep, commanding. It introduced itself as Sodaret, ruler of shadows, a supreme being of darkness. Sodaret offered Jean a deal, a contract that would grant him immense spiritual power and total immunity to curses. Jean gasped as an invisible chain coiled tightly around his heart. Sodaret spoke again, revealing a truth Jean had never imagined. He had been cursed since childhood. The curse was called Bladed Illusion. It had shackled his talent with the sword for his entire life. In a clan where swordsmanship defined worth, it was a cruel, invisible punishment. Now it made sense why magic had felt so natural to him, why the sword had always seemed just out of reach. Sodaret promised that no curse would ever touch him again. The chains binding Jin's heart shattered. You are now my contractor, Sodaret declared. Jean Runcandle, the magic swordsman of the century. The black aura faded. The room fell silent. Jean stood alone, gripping his sword. He stepped outside, raised the blade to the sky, and for the first time, it felt light. Not just in weight, but in spirit. The burden of failure was gone. That weak, scorned boy the world had laughed at no longer existed. He smiled. Sword in hand, magic in his blood, Jean was ready to walk a new path, one built by his own hands, not shaped by the expectations of others. But fate wasn't finished with him. Later, Jean found himself crushed beneath rubble, his body battered and weak. Pain coursed through him. Distant screams echoed, growing fainter by the second. He called out, hoping anyone would come, maybe even Soderette. But there was only silence. Trapped and fading fast, Jean stared into the darkness, asking himself, was this really it? After everything, was this how his story ended? He thought about what could have been, what he might have accomplished if only he'd had more time. Just one more chance. Still, something inside him refused to give in. Even as the darkness crept in, a spark of willpower remained. Jean, bruised and broken, begged the universe for one more opportunity, to rise, to fight, to change his fate. Then suddenly, everything shifted. The rubble, the pain, the screams gone. He opened his eyes and found himself seated on the ground, surrounded by familiar faces. Run Candle warriors. The clan. Confused, he looked around, then down. There was Barasada, the patriarch's sword. And in that moment, clarity hit him like lightning. He wasn't dreaming. He wasn't hallucinating. He had died. Or had he? And just then, Gilly appeared beside him, offering a warm wish of luck, like nothing had happened at all. The legendary sword lay before him, Barasada. The very same blade he'd chosen during the selection ritual years ago. Staring at it now, Jean felt a jolt of realization. He was back. Somehow, someway, he'd returned to the day that changed everything. Reborn in the body of his 1-year-old self. In his first life, he'd picked the sword by sheer accident. But not this time. This time, he was going to choose it with purpose. As he reached out and gripped Barasada, a nearby man gasped. The youngest Run Candle. He chose the patriarch's sword. A silver-haired elder stood frozen in shock. Then, with a commanding voice, he declared the selection ritual complete. He immediately gave the order. Jean was to be moved to Storm Castle, a place reserved only for those destined to lead the clan. Then, the story jumped forward 6 years. At Storm Castle, a small boy stretched on tiptoe, trying to reach a book from a high shelf. Jean, now 6, grumbled under his breath. He'd been stuck in this place the entire time, all thanks to the clan's strict rules. No leaving until he turned 10. Finally grabbing the book, he flipped through its pages. Boring. Lifeless. Nothing useful. Later, in his quarters, Gilly appeared with unsettling news. A dead bird had been found inside his room. Jin's mind immediately went to his older brothers. He knew them well enough. Moments later, Daytona Run Candle strutted in, his voice dripping with mockery. Quite the work of art, don't you think? He said, referring to the corpse. One of the maids said it was a waste, so I thought, why not? Daytona followed, his tone just as smug. Moved to tears, are you? Jean didn't flinch. Calmly, he took a cloth and covered the bird. But inside, his thoughts raced. Even at this age, his brothers were already sharpening their fangs. They enjoyed this kind of cruelty. It was entertainment to them. Daytona sneered. Better not cry. It's such an ugly look on you. Still, Jean said nothing. That silence only made them more arrogant. So, Daytona said, smirking, acting all high and mighty now? Because you're going to be patriarch? Then why don't you carry Barasada around like a real leader? Jean opened his mouth to speak, but Daytona didn't let him. Speak up. I can't hear whispers. Then he lunged. But Jean caught Daytona's hand mid-swing. Eyes locked, voice firm, he gave a simple order. Quiet. Daytona froze. Without hesitation, Jean drove a punch straight into his chin. The hit landed hard. Daytona stumbled. Daytona stepped up and got the same treatment. Jean struck clean, knocking him back. His voice calm, but unyielding, Jean finally spoke. I've endured long enough. I won't be your toy anymore. He turned to Daytona and delivered another hit. Next time you try something like this, think twice. The air shifted. For the first time, Jean pushed back. For the first time, he took control. That's when Khan entered. He paused, taking the sight of Daytona, and Daytona sprawled on the floor. What happened here? He demanded. Jean didn't blink. They started fighting each other, then collapsed. Khan's eyes narrowed. Is that so? That's all there is to it, Jean replied, cool and composed. He watched them both carefully, the bitter irony of their clan's violent nature sinking in. Even among siblings, there was no peace. Groaning, Daytona lifted his head. Is that true? But before Khan could ask more questions, Jean cut in. They've got more important things to do than lying around. Let's go. Reluctantly, the twins obeyed. A while later, Jean stood over a shallow grave in the mud, gently placing the bird inside. Off to the side, Daytona and Daytona sat in silence beneath a tree, drenched and brooding as the storm clouds thickened overhead. From a distance, Khan watched it all unfold. He eventually approached and asked, Are you really going to leave them out here in this weather? Jean didn't look up. They need time to think, he replied evenly. Let the storm remind them of what they've done. Khan gave a slight nod. Jean had made his decision, and Khan, as their overseer, had to respect it. He turned to walk alongside the boy, but something gnawed at him. There was something in the air, not just sword aura, but mana. As they moved, Khan glanced at Jin's hands. Faint wisps of magic danced along his skin, barely noticeable, but unmistakable. This wasn't just some fight between siblings. His expression darkened. He'd seen enough. Without wasting another second, he spotted a servant near the stables. "Saddle a horse," he ordered. "I must report to the Patriarch." Now, watching from the window of Storm Castle, Jean saw Khan approach the stables. Just as he suspected, Khan had sensed the magic. As Guardian Knight, his duty wasn't just protection, it was surveillance. There was no way he'd ignore the presence of mana surrounding the youngest run candle. Jean turned his gaze to his hands, where the faint glow of spiritual energy pulsed, a quiet reminder of the contract he'd forged with Soderette. Thanks to Soderette, the curse known as Bladed Illusion was gone. The chains that bound his talent were broken. The label of dunce no longer fit. This life will be different. As that thought settled in, a hand rested on his shoulder. Jean turned to find Soderette standing behind him. The shadowy being spoke with calm certainty, reaffirming that their pact held true, even in this second life. The promise of power, the promise of freedom. Jean knew what came next. It was time to face his father. At the heart of Run Candle territory, Khan knelt before the Patriarch and reported everything that had transpired. He detailed how the youngest son stood firm against the infamous Tana twins. The Patriarch listened quietly. His eyes, however, were sharp, calculating. When Khan finished, the Patriarch didn't hesitate. "Summon the flag bearers," he said. "We're going to storm Castle." Minutes later, Joshua Runcandle arrived with an update. 7 flag bearers and 200 elite knights are assembled and ready. The Patriarch rose to his feet, his voice unwavering. "We leave at once." High in the branches of a tree, Mary Runcandle leaned against the trunk, legs swinging as she looked down at her brother Dyphus. Her curiosity was clear. "Why do you think Father's heading to Storm Castle all of a sudden?" she asked. "I already asked Luna," Mary added. She didn't say much. "I've been busy with the magician situation myself." Dyphus, the 4th successor, shrugged slightly. "Maybe it's about the Tana twins. They're supposed to transfer there next year." "But that doesn't make sense," Mary said. "Why go now?" Dyphus paused, then said what they were both thinking. "It's probably about Jean." Mary raised an eyebrow. "Why would Father care about him?" "Sure, he picked Barasada during the ritual, but still." Dyphus simply replied, "When it comes to Father, you never really know. He doesn't do anything without a reason." Mary folded her arms. "Yeah, maybe." She stared off into the distance, thoughts churning. At that moment, a voice called out from below. "Mary!" Startled, she quickly turned and spotted Luna, her older sister and the 1st successor. Looking up. "Sorry, Luna." Mary called down. Still, even as she responded, a thought lingered in her mind. Was their youngest brother truly worth their father's attention? Elsewhere, Gilly helped Jean prepare. Her hands moved quickly, but her mind was elsewhere. "The Patriarch, coming here," she muttered in disbelief. "Do you really think it's because of you?" Jean adjusted his clothes and paused. "I'm not sure," he replied. "But if he is, it's probably because of Khan." He knew the Guardian Knight well. Khan wasn't the type to jump to conclusions, especially not about something as serious as magic. If he'd gone to the Patriarch, then he must have sensed something strange, something that didn't fall under aura or mana. And the Patriarch? He wouldn't let something that could shape the clan's future slide by unnoticed. Not a chance. The Patriarch's arrival at Storm Castle sent a ripple through the halls. Soderette appeared in the shadows and gave a subtle bow of respect as Chiron Runcandle stepped through the entrance, his mere presence silencing everything around him. Without breaking stride, Chiron gave his first order. Summon the Tana twins. Moments later, Haytona and Daytona stood before him. He didn't waste time. "Tell me what happened with Jean." Haytona, defensive as ever, quickly claimed they'd done nothing wrong. Daytona added, "He hit us first. But it wasn't just that. He used something strange. It wasn't aura. It wasn't mana. It was magic." They both reminded their father that magic was strictly forbidden in the clan. Mary stepped forward. "We should question him before he hides whatever that was." The hall fell quiet. The Patriarch stood. His gaze swept across the room like a blade. "Insubordination and recklessness," he said coldly. "Neither will be tolerated. This is Runcandle." His voice echoed with finality. "Bring Jean." Jean walked into the great hall, his steps steady, his heart unwavering. Then he met his father's eyes. Chiron Runcandle, Patriarch of the clan, the strongest man alive, and a Genesis Knight. He had surpassed the limits of mortality. Somewhere along the way, he had left his humanity behind. In his previous life, Jean had been invisible to this man, but not anymore. He bowed with purpose. Greetings, patriarch. Chiron's eyes narrowed. Why not call me father? With so many here, I assumed this was an official audience, Jean said evenly. Chiron considered that. Fair point. Accepted. Jean gave a respectful nod. Thank you, father. Then came a question. What mistake did your brothers make? Jean didn't hesitate. In our clan, every act of kindness or cruelty must be answered in kind. They forgot that. The room held its breath. Chiron gave a small nod of approval. Everyone leave. I will speak to him alone. Outside, a long-haired girl glanced around, unsure. So, did the young master pass the test or not? What are we supposed to do now? A black-haired boy answered flatly. He gave us a direct order. That's all we need to know. One by one, the gathered siblings and knights began to depart. But Mary lingered, her thoughts racing. A private audience with her father? That wasn't something handed out lightly. Maybe, just maybe, their youngest brother wasn't as weak as he seemed. Inside the grand hall, the doors shut behind them, sealing off the outside world. The patriarch turned toward Jean, his voice low but firm. The Tana twins say you used something unusual in your fight, he began. You know the rules. In our clan, magic is forbidden. It's a weakness, a crutch that dulls the sword. His eyes narrowed. So tell me, what exactly did you use? Jean knew there was no point in deflecting. His father had seen enough to be suspicious. Dodging the question now would only make things worse. I honestly don't know, Jean replied, calm and direct. It's not aura, and it's not magic either. At least, not the kind anyone talks about. Even I can't explain it. Then, without waiting for permission, he activated the power. A subtle energy shimmered around him, quiet and undeniable. You're free to name it, if you'd like. For the first time, the patriarch's expression shifted. He recognized it. This wasn't some mysterious anomaly. It was something ancient, something sacred. It's the spirit of Barasada, Chiron said at last. His tone carried weight. This power, it wasn't new. It was the same energy the first Run Candle Patriarch had wielded generations ago. And now, it had resurfaced in Jean. Chiron stepped closer. This power is tied to Sodaret, the god of shadows. Jin's interest sparked immediately. Who is Sodaret? The Patriarch answered without hesitation. Long ago, Sodaret forged a contract with our clan's founder. Since his death, the god has remained silent, unseen. He stared at Jean. But now, through you, that silence has been broken. Jean absorbed the words carefully. Then he asked a bold question, one that would have shocked anyone else. Is this god stronger than you? Chiron didn't flinch. His answer came without pride or fear. I've never fought a god, so I can't say. The honesty stunned Jean. Coming from the most powerful man in the world, the answer was somehow humbling and perfectly fitting. The Patriarch placed a hand on Jin's head. That's a good question, he said. It leads to something more important. What you plan to do with this power. Jean met his father's gaze. I'll use it for the clan. Chiron laughed. Eli, he said bluntly. You beat your brothers and left them outside in a storm. That's not someone fighting for the clan. Be honest. Jean nodded slowly, realizing there was no fooling this man. Then the truth is, I want to use it for myself. This time, Chiron smiled faintly. Good. I like that answer better. His tone sharpened again. I'll be watching. With that, he turned and walked away. The heavy doors closed behind him, and Jean finally let out a long breath. It was over. Not only had he earned the right to use the spirit of Barasada, but for the first time in both lives, he had captured his father's attention. This time, everything would be different. Later that day, Mary Runcandle arrived with a wooden box in hand. She handed it to Gilly with a smirk. A gift for your young master. Make sure he eats it all, boiled, of course. It'll help him get stronger. She gave Jean a wink, then turned and walked off. Jean blinked in confusion. Since when did Mary act like this? Later, he opened the box and froze. Inside sat a phoenix heart, a rare, legendary artifact of incredible power. He stared at it in disbelief. Why would Mary give something so valuable to a 7-year-old? Jin's mind spun as he stared at the phoenix heart. Mary Runcandle, of course. She wasn't just the 7th flag bearer of the clan or a 6-star knight. She was Wind Fury Mary, infamous across the southern region. Some even whispered a nickname behind her back, the Madwoman of the South. And suddenly, it all made sense. Of course, she'd hand over a treasure like this. Not out of kindness, but because she wanted to shape him into a future rival. A proper opponent to face one day on the battlefield. Classic Mary. Jean studied the phoenix heart again. If he consumed it at this age, it could toughen his body against fire and turbocharge his physical development. For powerful magicians, it was also a key to summoning actual phoenixes. He couldn't help but wonder, maybe this time around, he'd be the one to call forth a real phoenix. His thoughts were interrupted as Gilly walked in, balancing a tray of food. Sorry if I kept you waiting, she said cheerfully. Jean smiled. Perfect timing. Thanks, Gilly. She set the meal down and glanced at the phoenix heart. Quite the gift your sister left you, she said, nodding to it. Better eat while it's hot. But before Jean could take a bite, the door swung open. Haytona and Daytona Run Candle stepped inside. Jean didn't even flinch. Here for something? He asked casually. Daytona's eyes flicked to the food. That's a lot for one person. Haytona nodded. We saw Gilly with a huge pot earlier. Jean chuckled. Thinking of joining me? They both grinned. If you're offering. He leaned back in his chair. Sure, on one condition. Later, outside a remote cave, the Tana twins were digging like their lives depended on it. Daytona scowled, stabbing his shovel into the dirt. Why are we doing this again? Haytona wiped sweat from his brow. This place is a wasteland. What does Jean even think we'll find here? He glanced around nervously. What if someone sees us? Daytona shrugged. Then Jean gets in trouble. Not us. Still, despite the grumbling, they both admitted something. That's soup, Daytona muttered. Kinda worth it. Haytona groaned. Our little brother is seriously scary. By the time they got back to the estate, the twins were caked in mud. Jean was waiting for them. Back so soon? He asked with a smirk. A servant nearby raised an eyebrow in surprise, but Daytona snapped. You saw nothing. They marched up to Jean. We did what you asked. Now where's the soup? Jean casually pointed to a table. Over there. The brothers rushed over. On the plate sat 2 tiny spoonfuls of soup. Daytona stared. You've got to be kidding. This isn't even a mouthful. Haytona shouted. Jean shrugged. I said I'd share. Never said how much. With a grin, he added, enjoy your meal, and walked off, leaving the twins boiling in frustration. Later, Jean returned to the cave site. To his surprise, the Tana brothers had done a perfect job. He'd expected a half-hearted mess, but the excavation was clean and precise. He stepped forward and pressed his hand against the cave wall. Solid but not too thick. A 1-star spell would be enough to break through. Perfect. Lately, he'd felt restless. His mana was growing. He needed a way to release it. Summoning his power, he activated a spell. The ground trembled. Chains clanked. A hidden mechanism groaned behind the rock. Then, a door emerged. Jin's eyes lit up. He'd found it. Run Candle's secret library. A place he never once set foot in during his past life. Standing here now felt like stepping into a dream. He recalled something one of his older brothers had once told him. The door could only be opened with a phrase, a special message spoken by those who came seeking guidance from Uraken. Jean took a breath, spoke the words aloud, and the door opened. He stepped inside. This wasn't just a hidden archive. The Run Candle clan's secret library was a vault of forbidden knowledge. Ancient texts and lost tomes plundered from clans they had crushed over the last 1,000 years. Access was strictly limited to the clan's flag bearers. But Jean wasn't turning back. This was the beginning of everything. As he stepped into the vast chamber, the sheer magnitude of the place hit him. As he ventured deeper into the room, his eyes were drawn to something unexpected, something strange. A massive glass tube stood at the center. Inside was a figure, covered in scales. Jean stepped closer, squinting at the shape within. Not human, not even close. His hand pressed against the glass as a rush of questions hit him. What is this thing? Why is it here? Could it be connected to the Run Candles? Then a name whispered through his thoughts. Muraken. The Black Dragon Muraken. The ancient beast said to have lost to the first Run Candle patriarch and vanished into a deep sleep. Could the legend be true? Shaking the thought away, Jean forced his focus back. This wasn't why he came. The secrets he needed were still out there, buried in books, not myths. He kept moving. After a long search, he found them. The tomes. Stacks of knowledge from clans long wiped from history. Centuries of war, all collected here. He pulled one out and flipped through the pages. It belonged to the Kungan clan, a swordmaster lineage once feared across the continent. The techniques were intense, even for someone at Jin's level. It pushed the limits of his 3-star capabilities. He knew he couldn't risk taking it. If someone found out, the consequences would be brutal. Instead, he decided to return later, with pen and paper. He would copy every word, piece by piece. Back in his room, Jean sat hunched over a book, fully immersed in its contents. Gilly entered, balancing a tray. Brought you some cake and milk, she said warmly. But before Jean could respond, the scene blurred, pulling him into memory. A noise. Back in the library. He remembered hearing it and asking aloud, "Who's there?" His heart raced. No one else should be in Stormcastle's archive this late. He turned slowly, scanning the room. Then a shadow moved. The massive figure from the glass tube, awake. It was Muraken. Jean froze. He hadn't seen this in his past life. Not once had the Black Dragon awoken. His thoughts spun. He's the clan's guardian dragon, right? If I show respect, maybe I won't get roasted alive. He cleared his throat. I greet you as a child of the Run Candle clan. Muraken's eyes narrowed. Guardian? The dragon scoffed. That's the nonsense they're spreading now. He glared. So you're the next breath they sent to parrot their lies? Jean gulped. Mirakin didn't attack, but his irritation was clear. Woke up after 1,000 years, and it's for you? Great. He muttered under his breath, shaking his massive head in disbelief. Then Mirakin sniffed the air. His expression changed. Wait, you reek of spiritual energy. Jean blinked. Spiritual what? Mirakin stared harder. After 1,000 years, I still recognize that scent. You're radiating it. That kind of energy doesn't just appear. It belongs to contractors like Timar. Timar. Jin's thoughts snapped into focus. Could this be it? Could the spiritual energy Sodaret gave him be the reason Mirakin woke up? Mirakin began pacing the room, scanning the area with sharp eyes, clearly tracking the source of the spiritual energy he'd sensed. Jean saw his chance. Over here, he called out. Mirakin turned to him. You have something to show me? Jean nodded, stepping forward. He let the energy tied to Sodaret rise, revealing the power swirling around him. Is this what you sensed? Mirakin's eyes narrowed. That's it. But when Jean mentioned Sodaret by name, Mirakin scoffed. You? Connected to Sodaret? Don't kid yourself. Then he paused. Something shifted in his expression as he looked closer. His scoff faded into a breath. You're the 1,000-year contractor. His voice wasn't exactly impressed. In fact, he glanced at Jin's small frame and muttered, This is the kid? But despite the sarcasm, Mirakin dropped to one knee. As per my ancient oath to Sodaret, I acknowledge you, he declared. I am bound to serve. Jean could feel the weight of the moment settling in. Everything was changing. But before he could ask anything more, Mirakin cut him off. Save your questions. I've just woken up, and honestly, this is all a bit much for both of us. You're still young. You wouldn't understand most of it yet. Then Mirakin straightened up and gave a more formal introduction. I am Mirakin, proxy and companion of Sodaret, last descendant of the original Shadowborn, a dragon who walks in two forms. He looked down at Jean. I made a promise to the god of shadows, and now I'm yours. The room buzzed with raw mana as Jean tried to process what had just happened. The black dragon, Mirakin, was real, awake, and now officially his. Mirakin raised an eyebrow. Well, are you going to introduce yourself? Jean composed himself and stepped forward. I am Jean Runcandle, he said proudly, 13th child of the Runcandle clan. The name Mirakin wasn't just part of legend, it was history, and Jean now knew the truth. The mountain where Storm Castle stood, it was named after this very dragon. Once, Mirakin had ruled the region, commanding fear and awe across the land. That was 1,000 years ago, before he lost a fateful battle to Timar Runcandle, the clan's founder. After his defeat, Mirakin had given up the mountain and the castle, then slipped into a long sleep. But it hadn't been the end of the story. Mirakin wasn't an enemy. He was a trusted ally of Timar himself. And now, Jean could finally connect the dots. Every god contractor had a guardian dragon, but Sodaret's was always missing from the records. Now he knew why. Mirakin had simply been asleep all this time. Back in the present, Jean made his way once again to the secret library. Mirakin, he called as he stepped in. A voice responded lazily. I'm back too. Jean smirked. This was his new normal, sharing his secret training ground with a very old, very sarcastic dragon. He decided to make the most of it. Now that they had time, there were questions to ask. Months passed. Mirakin stayed hidden inside the library while Jean continued his visits, sharpening his skills and expanding his knowledge. And Mirakin, for the most part, ate cake. Today was no different. While the dragon happily devoured a slice, Jean brought up something important. That battle between you and Timar, what really happened? Mirakin waved him off. That was 1,000 years ago. You think I remember? Jean frowned. If he'd learned anything about Mirakin during their time together, it was this. The dragon had a very specific obsession. Strawberry pies. Sure enough, Mirakin suddenly stopped eating, looked around, and gasped. Only 7 pies left? We're in crisis. Then, without missing a beat, he changed the subject. Anyway, what exactly do you do here all day? Jean blinked, then replied, I copy the tomes. I can't take them out. Too risky, so I transcribed them. Mirakin raised an eyebrow. Mirakin raised an eyebrow. You actually understand what you're writing down? Jean leaned back slightly. Maybe about 30%, he admitted. Not that impressive. To his surprise, Mirakin gave a nod of approval. That's more than most would manage. At your age, it's downright impressive. Jean appreciated the compliment, but didn't let it get to his head. Being a Runcandle means expectations are sky high. I've got 12 older siblings, plus my father, my mother, and the clan elders. If I want to be more than just a 13th child, I need to go far beyond that. That earned a chuckle from Mirakin. So, tell me, do you think Timar Runcandle could read this stuff when he was your age? Jean blinked. Honestly, I don't know. He couldn't read a single line, Mirakin said, laughing. Not one. Jean raised an eyebrow. But combat, Mirakin added. Timar lived for it. He wasn't the academic type, but no one could touch him in battle. The dragon's gaze softened. You got something different. You got brains. You're Sadaret's contractor, just like Timar was, but you also have the mind to handle the hard stuff. If you keep training and don't rush it, you might just reach his level, maybe even pass it. Jean tilted his head, skeptical. You seriously think I could surpass the first patriarch? Murakin didn't flinch. I do. Then he leaned in, voice lowering. Do you know Sadaret's nickname? Jean paused. No. Murakin grinned. Then listen close. He stepped back and raised a clawed hand dramatically. Sadaret's power is infinite. No boundaries. That means your potential has no limits either. You're not just a contractor. You're holding the keys to something immeasurable. He gave Jean a hearty pat on the back. Still not convinced? Fine. I'll teach you something that'll get your blood pumping. Jin's curiosity flared. What is it? Shadow, energy, liberation. Jin's eyes widened. What's that? Murakin's tone turned serious. It's the foundation of shadow power. The starting point, but also the gateway to its highest level. Only those truly in tune with spiritual energy can use it. But don't get cocky. It's dangerous without the right prep. I'm ready, Jean said. What I need to do first. Murakin crossed his arms. Start by mastering mana release. Jean frowned. Again? I've done that 1,000 times before, even in my last life. This isn't just mana release, Murakin explained. Shadow energy liberation needs both mana release and mana transfer. You gotta master both if you want to pull it off without frying yourself. He gave Jean a pointed look. So for the next 2 or 3 years, we're going back to basics. 2 or 3 years. Jean thought to himself, that's forever. Murakin's head snapped toward him. It's not forever, you brat. It's essential. You want to live long enough to wield this power? Then don't skip the groundwork. Feeling confident, Jean lifted his hand and activated his magic. Flashes of spiritual energy surged around him. Murakin froze. Wait, what? Jean smiled. I've done it before. Still staring, Murakin asked slowly, can you do mana transfer too? Jean nodded casually. The dragon blinked. You can do both. He let out a low whistle. Only the top-tier geniuses manage that. You're really something. To help Jean grasp his true potential, Murakin decides it's time to show him what shadow energy liberation really looks like. The room darkens as shadows begin to stir, creeping across the floor and walls. Murakin explains that this power doesn't come from within. It comes from the shadows themselves. Every shadow that exists is a piece of Sadaret's will. And as Sadaret's sole contractor, Jean has the right to wield it. Jean watches in awe as the darkness twists and coils. Then, in a surge of power, Murakin morphs into a towering, shadowy figure that seems to swallow the entire room. He turns to Jean and asks, so, how does it feel to witness shadow energy liberation in person? Jin's taken aback, but can't hide his fascination. Elsewhere, Luna Runcandle is in the middle of a mission. With a single stroke, she takes down a dragon. A servant steps forward, reporting that the area has been secured. Luna nods, estimating it'll take another 4 months to finish things here. Then, almost as an afterthought, she asks, by the way, what do 9-year-olds like these days? Back at Storm Castle, 6 months have passed since Jean first met Murakin. The Tana twins, now 10, are preparing to leave. Haytona stands by the carriage, announcing they're heading out, while Daytona gives Jean a casual farewell. Jean simply replies, all right, see you. A short while later, Gilly walks in holding a cake. Happy birthday, young master, she says warmly. Jean smiles, thanks her, and suggests they all share the cake together. Gilly agrees. Their moment is cut short when Khan appears. Young master, he says, bowing slightly. Forgive the interruption. Jean turns to him, curious. What's going on? Khan straightens up. Lady Luna is here. She's come to visit. Jin's mind races. Luna Runcandle, first flag bearer of the clan and a 9-star knight. The eldest sibling, a living legend known as the White Whale. Though she once stood at the top, Luna stepped away from the bloody succession battles and chose a different path. She's been distant ever since, more myth than family. So why was she here now? Did something happen within a clan? Or had she somehow learned about his secret trips to the library? Standing before her, Jean barely has time to collect himself when Luna speaks. You've grown, little brother. Caught off guard, Jean responds, if I knew you were coming, I'd have worn something nicer. With a light tap on his head, Luna chuckles. Do I need permission to visit my little brother? She notices his awkwardness. You feeling all right? Jean nods quickly. Yeah, just a bit nervous. It's the first time we've really spoken. Luna pauses, reading between the lines. She knows the Runcandle family too well. How it breeds competition, how siblings are raised to see each other as rivals. Maybe Jean thinks she's here to keep tabs on him. Realizing she may have come on too strong, Luna apologizes. I forgot, she says softly. You're still one of us. And that means you're already carrying a lot more than a kid should. Jean blinks. What do you mean? Luna glances over at Gilly and realizes she's made a mistake by treating this like a casual visit. She kneels down, her tone more serious now. Jean, can we talk? Just the two of us? Ask your nanny and the guards to give us a moment. Intrigued, Jean agrees. It's not every day the eldest run candle asks for a private chat. It doesn't feel threatening, just unexpected. So he nods and sends them away. Once they're alone, Luna gets straight to the point. She tells Jean the real reason she came. After his last encounter with their father, his raw power didn't go unnoticed. Every sibling has their eyes on him now. The moment he leaves Storm Castle, he'll be under constant watch. Every move he makes will be judged. Every step measured. She warns him, none of them will sit back. They'll be waiting, ready to interfere if he strays, even slightly from the path they expect. Luna's voice softens. She tells him she hopes he can avoid being dragged into the Run Candle clan's brutal cycle. She doesn't want to see him lose himself or his happiness because of their family's bloody traditions. Jean listens quietly. Her words hit harder than he expected. Now he sees it clearly, why she gave up her chance to become patriarch. She never wanted the throne if it meant losing herself. But something doesn't sit right. Why hadn't she warned him like this in his previous life? Did she not care then? Or did his siblings simply never see him as a threat? Even so, Jean nods. He thanks her for caring, but makes it clear. He's not planning to run from anything. Luna's eyes sharpen. I'm serious, Jean. This isn't because I see you as competition. I know, he replies, but I've already been targeted. That stops her cold. What? Are you saying one of them tried to kill you? Jean nods. He doesn't know who was behind it, but someone made a move. And that attempt only strengthened his resolve. He tells her he's glad she came. Her visit made one thing clear. Not every sibling hates him. That alone means more than she realizes. Luna's expression shifts, the weight of his words sinking in. If someone's already tried to eliminate him, then he's no longer just a potential threat. He's part of the game now. Without a word, she pulls him into a hug. Jean stiffens, surprised. He didn't expect this from her. She's always been distant, almost untouchable. But now, she feels like family. Don't look so sad, he says gently. You're right, she sighs, pulling back with a smile. It's your birthday after all. Reaching into her pocket, she pulls out a small box and opens it. Inside is a finely crafted pendant with a shimmering blue gem. She gestures for Jean to turn around, and he does so without question. As she fastens it around his neck, she explains, if you're ever in danger, real danger, and there's no one to turn to, crush this gem. No matter where you are, I'll come. Jean touches the pendant. I'll keep it safe. Promise me. I promise. With a warm smile, Luna wishes him a happy 9th birthday. Thank you, he says, his voice full of genuine gratitude. A little later, Gilly returns, setting down a slice of cake in front of Luna. She picks up the spoon, takes a bit, then turns to Jean with a mischievous grin. Want a bite? He blinks, then laughs. Just for a moment, everything feels simple. After a little more time together, Luna stands. I should get going. Have a safe trip, Jean says. She nods, then disappears beyond the doors of Storm Castle. Later, Jean finds himself back in the secret library. Murakin spots the pendant right away. Hey, what's that around your neck? It's a gift. From someone important. Murakin narrows his eyes, then walks over to inspect it. After a moment, he whistles. Now, that is something special. You recognize it? Jean asks. Oh, I do. That gem's tied to the demonic beast king, Orgel. Jean blinks. Wait, really? 1,000 years ago, people went to war for that thing. Mountains of bodies piled up just trying to get a hold of one. Jin's curiosity is piqued. It's really that powerful. Murakin confirms it. The pendant isn't just rare, it's powerful. It grants immunity to magic attacks below 5 stars, boosts the wearer's magical capabilities, and might even contain a summoning ability. Jean whistles, clearly impressed. You sure know a lot about this stuff. Murakin chuckles. I was around when the original owner wielded it. Artifacts like these? You don't forget him. He eyes the pendant again and adds, let me guess, that intense energy I felt earlier. Whoever was must have been the one who gave it to you. It was Luna, Jean says. My oldest sister. Murakin raises a brow. So, she showed up in person, huh? I figured. Her presence wasn't exactly subtle. Jean tenses. Wait, does that mean she sensed your energy too? Probably, Murakin says, shrugging. But don't panic. If she was going to say anything, she would have done it already. She handed you that pendant without a second thought, didn't she? That kind of trust doesn't come with hidden motives. Still unsure, Jean asks, you really think she's someone I can rely on? Murakin doesn't hesitate. Absolutely. Somewhere far away, Luna rides in silence. Her thoughts drift back to Storm Castle. That overwhelming power she sensed, it hadn't been there before. But she says nothing. If Jean is hiding something, she won't force the truth out of him. Instead, she makes a quiet vow. No matter what path her little brother chooses, she'll always stand by his side. Looking back on his time at Storm Castle, Jean realizes how much has changed. What he once expected to be a boring chapter of his life has turned into something entirely different. He earned his father's recognition. Mary gave him the Phoenix Heart. He reconnected with Luna. And he met Muraken, the Guardian Dragon. None of this happened in his previous life. Now, with his 10th birthday approaching, everything feels new. Everything feels possible. While training with Khan, Jean lands a strike, but it's quickly deflected. Khan gives him a sharp look. Still not enough. Again, Jean resets his stance, breathing steady. He knows the end of his stay is near. Soon, he'll return to the main house. But before that, there's more work to do. As they spar, Khan watches closely. Jin's improvement is undeniable. It's no wonder the Patriarch is keeping tabs on him. Normally, Khan evaluates others during training. But lately, it feels like Jin's the one doing the evaluating. Eventually, Khan lowers his weapon. We'll stop here for today. Jin nods. All right, teacher. Did something feel off? Khan bows. Nothing at all. I just wanted to thank you for letting me guide you. I promise, with the time we have left, I'll make sure you leave this place stronger than ever. Jin offers a small smile. I'll be counting on you. Later, Jin sits by himself, a small flame flickering above his palm. He watches it twist and sway, the fire warm against his skin. I'm getting the hang of it, he says, a little proud. Gilly enters and sees the fire dancing in his hand. Doesn't that burn? Jean shakes his head. Feels like warm water. Gilly smiles. Looks like Lady Mary's Phoenix Heart is doing its job. She stepped closer. I've heard stories, but I've never seen it in action until now. I think I've absorbed about half its power, Jean says, eyes still on the flame. The rest will take a few more years. Gilly walks to the closet, checking supplies. We'll be leaving at first light tomorrow. Is there anything you need prepared? Jean doesn't look up. Yeah, okay. Gilly turns toward Jean. Should I pack your books separately? He shakes his head. No need. I'll read them on the way, so just put them all together. All right, she replies, jotting a mental note. Anything else you want me to pack on its own? The books are enough. Gilly smiles. In that case, I'll make strawberry pie for dessert tonight. Jean grins. Thanks, Gilly. I'm stepping out for a bit. She blinks. Now? Where to? Just for a moment, he says over his shoulder. I'll be back soon. A short while later, Jean slips into the secret library. Muraken, he calls. From the shadows, the dragon's voice echoes. I'm here. Jean glances around. We're leaving tomorrow. You ready? Muraken's response is instant. I've been counting the days. You think I've been cooped up down here just for the ambience? Jean smirks. Then how exactly are you planning to follow me without being seen? Muraken waves off the concern like it's nothing. I'm the legendary Black Dragon, remember? Even weakened. I've got more tricks than you've got fingers. Staying out of sight is easy. Jean tilts his head. Wait, so you're still weak? Muraken sighs. Takes time to bounce back after sleeping for 1,000 years. Not like I just woke up from a nap. Will you ever fully recover? Oh, I will. As he gets stronger, so will I. That's how it works between a contractor and his guardian dragon. Muraken grins. So, come on. Hurry up and catch up to Timar. Benet makes Jean pause. Timar, Run Candle. The first patriarch. The strongest magic swordsman in history. He remembers something Soderette once told him. The Run Candles weren't always a family of pure swordsmen. They were once masters of both swordsmanship and magic, until that history was buried and forgotten. Muraken leans in. You remembered, didn't you? Timar wasn't just a swordsman. He was a force of nature. Jean nods slowly. Why did the clan abandon magic? Muraken's voice darkens. 1,000 years ago, a humiliating covenant was made. One that forced the Run Candles to forsake magic entirely. Since then, they've strictly followed the path of the sword. He looks up at the ceiling, almost wistful. Back in the day, if I showed up somewhere, people would bow. They knew who I was. But now, the clan still calls me their guardian dragon. Yet if I reveal myself, they'd probably panic. Jean raises an eyebrow. Seriously? Muraken laughs. Sounds unbelievable, huh? Still, I'll keep myself hidden. No need to stir things up. Jean agrees. Better safe than sorry. Then Muraken brings up concern. But what if someone comes looking for me here? Sees the place empty? Jean crosses his arms. Good point. What'll you do about that? With a sly grin, Muraken says, I'll leave a duplicate behind. A shadow version of me. Just enough to fool anyone poking around. Jean frowns. And if they find out it's fake? Relax. I'm the shadow dragon. Faking it is second nature. I can create clones in my sleep. But can you maintain it? Jean presses. That's the tricky part, Muraken admits. Keeping the illusion up for long will be hard while I'm like this. But as you grow, so does my strength. In time, it won't even be a challenge. Jean gives a small nod. Thanks for doing this. Really? Muraken smirks. You could show a little more appreciation, you know? Jean shrugs with a grin. Maybe if you showed me some respect first. With a scoff, Murakin fires back. Respect's earned, kid. You've still got a long way to go. Jean chuckles and drops to a knee, opening his bag. Well then, I brought you something. Murakin's eyes narrow with interest. Oh, what is it? Murakin leans closer. So, what did you bring me? Jean pulls out a cloth-wrapped bundle and a small bottle. First strawberries of the season. Made you a pie. And some wine I may or may not have snuck past Gilly. Murakin's eyes widen. You didn't. Jean smirks. I did. But don't get drunk and end up making some weird, wobbly clone. Scoffing, Murakin grabs the pie with both hands. Adorable little idiot. You really do grow on a guy. He takes a bite, savoring it like a man who hasn't tasted sugar in centuries. Then he glances over. So, when do I get to meet your nanny? Jean gives a non-committal shrug. I'll think about it. Later that evening, Gilly holds Jin's hand, her tone suddenly serious. Once we return to the main house, things will change. Don't expect the calm you had here. Jean listens without interrupting. Training here was hard, but the Run Candle main house? It's chaos. Brutal. Unforgiving. And I won't be able to bake you pies whenever you want. Jean squeezes her hand gently. I understand. I'll do my best. She nods. Then I'll be by your side. No matter what. Just then, Guardian Knights Jerome and Holt appear at the gates. Young Master, we're ready to escort you to the Garden of Swords. Jean turns toward them and gives a simple nod. Let's go. As the carriage pulls away from Storm Castle, Jean glances back one last time. October 30th, 1790, the day he left the castle behind, and the day his real journey began. Snow blankets the road ahead, the white landscape stretching endlessly on both sides. Gilly watches through the window. It's coming down fast. If it keeps up, we might have to stop at a village before reaching the transfer gate. Okay, Jean replies, unfazed. Suddenly, the carriage jolts violently. The wheels skid. The horses whinny in panic. From outside, Holtz's voice rings out. We're under attack. Stay inside. Gilly immediately wraps her arms around Jean. Don't worry, she says calmly. Jerome and Holtz are both 7-star knights. And I'm here with you. She quickly sizes up the situation. Looks like 20 attackers. Warriors, magicians, maybe archers. But none of them feel stronger than 7 stars. Jerome and Holtz should be able to handle it. But then Jean speaks, his voice firm. We need to get out of the carriage. Now. Gilly looks at him, startled. Why? Jean doesn't hesitate. No real guardian knight would ever leave a child alone. One of them would have stayed. The fact that both left, either they're fakes or they betrayed us. Gilly's expression hardens. She immediately understands. There might be a trap inside, a hidden device. We need to move. She nods, drawing blades from her sleeves. I'll protect you. As a Run Candle servant, that's my duty. No matter what. Without waiting, she grabs him, kicks the door open, and leaps out. Snow crunches underfoot as they dash into the white haze. If I get punished for this, she calls over her shoulder, I'll accept it. Jean shakes his head. Forget punishment. Head toward the fighting. I need to confirm something. Gilly keeps moving. What are you trying to find out? If they really wanted me dead, Jean explains, the moment I stepped out would have been perfect. But no one's made a move. That tells me this ambush isn't what it looks like. He narrows his eyes, watching the chaos ahead. There's more going on here than we think. Gilly narrows her eyes. You're right. Something about this doesn't add up. Meanwhile, the vice captain of the Black King Mercenaries' 3rd Corps barks out orders. Search the area. Find Jean Runcandle. 3rd Unit. Cover the left flank. Jean spots the approaching forces and immediately knows his instincts were right. These weren't real attackers. Gilly scans the emblems stitched onto their uniforms. A green leaf, the mark of the Yuta clan from the Middle Region, and a black beast, symbol of the Black King Mercenaries. Just then, a few Yuta clan members catch sight of them. There they are. Jean Runcandle is alive. Secure him. Protect at all costs. Moments later, the vice captain of the mercenaries strides up. Young Master Jean, he says, bowing slightly. I'm Eureka of the Black King Mercenaries. We received an urgent request from the Runcandle clan to ensure your safety. Those who attacked you are traitors. We'll see they pay. Jin's eyes narrow. It finally makes sense. There wasn't a betrayal, just a clever trick. The real Guardian Knights never stood a chance because these weren't them. Gilly doesn't waste a second. She steps forward, voice cold and sharp. You. Who are you, really? Speak. One of the imposters, Jerome, lets out a low, mocking laugh. You think I'd spill the truth to a Runcandle dog? Gilly turns to Jean. Your orders? Jean doesn't hesitate. Kill one. Take an arm off the other. I'll question what's left. Without flinching, Gilly strikes. Jerome drops lifelessly to the ground. Holt screams as his arms are sliced clean off. Gilly drags him across the snow by his hair and drops him at Jin's feet. Jean looks down at him, voice calm and cutting. You thought I was just some helpless child. You forgot. Runcandle nannies are 7-star warriors by requirement. If you really wanted to kill me, you should have sent 3 or 4 8-stars. Not this mess. Holt snarls, face twisted in pain. You arrogant brat. This was only a warning. The Run Candle Clan's days are numbered. Jean doesn't blink. Maybe, as long as it's followed by the era of Jean Runcandle. I'll allow it. With blood dripping from his mouth, Holt shouts, "Glory to the great Zipple." That name hits like a bolt. Jean freezes for a moment, thoughts spinning. The Zipple, masters of magic, rulers of the other half of the world. Where the Runcandles chase the peak of swordsmanship, the Zipple dominate through magical supremacy. 1,000 years ago, after the death of the first patriarch, it was the Zipple who forced the Runcandle clan into a shameful covenant, banning all magic and sealing their true potential. Since then, they've been enemies, locked in eternal rivalry. Jean narrows his eyes. This attack, it reeks of Zipple involvement. But something's off. The chaos, the lack of coordination. This isn't how the Zipple operate. These must be rogue extremists. Gilly, Jean says coldly. Get rid of him. He's not worth keeping alive. She nods without a word. As Holt hurls one final curse, Gilly ends it. Jean doesn't flinch. He's deep in thought. The whole thing doesn't sit right. Disguises that fool 7-star knights? That's not easy. Nearly impossible, in fact. Unless that person is behind this. Gilly returns a few moments later. It's done. Well handled, Jean says simply. He turns to Murika. During our escape, was it you who provided cover? Murika gives a nod. Yeah, I covered your escape. Jean meets his eyes. You did well. When we get back, I'll make sure the clan hears about your part in this. You'll be properly rewarded. Murika straightens slightly at the compliment. Thank you, young master. Jean continues. Until we reach the transfer gate, I'm counting on you to keep us safe. Understood, Murika replies. As he turns to address his team, he studies the boy in front of him, just 10 years old, fresh out of Storm Castle, and already issuing orders with the poise of a veteran leader. Murika remembers Jin's words, the era of Jean Runcandle. At the time, it had sounded like a child's boast. But now, hearing it again in his mind, Murika realizes it wasn't just talk. Jean meant it. Facing his men, Murika's tone sharpens. From here on out, mind your behavior. No loose chatter. No crude remarks. We're protecting someone important. The warriors exchange glances. One of them scoffs. Since when did we get so uptight about manners? Another immediately snaps. Shut up and follow orders. Meanwhile, Gilly walks over to Murika. We should get moving. He nods. Let's go. As they march through the snowy trail, Gilly steps closer to Jean. Are you sure it's wise to leave the bodies behind? Jean glances at her. Dead or alive, they'll send a message. That's enough. You've handled everything well, she adds. Jean gives a small smile. Thanks. They keep walking in silence for a bit until Gilly checks her surroundings. We're about 2 hours from the nearest village. Good, Jean replies. We'll wait out the snow there. Then, as if sensing the tension still lingering in her shoulders, he adds, don't let what happened bother you. This wasn't your fault. Even Khan, who's a 9-star, could have been fooled. There's no way a 7-star like you could have known. But still, she murmurs. This wasn't a disaster, Jean says calmly. It was a lesson. I learned what to look out for with future escorts. That alone makes it worthwhile. Despite his words, Gilly's eyes are downcast. Jin's mind drifts. In his past life, she had stood by him through everything. Even when the clan cast him out, she never once left his side. When he was exiled, so was she. And yet, she had bowed her head and apologized, as if she had failed him. He clenches his jaw. Things are different now. He won't let that happen again. Gilly softly says, even so, I'll accept any punishment. Stop. Jin's voice cuts through the cold air. Stop blaming yourself. Move on. Gilly looks at him, startled. You're my nanny, yes. But right now, you're also my only guardian knight. If you let something like this shake you, how are you supposed to protect me moving forward? He locks eyes with her. I don't want to repeat myself. Understood. Gilly's breath catches, but she nods. Yes, I'll stay sharp. She realizes then, he wasn't scolding her. He was lifting her up, guiding her back to where she needed to be. In her heart, she vows she won't let him down again. Watching her posture shift, her confidence return, Jean lets out a breath. That's better, he thinks. She's back to her usual self. Eventually, they arrive at a small hotel. The receptionist greets them warmly. Welcome. How many rooms will you need? Eureka steps forward. 2. As Jean steps into the hotel lobby, his mind drifts back to the earlier attack. Something about those imposters still doesn't sit right. Could they have been connected to someone else? One name rises in his thoughts. Bubear Gaston. Transformer-class dragon. A rare monster with the ability to execute flawless transformations. Most dragons can't even come close to that level of control, which makes Bubear's skill all the more dangerous. Unfortunately, he hasn't exactly used that talent for good. Chaos seems to follow wherever he goes. Heading to his room, Jean can't shake the thought. If the imposters were tied to Bear, this might be more complicated than he first thought. Still, so far he's managed to keep a low profile. That could work in his favor. In his previous life, Jean had been arrested by the Beeman Special Forces at the age of 20. Bear was a known wild card then, dangerous, unpredictable. While a shapeshifter like him might be a powerful ally, Jean doesn't forget how that same dragon once posed a direct threat to him. Before Bear causes more problems, Jean makes a mental note to investigate if anything about him has changed since his last life. Later that night, as Jean settles into bed, Gilly pokes her head in. "I'll be just outside," she says softly. "Call if you need anything." "Thanks," Jean replies, already drifting. But peace doesn't last. A strange noise yanks him from sleep. Groggy, Jean rubs his eyes. What now? His body, though trained and strengthened, is still just 10 years old, and he's tired. Then he hears it again, a faint scratching near the window. He looks over and freezes. Perched calmly on the windowsill is a cat. Jean bolts upright. Wait, is that Mirakin? That hits him. Mirakin had mentioned he'd be hiding in plain sight. Jean hadn't imagined this exact form, but now it makes sense. The cat stares at him and lets out an impatient meow. Jean hurries to the window. "Sorry, I didn't recognize you. I just wasn't expecting a cat." He opens the window, and the feline springs in. With a ripple of shadow, the cat transforms, revealing the towering form of Mirakin. "I thought you'd pose as a coachman or maybe a knight," Jean mutters. "But a cat." Mirakin rolls his shoulders. Disguising as a man would have raised flags. The knights would have noticed. But a stray cat? Nobody looks twice. Before Jean can respond, Mirakin steps forward, and his foot catches on a loose floorboard. He stumbles and crashes face first into the window. Crack! The noise echoes through the room. Within seconds, the door bursts open. Gilly storms in, eyes blazing. "What was that noise? Who are you?" She doesn't wait for an answer. She lunges, grabs Mirakin by the neck, and slams him into the wall. "Speak, now, or I'll tear you apart." "Wait, Gilly!" Jean shouts, rushing between them. "He's not the enemy." Mirakin, utterly unbothered by the chokehold, blinks slowly. "So we finally meet, strawberry pie." "What?" Gilly narrows her eyes. Mirakin beams. "I've heard so much about you, and now I see the legend is true." "Legend?" Jean sighs. This is going sideways. Realizing how badly things are spiraling, Jean quickly steps in. "Gilly, this is Mirakin, the guardian dragon of the Run Candle clan. The Black Dragon." Gilly's eyes widen. "The guardian?" But Mirakin doesn't seem to care about titles. He just stares at her, looking thrilled. "My precious strawberry pie." Flustered, Gilly lets go and quickly bows. "Forgive me, Sir Guardian. I didn't know. I didn't mean to offend." Mirakin waves it off. "Relax. You're forgiven, my delightful dessert." She blinks. "Why do you keep calling me that?" "Because," Mirakin declares proudly, "you make the best strawberry pies I've had in over 1,000 years. Perfect crust, perfect filling, truly divine." Gilly turns to Jean, deadpan. "So this is why you've been asking for strawberry pie every single day." Mirakin gestures toward the table. "Come, sit. There's more to this story." Once they're settled, Gilly lets out a long breath. "So much has happened, and I didn't know a thing." Jean lowers his head slightly. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep you in the dark. I just had to." But Gilly shakes her head, smiling warmly. "Don't apologize. I'm proud of you. To think my little master formed a contract with Saderet and is traveling with a dragon. It's more than I ever imagined." Her pride is genuine, but Jean quickly sobers. "Gilly, now that you know, you're part of the secret. Mirakin's existence can't be revealed. No one from the clan can find out. Do you understand?" She nods without hesitation. "I promise. I'll be careful." Mirakin chuckles, ever relaxed. "No need to be so stiff, strawberry pie." "Thank you for your concern," she replies, a little flustered. She turns to Jean, lowering her voice. "Can we really trust him?" Jean shrugs with a small grin. "Well, probably." The next morning, at the Middle Kingdom transfer gate, Gilly steps forward to thank the Black King mercenaries. "Your help was invaluable," she says. "The clan will compensate you shortly." Murica bows slightly. "We appreciate it. This was a good mission and a learning experience. We're eager to see how far the young master rises." Just as she's about to turn away, Murica asks, "One question. Why would someone with your skill leave the Clorin clan to become a nanny for Jean Runcandle?" Gilly offers a polite smile. No real reason worth sharing. Murica nods, sensing the end of the conversation. "Forgive me if I overstepped." "It's fine," she says simply, and the two part ways. A short while later, Jean and Gilly arrive at the gate proper. The gatekeeper greets them with a courteous smile. "Welcome. May I see your credentials?" Gilly hands over a badge. "We're headed to Kowloon, Hewfester Alliance." The gatekeeper blinks in surprise. Runcandle. Upon confirming their identity, his demeanor shifts instantly. It's an honor to serve you. Please follow me to the special lounge. Inside, the gatekeeper explains, the transfer will take 2 hours. After that, you'll arrive instantly at your destination. I hope you find the journey comfortable. Once he leaves, Gilly sits beside Jean, her expression a little tight. Young master, how are you planning to hide Lord Murakin? And your magic? If the clan finds out, I'll be careful, Jean says, cutting in. I promise. But just then the air shifts. A new presence enters the lounge. A group dressed in high-class robes, with an unmistakable crest, a golden dragon. Jin's gaze sharpens. The Zipple, and leading them, a boy with refined features and calm, intelligent eyes. Jean narrows his focus. Veridin Zipple, Murakin, still in cat form, is lounging casually on the armrest, until Veridin walks up. Well now, Veridin says with a warm smile. Aren't you a handsome little guy? He reaches out to pet him, only for Murakin to swipe at his hand with sharp claws. Yow! Veridin pulls back. Immediately, his guardians step forward, hands on hilts. Vermin. But Veridin raises a hand. Easy. I probably provoked him. He turns to Jean, and drawing sword in front of a run candle would have been unfortunate. He glances at Jean now, with interest, taking note of how composed the boy is despite the rising tension. I'm Veridin Zipple, he says, offering his hand. Apologies for earlier. Jean stares at him for a beat. Veridin, genius magician, respected by every young mage in the world, a top contender for future leadership of the Zipple. In his past life, Jean had only seen him from afar, and now, here they were, face to face as children. As Jean studies Veridin, he finds himself unexpectedly relieved. At least he's not another arrogant idiot. Veridin raises an eyebrow. And what gave you that impression? He gestures toward his scratched hand with a smirk. If my guards had drawn their swords over this, I'd probably be wandering Hewfester alone right now, or missing a couple of fingers. Jean chuckles. That's a pretty dark sense of humor. Occupational hazard. Veridin quips, then asks, but really, do you think our clan leaders, Chiron Runcandle and Celiac Zipple, would rally the entire family over 2 kids squabbling? Not a chance, Jean replies dryly. At most, they toss a few gold coins at it and move on. Veridin laughs. Exactly. Still, a bit of advice. Try not to cut off anyone's fingers next time. Not worth the drama. Jean smirks. Duly noted. Veridin gives a polite nod. Well, thanks for the lesson today. I've learned something valuable. I'll return the favor someday. Later, Jean speaks again, calm, composed. I'll repay a debt another day. But for now, I'll pay in full. Okay, gladly. Veridin replies with a curious tilt of the head. Jin's tone sharpens. Until then, stay quiet. Don't disturb me until the transfer is complete. As he leans back, Jean reflects on the boy before him. This one, he'll become dangerous in a few years. If things had been different, if they weren't from enemy clans, maybe Jean would have asked to be friends. But Veridin was a Zipple. That alone sealed their fate as lifelong rivals. And still, the way Veridin carried himself, unshaken, even after nearly losing fingers. Jean frowns. There's definitely something off about the Zipples. None of them seem entirely sane. A system alert echoes through the transfer station. Teleportation will commence shortly. Please remain still. Mild pain or dizziness may occur during the transfer. As the ripple swallows them and the world shifts, Veridin turns with a half smile. I enjoyed our little chat. Let's meet again sometime. Jean meets his eyes, voice cold. Let's not. Stepping through the gate and into the carriage waiting on the other side, Jean is immediately greeted by a formal voice. Welcome to the Garden of Swords. A man steps forward, dressed in the black and gold livery of the Runcandle House. I am Pedro, second in command of the Butler Division. It's an honor to welcome you, young Master Jean. Jean stares ahead, eyes locked on the sprawling estate. The Garden of Swords. It's more than a name. It's a symbol. A sacred place where only those who've accomplished something truly great for the Runcandle clan are allowed to plant their blades. Each sword, a mark of pride, of legacy, of ambition. In his past life, Jean had dreamed of placing his sword here too. But back then, he had no right. He had been weak, untalented, clueless about how the clan really worked. Hard work alone had never been enough. But this time, it will be different. This time, he'll make every second in this cold, ruthless place count. As he steps through the gates, members of the clan line the path, watching him closely. Then, a woman emerges from the front. Graceful, commanding, deadly, Rosa Runcandle, the Black Panther. Lady of the house. Long time no see, she says, offering a faint smile. Jean bows slightly. Yes, mother. His eyes shift to the patriarch, his father, who's now eyeing the small black cat curled beside Jin's feet. You picked that thing up from the streets? Jean answers smoothly. No, I adopted him. The patriarch chuckles. Good. A Runcandle should never hesitate to claim what they take. Rosa walked up to the cat, curiosity in her voice. What's its name? Jean didn't hesitate. Butterfly Run Candle. Silence blanketed the room. Dyfus Run Candle's eyes widened in disbelief. You gave our family name to a cat. He shook his head. Jean, you're still a child, but this is absurd. How could you possibly give the Run Candle name to an ordinary animal? Joshua turned his attention to Gilly, sharp and accusing. This is how you've been raising him? Letting him toss around our name like that? Gilly bowed respectfully. I sincerely apologize. The patriarch stepped forward, raising a hand. The room stilled. His gaze locked on Jean. Why give the cat our name? Jean answered without flinching. Because names carry weight. Butterfly may be small, but she's the first life I've chosen to protect. Giving her the Run Candle name means I'm taking full responsibility. The patriarch looked thoughtful. Is that so? Do you truly grasp what the Run Candle name stands for? Jean met his gaze. I do, and anyone who harms Butterfly will pay the price. The patriarch scanned the room. Jin's words had clearly stirred the others. His siblings glared, their hostility unmistakable. You've got a real talent for making enemies, the patriarch said dryly. Jean gave a faint, knowing smile. And I'm just as good at getting rid of them. A low chuckle escaped the patriarch. Everyone here better stay sharp. Looks like our boldest member is also our youngest. With a wave of his hand, he turned and walked away, leaving the room buzzing with Jin's defiance. Time rolled forward to early summer, 1794. 4 years since Jean Run Candle left Storm Castle. Now a 2-star knight and a cadet in the Beginner Guardian Knight class. Jean pushed through another grueling morning of training. As the session ended, instructor Garen Altamir called out, "That's enough for today." He gave Jean a nod. "Good work. Is that all for today?" Jean asked, brushing sweat from his brow. Garen raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you forgot. Lady Luna's training is scheduled." Jean blinked. "All right, I'll head over after I grab a bite." Garen looked at him carefully. "With the other cadets?" He paused, then added, "Madame Rosa seemed disappointed you haven't been joining the family at meals." Jean shrugged. "I'd rather not sit through all that tension." Garen gave a small nod. "Understood. I'll let them know." Not long after, a young cadet with messy hair and a bright grin approached Jean, carrying a plate. "I brought you some food," said Bellup Schmitz, just 13 and already sticking out like a sore thumb among the elite. "Thanks," Jean replied. "No problem." Jean watched him, thoughtful. Bellup was a commoner. The odds were stacked against him. If he stumbled in training, he'd be out just like that. Bellup sat beside him. "So, tastes good, right?" Jean nodded. "Yeah, it's great they give us meat regularly." Bellup started to respond, but Jean cut in. "That's enough. You said the same thing yesterday. Are you rehearsing this?" Bellup looked puzzled. "Huh, really?" Jean sighed. "You talk too much. Makes people think less of you." Bellup hesitated. "You really think so?" "Stand tall," Jean said firmly. "You're a Run Candle Guardian Knight cadet. Act like it." Bellup glanced down at himself. "But I haven't even earned a star. And my grades." Jean leaned back, looking Bellup straight in the eye. "Just making it into the Run Candle cadets? That's no small feat, even if you're dead last year. You're still ahead of most 13-year-olds out in the world." "Got it." Bellup nodded slowly. "Yeah, I get it." Jean didn't say it out loud, but the truth was clear. Of course the clan overlooked someone like Bellup. Quiet, timid, easy to ignore. But Jean knew better. He remembered Bellup's future. In his past life, Bellup had left Run Candle and joined the Hiring clan, their rival in swordsmanship. From there, he climbed all the way up to become a royal in the Beeman Empire. That path was painted in blood and ended in tragedy. A place in the Imperial Guard, and then a death by his own hand. Jean hadn't forgotten the shock of hearing the news or the weight of the loss. He slid his untouched plate across the table. "I've lost my appetite." "You eat it." Bellup looked surprised, unsure. Jean didn't push it. He'd already made up his mind. He wouldn't let Bellup slip through the cracks. Not this time. One wasted life was already too many. Later, walking alone down a corridor, Jean thought over his progress. His spiritual energy was at 2 stars. Mana, 4 stars. Swordsmanship also at 2. Not bad. At this rate, he figured he'd reach 3-star swordsmanship in another 2 years. Soon after, he arrived at the training grounds. Lady Luna was already waiting, holding a practice sword. "Today's training will be similar to yesterday," she said. "But your approach needs to change." Jean gave a sharp nod. "Understood." This time, Luna continued. "You'll use your mind's eye. Don't rely on sight. Observe everything with your inner vision." Jean took a breath, centering himself. This kind of training wasn't familiar territory. It felt completely foreign. Luna stood firm. "Close your eyes." Jean hesitated but obeyed. He knew the mind's eye was something few knights could master. Most only reached that stage once they passed 7 stars. For a 2-star knight like him to be learning this now? Unheard of. What confused him more was that this technique was usually connected to controlling aura, but today's training didn't involve aura at all. Still, he trusted Luna. She wasn't someone who wasted time. If she was teaching this now, there's a reason. He tightened his grip on the sword. Whatever the logic behind it, he'd figure it out eventually. For now, he just had to keep up. After the session, Luna nodded in approval. You did well today. You can go. Jean thanked her and left without a word. As he walked away, Luna remained behind, deep in thought. Jean might only be a 2-star knight, but his discipline, posture, and sharp focus had already surpassed her expectations. She could see it clearly. Her little brother had the potential to go far. Later, Garen Altamir showed up at the training field. Young master, he called out, his tone serious. The cadets are on edge today. Jean raised an eyebrow. Why? The sparring matches this afternoon count toward final evaluations. A good score could move some of them directly into Guardian Knight status. He paused before continuing. And for you, this match is especially important. Madame Roses made it official. If you defeat all 10 of the top cadets, you'll move up to the intermediate class a whole year early. Jean blinked. Huh, that's good news. As he glanced over at the lineup of cadets, his eyes landed on Bellop again. The kid looked tense. Jean sighed internally. Already decided to protect him from failure, but still, Bellop could really use a bit of backbone. Garen Altamir stepped forward, voice firm. Cadets, listen up. Today's sparring will be done in 3 rounds. Each of you will face different opponents each round. He paused before delivering the next part. After that, the top 10 cadets will go head-to-head with Jean Runcandle. The announcement drew murmurs of excitement and nervous energy. The cadets quickly snapped to attention, prepping for battle. Jean watched them quietly. They were sharp. Each one had earned their spot through raw skill and effort. The early rounds began and passed in a blur of clashes and shouts. When they ended, Garen raised his hand. Everyone not in the top 10, fall back. The rest of you, prepare to face Jean. Jean nodded, stepping forward as he gripped his sword. Game on. His first opponent approached, a girl with a sharp stance and a focused gaze. Jean made quick work of her, bringing the match to a swift end. He knew the record for this kind of session, 8 wins. But he was here to go 10 for 10. To pull that off, he needed to fight smart, especially with the strongest still waiting. Next match, Mesa Milcano. Garen called out. Mesa stepped up and offered a respectful nod. I'm in your care. Jean recognized her immediately. Mesa was no joke. One of the clan's top prospects, and if things went as expected, she'd become a Guardian Knight as soon as her training ended. I plan to win this, she added with quiet confidence. Jean tightened his grip. This fight mattered. Mesa wouldn't go down easily. She launched the first strike. Jean blocked it cleanly, feeling the weight behind her swing. She'd gotten stronger since they last crossed swords. But he didn't panic. He stuck to simple, efficient moves. No flash, no surprises. Just enough to control the fight and conserve energy. Mesa narrowed her eyes. Something felt off. Jean wasn't fighting like he usually did. There was no variety in his attacks. It almost felt like he was going easy on her. The thought stung. Her pride flared. She threw herself forward, unleashing her full power. Gasps echoed from the watching cadets. Mesa's aggression caught everyone off guard. But Jean stayed calm. Every movement was calculated. Every parry deliberate. Mesa pushed harder, determined not to lose. But when Jean struck, it was pinpoint, again and again, the same exact spot on her blade. And then, snap, her sword broke clean through. She froze, staring at the shattered steel. Ow, she muttered. Jean stepped in, calmly pointing his sword at her throat. You fought well, he said, but I'm afraid I can't use this sword anymore. Confused, Mesa tried to piece it together. They had clashed multiple times, but now she realized he had struck the same spot over and over, perfectly each time. Their stamina was equal, their strength matched, but he had outlasted her with precision. Is that even possible? She whispered. A sense of clarity settled over her. That precision, that relentless focus, this was what it meant to be a true Runcandle. Gritting her teeth, she stepped back. She wouldn't let this loss define her. Next time, she'd be ready. Jean, meanwhile, felt exactly as he'd hoped, in control. Beating Mesa so decisively had sent a clear message to the others. Facing him one-on-one was a waste of effort. That psychological blow made the rest easy. He ran through the final 8 cadets, finishing the session with a flawless record. 10 wins, no losses. Garen stepped forward, face unreadable but voice full of respect. Jean Runcandle, congratulations. You've earned early promotion to the intermediate training class next year. Well done. Jean nodded. Thank you, instructor. I hope you'll keep guiding me until then. As always, Garen replied. With the session winding down, Garen glanced at the sun. It's almost lunchtime. How long until then? Jean asked. Garen raised an eyebrow. About 10 minutes. Why do you? Jean picked up his sword again, eyes still sharp. I'm not done. I've got someone else in mind. Garen raised a brow. Oh, who? Jean turned toward the crowd. Philip Schmitz. Get over here. Bellup froze. Huh? Me? His voice cracked with disbelief. I'm serious, Jean said flatly, pointing his sword straight at him. With that attitude of yours, you won't last long in this clan. Run Candle will crush you like a bug unless you learn to fight back. Bellup hesitated, mind racing. Why him? Was this punishment? Or was Jean trying to push him to toughen him up? He looked at Jean, 10 matches down, and he still had that same confident look in his eyes. Bellup, meanwhile, hadn't fought all day. He was fresh, rested. Jean had to be tired, right? Still, he showed no hesitation, no weakness. Bellup wasn't sure what Jin's angle was, but he didn't get a chance to ask. Jean lunged in. Instinct kicked in. Bellup blocked the blow, feet sliding back slightly from a force. Jean kept up the pressure. You got good defense. Thanks, Bellup muttered, pushing back and taking a shot at Jin's legs. But Jean leapt away, clean and quick. Frustration bubbled up in Bellup. Why are you doing this? This isn't practice, Jean snapped. This is real. If I'd meant it, that last strike would have killed you. Jean steadied his stance, eyes locked on him. Get up. You get one mercy. That was it. Bellup got to his feet, jaw tight. His sword trembled, but then it began to glow. Gasps rippled through the watching cadets. Mesa Milcano spun toward Garen, alarmed. Instructor. His sword. He's using aura. Garen's eyes widened. Before he could speak, Jean raised a hand. Don't say a word. This is an order, instructor. Garen hesitated, then nodded. Understood. Bellup stood tall, power now humming through him. Is this what you wanted? Jean nodded. Exactly. Now, don't hold back. Bellup frowned. If you really wanted to fight, maybe you shouldn't have taken on 10 cadets first. Still, he charged, faster, stronger, blade slicing through the air with purpose. Jean raised his sword to block. Crack. Bellup's aura split the blade in half. Jean stumbled back, shock crossing his face. He knew Bellup had potential. But this was something else. He remembered Bellup's fights. How he always lost, but just barely. Like he wasn't really trying to win. Jin's thoughts snapped back as Bellup came in for another strike. He didn't have a weapon. No time to think. He caught the blade with his bare hand. Bellup's sword shattered. The cadet staggered, stunned. What? In a blur, Jean got behind him, grabbed his neck, then let go just as fast. Bellup spun around, confused. Why'd you stop? Weren't you serious? Are you just messing with me now? Jean looked him dead in the eyes. You think this is easy for me? Provoking you like this? You have no idea how much this hurts. Bellup frowned. Then what is it? What do you think you know about me? Jean sat beside him, letting out a long breath. Not much, but I know one thing. Being kind takes real strength. He turned to Bellup. You're kind. I admire that. But in this world, that's not enough. You got to be strong enough to protect that kindness. Jean glanced at the broken blades between them. I was harsh. Maybe too harsh. Maybe we all were. As the energy in the training hall begins to settle, two women walk in carrying trays of food. They pause, sensing some lingering tension, and ask if they should come back later, assuming the training might still be going on. Jean waves it off, telling them it's fine and to go ahead and set things up. Bellup Schmitz politely refuses the meal, saying he'll get his own. Jean grins and jokes. If you're not hungry, I'll gladly take yours. Elsewhere, the Lord Patriarch reflects on Jin's performance during the sparring session. His tactics weren't what anyone expected. Khan agrees, and the Patriarch chuckles, noting that Jin's approach blends dominance with a strange kind of gentleness toward the weak. Curious about this mindset, the Patriarch decides it's time to see if it holds any real weight. He tells Khan to go back and deliver a message. Jin's about to receive his first serious mission. Jean thinks back to January 1795, the moment he was officially acknowledged as a 3-star knight at just 15. It was a turning point for the cadets. With their rise to the intermediate level, they graduated from wooden training swords to real, personalized weapons. Some cadets went straight to ordering custom blades. But Jean didn't. He'd have to pick one from the clan's legendary weapon vault. Luna Runcandle had warned him. Choosing the right sword wasn't just hard, it could be painful. About a month earlier, she offered to pick one for him, claiming her experience gave her a better feel for weapons than he had. Jean, trusting her completely, had agreed. Then, standing before him with a massive sword in her hands, Luna revealed her choice. It was a blade known as Veil Slaughterer, a weapon she'd once wielded at his age. It even inspired her famous axe sword technique. She asked him how it felt and if he liked it. Jean hesitated. He thanked her, but admitted the sword didn't quite feel right. Luna gave a knowing smile and said she was just kidding. But Jean had a feeling it wasn't entirely a joke. She told him Veil Slaughterer was a fantastic weapon, just a bit on the heavier side. Still, she believed he could have handled it with ease. Even so, she promised to find him something better. Luna explained that she'd spent a lot of time thinking about which sword would suit him best. Then, she revealed another blade, one she believed matched him perfectly. It was Bradamante, A legendary weapon, the twin to Barasada, the very sword Jean had chosen during the selection ritual. Barasada had once been wielded by the Runcandle clan's first patriarch. Bradamante was its equally famed counterpart. As Jean took it in his hands, he was struck with awe. Luna asked if he liked it. Absolutely, Jean replied, admiring the blade. It was one of the most impressive swords in the entire vault. He couldn't help but reflect on how incredible it was that Luna gave him Bradamante. His older siblings had long coveted the sword. If he'd picked it himself, it would have caused all sorts of problems. But Luna handing it to him, that was something else. Something powerful, and he had no idea how to repay her. Sensing his discomfort, Luna told him not to worry about owing her anything. Still, she admitted she felt a bit sad. There was a distance between them she wished wasn't there. Jean quickly denied it, saying he didn't feel uneasy. Luna wasn't convinced. She said she was already feeling down, and it was up to her little brother to comfort her. Jean blinked, confused. How am I supposed to do that? Luna smiled and told him to close his eyes. As he did, she asked, "Do you know what I'm about to say?" Jean gave a small nod. "Yeah, I think I do." Luna gently placed a hand on Jin's shoulder. "In a family where most are busy scheming against each other," she said softly, "there are still siblings who love you without expecting anything in return. Don't make your big sister feel this way again." Jean nodded, taking her words to heart and apologizing if he had misunderstood her. She went on to share something deeper. How? Even before he was born, she had felt isolated among their siblings. Everything she'd done for him, she explained, was so he wouldn't go through the same kind of loneliness she had. Her words hit Jean hard. They weren't just comforting, they meant something. They made the connection between them even stronger. She hoped he understood now. Jean assured her he did. Luna smiled, gave him a nod, and told him it was time to get back to training. She encouraged him to open his mind's eye and keep pushing forward. Later on, Jean showed off his sword to Muraken, looking for his thoughts. The dragon was lounging around, book in hand, not even glancing up. "Put it back," Muraken said flatly. "You've got no business using that thing yet. You can't even control your spiritual energy properly." Jean frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Muraken didn't sugarcoat it. "Bradamante needs at least 3-star spiritual energy. You're still stuck at 2. You can't even trigger the sword's awakening properly." Jean argued that he was nearly there. He'd reach 3 stars soon, and then he'd be able to use it right. Muraken wasn't having it. "Don't get cocky," he snapped. "Barasada and Bradamante aren't toys. You can't just wave them around because they look cool." He grabbed Jin's head. 3 stars is just the starting line. Until you reach 5-star spiritual energy, treat that blade like a normal sword. "Got it." Jean waved him off. "I'm not that patient. What if I hit 5 stars by the end of the year?" Muraken let out a dramatic sigh. "Kid, not even someone who won a spiritual energy competition and lived off aura juice could pull that off in a few months. You're talking nonsense that even a dog would laugh at. Stop being ridiculous." Jean smirked and snatched the book out of Muraken's hands. "What's this about some kid winning a spiritual energy contest? Put that down." Muraken snapped, reaching for the book. Their back and forth was cut short when Gilly stepped into the room. Jean turned to her. "Something wrong? Did something happen?" Gilly nodded. "Instructor Garen wants to see you. He didn't come himself. Said he needed to prepare some maps. He asked you to go to him instead." Jean blinked. "Is this about my first mission?" "Sounds like it," Gilly replied. "He plans for you to leave right after the break ends." Jean paused, thinking it over. The timing tracked. He had just reached 3-star swordsmanship, but the rush felt odd. Missions weren't usually this sudden, especially for beginners. Gilly added some context. They usually don't send cadets from the beginner class on real missions. It's tough work, usually reserved for the intermediate group. Jean wondered if the urgency had something to do with his promotion to the intermediate level. Whatever the reason, he needed answers. He asked Gilly to stay with Muraken while he went to check things out. She agreed and urged him to move quickly. Before long, Jean stepped into Garen Altamir's office. "I heard you wanted to see me about a mission," Jean said. Garen nodded. "You're right. A mission has been assigned to you and 9 other beginner cadets." He continued, laying out the basics. They'd be sent to scout the southern border of the Jean Kingdom. The cadets would be split into 2 teams for the job. Jean raised an eyebrow as he looked over the mission location. The Jean Kingdom bordered Beastmen territory, specifically near the land claimed by the White Wolf tribe. For a first assignment, this felt extreme. Dangerous, even. Then he glanced at his team roster. Nearly all of them were cadets who ranked in the lower half of the class. Velop Schmitz was among them, known more for inconsistency than reliability. This didn't feel random. It felt designed. Was this a test from his father? Their recent clash couldn't have gone unnoticed. Maybe this mission was orchestrated to measure him, see if his beliefs, his style, could hold up in real danger. Jean didn't flinch. Whatever the reason, he'd take it head on. No matter what came at him, he wouldn't back down. 3 days later, at the southern border region, the mission briefing goes out. The goal is to find the missing heir of the Jin Kingdoms, Semberville of the Ville family. The plan is to set up a base camp right at the border entrance as soon as they arrive. Once the camp is up, each squadron starts their search and sends someone back once a day at a set time to report in. Everyone is reminded not to call the young master a young master anymore, only commander. Anyone injured stays at camp and rests as long as needed. That wraps up the instructions, and everyone hopes the search leader is still alive. Bellop steps up and tells the commander that Eddington spotted a beast from the Watertail tribe. Jean asks what that tribe is. Bellop explains the tribe is gentle and avoids predators, so if they're around, the White Wolf tribe probably isn't close. He then tells Bellop that since the snow could swallow her up fast, she should head out 2 hours early and return to Zone 13. Bellop says she understands. Our boy turns to the others and tells them to search Zone 13 too, and they answer immediately, calling him commander. While moving out, our boy can't shake a bad feeling. He's sure his father personally ordered this mission, but everything feels way too smooth. Maybe he's overthinking and his dad isn't testing him this time. Before he can think more, blue cotton balls like creatures pop up and roast them for looking broke. Then a blue puppy walks over with a fish and gives it to them out of pity. Our boy accepts it and says thanks, promising to repay them next time. As he walks off, he thinks about how the land past Zone 13 belongs to the Beastmen and how basic rank trainees wouldn't stand a chance there. He checks his map and decides there's no need to push himself for showy results. He plans to spend the next 3 days confirming all the already searched regions. Suddenly Bellop calls out again, slipping and calling him young master. He asks what's going on, and she reports that the second squadron is ambushed. He immediately orders all forces to move and asks Bellop for details. She explains the second squadron scattered to escape, and only one person made it back to camp to deliver the news. Our boy asks if Beastmen attacked them. Bellop says no, the attackers are humans, and 3 of them have been confirmed fighting Run Candle trainees along with 13 others. Our boy says there's no way that's all of them, and is sure more enemies are around. He then orders Eddington and David to return to camp, guard the surroundings, avoid fighting if possible, and report instantly if they see anything. Eddington agrees. Our boy keeps thinking about the ambushers. There are too many suspects, and their objective isn't clear. As he runs, he wonders why they targeted the second squadron instead of the first one he's in. Whoever they are, they already attacked Run Candles, and he's determined to make them pay for it. Someone then points out fresh blood. Bellop panics, wondering if Misa and the whole second squadron were wiped out. Our boy calms her down. The blood is fresh, and there are no bodies or remains. The footprints show a battle happened, and the second squadron tried to escape. It even looks like only one person ambushed them. A soldier reports finding abandoned bandages that look like Hewfester products. After hearing they were found to the west, our boy checks the map and concludes that while the squadron was treating their wounded, another enemy appeared, forcing them to flee west. Our boy tells Sierra to regroup with Eddington and David and relay the situation. Then he and Bellop take off, but as they fly, they suddenly stop. Bellop senses the second squadron. Our boy agrees, but notes that Misa isn't with him and the number of ambushers has gone up by 1. He tells Bellop to close her eyes for 2 seconds and be ready to strike the one on the left. Using the shadow energy Murakan taught him, he wraps his sword in it. The energy boosts sharpness, destruction, and hides the weapon's presence. With that, he rushes in and strikes one of the masked men from behind. The masked man freaks out, yelling what the hell. Bellop is stunned by his speed. Our boy keeps attacking, rolling and striking, until he slams one masked man into the ground. He asks the trainees if they're all okay. One says they're fine, but Misa was taken. Another apologizes. Our boy tells them it's okay and to focus on treating their injuries. The masked enemy suddenly begs to be spared. Our boy tells him he clearly values his life more than loyalty and doesn't look like the loyal Zippel type. He gives him 2 options: talk and be the only one to die, or stay silent and die with everyone connected to him. He means it. Terrified, the man agrees. Our boy introduces himself as Gene Rancandle and swears on his family name and honor that he'll keep his word. The man starts crying and confesses he's part of a revolutionary group called Kinzello. That shocks our boy. He remembers Kinzello as the terror group active around the time of his death, the ones who killed the king of Jin and massacred civilians. They act like revolutionaries, but their so-called revolution is just about making their own king rule the entire world. Our boy asks if they're trying to stir chaos in the Jin kingdom by killing Run Candle trainees. The man says he doesn't know the main base, but the branch he works with is near the entrance of the Land of Beastmen. There are about 20 members there, including 4-star martial artists, swordsmen, and mages. Our boy asks why they capture Misa. The man says they want to use her for propaganda and had orders to take a female trainee alive. Bellop yells to finish him. The man says he's told them everything. Our boy nods, keeps his promise, and kills him. Blood splashes out. Our boy asks how long it's been since Misa was taken. Velop says about an hour. He figures the captors are still near the entrance of the Beastman's land. He orders the squadron to request reinforcements after treating themselves. Someone asks if he's going alone. They warn him the 24-star fighters are too dangerous. Scott says trainees dying on missions is normal, so maybe they should all go. Our boy says that's true, but he can't sit still when a trainee has been kidnapped. As a run candle, he can't ignore it. He tells them he's way stronger than they think and orders them to follow his command. Any more arguing counts as insubordination. Since the entire squadron is injured, Velop is now their strongest and needs to stay focused. She nods. As everyone moves out, our boy thinks to himself, Misa, please don't let me be too late. Jean began sizing up the enemy. He estimated there were about 20 of them, all 4-star martial artists. On paper, they far outclassed him. His current stats? 3-star swordsmanship, 4-star mana control, 3-star spiritual energy. Impressive for his age, but not enough to face an entire squad head-on. Rescuing Mesa was all that mattered. He crouched, placed a hand on the ground, and focused, trying to sense the faintest tremor. Then, activating his wind pursuit spell, he bolted forward, racing across the open plains. The enemy wasn't far. Based on the trail, they were heading toward wide, open terrain, exposed but fast-moving. Suddenly, arrows sliced through the air. Jean dodged without slowing. Run Candle Cadet spotted, a man yelled. His name was Mill. Capture him. Jean didn't stop. He unsheathed his sword, channeling mana into the blade, and struck back with explosive force. Up on a ridge, an older man watching the skirmish gasped. He's using magic? A Run Candle using magic? Mill cursed. Forget capturing him. Kill him. He lunged, but Jin's counterstrike blasted him backward. The old man, shocked, barked orders. Keep your distance. He summoned fire magic and shot a chain of flames toward Jean, trying to trap his arm. At the same moment, Mill recovered and rushed from behind. Jean twisted, his sword cleaving straight through the flames, and stopping Mill's attack dead in its tracks. The old man growled, frustrated. Fine. If fire won't work, how about ice? He cast again, but Jin's blade shattered the ice on contact. Stunned, the mage mumbled. He broke it, just like that. Jean didn't wait. He charged forward, muttering a curse under his breath. Kinzello. He was already piecing things together. These attackers didn't bother covering their tracks. Too confident. Too green. He figured they were traveling together by carriage, organized under a rigid chain of command. That meant the loot, Mesa, was probably with a higher-ranking member. That was good. Higher ranks meant more discipline. They'd keep Mesa alive for now. Jean glanced at his map. They were nearing Beastman territory, and Kinzello's base couldn't be far. Time to stir the hornet's nest. If he played this right, he could create just enough chaos to pull Mesa out alive. Jean cast a fire spell, sending flames roaring through the forest. The chaos would serve as the perfect distraction. As the inferno spread, the Kinzello camp erupted into panic. Someone shouted, "Fire! We got a fire!" Their leader stormed out, livid. What the hell is going on? Where did this come from? Put it out, you fools. He barked at the magicians, yelling at them to douse the flames with water or ice spells. Move, before everything burns. From the shadows, Jean watched it all unfold. The man shouting orders. He was clearly in charge. A younger member nearby panicked as the fire refused to die down. This was no accident. Someone set this on purpose, he yelled. Find who did it. Bring more magicians. Seizing the moment, Jean struck. He took out one of the spellcasters with a swift blow, then slipped quietly into the main building. Inside, it was oddly silent. He moved quickly, eyes scanning every corner. Then he saw it, a trapdoor on the floor. Jean opened it and descended into the basement. There she was, Mesa Milcano, bound and sitting against the wall. She looked up in shock. You shouldn't be here, she said urgently. It's too dangerous. Jean knelt beside her, cutting the ropes. Don't worry about me. Can you walk? I think so, she answered, though she didn't sound confident. Running might be hard. That's fine, Jean said. I'll help you. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from above. Jean paused, listening. Mesa reached for his arm. Wait, promise me something, she whispered. Not now, Jean replied firmly. Stay quiet. But she didn't stop. If things get bad, you have to leave me behind. Jean didn't respond. He pulled at her feet. Let's move. Mesa gave a slight nod, and they climbed out. Outside, the scene had shifted. Smoke and fire blanketed the area. But this wasn't just from Jin's spell. Something else had torn through the camp. Jean scanned the wreckage, and then he saw it. A wolf-like figure standing in the midst of the destruction. Quajito Truca, a warrior of the White Wolf tribe. Despite her weakened state, Mesa stepped forward, ready to fight. Go, she said to Jean. I'll handle him. Before she could make a move, Quajito struck. She dropped to the ground, unconscious in an instant. He looked down at her and sneered. If you can't even put out a fire, you're not fit to live. Jin's expression hardened. Are you the one responsible for this? He demanded. Quajito turned to him. I am. Jin straightened. I am Jin Runcandle, son of Chiron Runcandle. Name yourself, warrior of the Beastmen. A glint of recognition passed through Quajito's eyes. So, you're Runcandle spawn. A few days before the Jin Kingdom mission starts at the Runcandle family house, our boy is standing there holding his sword. He tightens his grip, and right then someone comes from behind and shoves him, calling him an idiot. Our boy slams forward, and the man with giant teeth starts scolding him. He tells him he must have a death wish because he already warned him that he's not skilled enough. If he releases the sword again, the shadow energy will poison him. If he doesn't want to die coughing up dust from shadow energy overdose, he better stop trying to awaken that sword. The man grabs his collar, and our boy quickly says he got it. The scene shifts. Our boy is standing there when someone calls out Runcandle. Then a voice says today is the day everything changes, the day their most valuable hunt finally happens. He introduces himself as Quajito Truca, a warrior from the Truca family of the White Wolf tribe, a tribe born for battle and slaughter. A fully evolved White Wolf tribesman is no joke, easily a 6-star warrior at minimum. The White Wolf tribe hates the Runcandle family because their first patriarch once invited the tribe's god, the great White Wolf Javier, and then killed him. Our boy thinks he won't be able to run away with Mesa if he tries. Quajito, the giant white wolf man with the axe, suddenly yells that he will offer him to Javier and bring the god's tormented soul peace. Then he tells our boy to choose. Accept an honorable duel or die shredded after running away like a coward. Our boy grips his sword and says he will fight honorably. The White Wolf's eyes turn bright yellow, and he shouts that it's good to see a Runcandle who knows honor. He raises his hammer and slams it down, declaring they will fight for victory. The White Wolf charges, smashing the hammer into the ground and unleashing shockwaves. Our boy rushes forward too. The White Wolf grips his hammer tightly and crashes it down while our boy braces with his sword. His eyes widen in fear when the White Wolf's power surges toward him, but he manages to block it with all the strength he can muster. He realizes this guy is definitely from the White Wolf tribe, because just blocking him is pushing him to his limits. Their weapons clash again and again, releasing bursts of energy everywhere. Our boy thinks he still has a chance because he has a secret card his enemy knows nothing about. He considers using his sister's pendant magic or his shadow energy, but the pendant is too precious to waste on someone like this. Using magic isn't smart either, because 4-star magic won't break through a White Wolf warrior's defenses. And if anyone from the clan is investigating Kinzello nearby, a guardian knight would sense the magic instantly. That would expose him for breaking clan taboos. Their weapons keep clashing with heavy force. Our boy decides that only shadow energy is left. As the White Wolf raises the hammer for another massive strike, our boy releases his sword and blocks the attack head-on. He slams his hands into the ground, igniting flames. The White Wolf comments that it's a good sword technique and says it's nothing like the black swords the Runcandles are famous for, but admits our boy is stronger than he looks. Then he unleashes another huge burst of energy, shaking the whole place. Our boy pushes himself, trying to remember the feeling he had the night he released his sword. The White Wolf shouts that this is the end for the Runcandle boy, and that he'll offer both him and his white sword to Javier. Our boy stares at him as blue energy starts spreading. He forces himself to recall the sensation. The White Wolf suddenly widens his eyes in surprise as our boy steps toward him with both hands on his sword. The wolf tries attacking, yelling with all his might, but our boy thinks about how he never understood why his family's black sword was so legendary until recently. He strikes the White Wolf, seriously injuring him. The wolf yells in shock, asking what he just did. Our boy thinks it was a good fight. He finishes the White Wolf, ending it there. The scene cuts to the mountains. Our boy is standing, breathing hard. His shadow screams loudly, calling him a useless bastard and an idiot who doesn't understand his own situation. It calls him a shame of the clan despite being born from the same womb. Now the shadow appears in a shape and asks our boy what he expected after trying to release his sword with barely any shadow energy. It asks if he's going to just collapse from the shadow energy intoxication. It tells him to stand, because if he loses himself, now it's all over. Our boy, still wobbling, tries to grab his sword. The dead black beast reminds him he already knows what he has to do. He bites down hard, forcing himself to focus. Shadow energy bursts out of him, blue light mixing with green as blood starts dripping. He thinks the surrounding shadow energy is washing his own power away, making it impossible to release shadow energy properly. He refuses to let that happen again. He tries once more, yelling into the ground. He tells himself to stay calm, take a breath, and push through. Suddenly, all the pain vanishes, which makes him uneasy. His body feels normal, but also overloaded with shadow energy, like he's stuffed full of it. He checks himself and decides he can still move. He needs to go get Misa back. He hears a voice and asks who's there. Someone steps out, begging him not to kill them. Our boy asks if he's from Kinzello. Turns out he's not. He introduces himself as Semberville from the Gene Kingdom's Ville family. Our boy realizes this is the person he was ordered to find. He says he's Gene Runcandle and was sent to search for him. Sember freaks out, repeating Runcandle in shock. Our boy thinks he had completely forgotten about the mission because he was so caught up with Kinzello and honestly feels a little bad for the guy since he seems genuinely relieved. With Mesa Milcano slung over his back, Gene shrugs off the gratitude. Don't thank me. I'm just doing what I was assigned to do. He glances around. Let's head back. But first, how'd you end up getting caught by Kinzello? Sember hesitates. It's a bit complicated. I followed someone here, someone I thought was my lover. Gene raises an eyebrow. You ran off together? No, she died. 2 years ago, Sember says quietly. But the woman I saw, she looked exactly like her. Same voice, same face. Even the 2 moles on her wrist, everything was the same. I know how it sounds, but I'm sure it was her. He pauses, thinking. It could have been Bear Gaston's doing. That guy's a master of transformation magic. Maybe Kinzello used her to lure me, then kidnapped me for ransom. That name, Bear, sparks something in Gene. It's the second time he's encountered the sorcerer's traces since leaving Stormcastle at 10 years old. The more he thinks about it, the more off this whole thing feels. He clenches his fist. I need to find Bear. Talk to him myself. Conveniently, Bear's hideout is in the Kirano Principality's capital, right where Gene needs to be for his intermediate training. Thanks for listening, Sember says with a respectful nod. Gene gives a small one in return. Reinforcement from the main family should be arriving soon. Head back with them. Wait, did you call on the Guardian Knights just for me? Sember asks. Gene shakes his head. No, they're here for Mesa. Still, Sember bows deeply. I won't forget this. If you ever need anything, I'm in your debt. I'll remember that, Gene replies. Later, Gilly greets Gene with a warm smile. Well done, young master. First mission completed. Thanks, Gene replies modestly. You must be exhausted. I prepared a bath for you. Gene nods in approval. Efficient as always. But before he can relax, a familiar voice cuts in. Gene, it's Muraken, smirking as usual. Gene moves to pat the dragon on the head. Big mistake. Muraken chomps down on his hand. Ow, Gene yells, instinctively hurling Muraken against the wall. The dragon crashes with a thud, cackling like it's all a big joke. Gilly rushes over. Please don't throw animals, young master. Though I suppose Muraken is a dragon. Rubbing his hand, Gene glares. What was that for? Muraken's tone shifts. Are you crazy? I've warned you over and over. Stop using the shadow energy release like that. You trying to kill yourself? Gene tries to explain. Just let me. But Muraken transforms in a flash, grabbing Gene by the collar. What's more important than the life of Saldus' last contractor? Gilly steps in again, calm and collected. The young master just finished his first mission. Let's not forget that. Muraken freezes, realization dawning, then gasps. The strawberry pie. I forgot the pie. Gene and Gilly just stare. It's a serious crisis. Muraken insists. Gene lets out a sigh, clearly not in the mood to argue about dessert. Yeah, the pie's a tragedy. Let's talk about something that matters. Muraken's playful demeanor vanishes. His gaze drops to the pendant around Jin's neck. That thing, you treating it like some trinket? It's not for show. That artifact is your emergency lifeline, not jewelry to swing around. Gene brushes the pendant lightly. I know what it is, but it might come in handy when I'm up against real threats. Muraken's eyes flash. Handy? You call that a waste. Gene hesitates. Muraken doesn't hold back. You absolute fool. Do you even get what you've done? Your shadow energy didn't just grow, it exploded. You're sitting at mid-4 stars now. That jump isn't just unusual, it's dangerous. Jin's taken aback. I felt the surge, but I didn't know it went that far. To make his point, he raises a hand. Saldus' magic flickers to life, glowing steadily. I should probably thank Solder, he mutters. Muraken scoffs. You think that's a win? Shadow energy intoxication isn't some game. Out of the 11 who've lived through it, 9 died later from the aftermath. That leaves 2. Gene raises a brow. One of them must have been the founder, right? Muraken shakes his head. Wrong. It was me. Timar wouldn't have lasted long enough to be called a legend. Gene gives a casual shrug and smirks. Guess that makes us the same breed, huh? He stretches, then turns away. Anyway, I'm not planning to go through that again. I'll clean up first. The pie can wait. Gilly chuckles softly and excuses herself to prepare his food, leaving Muraken to grumble to himself, his stomach clearly not over the mention of pie. Meanwhile, back at Runcandle territory, and Runcandle, the 9th flag bearer, furrows her brow as she schemes through a report. This says Gene beat a White Wolf tribe warrior? No chance. Mayu, the 8th flag bearer, laughs. Maybe if the guy was a bandit wearing fur, but an actual white wolf? He just became a 3-star knight and folds her arms. Unless the wolf was unusually weak. Maybe, barely. Their conversation is overheard. Daytona and Haytona run candle stroll up. Haytona crosses his arms, clearly irritated. Whatever Jean is, he's not strong enough for that. Beating a white wolf isn't the issue. It's that this puts him in the intermediate class. Daytona lowers his voice. Still, what if he actually did kill the guy? Haytona snaps back. Doesn't matter. The real problem is what happens next. If he enters that class, it's over for us. Haytona clenches his jaw. It's grim. I won't lie. Mayu rolls her eyes. You two whispering like scared children. Worried about baby brother joining your class. She smirks. Come on, blockheads. At least try to act subtle. The twins protest immediately. We're not scared of him. And steps forward, eyes sharp. Stop lying. I hate liars more than anything. You don't want to know what I'd do to a lying mouth. The air goes tense. Cornered, Daytona and Haytona finally admit it. They're nervous about Jean. And smiles coldly. Good. Now we're being honest. She leans in. Want help? The twins exchange a look. What kind of help? I'll lend you some of my sisters, she says casually. Use a few cadets from the intermediate class. Let's make sure Jean doesn't get too comfortable. Haytona leans back, mulling over Anne's proposal. The intermediate class isn't a place for hesitation. It's survival of the fittest. A brutal hierarchy of 3 to 5-star knights, some fresh to the rank, others with a decade of training under their belts. And smirks. Mayu and I, we've been picking out cadets from that class for years. They follow our orders, more like servants than students. You two should do the same. Most of them aren't exactly fond of Jean either. Her voice drops slightly. But if you mess it up, don't expect me to clean up the fallout. Elsewhere, Jean rubs a towel through his damp hair, lost in thought. His first mission was a success. That alone earned him entry into the intermediate class. His shadow energy now burns at 4 stars, progress. But he knows it's not enough. To stand at the top, he must hit 6 stars in swordsmanship within 5 years. Reaching 6 stars would make him notable. 7, a master. But those levels only shine among the average. True greatness starts at 8 stars. Rarer still are the 9 and 10-star wielders. Fewer than 100 exist across the entire continent. Home to 2 billion souls. And above them all, 1, the Celestial Knight. The only person to ever break past even the 10th star. A legend bordering on myth. Jean leans back on the sofa, eyes focused. In this life, he doesn't just want to reach that level. He wants to surpass it. But first, he has to survive what's coming. The intermediate class is nothing like the basic one. Back there, everyone was young, green, and similar in skill. There was room for camaraderie. That's gone now. Here, everyone's out for themselves. Siblings or not. They'll do whatever it takes to stay on top. Jean clenches his fist. The only path forward is to dominate through force. Later, Jean stands outside his mother's room. He knocks once. Come in, she calls, not looking up from her writing. She glances at him with a soft smile. I heard about your first mission. Nicely done. Thank you, Mother. She sets down her pen. Pedro told me you refused the new room I arranged. She explains. The room isn't just any space. It's traditionally reserved for children considered potential heirs to the patriarch's seat. No one stayed there since Joshua, the eldest, moved out of it. She looks at Jean. I want you to have it. Jean bows slightly. I'm grateful, but I'd rather stay where I am. A pause. Why, she asks. It's a fine room, Jean says calmly. But it doesn't mean anything to me. Too luxurious for my taste. In the end, it's just a room. She studies his face. Are you sure? I am, he replies resolute. She nods, motioning for him to leave. Once he's gone, she sits quietly. Is it a lack of ambition? She murmurs. Or does he have so much ambition he saw through the gesture entirely? She glances toward the empty room. Symbolic, powerful, and dangerous. A space reserved for the child destined to lead. Giving it to Jean would have rallied support, but also painted a target on his back. She smiles faintly. He figured out. Smart boy. Now she's watching closely, curious to see how he'll handle what comes next. In the intermediate class, power isn't enough. It's a game of allies, enemies, and strategy. Jean Runcandle stands tall before his former beginner class cadets, his voice firm. From today on, you're part of my faction, he declares. You'll be mocked, harassed, but let them come. I won't tolerate it for long. He looks each of them in the eye. Once I take full control of the intermediate class, it stops. He gives a final instruction. Never move alone. Always groups of 3, even outside training. Understood. Their voices ring out together, loud and unwavering. Yes, a commanding presence soon takes the field. Zed Runcandle, Jin's uncle and a knight of 8 stars, steps forward with a piercing gaze. This year, 10 new recruits have entered the intermediate class, he announces. 27 have dropped out. Take that as a warning. He turns to the newcomers. Learn from your seniors. His tone sharpens. My only role here is to teach you how to swing a sword and test how well you can use it. Everything else, settle yourselves. Short of murder, anything goes. Then to the senior cadets, Zed raises a hand. Say it. Without missing a beat, they chant as one, voices laced with cruelty. Run Candle does not need the weak. The words hang heavy in the air. Gene doesn't flinch, but he finds the scene sickening. Scanning the crowd, he spots the Tana brothers, Daytona and Haytona, standing beside a cadet who seems far too comfortable in the group. Gene narrows his eyes. That one's been recruited, he thinks. And no doubt, with help from Un and Mayu. It's clear. The brothers plan to crush the morale of the newcomers. They're about to learn how wrong they are. Here comes the reckless one. Daytona mutters, noticing Gene walking straight toward them. But the memory of his older sisters backing him gives him a false sense of security. Gene stops in front of Kajin Romero, the senior cadet allied with the brothers. Before anyone can react, Gene draws his sword in one fluid motion. Slash. Kajin reels back, clutching his bleeding arm. Gasps echo around the courtyard. Gene doesn't blink. Someone get him patched up, he says flatly. Daytona stares, stunned. Are you insane? Why would you just? Gene ignores him. You, he says, locking eyes with Kajin. What's your name? Kakajin Romero. The cadet stammers. Do you know why I cut you? Before Kajin can respond, Daytona steps forward, sword drawn. He did nothing. You're attacking people without cause. Gene turns slowly. Can't you see I'm having conversation? Duel me later if it bothers you. For now, keep quiet. Haytona charges in next, shouting, How dare you injure one of our cadets? Gene meets him with a smirk. Oh, was he one of yours? Must have slipped my notice, he says coldly. I struck him because I saw it. Clear as day. Bloodlust. He intended to ambush me. The crowd falls silent. Even Zed raises an eyebrow, now recognizing Jin's play for what it truly is. By taking down Kajin in public, someone openly tied to the Tana faction, Jin hasn't just thrown a punch. He's made a statement. This wasn't some outburst. It was a power move. A classic Run Candle opening move in the game of dominance. Jin steps forward. I'm Gene Run Candle. You know my name. You know my blood. He scans the crowd. You're free to point your swords at me. Try to ambush me like you did. But understand this. He lifts his blade, its edge still slick with Kajin's blood. If I sense even a flicker of hostility, I won't hesitate. His voice cuts through the silence. You'll end up just like him. The air tightens as Zed Run Candle steps forward, his mere presence silencing the courtyard. Eyes locked on Gene, he calls out, loud and sharp. Gene Run Candle, 13th child of the patriarch. Do you really believe you have the right to act so boldly in front of me? Gene doesn't flinch. Yes, I do. Zed's eyes narrow to slits. And why is that? Without hesitation, Gene answers, because this isn't just about the Tana brothers. I've got a score to settle with you two. Zed leans in slightly, voice low and edged like a drawn blade. Explain. Depending on what you say next, I might cut off your head right here. Gene speaks plainly. What I did wasn't reckless. It was hazing, yes, but deliberate. I knew there'd be backlash. I welcomed it. He meets Zed's gaze. Establishing dominance in this class isn't optional. It's survival. Zed folds his arms. You're causing a mess. That alone annoys me. But you're not wrong. He gives a begrudging nod. You're playing by the Run Candle rules, even if your way is messy. Then, eyeing him sharply, Zed asks, if your problem's with me, why didn't you come at me directly instead of striking a cadet? Gene doesn't hesitate. Because I'm not strong enough to take you down yet. If I thought I had a chance, you'd be the one bleeding. Zed studies him for a long moment. So you know you're weak, but still provoke a war. That's either foolish or arrogant. Or maybe you think your father's name will shield you. Gene shakes his head. Standing still just because I'm outmatched? That's not the Run Candle way. Life can end in a second. But honor? That sticks. Zed chuckles. It's not warm. That kind of logic is ridiculous. But the corner of his mouth twitches. Still, you've got guts. Stupid guts, but Run Candle guts. He turns back to the watching cadets. Remember what you saw here? He commands. This is what it means to carry the Run Candle name. Madness. Power. Obsession with the sword. You want to survive? Fight like your life depends on it. Because it does. He gestures toward the field. Training begins tomorrow. Don't be late. Yes, sir, the cadets shout in unison. As they disperse, Daytona and Haytona hang back, their eyes full of fury. Gene meets their glare without blinking. Your older siblings might back you now, he says evenly, but they won't always be around. Think ahead. Every move has a cost. He walks past, leaving the twins simmering. Later that night, Gene returns to his quarters. He sets his sword on the rack as Gilly greets him. You're back early, she says puzzled. I started a war, Gene replies simply. Gilly freezes. With the Tana brothers? Jean nods. Cut down one of their cadets. Turns out he's part of my sister's faction. Gilly's eyes widen. They're flag bearers, Jean. Interfering with you like this breaks every unspoken rule. That kind of power play doesn't start until you become one of them. I know, he says, but I take it as a compliment. Gilly tilts her head. How so? They're breaking the rules because they're scared. It means I'm becoming a threat. He smirks faintly. And thanks to one slip of the tongue from Daytona, that injured cadet, he's now publicly tied to my side. Gilly lets out a slow breath. Then I guess your war's already working. Jean leans back, the tension fading just slightly. It's only the beginning. Jean leans back in a chair, deep in thought. If an MIU want to hit me hard, he says, they'll probably start messing with my assignments. Rig the teams. Send me on missions that could cripple or kill. He shrugs. But there's a catch. They'll want me alone for most of those. Gilly raises an eyebrow. Solo missions? Exactly, Jean replies. No witnesses. No backup. No one to hold me back. A grin creeps onto his face. That's the best part. I'll be free to go all out. No restrictions. Gilly nods slowly, seeing the logic. If that's how they play it, it might just be your best chance to build your reputation. I should thank them, really, Jean says with a chuckle. They're handing me every opportunity one need to prove myself. Then, with mock seriousness, he adds, maybe I'll take a cat with me. Definitely not Murakin, though. Murakin looks up from where he's lounging. Oh, and what's so important that you're leaving me behind? Jean smirks. You'll find out later. For now, lay low. It's not your time to shine. Murakin snorts. TCH, fine, but I better be involved when things get interesting. Of course, Jean replies, casual as ever. Gilly quietly acknowledges. Understood. Later, Zed Runcandle summons Jean, Haytona, and Daytona. Their destination, a hidden training ground known only to pure-blood Runcandle. This place, Zed says, is a privilege, but don't expect it to be easy. Everything here is earned with pain. The three respond as one. Yes, sir. Zed begins. Our swordsmanship doesn't follow the rules of other clans. No fixed forms, no locked techniques. He paces slowly as he speaks. The foundation of Runcandle swordsmanship is power. Raw, overwhelming, unforgiving. We take what we want. That's our principle. He adds, there are secret techniques, but only flag bearers are allowed to learn them. Jean listens in silence, mind drifting for a moment. And then may you just keep adding to my list of problems. Zed suddenly turns and asks, why do you think our sword style acts form? Jean answers without hesitation. Because our bodies and talents are unique. The style adapts to the individual. Zed nods approvingly. Exactly. Our bloodline is blessed. You've been given strength beyond the ordinary. Even with differences, you're all exceptional. He walks over and hands each of them a steel orb. These are called clear rocks. Jean inspects his. It's heavy, solid, and filled with steel fragments. Zed continues. These orbs can produce 3 distinct sounds when struck. Listen carefully. He strikes one. Clang. The sound is jarring. Daytona and Haytona wince, covering their ears. Zed strikes again. Ding! A soft, clean chime rings out. Force matters, he explains. Hit too soft, and the sound is muddled. But with precision and strength, something beautiful emerges. Jin's mind works quickly. Strength, focus, control, mental discipline. This training's more complex than it looks. He narrows his eyes. But this seems tame for something labeled special. Zed holds up the clear rock once more. Now the third sound. Jean leans forward slightly. What could it be? Zed lifts the clear rock high and slams it down with devastating force. Crack. A sharp rattle echoes from inside the steel ball. Jin's eyes widen. No, it's about to blow. Without a second thought, he lunges forward, shoving Haytona and Daytona to the ground. Get down. Boom. The clear rock shatters, sending metal shards and dust flying through the air. Silence follows. Then coughing. Haytona lifts his head, dazed. What was that? Zed casually dusts off his sleeves, smirking. A proper reaction. Well done, Jean. He glances down at the wreckage. If you hit the clear rock too hard, he explains, it explodes. Zed's voice hardens. You're the first in years to walk away without a scratch. The last was Luna. He lets the words hang in the air. For everyone else, the lesson came with blood. Jean stands steady, taking it in. He hadn't expected the training to be this brutal, but this is what it means to be Runcandle. And deep down, he feels a flicker of pride. Zed steps forward. Now that you understand the danger, let's begin. During the training, Jean raises a hand. How did Luna manage to avoid the explosion? Zed turns his head, a glint in his eye. You sure you want to hear it? The answer crushed your siblings. I can take it, Jean replies. Zed shrugs. She didn't dodge it. She took the blast, full force, and walked away without a mark. That's resilience. Jean goes quiet. No tricks. No escape. Just sheer durability. Zed sets a new challenge. Your task is simple. Strike the clear rock. Again and again. Until you can produce that perfect tone. Every time, under any condition. Understood, he asks. The three respond as one. Yes, sir. Elsewhere, Luna Runcandle sits quietly in her room, a book open on her lap. Her nanny enters with a tray. Your tea, Lady Luna. As she sets it down, she brings up their earlier conversation. It's about the sibling who tried to assassinate young Master Jean, isn't it? Luna nods. You still believe it might have been Mayu, Orin? I do, Luna replies. They've been keeping Jean boxed in for years. But trying something inside Storm Castle? That's almost suicidal. The nanny agrees. If your father ever found out, it'd tear the family apart. It's too risky, even for them. Luna sets her book aside. I wondered if Jean misread something. He was only 10. Maybe it was fear, not fact. She trails off. But the way he acted around me, it wasn't just awkwardness. It was fear, like he thought I could kill him at any second. The room falls silent. Keep investigating, she says softly. I don't care how long it takes. 5 years and still nothing. That silence feels dangerous. She glances at the window. I'm over 30 now. Maybe I worry too much. She smiles faintly. I wonder how he's doing. The nanny raises an eyebrow. You mean Lord Zed's training? Luna nods. He should be feeling the pressure from Mind's Eye by now. And those clear rocks aren't exactly gentle. She pauses. But he's probably fine. Watching someone grow, that's rare. And beautiful. The next day, 4 hours into the session, Jean is soaked in sweat, every breath burning. He grits his teeth. This is the worst thing I've ever done. Zed finally calls for a break. 5 minutes. Don't waste it. Jean slumps against the wall, gasping. At first, he thought this was all about control and focus. But now, he can feel it, something else. This isn't just about precision. It's about amplifying destructive aura. Pure, overwhelming force. Jean tightens his grip around the steel ball, sweat dripping from his brow. Zed shattered this thing without even using aura, pure muscle. That kind of raw strength wasn't something Jean was born with. But he had something else. If I can't break it with force, then I'll do it with control. Precision. Aura. He steadies his breath, reminding himself that even in his past life, his idiotic brothers had mastered this training eventually. There's no reason he can't surpass them now. Zed watches from a distance, his sharp gaze tracking every movement. Of the three, Jean stands out. Focused. Relentless. No wasted motion. Zed doesn't say it aloud, but the thought lingers. He might just beat Luna's record. He steps beside Jean and breaks the silence with a dry comment. Watching you all flail around is almost sad. Jean doesn't react, but replies evenly. Should I remind the others not to bother showing up tomorrow if they plan to drop halfway? Zed smirks faintly. The Tana twins are hanging in longer than I expected. Not bad for a couple of punks. He suddenly sits down, glancing up at the sky. You know, I was the youngest too. If I'd been born 10 years earlier, I could have had the full power of the Runcandle name backing me. His voice trails off with a rare note of regret. 1 month later, March 1795. At the Intermediate Cadet Training Facility, a brown-haired boy steps forward, holding a scroll. Listen up, he calls out. Time for your first mission assignments. He unrolls the scroll and begins. First mission, rookie escort duty. Public Blacksmith Association. Houston invading, you're up. He skips down the list, pausing dramatically before continuing. Third mission, subjugation mission. Orc hunting. Unguarded zones. Hirano Principality. He reads the names. Mesa, Bellup, Scud, Tymant, Kiko, Jusin, Eddington, Sierra, Pills, and David. 10 cadets in total. He rolls the scroll shut. Orcs move in packs. If you're not ready, you'll be corpses. Pedro will brief you on the details. Good luck. You'll need it. Off to the side, Daytona frowns. Isn't this too much for beginners? The brown-haired boy laughs. They'll probably come crawling back half dead. Someone else adds with a cold chuckle. Better prepare incense and coffins now. Kajin Romero joins in. Hey, it's not too late to write your wills. A girl nearby snickers. Maybe ask young Master Jean to rescue you in advance. Tymon's face hardens. What was that supposed to mean? Mesa quickly steps in. Tymon, drop it. We got a mission coming. No internal fights. But Tymon isn't done. They insulted the young master. Mesa lowers her voice. And the best way to shut them up? Complete the mission. Succeed. That's how you prove your worth. The others fall silent, the weight of her words landing hard. Back in the training yard, Haytona Runcandle strikes the steel ball again. Crack. It explodes, the sound ringing through the air. Haytona moves aside, but not fast enough. A sharp fragment hurtles past and grazes Jin's arm. Jean, you okay? Haytona asks, alarmed. Jean glances at the cut and brushes it off. I'm fine, but maybe take a few steps back next time. Haytona exhales in relief. Right, I'll be more careful. Jean nods and goes still for a moment. That last explosion, it wasn't just the sound or the impact. He'd felt something else. A strange clarity, like watching an iron bead carve its path through the air. A trajectory, clean, sharp, unmistakable. It was like seeing an arrow in flight before it even moved. Someone walks in and calls for attention, and their uncle steps forward, announcing that a mission has been assigned. Haytona and Daytona instantly get yelled at just for mentioning that it's an event. Daytona complains that the mission is in the Beeman Empire, and that he already feels nauseous and exhausted just thinking about it. Haytona adds that he hates wearing banquet clothes because they're too tight and stuffy. Their uncle gives a sarcastic condolence to his nephews and reminds them that thanks to the rest of their brothers, they don't have to dance at the Imperial Party. But even if it's technically an event, he warns them not to sigh again during a mission. He threatens that if they show attitude one more time, he'll make them wish they were dead. Both boys shout their apologies on the spot. Meanwhile, our boy thinks to himself that Sister May and Sister and are being way too harsh by sending their clueless brothers to a social event in the Beeman Empire as punishment. Their uncle continues explaining that this is a big event that even Runcandle can't easily decline. He tells them powerful people will be attending for entertainment and that they should go observe and learn. They all agree. Then the uncle says he has something for the youngest as well. Our boy steps up and says he's ready. The uncle explains that the boy's task is a VIP assassination. The target is one of Talaris's many lovers. He asks the boy if he knows about the Ice Palace and its master. The Ice Palace is a massive tower built over the western sea of the continent, owned by the Grand 51st Master, Talaris and Roma, also known as the Spider of the Abyss. She's infamous for being merciless toward anyone who harms her lovers. The Ice Palace is an independent force outside the control of Runcandle or Zipple. The uncle reminds him that he already has reports describing how strong the Ice Palace and its master are. Then the uncle reveals the target's name, Alcaro Chandra, who is currently being escorted by Ice Palace people and staying in the lawless zone of Mummet. Daytona and Haytona shout in shock when they hear the name of the place and repeat Mummet like it's cursed. Haytona whispers that if it's in Mummet, then the Guardian Knights there will definitely give them trouble. At that moment, our boy raises his hand to ask something. Daytona whispers to Haytona that this mission seems too much for the youngest, even if he's talented. Our boy asks if the clients are the Chandra family and if they seriously want their own child killed. The uncle confirms it and explains that the family tried everything to bring Alcaro back, but nothing worked. They must have decided that killing him is better than letting a family secret leak. The uncle asks the boy what he thinks about the mission and if he can do it. The boy says he will. The uncle wonders how he accepts it so easily. He assumes the boy already knows how dangerous the Ice Palace is and how deadly Mummet can be, yet he still doesn't hesitate. The boy thinks that if he had said the mission was unreasonable, he was about to say something else to the guards, but the uncle cuts in and says he likes his straightforwardness. He tells all three of them that they will leave in 2 days. Daytona and Haytona are shocked that their uncle actually allows the youngest to go to Mummet. The uncle says that since the boy is willing to go, there's no reason to stop him. Afternoon training is canceled, but they're told to keep up their personal training. They agree. Right after, Daytona calls out to the youngest Jean. Our boy looks back, and Daytona awkwardly suggests that if things get dangerous, he should reveal that he belongs to Runcandle so no one will dare to touch him. Jean looks surprised that they're worried about him. Daytona immediately denies it, saying they never said that. He claims they only care because if Jean dies, they won't get the chance to defeat him themselves. Jean smirks and tells his older brothers that before he returns, they should make a definite decision. Daytona and Haytona freeze and slowly turn their necks toward him. Jean reminds them to choose whether they like their older sister more or him. They stare at him in shock. The uncle steps in again and tells them to do exactly what the youngest says. He orders them to prepare properly and warns them not to challenge their little brother until they're strong enough. He ends by telling them that if they want long lives, they better not go against him carelessly. 2 days after Zed's warning shook the Runcandles, the spotlight shifts to Jean. He stands with Mesa and her team, ready to head off in different directions. Mesa glances at him, raising a brow. Your hair. Did you dye it? Jean nods. It's a disguise. Can't risk being spotted as a Runcandle. She gives a short nod. Makes sense. We all have our roles to play. Her group is gearing up for a subjugation mission, while Jin's path takes him elsewhere, via a separate teleportation gate. Even though she keeps her voice even, Jean catches the tension hanging in the air. Something bothering you? He asks. Mesa shakes her head. Just here to send you off. Jean blinks. It's not like we're parting for good. He straightens. Yeah, it's dangerous, but being scared won't help. Focus on the mission and stay sharp. His voice is steady, reassuring. He places a hand on Bellup Schmitz's shoulder. We'll meet again. Stay solid. Bellup nods. You too. Watch your back out there. Just before they leave, Gilly nudges Jean with a grin. Don't go collecting any cute companions while you're gone. Jean laughs. Don't worry. Just make sure you all take care of each other. Murakin, ever the loud one, chimes in, boasting about his strength. Jean quickly cuts him off. No showboating. We're in disguise for a reason. Mirakin grumbles under his breath, clearly annoyed, but Jean waves him off, confident in his team. Gilly sighs. With you two gone, it's going to be oddly peaceful around here. Treat it like a vacation, Jean says with a grin. I'll bring back a souvenir. Her smile fades. Just be careful. That mission, taking out the Ice Palace Master's lover in Mummet, is no joke. Jean brushes it off with a shrug. I've got this. Welcome to Mummet, a place so brutal, even the weeds won't grow. Tonk, loud and proud, stomps into the chaos. I'm back, he hollers, laughing as the scum of the city recognize him. At the same time, Jean slips in quietly, eyes scanning the mess. This was the heart of a lawless zone, and now everyone's staring at the stranger who just walked in like he owns the place. One man tosses a coin, eyeing Jean. Hey, newbie, food and water. A mustached thug catches the coin midair, sneering. This guy's got guts. Tonk swaggers over, sizing up Jean. You look like some kind of knight who lost his way. A star knight gone rogue. Then, with a smirk, he drops the insult. Why don't you kneel and lick my boots? Jean doesn't hesitate. In one smooth move, he pulls his blade and strikes. Tonk crumples. Silence. A bald outlaw lets out a laugh. Well, he's dead, another mutters. Knew someone would take that idiot out eventually. Jean doesn't even blink. This is Mummet. His master warned him. Only the insane survive here. To live, you got to prove you belong. As he watches Tonk's lifeless body, Jean silently remembers everything his master has done for him across 2 lifetimes. Someday he'll repay it all, but for now, he walks deeper into the madness. The real challenge has just begun. Jean takes a seat, and the mustache man soon returns with food, casually assuring him it's clean. No poison, he says with a smirk. Jean doesn't even flinch. Everyone knows poison's off limits in Mummet. Even I know that much. The man laughs, clearly amused. You're well informed. Got family around here. Jean shoots him glare. None of your business. Unbothered, the man leans in. Relax. Just making conversation. You here for drugs? Got some premium stuff, selling like crazy lately. Then, without missing a beat, he adds, or maybe you're looking for someone? Jean nods. I'm searching for someone named Hister. The man pauses, then shakes his head. That name's not ringing any bells. No one like that in Mummet. I know. Fair enough. Jean replies, unfazed. Know a decent place to stay? Somewhere without bugs. Try the Moonlight Well Inn. West Side. Real high-end spot. No need to pull the same stunt you did earlier. Place is filled with Mummet's big shots. At the Moonlight Well Inn, Jean steps into the sleek lobby, eyes sharp. His thoughts are locked onto one name, Alcaro Zanderer. The guy's no mystery. Jean knows the type. A spoiled noble brat, son of a count, pampered since birth. He chases attention, drowns himself in luxury, and avoids anything remotely difficult. The kind of coward who barks at the weak and grovels before the strong. But one thing puzzles Jean. Why would someone like Alcaro risk hanging around in a dump like Mummet? Then it clicks. It's about the Ice Palace Master. Alcaro's desperate to stay on her radar. But now that her eyes are on someone else, maybe he's trying to prove he's still worth her time, or maybe he's just spiraling. Jean remembers the talk of a new drug flooding the city. Wouldn't be a stretch to imagine Alcaro locked up somewhere, chasing his next fix. Still, someone like him won't be without protection. Storming him would be suicide. Jean decides to wait, watching quietly from the lobby. He doesn't have to wait long. A loud, obnoxious voice cuts through the room. Why don't I have it yet? You got it for me yesterday. Alcaro Zanderer, loud, furious, and impossible to miss, is berating one of his bodyguards. Jean observes calmly. Well, that was fast. The guard, trying to keep it together, explains that it's not about supply. They're just refusing to let him spiral further. Their job is to keep him alive, not feed his addictions. But Alcaro throws a fit. I'll die without it. Just one more dose. When they don't budge, he screams louder. When honey comes back, all your heads are gone. One of the guards sighs loudly. Big mistake. Alcaro snaps. You filthy peasants. You dare disrespect a Zanderer. That's the last straw. One guard clocks him square in the face. Alcaro stumbles, stunned into silence. The guard mutters, how long do we have to babysit this trash? Another joins him bitterly. He should just overdose already and save us the trouble. Even so, duty calls. One of them lifts Alcaro like dead weight. Stick to the mission. Protect him, no matter how much we hate it. And with that, they carry the pathetic noble away, leaving Jean with more answers and more questions. From his spot in the corner, Jean studies the situation carefully. The guard with Alcaro aren't just hired muscle. They're elite. 6-star martial artists, at least. Taking down Alcaro wouldn't be hard, but slipping away afterward? That's the real problem. Poison crosses his mind for a second, but no, that's a death sentence in Mummet. Even if the target dies quietly, the fallout would be loud enough to shake the entire city. He needs something cleaner, something loud, but with no fingerprints. Later, in his room at the Moonlight Well Inn, Gene works through the possibilities. A straight-up kill won't work. Not with that kind of protection and Alcaro's name attached. It has to look like someone else did it. Something powerful, chaotic, and untraceable. Then it hits him, spiritual energy. He's only a 4-star magician on paper, but by channeling his spiritual force, he can hit harder, 6-star level or more. The best part? Spiritual energy doesn't leave a magical signature. A lightning spell would be perfect, big, terrifying, and easy to pass off as a hit from outside. If he pulls it off, right, it'll look like a top-tier magician's work. He grins. It's risky, but bold enough to work. Meanwhile, outside the inn, Ceres and Dorma makes her way through Mummit's filthy streets, her guards in tow. Captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords and daughter of its master. She's got more important things to do than babysit a spoiled noble. How many men are guarding him? She asks. 6, one guard answers. Ceres sighs, already annoyed. That idiot again. Sorry you all have to deal with this mess. She brushes it off. Alcaro's Xanderer may be annoying, but he's not her concern today. She's here to deliver good news to her mother. That's the priority. But before she can say another word, boom, a blinding flash lights up the sky. Then a thunderous explosion shakes the ground. Ceres instantly looks toward the source. The Moonlight Well Inn. The scene opens with our boy placing his hand on the ground and saying that he's made up his mind. As he steps forward, he thinks to himself that he's going to terrorize the Moonlight Well from inside his own room using magic. Once he layers on his 4-star shadow energy, his destructive force will rise to the level of a 6-star magician. Magic at that level will immediately make everyone assume that only a high-ranking 6-star mage could pull it off. And seriously, who would ever imagine that a kid who's barely 15 could already reach 6 stars? Not even Veridin Zippel managed that easily. He just recently became a 6-star magician himself. Our boy also reminds himself that because of the special traits of shadow energy, there won't be any traces left behind. No magical residue means nobody will even consider suspecting him. He thinks that if he wants the attack to look like something coming from outside, then calling down a thunderbolt will get the job done. As he stands there, black energy suddenly starts rising from the ground. When he lifts his hand, the shadow energy begins to pour out. Black smoke spreads, darkness expands everywhere, and he's suddenly shocked by what he's seeing. He can't believe how wild the situation looks and thinks that no matter how he looks at it, this whole plan really does feel like a half-baked idea. He tightens his hand, and then layer after layer of energy starts forming one on top of the other. Heavy, dense power keeps building up. His hair begins to whip around in the wind created by the energy surrounding him. In his head, he commands the storm to summon lightning. Shadow energy bursts outward and starts wrecking everything in the area. People panic immediately. Everyone is running, trying to save themselves. Right then, the Ice Palace Master's daughter, Indorma, arrives. She sees the scene and is shocked, muttering that she definitely picked the wrong day to show up. The soldiers behind her look at the shaking stones and the exploding energy and assume this must be the work of a high-ranking magician holding a serious grudge against the Moonlight Well. Indorma considers that possibility, but also wonders if the attacker might be targeting the Ice Palace instead. She remembers they have 6 members staying at the inn, and on top of that, her mother's lover Alcaro is inside too. She decides they have to move and orders her guards to prioritize keeping their members alive no matter what happens to Alcaro. The guards respond with full understanding. As she moves closer toward the violently crackling energy, she sees people running and screaming in panic. The energy is slicing through the surroundings with sharp speed, spreading everywhere. Someone in the chaos shouts in frustration, accusing the boy and saying he killed a Zippel magician earlier, wondering if this is revenge. That comment is just a rumor spreading through the frightened crowd. The soldiers swear under their breath, and Indorma suddenly rushes forward, shouting for Hetton to wait. As she gets closer, the energy pressure slams outward with incredible force, making everything around them crack and collapse. Hetton steps forward, stunned, trying to understand what's happening. Indorma examines the destructive force and concludes that judging by the amount of power behind it, this attack looks like the final strike. Hetton replies respectfully, confirming her observation. Indorma then admits she only hopes the others inside are all safe. Inside the crumbling inn, Gene stands amidst the wreckage, catching his breath. That final blast drained everything. His entire reserve of spiritual energy gone. Still, it was worth it. The scale of destruction definitely 7-star level. He looks down at his pendant. It absorbed the brunt of the explosion and kept him intact. Lucky. Very lucky. Now, comes the hard part, getting out unseen. Gene scans the wreckage with sharp eyes. The Hidden Palace guards are alive, bruised but standing. But Alcaro? Nowhere. If he somehow survived, this chaos might be Jin's best shot at finishing the job. Before he can act, Ceres and her guards spot him. A boy his age, alone in the aftermath of a magical explosion? That doesn't go unnoticed. Ceres steps forward. Hey, are you all right? Jin nods, playing it cool. He hides his exhaustion, careful not to show any hint of involvement. You should get out of here, Ceres says quickly. It's not safe. He offers a quiet thanks and starts moving, already thinking several steps ahead. As the dust settles, Hetton jogs over to Ceres with an update. All our men have been located. Minor injuries, but everyone made it. Good, she replies. Then, casually, if anyone's still guarding Alcaro, tell them to kill him. Hetton raises an eyebrow, but doesn't question it. He relays the order. Ceres watches the destruction around her, narrowing her eyes. The damage from the blast all bears the same magical signature. That means one mage did it all. If you find whoever did this, she tells her team, capture them. Alive. Hetton nods. Understood. Jin, hearing every word, connects the dots. Ceres and her group had come for Alcaro. So if he's really dead, there's no reason to check the body. The mission's done, but a new problem surfaces. Ceres has seen his face. If she remembers him, things could get tricky. Jin pulls his hood lower, shifts his posture, and melts into the panicked crowd. Moments later, a guard rushes over with confirmation. Alcaro Zanderer is dead. We failed to protect him. Instead of outrage, Ceres lets out a breath of relief. Finally, some good news. She turns to the guards. You've done enough. I came here to end your assignment. Thank you for enduring that brat as long as you did. Then she lifts her sword high, voice rising above the crowd. The hidden palace now controls this inn. Heads turn. Whispers spread. I am Ceres Indorma, daughter of Talaris and captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords. Anyone who opposes us will be treated as an enemy of the Hidden Palace. The crowd doesn't take kindly to that. One man sneers, this is Mummet. The king's rule here, not you. Another adds, maybe that explosion was aimed at you. Ever think of that? Ceres doesn't hesitate. She draws her blade and cuts both men down without a word. The gasps are instant. No one dares step forward. Let that be a reminder, she says coldly. Defy us and you die. Then, turning to face the rest, she raises her voice again. Are Mummet's kings so foolish that they'd pick a fight with the Hidden Palace? If this was your doing, expect retaliation. If it wasn't, then you've allowed danger to reach us. Either way, what are you going to do about it? The pressure is suffocating. One of the kings finally speaks up. We'll find whoever did this. They won't live long. Ceres nods. I expected as much. Start with the survivors. Search for any sign of magical ability. After a quick sweep, the kings report back. None of them are mages. Ceres isn't surprised. Of course not. No real magician would stick around after pulling off something like that. She eyes the ruins one last time. This wasn't some grand plan. Most likely, one of your pests provoked the wrong person. Her voice turns ice cold. This is your last warning. Stop resisting the Hidden Palace. Fall in line, or fall. As Ceres scans the crowd, her gaze locks on a Jin, still hanging around. You, she calls out sharply. Why are you still here? Didn't I tell everyone to clear out? Jin quickly limps forward, putting on a shaky expression. Sorry, I got scared. My legs messed up. I couldn't move fast enough. Ceres raises an eyebrow, then lets out a short laugh. A swordsman, scared and limping? How charmingly pathetic. She shakes her head. But at least you're honest. I'll give you that. She kneels down, pulling out a first aid kit. Roll up your pants. Let's patch that up. As she applies ointment to the injury, she smirks. You're lucky, you know. Surviving an explosion and getting first aid from the one and only Ceres Indorma? That's a once-in-a-lifetime combo. Jean gives her a sheepish look. How can I ever repay you? She waves him off. Please, you couldn't repay me if you tried. Just take this as a treasured memory. Maybe bow toward the Hidden Palace once in a while. With a final wrap of the bandage, she rises to her feet. Take care, little swordsman. She walks away, her guards following close behind. Jean gives a casual wave, hiding the wave of relief beneath it. As her figure disappears into the distance, he smirks quietly to himself. Mission complete. A brutal thud hits the dirt. Scut slams down and Orkin grins. 18 down, he shouts proudly. Not far off, Timon stands over another corpse, breathing heavy but smiling. Looks like we might actually get through this without losing anyone. He looks to the team. Let's prove them wrong. Let's go home in one piece. Mesa Milcano steps in with a sharp tone. Don't jinx it. 7 are still unaccounted for. Her words snap them back into focus. The group nods in unison. Okay. Mesa glances around. The orcs, usually organized and swarming, are now scattered and alone. Easy targets. She murmurs. Maybe we really are blessed, or maybe this is young Master Jin's luck following us. Then she snaps at Scut. Stay sharp. We're not done. Watching from the shadows, Murakin counts under his breath. 7 left. Almost home free. But a few days earlier, this scene had been carefully arranged. Back then, Murakin stood before a crowd of orcs, voice low and lethal. From now on, you move alone. No more groups. If I catch you together, dead. Got it. The terrified orcs nodded quickly, then scattered without hesitation. Now, in the present, Murakin strolls through the forest, muttering to himself. Why am I always stuck with this crap? He sighs. Does being the damn 1,000-year contractor really mean he can order me around like a servant? He pauses, groans, then mutters, yeah, guess it does. Damn it. Perch on a branch. Murakin watches Mace's squad from above. No casualties. Thanks to me, of course. Jean better bring back a stack of comic books. But just as he's about to relax, something shifts. A strange pressure, dangerous, powerful, creeps into the area. Murakin tenses. Great. What now? In an instant, he shifts into his human form, scanning the forest. Whatever this is, it's not backing down. He glances at the others. 3-star strength. They won't notice. Good. He breathes deep, then spreads his magic wide, cloaking the area in shadows. No one else will feel it. Not if he can help it. As Bellup Schmitz walks through the area, he pauses, glancing up at the sudden gloom above. Is it about to rain? He mutters, confused. Hidden in the shadows, Murakin retreats to a more secure vantage point, shedding his human form. His massive dragon body coils through the trees, eyes locked on the presence, invading his space. Who dares show up uninvited? He growls, voice rumbling like thunder. But instead of a beast or sorcerer, a towering figure steps into view. Murakin's eyes widen. A cemetery giant, not a living creature, but an ancient relic. A guardian built to protect the graves of powerful beings, long thought wiped out by Murakin's own dragon clan over 2 millennia ago. The giant slowly kneels. Submission. Murakin narrows his eyes. He doesn't trust it. With a flick of his claw, he summons a dense orb of magical energy, then hurls it at the giant. The sphere detonates on impact, ripping the relic apart in a blinding blast. As the dust clears, all that's left is rubble. Murakin lands heavily, breathing hard. Been a while since I went all out. His limbs ache, a reminder of how long it's been since he used this much force. He scans the ruins, eyes settling on the shattered remains of the giant's shield. One detail stands out. This wasn't random. The zipples, he mutters. This was no coincidence. Still, he decides to keep it quiet for now. No need to worry Jean yet. Not unless it becomes unavoidable. Looking back once more at the wreckage, he lets out a dry laugh. If the kid keeps growing like this for another 10 years, we just might stand a chance. Elsewhere, Bubear Gaston, known as Transformer Bubear, stands before Lord Bishka Libriano, the vice leader of the revolutionary group Kinzello. We have a problem, Bubear begins. The cemetery giant, it's been destroyed. Bishka leans back in his chair, unfazed. I heard it fall during the night. Bubear's face tightens. It wasn't just destroyed. It was vandalized. That thing was our masterpiece. Bishka waves off the dramatics. And do you know who's responsible? He stands, voice low and sharp. The Dragon of Shadows. Bubear freezes. You're sure? I inspected the site myself. No doubt about it. Panic flickers across Bubear's face. Does this mean he's found us? Bishkal's gaze hardens. Maybe. Maybe not. But if he knows anything at all, we're in dangerous territory now. He paces, considering. For now, treat it as a warning. Keep an eye on the area. I'll send backup. Bishkal then adds, also, reach out to the Zippel family. It's time we had a conversation about what happens next. Back at Runcandle territory, the cadets stand at attention. Zed Runcandle faces them, his eyes briefly landing on Jean. He speaks. Jean Runcandle has returned from Mummet. A few cadets flinch at the name. Everyone knows Mummet isn't just dangerous. It's practically a death sentence. Zed continues. You all know who sent him there. And yet, not only did he return, he surpassed every expectation. That must have really stung for the flag bearers who hoped otherwise. Jean offers a respectful nod. Thank you, sir. Zed dismisses the group. The cadets respond in unison, then begin to break off. Nearby, Jean laughs and chats with his friends. Not far away, a hushed voice mutters to Kajin Romero. You heard the rumor, right? A magician blew up the inn where Jin's target was staying. A girl from the group pipes up. That guy's got ridiculous luck. Another shakes his head, frustrated. It's not fair. We've been grinding like crazy, and we're still stuck as intermediate cadets. But Jean? He's only a 4-star magician. And his team, the first guy snaps. They're all 3-star at best, and he still pulls this stuff off. He glares at Kajin. Are you seriously just going to sit there and watch this happen? Kajin exhales deeply, his tone flat. There's nothing we can do. Jin's a pure-blood Runcandle. Unless Lady Mayu or Ladian steps in, we just have to deal with it. But before they can continue whispering, Jean walks over. Sorry to interrupt, he says casually. I overheard everything. Kajin stiffens. There's no way. You were too far. I heard you. Jean replies simply, then changes the subject. How's your arm? Surprisingly, Kajin doesn't snap back. Healing well. Thanks for the clean cut. It made the reattachment easier. Jean nods. Glad to hear it. Sounded like you were having an interesting conversation. Kajin lets out a dry chuckle. We're just commoners. All we can really do is complain behind someone like you. I'm sure you get it. I don't. Jean replies unfazed. I'm not a flag bearer. I'm not even officially your superior. Maybe not, Kajin concedes. But one word from you and I'd be gone. Don't pretend otherwise. Jean looks him in the eye. Why would I do that? Because of everything I've said about you, Kajin answers bluntly. I've called you an eyesore more than once. One of the others speaks up, suspicious. What are you planning, Jean? Kajin shakes his head, annoyed. He's probably just here to rub it in. How everything magically works out for him thanks to his luck. Jean doesn't flinch. I didn't call you an eyesore for your attitude. Without warning, he draws his sword. You're a 5-star knight, one of the best in the intermediate class. You might even be stronger than me. That's why I don't get it. Kajin narrows his eyes. Get what? Why someone with your talent is wasting time trash-talking instead of challenging me. He raises his blade. So go ahead. Draw your sword. Kajin's lips curl into a smirk. You serious right now? Jin's expression is calm. Unrestricted. No holding back. Fine, Kajin says, stepping forward. Hope you don't regret this. He lunges. His strike is powerful, fast, but Jean blocks it cleanly. Not bad, Jean thinks, but not as dangerous as what I'll be facing later. Kajin swings again, taunting him mid-attack. You're not ready for this. You don't have what it takes to beat me. This time, his kick lands square in Jin's chest, sending him back a few steps. Kajin charges, pressing the advantage. Jean regains his footing just in time, dodging the next strike. He's good, Jean admits, but his movements, they're getting familiar. He recalls a past training moment, a steel marble test. That memory clicks into place. Patterns, predictability. Kajin may be strong, but under pressure, he falls into a rhythm. A few more exchanges, and Jean is done analyzing. He exhales. 3 moves. That's all I'll need. Kajin scoffs. What are you talking about? I've seen all your attacks. You won't beat me. Furious, Kajin launches his final combo, his strongest. First move, horizontal slash from the left. Jean blocks. Second, an unpredictable upward swing. Blocked again. Third, the aura slash. His finisher. The strike explodes with power, flinging Jean backward. But Jean catches his balance instantly. He dashes in, twisting mid-step. 1 clean counter. Kajin's weapon flies from his grip. Stunned, he stares at his empty hands. How did you block that? Jean lowers his blade. Honestly, I didn't think I'd catch up to 5-star aura users this quickly. Kajin scowls. You tricked me. Jean shakes his head. No tricks. You just underestimated me. He sheathes his sword. I don't fight unless I know I'll win. Not far off, Haytona and Daytona Run Candle have been watching. Both were stunned expressions. Did he really just beat Kajin Romero? Haytona asks, still processing what he just saw. Jean glances over at them, nonchalant. It wasn't that serious. Haytona doesn't push it, but the disbelief lingers on his face. Later, and Run Candle demands answers. You lost to Jean? That's gotta be a joke. She glares at Kajin. What happened? Did he bribe you? Were you holding back? Kajin's face tightens. No, I didn't let him win. Mayu Run Candle walks in, expression unreadable. Then explain, he says coolly. Kajin hesitates, then sighs. His aura, it wasn't like a 4-star. It felt like a true 5-star knight. Everyone at the training ground saw it. Mayu narrows his eyes, then scoffs. Pathetic. I expected more from you. He turns away, clearly disappointed. And, on the other hand, doesn't dismiss it so easily. Looks like Jin's shown us his true fangs. Mayu agrees. He's not just resisting us anymore. He's making a statement to the entire clan. He pauses, then adds darkly. For his next mission, we'll pick the team. And the task. Something dangerous enough to make sure he doesn't come back. Later, Gilly bursts into Jin's room, holding a strawberry pie. You've got the Garden of Swords in a frenzy, she says, practically bouncing. Jean chuckles. Can't blame them. Stuff like this doesn't happen every day. He leans back, reflecting. Only a handful have ever reached 5-star swordsmanship by 15. My father, Luna, maybe 3 others in Run Candle history. He thinks back to his training. The breakthrough still surprises him. He didn't expect to reach 5 stars so soon. He figures the clear stone he used for daily practice played a major role, accelerating his progress beyond what he thought possible. Now he's looking at a rare combination. 5-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and 4-star spiritual energy. It's more than just impressive. It's unique. He remembers the moment when his spiritual energy built up too much and forced his aura and mana pathways to evolve. That surge had pushed him forward, opening new realms of strength. Jean frowned slightly. I've never heard of anyone who can control all three: spiritual energy, mana, and aura. Not like this. His eyes land on a flower sitting by the window. Did you put that there? He asks Gilly. She shakes her head. It was already there when you got back. I just arranged it. He checks it carefully. No spells, no curses. Leave it. She nods and moves on. Jin's thoughts return to his recent display. Now that the whole training ground has seen his strength, there's no hiding it. He knows it'll shake things up, especially for Joshua, his older brother and one of the top contenders for the next patriarch. Backed by their mother, Rosa Runcandle, Joshua's influence has been steadily growing. But now, Jin's sudden rise will shift the balance. He wonders if he should have stayed quiet a little longer, but no. This timing works. The news will spread far and wide, well beyond the Runcandle estate. Soon, everyone will be talking about the 15-year-old who reached 5-star knight status. Watching him with folded arms, Murakin smirks. Look at him, so full of himself. Still, he's not wrong. That little stunt lit a fire under the whole clan. Jean leans back, giving his siblings a bit of breathing room for now. But his mind shifts to something more important. Our father's coming to the Garden of Swords, he says. He explains that their father has been searching for a worthy heir beyond Joshua, who currently leads the race for the patriarch seat. Luna, the eldest, stepped aside early, and the rest haven't met expectations. One sibling once caught their father's interest, but lacked the ambition to lead. That left Joshua in the lead, with Dyphus Rinida and Mary trailing behind. But now, Jin's rise has changed everything. He knows how his father operates. Age means little. What matters is potential. And now that Jean has stepped into the spotlight, a test is inevitable. A trial designed to measure his strength, grit, and leadership. Jin's sure of two things. First, the trial will be brutal. Second, his father will make sure he stays alive long enough to take it. Jean isn't just another Runcandle. He's a special case, and their father won't risk losing him to petty sibling rivalries before the real test begins. Just then, Gilly snaps him out of his thoughts, a pie still in hand. Word of your promotion's spreading fast. Once it hits the outside world, everyone will want a piece of you. Jean nods. We'll get ahead of it. When father arrives, we'll host a banquet. That'll keep the attention where we want it. You give her a serious look. Start planning, and keep an eye on Murakin. If he shows up disguised among the guests again. Murakin, lounging nearby, snorts. You think I'm some kid who doesn't know how to behave? He crosses his arms. I'll be good. Promise. Then lowering his voice, now, hand over a slice of that strawberry pie. Gilly bursts out laughing. Days later, Gilly returns with an update. Preparations are going smoothly, but the butlers are buried under letters. Even the Beeman Imperial family sent one. Jean raises a brow. The Beeman? Now that's interesting. Gilly nods. And your father has officially confirmed his visit. He'll be at the main house within a month, and he's invited the other clans. But something stands out. No word from your siblings, she adds. Not one of them has commented. Jean smirks. Of course not. Speaking up now would make them look petty. Staying quiet makes them seem composed, even supportive. They're not dumb, just careful. Gilly nods. Smart read. Their talk is cut short by Pedro's sudden arrival. His face is serious. There's a new mission. You're being sent to the Colin ruins. Elsewhere in the mansion, Rosa Runcandle's fury fills the air. Her voice is cold, sharp. You call yourselves flag bearers, she hisses, but you thought nothing of sending Jean straight into Zippel territory? Her children stand silently, not daring to speak. Then Jean walks in. Rosa turns immediately. You've heard about the Colin mission? I have. Without hesitation, Rosa declares, it's cancelled. The room stirs. And Mayu bristle. You can't be serious, Mayu snaps. Rosa turns on them. You've been so obsessed with eliminating Jean, you've forgotten what it means to be Runcandles. Mayu doesn't back down. And what's wrong with wanting him gone? And adds, confused, why are you even protecting him? Rosa's rage boils over. Her gaze sharpens as she demands. Explain yourselves. Rosa glares at her children, their boldness testing her patience. Watch your tone, she warns coldly. Yes, your father has always encouraged rivalry among you. That competition forged your strength. She pauses, letting the words sink in. But this isn't strength. Is your scheming the result of our traditions? Or just your own personal weakness? Her gaze sharpens. I faced death missions as an intermediate cadet too, she says. All because my siblings push me to the edge. So I understand what this environment creates. Still, she steps forward, eyes locked on In and Mayu. Did either of you reach 5-star status by the age of 15? They both snap back. What are you trying to say? I'm saying Jean is different, Rosa replies. If either of you had achieved what he has, maybe I'd be shielding you instead. But look at yourselves, flag bearers behaving like spiteful children. She shakes her head. I don't regret canceling that mission. And I certainly don't regret withdrawing my support from the two of you. She turns to the others in the room. Renata, Vigo, you're not off the hook either. You allowed this mess to unfold. You bear responsibility. Rose's voice hardens. Renata, reflect on your role in this. Vigo, you'll each return one prized sword from the clan armory. Vigo's jaw tightens. What? If it were up to me, I'd take all of them, she replies coolly. Consider yourselves lucky. Then, with a dry smile, she adds, now I wonder, how will Jean react? Will he play the noble son, insisting I punish him too? Or will he act smug, enjoying this favoritism? She looks at him expectantly. Jean steps forward. Mother. She nods. Go on. To everyone's surprise, Jean says calmly, I actually like the mission Mayu gave me. Rose's expression sharpens. Do you even understand what the Colin ruins are? I do. Jean replies without hesitation. They're in Zippel territory, a place where even the run candles failed before. It's one of the deadliest assignments possible. He pauses, then adds, and I still want to take it. What? And blurts out, eyes wide. Jean turns to her. Wasn't this mission based on your belief in my strength? Rosa cuts in, her eyes narrowing as she studies her son. Is this bravery? Or are you testing me? I'm not testing anyone, Jean replies. But canceling the mission now, after it's been announced, could send the wrong message. He continues. The clan structure relies on power and order. If I back out, people might start questioning both. Rosa scoffs. No one in this clan will doubt us over something so minor. She glances toward and Mayu. They don't believe in you. They want you gone, but can't strike directly. So they tried to bury you with a mission. Jean nods. That's exactly why I should go. He clenches his fist. If I challenge them head on, I'll lose. I don't have their status or influence. But this mission, it's something I can win. Rosa eyes him, still unconvinced. You know what one mistake in the Colin ruins means. I do, Jean says. But I'm confident I can survive. Then he adds, calmly but firmly, and I have one request. If I make it back alive, Jean said flatly, I want the sword my brothers are handing in. Silence gripped the room. All eyes turned to him, stunned by the audacity of his request. Rand broke the quiet first. Why should he get to keep the swords we're surrendering? He asked, clearly irritated. Look, I'll give you one of mine later. Just drop this mission. It's not worth it. He wasn't trying to pick a fight. He was worried. With their father due to return soon, Rand made it clear. Jin's life mattered more than any mission. But Jean didn't budge. To him, this wasn't just a task. It was a chance to prove himself. Even if others saw it as reckless, he saw opportunity. He couldn't help but point out the hypocrisy. If keeping me alive is the priority, why'd you let in and Mayu wrote me into this in the first place? Before the argument could spiral, Rosa stepped in. That's enough, she said firmly. If Jean completes the mission, he keeps the swords. End of discussion. She dismissed the room. No more debate. Once everyone was gone, Rosa lingered in thought. She'd always worried Jean might walk the same path as Luna, his oldest sister, whose pride led to bitter consequences. That fear had driven her to temper the ambition in her children. But now, maybe she was wrong. Soren would likely be proud of the progress Jean had made. Outside, Jean stood alone, his thoughts drifting, and approached him quietly. Think luck's on your side again? She asked. Jean gave a short laugh. Luck? You know I'm famous for not having any. She didn't smile. Your attitude won't carry you through this. But then her tone softened. You're not going in alone this time. You won't be facing the netherworld by yourself. Jean gave her a small nod. Thanks. I'll see you all later. Not long after, a new face stepped forward. I'm Haas, he said formally. I'll be your partner for this mission. Then came another. Lima Haas. She introduced herself, voice respectful. It's an honor to join this mission. I also want to apologize if there's been any misunderstanding before. We won't let you down. Kajin Romero joined them, echoing their words. You've got our full support. Jean replied coolly. Let's leave the past behind. I hope we work well together. But behind his calm expression, suspicion brewed. He wasn't naive. All three had ties to One and Mayu. If things went sideways, betrayal wasn't out of the question. Before they set off, Mal Mas briefed them. The mission's simple. Retrieve 4 relics from the Colin ruins. He gave a quick history lesson. The ruins once belonged to thriving native tribes, 1,000 strong. But now, the territory was under the grip of the Zippel clan and ruled by the Phelan kingdom. Danger loomed ahead, and the risks were real. The Zippel clan had discovered the ruins centuries ago, but their arrival marked a dark chapter. They'd massacred and enslaved most of the native population. These days, they claimed to respect the survivors, but Jean wasn't fooled. To him, it was all a performance. The truth? Nothing had changed. The Cologne natives were still oppressed. And the world? It looked the other way. Jean had a theory. The Zippel clan didn't spare the native survivors out of mercy. He figured they only kept them alive to preserve the region's ecosystem and to make it look like they were trying to right past wrongs. Normally, the Zippels liked to rule with finesse, not force. They prided themselves on control through logic and order. But what they'd done in the Colin ruins shattered that image. To Jean, it was clear. They had willingly trashed their own reputation for something far more valuable. An artifact known only in whispers, the mirror. The artifact's existence was top secret, hidden even within the clan. But in his previous life, the truth had slipped out. A bold journalist had published a bombshell article exposing a native's eyewitness account. That survivor had spoken of a mythical power, the fountain of mana. Legend said a single glance at it could raise a person's mana to the fabled 7-star rank. Jean had his own suspicion. The Zippels were trying to mass-produce high-level magicians, and that artifact was the key. In 10 years, they'd succeed. But not this time. He wasn't going to let history repeat itself. Later, the team crouched outside a modest house, sticking to the shadows. Malhas whispered the update. The magicians are on the move, heading back to their quarters. Their target was stored in the third warehouse. That's where the relics were. According to Mile, an ambush wasn't out of the question, but they need to handle a barrier spell first. Kajin turned to Jean. We'll protect you, even if it costs us our lives. Jean nodded, but kept it practical. Appreciate it, but save your strength. We've got a long road ahead. We'll need it more on the way out. He called for a short rest. Let's take a breather. We strike in an hour. The group agreed. As they sat down, Jean handed out food without a word. One by one, they accepted, eating quietly as they mentally prepared for what lay ahead. Then, without warning, Jean stood. I'm heading in alone, he said, like it was nothing. You guys get some shut-eye. Mile blinked. Wait, what? But even as he spoke, his head started to spin. Something was wrong. Kajin groaned, suddenly dizzy. Did you drug us? Jean gave a half-smile. Relax. It's not poison. Just a little something to help you sleep. Kajin tried to push back again, but Jean cut him off. If you really want to scream that you came here to kill me, just go ahead and shout it. Kajin slumped. Mile followed. One by one, they all passed out. As Jean turned toward the mission ahead, he muttered to himself. If they just acted like their usual annoying selves, maybe they wouldn't have looked so suspicious. He cracked a smile. A dog follows orders. That's just how it is. Outside the third warehouse, 2 guards leaned against the wall, chatting idly about some wine they'd recently tasted. They never saw it coming. Jean struck the first one clean across the head, out cold in an instant. The second guard staggered back, raising his spear in panic. Who the hell? No answer. Jean sidestepped the thrust with ease, moved in, and dropped him with a single, clean blow. Jean scanned the area quickly, just 2 guards. That struck him as odd. For a clan as meticulous as the Zippels, such light security meant they didn't view this location as particularly important. In fact, he recalled that the third warehouse occasionally allowed public access, which would explain the lack of heavy protection. His eyes settled on the door's lock. No enchantments, no magic alarms, just a basic mechanism. Exactly what he expected. With practiced ease, he picked it open and slipped inside. The moment he entered, his eyes locked onto a glowing circle etched into the floor. His expression tightened. A blood and detection circle. These were supposedly designed to filter out impure bloodlines, especially anyone who wasn't a pureblood. But Jean knew better. These circles weren't tracking bloodlines. They were built to detect demonic beasts and humans carrying specific infections, which meant one thing. As long as the blood came from a regular human, it would work just fine. He wasn't about to use his own. Instead, he turned back, grabbed the wrist of one of the unconscious guards, and made a shallow cut. Collecting a few drops of blood, he smeared them across the center of the circle. The glyphs began to glow. So far, so good. Then, without warning, fire burst from the center. Jin's body tensed. That wasn't supposed to happen. He stared at the bloodied circle, mind racing. If the system had been tripped, that could only mean one of 2 things. Either the guard was infected, or he wasn't even human. From the darkness around him, monstrous forms began to emerge. The wind of silence? Jean clenched his jaw. Magic energy had already flared. Any magician nearby would have sensed it. He needed to end this quickly and with as little magic as possible. Too late for stealth now. One of the creatures lunged. Jean sidestepped with precision, drew his sword, and struck back in a single clean motion. The creature staggered, but didn't fall. Instead, it backed off, sizing him up. The others circled, cautious, but ready to strike. What unsettled Jean was the intelligence behind their movements. They weren't mindless beasts. They understood the threat he posed. Then, the worst part. The wounds he inflicted began healing before his eyes. Regenerating, he muttered, eyes narrowing. That kind of recovery speed. He'd only seen that in elite-class demonic beasts. But these things, they were human a moment ago. Or at least, they looked human. A grim realization hit him. This was Zippel territory, ruled by powerful magicians. The same place where the native Cologne people were treated like expendable test subjects. Could these things be living golems? The thought made his blood run cold. Living golems were a serious breach of magical law. Creating them was forbidden for a reason. If the Zippels were using the Colin ruins to conduct illegal experiments, then this mission wasn't about relics anymore. It was a window into something far darker. Jean shook off the thought and focused on the fight. He watched their movements carefully. They were fast, strong, comparable to low-grade 4-star automatons. But they lacked finesse. Their attacks were brute force. Nothing like the technique of a trained 4-star knight. That meant they could be taken down. He just had to stay sharp. Jean remembered something critical. Golems didn't go down easily. Even when shredded to pieces, they kept moving unless their core was destroyed. In most cases, that core was hidden in the head, chest, or abdomen. These living golems might be twisted versions, but that weakness likely remained. No time to test theories. He slashed clean through one creature's head, split it in two. But instead of dropping, the thing grew more violent, its movements faster, more erratic. Not the head, then. Just as he shifted for another strike, the creature hurled a transparent crystal at him. The moment it struck his blade, it detonated, raw energy flaring in all directions. Jin's grip tightened. Self-detonating projectiles, figures. The creature snarled, voice cracked with pain, but words still came through. Why would you do this to a fellow human? Jean didn't blink. He surged forward and drove his blade deep into its chest, the most likely spot for the core. The effect was immediate. A brilliant surge of light burst from the wound, followed by a violent release of stored magic. If he'd hesitated for even a second, that backlash would have hit him full force. The creature dropped, twitching. One final whisper left its lips. Kill me. Jean responded without pause. All right, a clean finish. No hesitation. He stepped over the crumpled figure, expression unreadable. No one chose this fate. Living golems weren't born, they were made. Whatever they'd once been, whoever, they were gone now. Their minds, their will, their futures erased, reduced to weapons. But anger could wait. Right now, there was still more to uncover, and more enemies waiting in the dark. Jean had just uncovered something huge. If the truth about the Zippel clan's experiments got out, it could send shockwaves through the Empire. But there was another thought that gnawed at him. Had his sisters known? Was this their plan all along? Maybe. Maybe not. It didn't change his goal. Even if he exposed everything, the Zippels would deny it. Creating living golems was one of the highest crimes in magic. A single accusation could spark an Imperial probe. But the Zippel clan had power, enough to twist any investigation from the shadows. Justice wouldn't come easy, so he focused on what mattered now. The evidence. He picked up a stone from the floor, holding it tightly. Whatever this turned into, he wasn't going to pretend he'd seen nothing. Still, something wasn't adding up. Why weren't the magicians reacting? No guards, no alarms, just silence. If they knew what was hidden here, security would be airtight. That meant this secret wasn't shared across the ranks. Maybe only a select few knew what was really going on. He turned to the artifacts. The slates looked straightforward, standard protection magic. But the bowl was another story. It radiated aura, and the barrier on it was far more sophisticated. Breaking it would normally take time, but Jean had already killed 2 golems. The Zippels would be scrambling to bury this incident before it leaked. That gave him a window. He made his move. Channeling both fire and water magic, he started building heat for what came next. He whispered to himself. He'd need this energy soon. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he unleashed it. Flame explosion. A colossal firebird erupted around him, wings of flame engulfing the space in a brilliant inferno. Elsewhere, Luna Runcannel wasn't holding back. The sharp slap she delivered echoed through the room as she faced and Manhua head on. What were you thinking, she snapped, sending Jean into Zippel territory. Are you out of your minds? Her fury was plain. Jean was 10 years younger than them. What reason could they possibly have for throwing him in such a dangerous mission? And didn't flinch. You really don't know why, Luna? She asked coolly. Her tone carried more than just confusion. There was challenge behind it. Maybe even accusation. Was Luna truly clueless? Or was she pretending not to see the brewing tension between Jean and the clan's flag bearers? Luna scoffed. Flag bearers fight each other. Everyone else does too. That's how our family works. It doesn't mean we feed one of our own to the wolves. Her eyes burned with disappointment. We should be ashamed. And rolled her eyes at the judgment, brushing it aside. Power games had never been her interest, she claimed. And Luna? She wasn't exactly in a position to preach, especially since their scheme to set Jean up had failed so spectacularly. Her glare sharpened. If you've got something to say, say it. Luna didn't hold back. Jean completed the mission. He made it out of the Colin ruins. Mother's probably already reading the full report. Her voice was steady, but cutting. That's why I'm ashamed. You tried to break him, but all you did was help him rise. A faint smirk tugged at her lips. This might be a first in Run Candle history. Flag bearers outmaneuvered by the youngest member of the family. And now, you've got nothing to show for it. She turned away, her tone final. Get out. And Mayu knew better than to argue. Wordlessly, they left. But just as they reached the door, Luna spoke again. Jean doesn't forget. So be careful. What you've done will catch up to you. Then, softer, almost like an older sister again, she added, I'm telling you this because I still care. No matter how infuriating you are, you're still my sisters. Later, Luna sat alone in her quarters when her nanny walked in with a tray in hand. With a teasing smile, the nanny spoke up. I figured you'd scold those two the moment you got back. For a second, I thought you were going through another one of your teenage phases. Luna raised a brow. Teenage phase? At my age. She allowed a short laugh. My youth was dramatic, sure, but immature? Please. The conversation shifted. The nanny set the tray down, her tone turning more serious. I do worry for them, though. Jin's not the type to let things slide. Luna nodded, her expression thoughtful. They still think they have control. But even 5 years from now, if they challenge him to a duel, they wouldn't last a minute. A grim silence settled. Are you saying they've only got 5 years left to live? The nanny asked quietly. Don't be so morbid, Luna replied, scolding her gently. Then her gaze sharpened. Did you look into what I asked about? The nanny gave a small nod. She knew exactly what Luna was referring to. The sibling who had once tried to. It had been a long time coming. Luna's nanny returned with a report, and this time, she had an answer. It wasn't an Ormayu, she confirmed. At the time of the assassination attempt, they were still in the intermediate class. They couldn't have been involved. Luna let out a quiet sigh. You're right. That also ruled out Mary, Yona, and the Tana twins. With them off the list, only a few names remained. Joshua, Dyphus, Ran, Vigo, Runita. But 3 of those, Joshua, Dyphus, and Runita, were hard to touch. They were too well protected, too high up the chain to investigate without making waves, which left Ran and Vigo, the only realistic options to probe without stirring up unnecessary conflict. Luna took a slow sip of tea, her mind ticking through each name. There was no sense rushing it. Without solid proof, digging into the others could backfire. For now, observation would have to be enough. Besides, Jean had survived. He'd grown up strong. Dwelling on the past wouldn't change anything. Not yet, anyway. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle had finally returned home. The door creaked open and was immediately met by Gilly and Murakin. Relief washed over Gilly's face. You're back, thank goodness. Jean gave her a tired grin. I told you I'm tough. At this rate, you might not be able to keep up with me much longer. She didn't laugh. Instead, she grabbed his hand, her tone turning serious. That place you went, it wasn't just dangerous. If something had happened to you, Jean, I would have spent the rest of my life hunting down the ones responsible. Murakin frowned. All right. No need for terrifying declarations. He turned to Jean. Did you at least file the report? Yeah, Jean replied. Though I'm sure plenty of people think I only made it back thanks to others. He shrugged. Let them think what they want. He reached into his bag and pulled out a few stones, rough, dark, and pulsing faintly. Take a look at these. Murakin raised a brow. What are they? The hearts of living golems, Jean said plainly. Murakin's expression darkened immediately. You brought these back? Jean nodded. From the Colin ruins. He explained how the warehouse guards had transformed before his eyes. How no matter where he struck, they regenerated. Only a hit to the heart ended them, and that's when the stones dropped. Murakin listened quietly, connecting the dots. First the cemetery giant, now this, he muttered. They're escalating. He looked Jean in the eye. And this happened in Zippel territory. There's no way they're not involved. Exactly, Jean said. We need to go back. Figure out what's really happening. I'll admit, after what I saw, I'm not eager to walk into that place again, but with you around, I'll feel a hell of a lot better. He added one more thing, almost to himself. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll even find the fountain of mana. Murakin nodded slowly. We'll make time for it. They both knew the truth. Whatever the Zippels were up to, they'd bury it the second it got out. But Jean had no intention of letting it stay buried. Jean remembered clearly. After the mission ended, Kajin and the Haas brothers had returned to the Runcandle clan by themselves. But the fallout was already in motion. Even though they had technically completed the mission, and Mayu had wasted no time. Their cadet status was revoked, and they were cast out of the clan. Exile, a harsh sentence, especially for cadets. But no one protested. No one defended them. Whatever part they played in trying to sabotage Jean had sealed their fate. They weren't welcome anymore. This chapter was far from over. June 1795. Jean stood training alongside the Tana brothers, a clear stone glowing faintly between them as they honed their skills under Zed Runcandle's watchful eye. After one final round, Zed raised his hand. That's enough. From today, your clear stone training is complete. He glanced at the twins. Only the two of you will continue. Jean offered a nod in response. Zed wasn't finished. You no longer need to attend the cadet sessions in the mornings. You've surpassed what they can offer. Then, as if it were an afterthought, he added, expect to hear from the Patriarch next week. He'll likely have something to say. The Tana twins exchanged uneasy glances. Daytona leaned toward his brother. Do you think Father's going to make him a provisional flag bearer? Daytona gave a quick explanation, voice low. If Jean was promoted to provisional flag bearer, it meant he would have to leave the clan, sent into the world to earn honor on his own. Only then, through battle and reputation, could he become a full flag bearer. No support, no safety net, just his own strength. But Jean saw it differently. If this was what the Patriarch intended, then it was freedom. No more waiting, no more holding back. He could chase power on his terms, unbound by anyone else's path. Elsewhere, the Patriarch of the Run Candle clan traveled with his caravan, lost in thought beneath the night sky. Khan broke the silence. We'll reach the Garden of Swords in about 2 hours. The Patriarch let out a tired sigh. That boy keeps dragging me out of training. He had planned to remain in seclusion, 10 full years in the Black Sea, devoted entirely to mastering his craft. And yet, here he was again, pulled back before his time. How many times is this now? He muttered. Khan glanced over, his thoughts turning to Jean. I knew the kid was special, even back when he was in Stormcastle. But I didn't realize how much, not until the Garden of Swords. Jean had something different, something deeper. From the start, Khan had seen it in the boy's eyes. Not arrogance, not defiance, regret. Heavy, quiet, and impossible to ignore. He tried to hide it, but it clung to him. And the moment he set foot in the Garden of Swords, Jean lit a fire under the clan, provoked his siblings, stirred up chaos. No one taught him that. He just understood. In this family, survival meant crushing anyone in your way. Khan remembered Jin's battles, his decisions, his ruthless precision. He was a born fighter, and the others had sensed it too. That's why they tried to shut him down, before he grew too powerful to stop. No matter how many times his siblings threw him into danger, Jean survived. And now he was back, stronger than ever. He'd already reached the rank of 5-star warrior, an achievement too significant to overlook. But interestingly, Khan wasn't all that captivated by Jin's success at Mummet or the Khan Ruins. What truly stayed with him was Jin's very first mission. He remembered it well, a one-on-one duel with a warrior from the White Wolf tribe. Everyone expected Jean to hide behind his subordinates, to use them as pawns to tilt the fight in his favor. But instead, Jean had faced the enemy alone, just as he said he would. He stuck to his word, proved his resolve. Khan turned toward the Patriarch. Do you really think Jean beat the White Wolf tribesman by himself? The Patriarch answered without pause. I do. Then, with a small grin, he added, although not entirely on his own. Still, the boy fascinated him. With a knowing smirk, he muttered, I'll ask him about that myself when we meet. The caravan finally arrived at the palace. As the wheels rolled to a halt, the guards quickly stood to attention and saluted. At the entrance stood Rosa Runcandle, waiting calmly. We've been expecting you, she greeted. The Patriarch gave a nod. You've done well. Rosa, ever composed, replied, I've done nothing. You already laid all the groundwork yourself. He chuckled. If these grown children were doing fine without me, I wouldn't have needed to leave the Black Sea. He mentioned they'd be receiving guests that day, ones who would have all eyes on him, which only complicates things for the children, he added thoughtfully. True, Rosa said, then led him inside. But I prepared your favorite dishes. He nodded in approval. Good, I'll enjoy that. As they walked, something caught his eye. Jean, standing nearby, carrying 2 swords. Ran. Vigo. The brother stepped forward immediately. He pointed to the swords. Those were the ones I allowed you to keep as a gift, weren't they? Did you hand them over to the youngest? Vigo spoke up, not missing a beat. He stole them, but we agreed he could keep them if he succeeded at the Khan Ruins. The Patriarch placed a hand on Vigo's shoulder. That's fair. Then, with a low laugh, he added, Still, steal them back sometime. The youngest is a clever one. His eyes lingered on Jean for a moment, a smirk tugging at his lips. Sometimes I wonder if that boy's even mine. Later, he stood beside Jean, overlooking the palace grounds through a wide glass window. This must be your first banquet, he said. Jean gave a quiet nod, but his thoughts were elsewhere. In his previous life, he had attended a few banquets, always as a guest of someone else's house. Invitations extended not to him, but to his teacher. This was different. This was the Run Candle clan's banquet, held by the main house, his house. Back then, whenever the clan hosted a gathering, he kept to the shadows. He'd hide away like he didn't belong, like he was a stain on their name. But now, he was standing beside his father, the guest of honor. The Patriarch looked out at the grand hall, voice calm. The Run Candles don't host banquets often. Unlike the other noble houses, we only do it when there's something truly worth celebrating, his father finished. Which meant only one thing. Jin's accomplishments weren't just impressive. They were historic. Jin bowed slightly. Thank you for the recognition, father. The patriarch glanced at the grand hall. Tell me, how many guests do you think are here tonight? Jin took a moment to observe. Around 1,000. His father nodded. Correct. That's 200 more than the last banquet we held 7 years ago. He looked at Jin with a weighty expression. Do you understand what that means? Jin thought it through. It means the Runcandle family's influence has grown. Any noble house could draw a crowd, but this was different. Every person here tonight was powerful in their own right, and they weren't here out of courtesy. They were here because the Runcandle name had never carried more weight. But even as the clan's authority expanded, Jin's father had spent those 7 years in near total isolation, training, hunting, and surviving in the Black Sea. He hadn't lifted a finger politically, and still, their influence had grown. Why? Because he was the only Genesis knight alive in this era. That title alone commanded loyalty, fear, and respect. It drew these nobles like moths to a flame. But that truth came with a darker undertone. If he disappeared, many of these so-called allies would vanish just as quickly. Jin knew it, too. Without his father, the Runcandle family's grip on power would weaken. They might be one of the two dominant houses, along with the Zipples, but if that balance broke, the Zipples would rise uncontested. His father voiced the concern aloud. If I were gone, and these people turn on this family, what would you do? Jin didn't blink. I'd disown the clan. The patriarch's gaze hardened. What did you just say? Jin stood firm. If the family falls apart just because you're no longer around, then the next patriarch doesn't deserve the position. Letting everything collapse like that, it would be unforgivable. There was silence between them. Then a slight shift in tone. Then tell me, his father asked, what do you think our family's weaknesses are? Jin answered carefully. Which kind? Political? Strategic? Internal? His father gave a faint nod, satisfied with a cautious response. That's when Jin revealed something important. In exchange for returning Vigo's sword, he negotiated access to the family's commission records, normally reserved for flag bearers only. What he found inside was troubling. First, the head of the Vernov family had deceived the emperor, embezzling imperial treasures and stashing them away. Yet they still walked freely among the banquet's guests, without shame or consequence. Worse, that same family had recently submitted a commission to the Runcandles, a request to assassinate magicians from the Zipple clan. It wasn't just a petty contract. It was a provocation that could shatter the fragile balance between the Empire's two biggest powers. And that wasn't all. Harold's daughter had squandered her family's assets gambling and then turned to the Runcandles for help retrieving them, despite not even paying her owed fee. But within the fine print of these contracts, Jin had spotted it. Leverage. Those commission records weren't just routine paperwork. They were a vault of hidden power, details and secrets that revealed just how deep the Runcandle family was entangled in the Empire's most dangerous games. Those hidden contracts weren't just paperwork. They were stockpiles of leverage, filled with figurative and literal weapons. And for now, only Jin and his mother had access to them. When asked if the Runcandle clan could survive without him, Jin didn't sugarcoat it. If the next patriarch isn't a Genesis knight, he said plainly, then the family's survival will hinge on how well they can negotiate. It was a fair point, but he didn't stop there. He reminded his father that the Zipples had weaknesses too, just as many. The difference was the Zipples couldn't justify using underhanded tactics the way the Runcandles could, because in the grand story of the world, the Runcandles were always the villains. Still, Jin made one thing clear. Having access to powerful tools meant nothing if the next leader didn't have the guts or wisdom to use them. If that happened, if the family fell because of weak leadership, he wouldn't hesitate to walk away. And then, I'd make it my life's mission to crush the Zipples, no matter how long it took. His father chuckled at that. Living for revenge, huh? There are worse reasons to survive. He thought of his other children. Most would never dare speak of the clan's downfall so openly. They'd boast, complain, deflect. But Jin? He spoke with calm conviction. It almost made him regret the timing of his birth. He had Luna's sharp mind, Mary's wildness, and Dyfus's raw spirit in combat. A dangerous mix, one that came too late in the succession line. At best, Siren figured he had 10 years left as patriarch, 15 if fortune favored him. Just enough time to see if Jin would upend the family's future. As more guests arrived and the courtyard buzzed with energy, Siren turned toward his son. Let's head inside. But before they entered, he added, after the banquet, I want a private word with you. Jin nodded. Inwardly, Siren weighed the next step. Becoming a reverse flag bearer meant Jin would have to leave the family. But that kind of separation might be exactly what he needed. The banquet was just beginning, and it would last for 4 days. But the celebration was suddenly interrupted. Hines approached Siren with urgency in his step. What is it? The patriarch asked. We've got uninvited guests, Heinz replied. It's the Zippels. For a moment, Siren was silent. Then his suspicions were confirmed. 5 members of the Zippel family had arrived. Leading them was none other than their second-in-command, Andre Zippel. Siren scoffed. That arrogant little fool. Without missing a beat, he gave his orders. Let the others in, but not Andre. Have his servants. Not you. Tell him he's not welcome. Heinz bowed and left to carry out the command. Siren turned to Jean. Was that too harsh? Jin's expression didn't waver. No, actually, I think it's refreshing. If Andre storms off in anger, he'll be ignoring your permission for his family to attend. And in the Garden of Swords, that's unacceptable. Siren smirked. Exactly. He can either enter respectfully or limp home, missing both legs. With that settled, the banquet officially began. Standing on the terrace, Siren addressed the crowd. I am Siren Runcandle, head of the Runcandle clan. Thank you for joining us. He paused, then gestured toward his son. This celebration wouldn't be possible without my youngest, Jean Runcandle. Thanks to him, I can stand here and enjoy such a moment in my later years. Applause rippled through the crowd. With a calm yet commanding voice, Siren laid out the rules. At a Runcandle banquet, there are only 2 things to remember. First, if you want to fight while you're drinking, the Guardian Knights will gladly escort you to be continued. In the arena, the rules were simple. The loser had to concede, and the winner, they had to show restraint. This was still a banquet, after all. Jean scanned the crowd. This wasn't some casual gathering. It was a battlefield in disguise. Among the 1,000 guests were powerful elites from every corner of the continent, tangled in alliances and rivalries. Normally, they'd keep things civil, hiding daggers behind smiles. But here in the Garden of Swords, nothing stayed hidden for long. The Patriarch's rules were clear, no killing. But beatdowns? Absolutely allowed. Winning meant more than settling scores. It was a public statement of dominance. As laughter and chatter filled the banquet, the Patriarch reminded everyone to enjoy themselves. Jean Runcandle took a breath. This clan of his, truly a strange bunch. His father's advice? Relax, have fun, and if someone caught his eye, bring them along. But there was one condition. He couldn't pick fights with weaker guests unless they insulted him or the family. Jean acknowledged the rule. Losing wasn't an option, ever. As he turned to go, he made something else clear. If he ever fell, he'd take everything back. Not just Bradamanti, but his nanny too. With a slight bow, he gave his father a promise. The moment felt unreal. In his previous life, a heart-to-heart like this with his father? Impossible. But even now, he didn't care about fatherly affection or becoming the perfect son. His one mission was to rise above his father. Later on, Haytona and Daytona Runcandle showed up at the banquet and came over to Jean. Daytona congratulated him on hitting 5 stars and asked if they could hang out a bit. Jean agreed, then casually asked how their clear stone training was going. Daytona said things were getting better, especially after switching to the weapon their uncle had recommended. Jean nodded, quietly deciding he'd leave once the chat served its purpose. Haytona caught the hint and chimed in with a quick, "Yeah, got it." That's when a newcomer walked up, introducing himself as someone from the Kin clan. The twins greeted him too, and not long after, Daytona excused himself to return to training. Jean wished him well, getting a grateful nod in return. Now focused on the new guest, Jean mentioned he'd heard about the guy's childhood feats. With a chuckle, the man said Jean was making a blush. But the moment didn't last. An arm shot out from behind and yanked Jean by the hair. It was Wooger. Smirking, he called Jin's name, voice thick with amusement. So this was the prodigy everyone talked about. The 15-year-old who'd already reached 5 stars. Up close, Jean looked so young Wooger figured he must have been at least 10 years older. He introduced himself with a smirk, and Jean replied calmly, though guarded. But Wooger didn't stop. He threw out a taunt, accusing Jean of making him look like a fool. He wasn't being subtle, either. Sure, Jean was a Runcandle, but Wooger had seniority in the martial arts world. His words, he claimed, came from pride in his junior. Then came the warning. Jin's expression stayed cool. Locking eyes with Wooger the Tuko clan, he told him flat out. What he just did had insulted everyone present. Up until now, everyone had shown Jean nothing but respect. The tension in the air was cut by a sharp voice. Dyphus Runcandle had arrived. If you want to talk about seniority, he said to Wooger, then you should know your place even more. Wooger blinked, confused. What's that supposed to mean? Dyphus didn't miss a beat. The first and second flag bearers of the Kin clan, the Dragon King Knights, the Black King mercenaries, they all outrank you. And yet, every one of them has treated Jean with respect. Maybe you should have followed their lead, realized your mistake, and apologized. But since I've already said my piece, I'll let it go this time. That's when the Kin clan's first flag bearer stepped in, backing Dyphus. Young Master Jean just saved you from a serious misstep, he said to Wooger. Might be wise to listen. Another voice piped up with a dry chuckle. With a mouth like yours, trouble was bound to happen. Best not to dig yourself any deeper. Wooger got the message. With all his seniors taking Jin's side, there was no winning this. Swallowing his pride, he turned to Jean and gave a formal bow. I apologize. Please forgive me. Jean, steady and unreadable, simply replied, of course. Just then, Luna Runcandle strolled over, amusement in her eyes. You got a real gift for making enemies, she teased. Would it kill you to act like a normal kid every once in a while? Jean shrugged. I'm here representing the Runcandle clan today. Fair enough, Luna said, clinking her glass against his with a smile. Then she tilted her head. What would you have done if Wooger actually challenged you to a duel? He's at least a 6-star warrior. Jean answered smoothly. The Tuco clan's patriarch and elders would have stepped in. They've had their eyes on me for a while now. Luna let out a laugh. So you already calculated all that before even opening your mouth? Do you have some secret noble mentor teaching you how to play people like chess pieces? If someone like that exists, I'd keep them close, Jean replied. But in the end, it's the sword that counts. Nothing else matters. Jin's voice turned more serious. That might be hard for you to understand, but when you're the family's hated youngest child, swordsmanship alone isn't enough to survive. Luna paused, then gave a small grin. You've got brains and talent. No wonder someone already tried to kill you back at Storm Castle. I wonder which of our dear siblings noticed your potential so early. She glanced around the grand hall. Honestly, I only came to congratulate you. These stuffy banquets aren't really my thing. Jean raised an eyebrow. Heading out already? Luna smirked. You're still too short to be my dance partner. Then, leaning in with a playful tone, she added, but when you're older, we'll dance, and I'll take you somewhere that's actually fun. Jean smirked back and took her hand. I'll remember that. As she turned to leave, Luna paused with one last idea. We should leave a message, she said. Jean gave her a questioning look. A message? Without a word, she pulled him into a hug. This, she said softly, lets everyone know how much I value you. Now that they've seen I'm watching your back, they'll think twice before stepping out of line. With a knowing smile, she turned and disappeared into the crowd. Jean gave a simple farewell. See you later. Across the hall, Bewbear Gaston watched the scene unfold, overflowing with theatrical jealousy. Clutching his chest like a tragic hero, he dramatically declared his deepest wish, to bump heads with Lady Luna too. In fact, this moment had moved him so deeply that he had no choice. He must compose a poem for Lady Luna tonight. Not just write it, he'd sing it. All night long. Shut up, muttered Bishkal Ibriano, clearly fed up. But Margiela Ibriano took a gentler approach. No need to be so harsh, she told Bishkal. For someone like Bewbear, this might be a turning point in his life. And besides, while he's busy being ridiculous, you're too distracted to bother me. So maybe we should give him a little credit. Moved almost to tears, Bewbear clasped his hands together. Miss Margiela, as expected, you truly understand the depths of my heart. He then proclaimed himself entirely at her service. Margiela nodded gracefully, accepting the praise. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle was growing tired of playing the gracious host. The act was wearing thin. Were those damn zipples? Did he really have to go hunt them down himself? Right as his frustration started to spike, a voice called out. Ceres and Dorma was making her way over, surrounded by her attendants. With a composed smile, she asked, May a young lady from the Hidden Palace request a drink with the Runcandle clan's newest star? Jean turned to her, expression unreadable. And who might you be? I'm Ceres and Dorma, she said, daughter of the Hidden Palace's master. It's an honor to meet you. Realizing her identity, Jean replied with the same formal tone. The honor is mine. He poured her a drink without hesitation. Ceres gave a playful smile. Funny, we're both 15, and yet you've already achieved so much. Must be nice having the Runcandle bloodline. Jean acknowledged the advantage, but added, the Hidden Palace isn't lacking in gifts either. I imagine your father holds you in high regard. He does, Ceres replied. Unlike you, I don't have any siblings. I'm his only daughter. She paused, then added, that didn't come off rude, did it? Not at all, Jean assured her. Everyone knows I'm the youngest in a big family. Honestly, I'm a little envious. Dealing with so many siblings is a headache. Still, Jean found it odd. Ceres hadn't mentioned Mummet once. There was no way she hadn't recognized him. Not with how close they'd been that day, even if his face was still dusted with ash. Before he could dig too deep into that thought, she spoke again. I have a question. Jean nodded. Go ahead. Her tone shifted. Your leg. What happened? Jean answered smoothly. It's fine now. I was lucky. Someone kind treated it themselves. Honestly, I have no idea how to repay them. Ceres gave a short scoff. You're more shameless than I thought. Then she got to the point. Why were you at the Moonlight Well in Mummet? I think I deserve an explanation. Jean tilted his head. And what makes you think you're owed one? Her expression turned cold. Because that day, my subordinates failed to catch the magic terrorist. It was a huge embarrassment. and now I can't stop wondering. Was the person I let go that day actually the culprit? Jean answered her accusation with a question of his own. Magic? Do I look like someone who'd stoop to that? You should know the Run Candle clan better than that. Ceres conceded that she didn't believe he was the magic terrorist. But if he'd been on a covert mission for his clan and had hired a magician to help, that was a different story. After all, the only ones at the inn who could have been targets were members of the Hidden Palace. And as captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords, she couldn't ignore that possibility. Jean immediately saw the problem. She'd made a false assumption. She thought his goal had been someone from the Hidden Palace. And while she wasn't entirely wrong, he had clashed with a few of them while going after Alcaro. There wasn't enough proof to call him out directly. With a smirk, he asked, "Aren't you just guessing at this point?" Ceres narrowed her gaze. "Are you going to keep denying it?" Her tone hardened. "Fine. In that case, I've got my own way of settling this. I'll drag you into the arena, beat the arrogance out of you, and spit on that smug face of yours." And just like that, she challenged him to a duel. Jean laughed. His father's rule echoed in his head. Don't fight anyone weaker unless they disrespect the clan. But if she was this eager for a fight, he had no reason to back down. Later that night, Jean arrived at the battleground. A guard at the entrance looked him over. "Here for a duel?" Jean nodded. "Yeah, make sure only the medics stay. Everyone else clears out. And bring me 2 decent swords." The soldier, sensing the weight of what was about to happen, gave a respectful nod. "Understood. The arena will be sealed until the duel ends." Jean figured that by midnight, the usual crowd of thrill-seekers and gossip-mongers would show up. And if he ended up defeating Ceres and Dorma, daughter of the Hidden Palace, in front of all of them, that would be too much. Before the fight began, Ceres turned to him. "Let's make a deal." Jean raised a brow. "What kind of deal?" "If I win," she said, "you tell me everything that happened in Mummet. No lies, no dodging." Jean agreed, but with one condition. "If I win, you pretend we never met that day." Ceres gave him a sly grin. "You must be hiding something pretty juicy." Then, sword in hand, she gestured. "Go on, make your move." Jean darted forward, but Ceres was faster. Her sword flashed, intercepting his strike with ease. Jean immediately recognized what she was using, myriad ice blades, a technique only those of Endorma blood could wield. He hadn't expected her to reveal her trump card so early in the match. And worse, as the youngest in his family, he hadn't even been taught the Run Candle clan's secret techniques yet. He clenched his teeth. "Seriously? What now?" Ceres didn't wait. "Not my problem," she said flatly, launching into another flurry of attacks. The duel escalated fast. At first, it looked like Jean was barely hanging on, his blade meeting hers just in time. But little by little, his true ability began to show. He was adapting, growing sharper with each clash. Still, Ceres wasn't out of options. She knew that despite the 1-star gap between them, she could still shift the momentum. "I need to end this," she thought. She didn't have the stamina for a drawn-out fight. At 4 stars, her strength was finite. Letting it drag would only play into his hands. No, she had to finish this in one clean strike. Ceres moved, ready to unleash the 3rd form of myriad ice blades and bring the duel to its climax. Jean calmly sized up the fight. Sure, Ceres had access to myriad ice blades, but her attack power and defense still didn't match his. Judging by her stance, she was about to gamble everything on one final move to turn things around. It had to be her strongest technique. The real issue was he had no idea how devastating it would be. If she was going all in, then he needed a trump card of his own. One of the many hidden techniques he'd studied during his time at Stormcastle came to mind, one that stood above the rest in sheer power. Ceres didn't hesitate. "It's over," she declared. She unleashed the 3rd form of myriad ice blades, a devastating strike that tore through the air straight toward him. Jean raised his blade just in time. The clash exploded in a shower of ice shards, razor sharp and pulsing with dense aura. He smirked. Ceres caught the expression, and it threw her. Why was he smiling? That attack should have been the end of it. Avalanche was no ordinary technique. Even a prodigy like Jean, 5 stars at 15, shouldn't have been able to block it. And yet something was off. Her instincts flared. This wasn't over. Jean struck back, his blade flashing toward her face. She barely dodged, countering in one smooth motion. But before she could react again, a sudden wave of magic burst from her. For a split second, Jean froze. Had he miscalculated? The blade he chose, Storm Blade of the Attila family, was a weapon of pure destruction. Way too much force for a 4-star knight like Ceres to handle. If she hadn't moved just in time, she might not be standing. Yet he'd still gone for the attack. Ceres dropped to one knee, gasping for breath. All her life, pride had been everything. But in that moment, fear, raw and primal, had taken over. She'd moved without thinking, her body pushing past hesitation just to survive. Jean walked over, expression unreadable. Then, with unexpected calm, he spoke. Are you okay? Sorry, I nearly killed you. He knew she'd heard his warning. She just hadn't reacted fast enough. No matter how much she held herself to a warrior's standard, she was still 15. Survival instincts had kicked in. If the roles were reversed, Jean figured he'd have done the same. And knowing Ceres, she'd probably have told him to dodge too. There's no need to drag this out, he said. Let's just call it even. Maybe that would help her move past it. Ceres didn't answer right away. Instead, she quietly pulled out a small medicine case and walked over. Noticing a cut on his cheek, she opened the box and offered to treat it. Consider it repayment, she said, for saving my life. Jean raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit cheap? You're the Hidden Palace's only heir. She looked him dead in the eye. This life, I begged to keep it once. Now, I've decided it's worth protecting again. With that, she reassured him not to overthink things and turned to leave. Oh, she added with a soft smile, let's treat today as our first meeting. And just like that, she walked off. See you tomorrow. The following day, Jean Runcandle sat with a glass of wine, quietly watching the atmosphere shift. The crowd had thinned compared to the night before. That suited him just fine. Now the real event could begin. Duels were officially sanctioned, and the audience would soon be treated to proper fights. With the distractions fading, Jean finally had time to focus on what really mattered, finding the Zippel family members. He glanced around, noting that everyone here was between 15 and 20, just like him. That made this the perfect chance to see how his own combat skills, including his magic, stacked up against theirs. For a moment, he considered asking about Colin. But no, this wasn't the time. He'd look into it later, once he officially became a reserve flag bearer. That would free up time for proper investigations. Colin, the fountain of mana, and whatever twisted scheme the Zippels were cooking up, he'd get to the bottom of it, especially with Murakin's help. With his experience, finding that place wouldn't be hard. And once they did, Jean could shut down their little magician factory for good. This time, I'm staying ahead of them. He wasn't about to let something that awful happen again. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar sight. Murakin, currently in his fluffy cat disguise, lounging off to the side. Veridin Zippel had wandered over and was now toying with the cat, gently stroking its fur with interest. Why is there a cat at a Runcandle banquet? He mused aloud. Where's the owner? Then, spotting the pendant around Murakin's neck, he squinted and read the tiny inscription. Butterfly. Then Veridin straightened up, his voice rising in excitement. I knew it. I knew if I followed this cat, I'd find you. With dramatic flair, he pointed across the room. Jean Runcandle. At last, we meet again. Jean raised an eyebrow. Who is this clown? Seeing the blank look on Jin's face, Veridin froze. Wait, you don't recognize me? Jean didn't miss a beat. No, who are you? Veridin clutched his chest like he'd been stabbed. Seriously? I've thought about you every single day since we last met. Still no reaction. Not even a flicker. Desperate, Veridin tried again. Okay, maybe this'll jog your memory. My name starts with a V. He then turned to Murakin and casually gestured. You want to come with me instead? But he wasn't letting go that easily. Come on, you have to remember me. Jean stayed cool. Nope. Veridin's face twisted in frustration. We met at the teleportation gate in the Middle Kingdom. That has to ring a bell. Still nothing. No. Grabbing Jin's shoulder, Veridin practically begged. All right, maybe I'm misremembering some stuff, but listen, my name is Veridin Zippel. Jean locked eyes with him and let out a sigh. If you're trying to pretend we've never met, at least put some effort into it. You're making a scene. To drive the point home, Jean grabbed Veridin's hand. Seriously, just stop bothering me. And yet Veridin just blinked and smiled. So, you do remember me? Jean stared at him in disbelief. This guy? This was the genius who would supposedly become a 9-star magician before 30? The future heir to the entire Zippel family? Veridin kept babbling. I looked for you all day yesterday. All day. And today, 2 hours gone. Just trying to find you. Jean exhaled slowly. This night just keeps getting longer. He glanced at him. It's one banquet hall. How did you manage to wander around for 2 whole hours? Veridin sighed with exaggerated sadness. If I could have used magic, I'd have found you in seconds. But of course, no magic allowed in Runcandle territory. Jean wasn't sure if Veridin was lying or just truly terrible with directions. Probably the latter. Still grinning, Veridin leaned in. Anyway, it's really great to see you again. Can you believe it's already been 5 years? Veridin couldn't help marveling at Jin's progress. You've already hit 5 stars? That's insane, he exclaimed. Then, puffing out his chest, he added proudly, but don't worry, I haven't been slacking either. I'm a 6-star magician now. That puts me a whole rank above your swordsmanship. Jean stared at him, unimpressed. This guy? This was supposed to be the Zippel family's greatest prodigy? 6 stars by 18? If I were in his shoes, I'd be at 7 stars by now. For a second, Jean even considered whether Veridin was lying about his rank. But Veridin caught the skeptical look and completely misread it. Oh, I get it. You're touched. I searched so hard to find you, right? Grinning, he gave Jean a thumbs up. Just keep working hard. I'm counting the days till we finally get to duel. Jean wasn't entirely sure if Veridin was hiding his real power or not. But if he wasn't, and he really had reached 6 stars at 18, then only one magician had ever progressed faster, Celiac Zippel, the current patriarch. This was a good chance to get a read on Veridin's potential. Jean exhaled. I've said this before, but I'll say it again. Learn to shut up and conserve your energy. Veridin laughed. Wow, you sound just like my dad. He tells me the same thing all the time. Then Jean abruptly changed the subject. Why is the Zippel family here? This banquet wasn't meant for you. Unbeknownst to them, Bubert Gaston was quietly eavesdropping from a distance, watching the exchange with interest. Veridin shrugged. I'm the reason we came. I kept bugging my uncle, Andre Zippel, about meeting you. Eventually, he gave in and brought us here. Kind of ridiculous when you think about it. The vice patriarch storming into enemy territory just to keep me happy. He chuckled. But really, we were already vacationing in the Hugh-Festa region when I heard about the banquet. It felt like fate. Jean wasn't buying it. That's all. Swear on it, Veridin said confidently. Jean shook his head. Then be glad this is a banquet. Keep quiet and leave when it's over. Veridin pouted. You're so cold. Then he flashed a sly smile. But you know your father once spared my uncle. Maybe you should return the favor someday. Like, say, crash a Zippel banquet uninvited. Jean narrowed his eyes. And if I decide to go on a rampage while I'm there? Without hesitation, Veridin grinned. I still won't kill you. As if that wasn't outrageous enough, he added, and even if there's a battle, I promise not to get involved. Jean stared at him in disbelief. Are you stupid? Veridin blinked. What did I do? But Jin's attention had already shifted. Someone had been watching him for a while now. Someone far more irritating than Veridin. Without another word, Jean turned and walked toward Bubert Gaston. Is there something you'd like to say? He asked bluntly. Bubert perked up immediately, practically glowing. Yes, actually. Do you know when Lady Luna's coming back? Jean blinked. What? I mean, Lady Luna, of course, Bubert said, his tone full of dramatic sincerity. She'll return soon, right? I stayed up all night writing love poems for her, every line dripping with passion and soul. Once she reads them, I'm sure she'll see I'm not just a charming poet, but a true gentleman. Then, eyes sparkling, he added with complete confidence, who knows? Maybe I'll be your brother-in-law one day. Veridin Zippel choked on his wine, practically spitting it out in shock. Jean exhaled through his nose. Someone clearly needed to be taught a lesson. Calling Bubert his dear guest, Jean calmly began ripping the book apart, page by page. Bubert gasped. What are you doing? Jin's voice was low and sharp. You casually threw around my sister's name, then had the nerve to call me your brother-in-law. His gaze turned cold. Do you think the Runcannel family is some kind of joke? Without another word, Jean signaled a nearby soldier. Escort him to the arena. The soldier bowed and responded immediately. Panic rising, Bubert quickly changed his tone. Young master, wait, what's going on? Why are you doing this? Before he could escape, 2 Sauterets soldiers grabbed him by the head. Wait, stop, Bubert shouted. All I did was express admiration. Every man has the right to love. I was praising your sister's beauty. This is how you repay me. His protests went unanswered as the soldiers pinned him down. Jean stepped forward, removing his coat. We'll settle this with hand-to-hand combat. Bubert's face drained of color. What is wrong with this guy? All he'd done was compliment Jin's sister. Was that really worth getting pummeled over? And worse, if Jean ever found out he was the one who tampered with those Zippel members 5 years ago, things could spiral out of control. Meanwhile, Jean rolled his shoulders, calmly preparing for the fight. From across the area, Bishkul Ibriano stared wide-eyed. What's going on? Margiela Ibriano, standing beside him, glanced over. Looks like Bubert picked the wrong fight. Bishkul nodded. Jin's about to duel him. Margiela sighed. That idiot. Then she motioned toward the arena. Come on, let's get a better view. Nearby, Ceres and Dorma narrowed her eyes. Another duel, she muttered. Why is he wasting time on someone like Bubert? She didn't get it. Why would Jean Runcandle, of all people, bother with such a clown? Back at the banquet, Veridin Zippel leaned against a pillar, watching with amusement. Convincing his uncle to let him come had turned out to be a great move. He hadn't expected to meet the heir of the Ice Palace either. That had been an unexpected bonus. He greeted her politely, only to be brushed off with cold disinterest. Shrugging it off, he turned his focus to what really mattered now, young Master Jin's duel. Curious, Veridin asked someone about Jin's opponent. The man, unfamiliar to him, gave off strange vibes. Could he be some reclusive martial master? Someone else noted that the guy had arrived with the Ibriano family, and maybe that humble appearance was just a front for something dangerous. Back in the ring, Bubert Gaston attempted to keep things civil, stepping forward and formally introducing himself to Jean. Jean responded by punching him square in the face. Don't talk. Just shut up, he snapped, not even pretending to care who the man was. Stunned, Bear roared and unleashed his aura, launching a counterattack. Jean remained calm, silently gauging his strength, roughly 6 stars. On the sidelines, Ceres commented that Bear seemed heavily focused on brute force. Veridin, watching closely, noted that things could go sideways fast, but that just made it more entertaining. Bear landed a solid punch, grinning triumphantly. Now you'll regret this. But Jean didn't flinch. Instead, he responded with a furious flurry of strikes. His fists rained down with brutal precision. Veridin, observing the rhythm, pointed out Jin's tactics. Lure the opponent in, let them get cocky, then strike hard when they least expect it. As the duel wore on, Jin's assault didn't stop. Blow after blow connected. Even after it was clear Bear couldn't keep up, Jean kept pressing the attack. From the crowd, reactions were mixed. Margiela Ibriano frowned. Isn't that enough? She turned to Bishkul, clearly disapproving. Margiela watched the fight, her expression tight as she wondered if the outcome was already decided. Bishkul noticed and agreed. It wasn't fair for Jean to pick on a weaker opponent. But then he challenged her. Was she really going to step in? With a smirk, he hinted that he wasn't weaker than Jean and was more than willing to take his place. Margiela shot him a sharp look. You should have more honor than Jean does, she said, then left him with a pointed suggestion. Maybe he should be the one to challenge Jean. As the tension rose, a blonde-haired boy nearby commented on how fired up Margiela seemed. A brown-haired boy advised Bishkul to listen to his sister's words carefully. With a nod, Bishkul stepped forward and called out to Jean. He demanded that Jean stop targeting Bear Gaston and face him in a fair duel instead. Soon, the two men stood face to face, swords drawn. Jean took a moment to consider the value of this fight. Going up against a 7-star knight was no small thing. Win or lose, it would sharpen his skills and give him a chance to experience firsthand the Ibriano family's renowned swordsmanship, something even his father acknowledged as formidable. Still, he found Margiela amusing. She clearly had no problem putting her brother in a tough spot just to make the match more interesting. With a smirk, Jean said, You must really respect your sister. Bishkul answered immediately. Of course, should be obvious. Jean, knowing what that was like, nodded in understanding. Bishkul then shifted gears. Since he cared so much about his sister, he hoped Jean would keep his subordinates in check from now on. Then he quickly clarified, Bear Gaston wasn't a servant, but a companion. Curious, he asked if Bear had done something to deserve such harsh treatment. Jean explained that Bear came to the banquet to help his sister, who has mobility issues. But his skills just didn't fit the atmosphere of a run candle banquet. Jean admitted there was likely no ill intent and asked Bishkul to let the matter drop. Privately, Jean pieced things together. Bear wasn't just any fighter. He was the notorious transformation sorcerer. Even more puzzling was Bishkul's connection to him. In Jin's past life, the Ibriano family was never linked to Bear, even after his arrest. If Bishkul knew Bear's true identity, then Jean cut himself off. This wasn't the time to speculate, especially with a 7-star knight standing before him. Bishkul simply said, Let's both do our best. Jean refocused, pushing his questions aside. The duel began. Bishkul struck first. Jean blocked swiftly. From that single clash, Jean realized something important. Bishkul's strength didn't quite match a 7-star knight's level. But his swordsmanship, it rivaled Jin's Uncle Zed's skill. The way Bishkul wielded his blade went beyond what Jean had yet learned. The spectators took note. Veridin Zippel remarked on how quickly Jean had been pushed back, while another observer added that given the circumstances, Jean was holding his own surprisingly well. As the duel intensified, someone in the crowd praised the Ibriano family's swordsmanship, famous for its cunning and unpredictable style. Another agreed, saying anyone who'd faced an Ibriano swordsman once would never want to face one again. But Veridin scoffed. To him, those people didn't understand a thing. He said the Runcandle family thrived in fights like this. If the Ibriano style was a sly, coiling snake, then Runcandle was a charging rhinoceros. Unstoppable, even if its horn broke. Back in the fight, Jean lunged at Bishkul. But Bishkul bent. Bishkul bent backward, dodging Jin's attack with effortless grace. Jean immediately sensed that Bishkul was holding back. Still, even at his 5-star level, Jean was managing to keep up. He could feel his limits approaching, but instead of discouragement, a fierce determination ignited within him. Bishkul pressed the attack, moving in with precision. Jean stepped back, feeling a familiar surge rising inside. Channeling his sword aura, he recognized this was a battle worth fighting. As Bishkul lunged forward, Jean timed his move perfectly, thrusting his sword with such precision that Bishkul's blade shattered clean in two. Unfazed, Bishkul kept his momentum, swinging the broken half of his sword. But Jean sidestepped at the last second, delivering a small yet exacting cut to Bishkul's neck. Veridin immediately called the match over, declaring Bishkul Ibriano the winner. Bishkul himself looked momentarily stunned, unsure what had just transpired in those final moments. Jean suddenly collapsed, losing consciousness. Alarmed voices called for him to be taken inside, and attendants rushed forward to help. As Bishkul reflected on the duel, he recalled the sharp sting at his throat when his sword broke. The fact that Jean could read the fight so perfectly in that split second was terrifying. A fraction of a second's difference, whether in Jin's strike or his own reaction, could have completely flipped the outcome. Watching Jean being carried away, Bishkul realized just how formidable this man truly was. Later, Jean lay fast asleep in his room, recovering from the fight, until Murakin decided to plop down on his face. Jolted awake, Jean pushed the cat off, groaning, "Move." He blinked around, processing his surroundings. Did I faint right after the duel? Just then, Gilly entered, relief clear on her face. Jean asked how long he'd been out. 2 days, she replied. Jean blinked again, absorbing the news. The banquet must be long over by now. With a sigh, he realized he hadn't even properly greeted the guests who'd come to see him. Gilly reassured him he needn't worry about missing the finale. For the last 2 days, his duel with Bishkul Ibriano had been the talk of the town, drawing massive attention. She explained it was because he'd revealed the heart sword technique at the end, a display that left many stunned. Elsewhere, spectators continued discussing the fight. One man pointed out that Bishkul could have been badly injured if things had gone differently. Another marveled at the talent needed for a 5-star swordsman to wield the heart sword, an ability far beyond his rank. Others agreed, saying the duel had set sky-high expectations for Jin's future. Back in his room, Gilly praised Jin's achievement, emphasizing how impressive it was to reach the heart sword against an 8-star knight. Even if the performance wasn't flawless, it was an extraordinary milestone. Jin quietly reflected on his progress. His heart sword wasn't perfect yet, but it was already proving its worth. Luna Runcandle's guidance was finally taking root, even though he'd struggled with her unusual teaching methods at first. He remembered her odd advice: never open his eyes during practice. It hadn't made sense then, but now he understood how it helped. Though the technique only activated in dire moments for now, he wasn't worried. Holding his own against an 8-star knight, even imperfectly, was something to be proud of. Looking back, Jean saw plenty of positives from the banquet. He'd confirmed Veridin Zippel's true status, made a potential alliance with the Ice Palace heir, and uncovered a curious connection between Buber Gaston and Bishkul Ibriano. As for the mystery behind the transformation crimes, too many questions remained unanswered. He needed more information before jumping to conclusions. While Jean mulled over his next move, Gilly placed a pot of flowers on the table before him. Curious, Jean asked about them. "They're from Ceres," Gilly said. "The Ice Palace heir left them for you." Murakin, amused, teased, "Looks like Ceres might have a thing for you." Gilly quickly corrected him. "No, in Ice Palace tradition, these flowers symbolize an unending battle, not romance." Jean smirked. So Ceres was eager for a rematch. Murakin kept teasing, insisting that getting flowers from a girl, even if they meant a duel, was still a big deal. "Right, Gilly?" Ignoring the banter, Gilly delivered a more serious message. The patriarch had summoned Jean and expected to see him as soon as he woke. Jean raised an eyebrow. "My father really said that?" Gilly nodded. This was his chance to prove his worth. Understanding the weight of it all, Jean agreed. It was time to face his father and possibly prepare to leave the family for a while. Soon, Jean found himself standing in a dark room, calling out for his father. A deep voice answered. His father was already there, watching. As Jin's eyes adjusted, his father remarked that it had been a long time since any of his children had visited him dressed so casually. It suggested Jean was preparing to leave. Jean confirmed it. He planned to depart soon. Surprisingly, his father seemed to approve. Since regressing, Jean had found his father easier to understand, and this moment was no exception. His father then asked a question. Did Jean know where they were? Without hesitation, Jean answered they were in the mausoleum, a sacred place within the Garden of Swords. Only those who had done great things for the family were allowed entry. It was also the resting place of the family's greatest warriors. His father nodded, confirming that this land was dedicated to those heroes who had protected the Runcandle lineage for generations. Then came another question. Did Jean know about the first patriarch, Timar Runcandle? More importantly, did he realize Timar had no grave here? Jean acknowledged this. There was no burial site for Timar, not in the Garden of Swords or anywhere else. His father explained why. The dark power Timar once wielded made it impossible for him to be honored like the other ancestors. After Timar's death, the Runcandle family was forced into a humiliating deal with the Zippel family, one that cost them their ability to use magic. Because of this, they could no longer properly pay tribute to the powerful ancestors who had wielded magic before them. The Zippel family had taken full advantage of this weakness. They united their super beings and placed a curse on the Run Candle bloodline. The result? Every Run Candle born after Timar was stripped of the ability to use magic. Shifting topics, his father brought up Jin's past battle with the Tana brothers, when Jin had used his aura powers to defeat them. He asked if Jin ever wondered where that power had come from. Jin remembered well and admitted that at the time, he had lied, claiming he would use those abilities for the family's benefit. His father smirked. Back then, Jin was young and reckless. Mistakes like that could be overlooked. But if the same thing happened now, he wouldn't let it slide so easily. Then his father asked a crucial question. Had Jin ever heard Sodaret's voice before? Jin nodded. Sodaret called him a contractor, but in this life, he hadn't actually heard the voice yet. Still, he understood something important. This power gave him an unfair edge over his siblings. Without hesitation, Jin asked his father directly, would it be acceptable to use this power to surpass his siblings and take control of the family? He didn't wait for an answer. Instead, he declared firmly that he intended to leave and explore the world. If, after his journey, he found nothing more valuable than the Run Candle legacy, then he would return to claim it. His father was silent for a moment before speaking. Most who sought the family's recognition left the Garden of Sword behind. But Jin was different. He wasn't leaving to earn the family's approval, but to decide if the family was even worth his. His father wasn't sure whether that mindset was admirable or arrogant. Still, he gave Jin a deadline, 5 years. By then, Jin had to either earn his recognition or accept the family legacy and come back with his answer. Jin drew his sword and gently tapped it against his forehead, a silent sign of respect. He thanked his father and solemnly promised to return in 5 years. Outside, Gilly and Muraken waited. Gilly asked if the meeting had gone well. Jin nodded. It had. Now all that remained was their departure. He noticed the bag she held and assumed it was his, but Gilly quickly corrected him. It was hers, a special pouch designed to block his aura and prevent him from using his powers. She explained that the senior nannies had passed down this practice. Jin admitted it felt strange not being able to use his powers, especially since her role as a nanny was tied to her master's success. Gilly reassured him it was for his own good. Meeting her concern with resolve, Jin vowed to protect her, not just for the next 5 years, but beyond. He also apologized for any trouble his journey might cause. Gilly brushed off the apology. Serving as his reserve rider was enough. She knew her powers would return once his trial was complete. Jin encouraged her to stay strong. As he glanced back at the castle gates, the weight of what lay ahead settled on him. This was the true beginning of his path. With unwavering determination, he stepped forward to explore the world and carve his own destiny. Meanwhile, the patriarch reflected on his own struggles. Despite reaching demigod status through sheer mastery of the sword, he had failed to break the ancestral oath binding their family to the Zippel clan. But now, with Jin's contract with Sodaret and command over shadow energy, there was hope. This youngest member of their bloodline might possess the strength to finally free them from the curse. The patriarch watched from afar, eager to see what the future held. Later, deep in a forest, Jin conjured a flickering flame in his palm, using magic to light the way. Gilly watched him and asked softly, "Are you really okay with leaving without saying goodbye? Your faction's cadets, and even Lady Luna, might be disappointed." Jin remained calm. Luna was always free-spirited. As for the cadets, Jin thought, it's not like he was marching off to his death. If he had told them, they might have seen him off with swords raised high in a grand salute. Gilly agreed. They probably would have gone even further to show their support. Changing the subject, she asked where he planned to go first. She'd heard most flag bearers chose Mummet to start. Since taking down villains, there was the quickest way to build a reputation. Jin considered this. For reserve flag bearers of the Run Candle family, reputation had to be earned from scratch. In the outside world, reserve flag bearers had to prove themselves before gaining recognition as full family members. They received no help from the clan during this journey. Jin thought of his sister Mary. She had carved her name by defeating countless fierce opponents in the continent's south, earning the terrifying title Madwoman of the South, Wind Fury Mary. Unlike her, most of his siblings had returned home within 6 months to 2 years. But his father had given him a full 5 years. And there was only one reason for that. Jin's goal wasn't just to prove himself. It was to uncover everything about shadow energy before returning. With that, he announced their first destination, the Arkan Kingdom. Gilly raised an eyebrow. You mean the nation affiliated with the Luterum Magic Federation? That's outside Zippel territory. Why start there? Jin explained that during a past mission to the Colin Ruins, he'd heard about a growing number of unregistered magicians causing chaos in Arkan. These rogue spellcasters had teamed up with martial artists, making life miserable for locals. Gilly approved. Back when I was active duty, I loved dealing with troublemakers like those. Jin's excitement grew, but a deeper realization settled in. This wasn't information he should know in this life. In his past life, those unregistered magicians and warriors were just puppets of a dark family, the teasing. But his real interest lay elsewhere. The underground auctions they ran, the secret markets where countless rare items were traded, many with hidden value. He expected to find crucial artifacts there, including a specific grimoire and a ring he needed to acquire. Gilly then pointed out a major problem. They couldn't use the teleportation gate to enter Arkan. By family rules, she was only allowed to carry 10 gold coins, and as a reserve flag bearer, Jin couldn't reveal his run candle identity. With no financial or logistical support, their options seemed limited. Jin, however, was unfazed. We'll sort that out when we reach the Jin Kingdom, he said casually. Gilly, still skeptical, asked how they planned to get there. Jin shrugged. We'll just fly. Turning to Muraken, he instructed, transform. Muraken hesitated. Is that really a good idea? Gilly immediately objected. What if someone recognizes you? Jin smiled. It's worth trying at least once. Sure, there's a risk the family might find out, but isn't that what makes things exciting? With a deep rumble, Muraken leapt off Gilly's shoulder, his body expanding and shifting. In moments, he transformed into a massive black dragon. Hold on tight, he warned. I'll need to fly fast if we want to reach the Jin Kingdom by tomorrow. Meanwhile, Luna Runcandle walked down a dimly lit hallway when something outside caught her eye. Through the window, she spotted a dragon soaring into the night sky. Her eyes widened in shock. It can't be Jin? She whispered, stunned that her younger brother was already riding a dragon just after becoming a reserve flag bearer. Resting her hand against the cold glass, she let out a soft sigh. He really was something else, leaving without even saying goodbye. Still, she silently wished him fortune in battle. Her cold, distant brother. By the time they reached the Jin Kingdom, the rough flight was taking its toll. Gilly looked pale and unsteady, clutching her stomach. Muraken shot a glare at Jin. It's your fault for scaring Strawberry Pie, he snapped, the affectionate nickname he had for Gilly. Jin rolled his eyes. Not my fault. You were flying like a lunatic. Muraken huffed in response, but Jin quickly shifted his focus back to Gilly. Breathe deeply, he said gently. Take it slow. He helped her rest against his arm, offering soothing words and steady support. Turning to Muraken, Jin asked, Are you in a bad mood because of what people think about black dragons? Muraken grumbled he couldn't help it, but promised to look after Strawberry Pie while Jin handled their money situation. Jin warned him to stay put, and, most importantly, not to cause a scene. Meanwhile, atop a small hill in the heart of the Jin Kingdom's capital, Simberville gazed down at the sprawling mansions below. He sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and regret. A banquet had been held in his honor, but he only learned about it after it was over. Even if it was just part of his commission, he hadn't forgotten what Jin Runcandle had done for him. The young warrior saved his life, and Simberville had hoped to meet him again, to properly express his gratitude. He recalled Jin's words, If you ever need my help, just let me know. Just then, a familiar voice called from behind. Startled, Simberville turned sharply. There stood Jin Runcandle, a knowing smirk on his face. Jin casually placed a hand on Simberville's shoulder. Relax, it's just me, the one who saved you from those Gonzello guys. Simberville blinked in surprise, momentarily speechless. Then, recovering quickly, he asked, How did you get here so suddenly? Jin grinned. Didn't I say, if you ever needed help, come find me? Simberville nodded sincerely. Of course. Without you, I wouldn't even be here today. Jin nodded back, satisfied. Good, he said. I'll wait here. Go get some gold and money. Simberville was momentarily stunned. Money? He hadn't expected that. Jin thought to himself. It was an unspoken rule. Reserve flag bearers had to conceal their identity at all costs. They were supposed to build their reputations through skill alone, not rely on family backing. It was well known that young masters of the Runcandle family, early in their training, often lived modestly for months. Until they earned money through bounties or mercenary work, hardship was the norm. But these three, they actually ate proper food. Sometime later, Jin, Gilly, and Muraken strolled through the Jin Kingdom streets, discussing their recent experiences. Gilly noted, The food here isn't too bad. She admitted she'd braced herself for days of starvation, like most flag bearers do when they start out, but thanks to Jin, their start had been much smoother than most. Muraken chuckled. Just yesterday you called it extortion, and now you're glad you did it. Jin rolled his eyes. It wasn't extortion. Simberville had debts to clear, and by giving me that money, he wiped them out. He remembered the grateful look on Simberville's face as he handed over the heavy bag of coins. As they walked, Jin suddenly glanced at Muraken with suspicion. Are you eating too much again? We're about to use a teleportation gate, And last time you overate before teleporting, things got messy. Muraken glared. Shut up. I'm a binge eater. I have to eat a lot first, even if it means throwing it all up later. Jean scoffed. That makes no sense. Muraken fired back. If you're so worried, just ride me instead of using the gate. You were the one who wanted to use it. Gilly, amused, chimed in. If it's just motion sickness, we can handle that. But Jean shook his head. That's not the real problem. Their destination, the Arkan Kingdom, was part of the Literal Magic Federation, controlled by the Zippel family. Nearly 80% of all active dragons were under Zippel command. Riding Muraken into their territory without caution would be like declaring war. Still, Jean smirked. More than half those dragons would probably tremble just hearing Muraken's name. Muraken muttered under his breath, clearly annoyed. Those so-called dragons strut around like they own the place. Shows how much the world changed. Jean shot him a sharp look. And didn't I warn you about transforming in the middle of the street? Jean reflected on the power dynamics. Dragons, super beings who commanded them, and the many contractors bound to those forces, all currently backed the Zippel family. In contrast, he was the only one in the Runcandle family with a contract to a higher being. If not for his father, the Zippels would have wiped out the Runcandles long ago. Still, something fell off. How had the Zippel family secured so many contractors? Gathering this many in one generation seemed no coincidence. Later, Jean stood before a checkpoint guard who asked for identification. Lost in thought, he barely registered the question. Realizing they'd arrived, he handed over 2 IDs and introduced himself as Jean Grey and Gilly as Gilly Piton, just tourists visiting the Arkan Kingdom. Moments later, they waited in a room with other travelers. An announcement echoed through the terminal. Passengers might feel headaches and dizziness during transit and should remain seated. Gilly inspected their smooth security check. As expected, the family-made IDs worked perfectly. Jean nodded. The Runcandle family's forgeries were sophisticated enough to fool even Vermont's Special Affairs Division. The system's automated voice thanked everyone for their patience and confirmed that teleportation would begin shortly. Gilly hugged Muraken, who was disguised as a small black cat. Jean took a moment to reflect. The Arkan Kingdom. To him, it belonged to his past life. It had been 15 years since he was last here, but the memories felt fresh. In an instant, they were teleported to the Literal Magic Federation's Arkan Kingdom. An announcement welcomed them to their destination. Stepping onto the bustling streets, Jean took in his surroundings. Despite the 15-year gap, the capital looked much the same as he remembered from the final year of his previous life. Merchants and vendors lined the streets, calling out to passersby. But the contrast was stark. Among them sat homeless individuals with dark, empty eyes. Gilly glanced around, frowning. Despite the pleasant weather, the atmosphere felt heavy. Jean already knew why. The suffocating presence of the Teasing family weighed down the city. He'd heard things were especially bad at this time. Shaking off the unease, Jean suggested they find accommodations first, then pursue their targets. Gilly nodded, and they set off deeper into the city. After a while, they stopped outside a rundown restaurant. Muraken looked at the place in disbelief. Do we really have to stay somewhere this shabby? Gilly, calm as ever, said, the young master probably has a plan. Muraken wasn't convinced. He's rich. Why settle for this dump? Before they could argue further, Jean headed toward the entrance. Showing off wealth here, especially as unregistered mages, isn't a great idea. Muraken scoffed. Even Orcs wouldn't stay in a place this bad. Jean cut him off. Quiet. They stepped inside. The room was dim. At a table, a man slumped over, fast asleep. Jean called out, Are you the owner? The man, Jet, jolted awake and greeted them with a lazy smile. Sizing them up, he noted the odd trio, a flashy guy, a novice swordsman, and a refined lady who looked like a maid. Without missing a beat, Jet offered them juice. Welcome to Jet's Inn. Plenty of rooms available. He proudly presented their special orange juice and invited them to pick any room they liked. Muraken took the glass, but Jet's smile hid a plan. Internally, he smirked, knowing once they drank, they'd wake up in the underground auction house, about to start a new life they never agreed to. Before anyone could sip, Muraken's eyes narrowed. He sensed something off. Without hesitation, he threw the juice into Jet's face, shouting, You insignificant fool. Jet, stunned and dripping sticky juice, stammered in confusion. Muraken stepped forward and punched him hard. How dare you try to poison us? Jet's eyes widened. Poison? What are you talking about? Muraken wasn't buying it. You'll die here today for your treachery. Jet panicked. Wait, please, let's talk. Muraken showed no mercy. He followed up with a brutal kick to Jet's face. Jean watched silently, remembering his past life. Back then, Jet was a self-proclaimed informant with high-quality intel. Someone Jean had relied on during his exile when he had nothing. Jet was the reason Jean had managed to settle in Arkan. But their friendship had been anything but smooth. Jet had scammed him countless times, leading him into underground auctions with promises of rare chances, only to rob him of nearly everything, except the clothes on his back. Just thinking about it made Jin's blood boil. But this time, things would be different. In this life, he planned to turn the tables and use Jet to his advantage. Jet, still reeling from the beat down, wasn't about to take it lying down. I'm a 5-star, you know, he reminded them, trying to regain some dignity. Before he could finish, Murakin silenced him with another punch. Who cares? Jet scrambled to backtrack, realizing he had no leverage. Fine, he stammered. The drink wasn't poison, just a sedative. Murakin scoffed, same thing. Jin stepped in. We've roughed him up enough. Let's hear what he has to say. Murakin wasn't convinced. Why waste time with someone who tried to drug us? Jet, battered and desperate, begged for mercy. I swear I'll make up for it. Murakin's patience was gone. Shut up and prepare to die. Ignoring the threat, Jin said calmly, I'm going to ask you some questions. Lie and you die. Tell the truth and you live. My judgment will be based on instinct and mood. Jet, sweating bullets, quickly agreed. Murakin huffed, but let Jin handle it. Jin's first question, what do you do for a living? Jet, now fully honest, confessed everything. He was an owner, an informant, a scammer, and yes, a human trafficker. But he promised that sparing him would make him valuable. I know everything about Arkin. I'm not lying. Jin pressed on. Why did you try to drug us? Jet admitted the truth. It was to take them somewhere. Where exactly? To the underground Teesing auction house. Jet confessed. Jin demanded details. Jet spilled everything. Teesing was a dark organization running illegal auctions, selling slaves, stolen goods, drugs, even rare artifacts. If it was illegal and valuable, it was sold there. Jin felt a surge of satisfaction. He had finally found the Teesing auction house. Now he knew what his next move would be. He decided to heal Jet tonight. After all, there was work to be done. Jet, grateful beyond words, thanked him profusely. Murakin wasn't thrilled. Spending money to heal someone like Jet was a waste. Gilly agreed. If we let him live, he might betray us again. Jin understood, but argued that taking down Teesing was worth the risk. And if Jet double-crosses us, he shrugged. We can always get rid of him later. Murakin grudgingly accepted the logic. With that settled, Jin made a decision. He'd trust Jet for now. They needed a guide in Arkin, and Jet was as good a place to start as any. The first step, find someone to treat Jet's injuries. Inside Jet's room, Jin exhaled, feeling the weight of the role he had to play. Pretending was exhausting, but no one could know he was a regressor. For now, the act had to continue. After some time, a gray-haired man advised Jet to rest until his bones healed. He casually offered his services again before leaving. Jin watched quietly, surprised. This random healer they'd found on the street was part of the prestigious Litero Magic Federation. Meanwhile, Jet examined himself in the mirror, scowling at the gap where a tooth was missing. He cursed under his breath. These people were insane. They beat him up, then healed him like nothing happened. Who were they? Some kind of heir to an elite martial arts family? Someone. Jet wondered if they were from Beeman's Special Affairs Division. One thing was certain. If he even thought about betraying them, there wouldn't be enough of him left to regret it. Cutting through Jet's thoughts, Jin announced, it's time to move. Next stop, the underground auction houses. After some time, they reached their destination. A guard blocked their way at the gate, eyeing the group suspiciously. Why is Jet bringing so many people today? The guard asked a little too eagerly. Are they products? Jet snapped. Shut up and open the door. They're my guests. Grumbling, the guard complied, and they stepped inside. The scene was striking. A massive crowd filled the auction house, but the atmosphere was oddly refined. Murakin smirked at the irony. Gangsters running this place. Yet an entire orchestra played in the background. The contrast was almost comical. Jet handed each of them a face mask. Everyone knows Salka is the boss of Teesing, he explained, but the real power behind this operation is someone else. If you plan to join the auction, wear these. Better safe than sorry. Intrigued, Jin asked, who's the real boss? Jet revealed the name, Spider-Hands Alu. The extravagant decor, the grand atmosphere. Jet said, all designed to suit Alu's tastes. But beneath it all, he's just an uneducated gangster. Jin encouraged him to continue. Jet explained that Alu wasn't like the usual small-time thugs. He wielded enough influence to control these rough streets. And more importantly, he was a 7-star martial artist from the arable lands. There was even a rumor he had ties to the pure-blood Runcandle family across the sea. Murakin immediately dismissed it. Prestigious Runcandles dealing with some lowlife gangster? Impossible. He scoffed at Jin. Surely you don't believe that nonsense. Gilly agreed, saying the story didn't sound convincing. Jin remained silent, absorbing the information. If even a shred of it was true, things were more complicated than they'd thought. The revelation sparked a memory. One person might be tied to both the literal magic federation and the criminal underworld. The same person who placed a curse on Jean, robbing him of his swordsmanship. If there was a connection to the literal magic federation, there was a good chance he was involved. Jean thought about the infamous 9-star curse called Bladed Illusion, a spell so powerful no ordinary mage could cast it. He doubted anyone in Teasing had that skill. But after 10 years at Storm Castle and 5 more in the Garden of Swords with no leads, he was past being picky. 15 years without answers. At this point, even the faintest clue was worth chasing. Since they were here to shake things up anyway, uncovering Aloe's identity was a worthy goal. Murakin, always eager for action, asked, "So what's the plan? You thinking about wiping out every gangster in Arkan on day one? Might not be the smartest move." Gilly, more cautious, added, "The guard we passed looked highly trained, and there were plenty of unregistered magicians around. Starting a fight in enemy territory? That won't end well." Jean, unfazed, told them not to worry. "I've got a plan." Gilly narrows her eyes, unconvinced. "Care to explain?" Jean doesn't answer right away. Instead, he motions them closer and leans in, whispering his plan. Murakin taps his head and scoffs. "Unbelievable. I seriously wonder what's going on in that brain of yours." Gilly's not far behind in her disbelief. This is run candle behavior now. Jean just gives a nonchalant shrug. If the plan flops, they'll bolt. Simple. Before either of them can press further, Jet cuts in. "We're here," he announces, full of pride. Picked out a spot that won't attract attention. With a grin, he pulls back the curtain. "Welcome to the Teasing Underground Auction." Inside, the auctioneer's voice fills the air, introducing the next lot. He makes it clear, origin, backstory, it doesn't matter. What counts is what the bidders can do with the goods once they're bought. The first items hit the stage. Slaves. One nearby bidder eyes them casually, commenting on their condition. They look healthy, useful. His gaze lingers on a man, standing tall in the back, strong, adaptable, probably a good worker. Jin's eyes narrow. This is exactly the kind of place he's here to tear down. He watches quietly, face unreadable. Then he murmurs, "If things had gone another way, we could be the ones on that stage." Jet exhales beside him. "Yeah, I might have been a little too reckless back then." Jean scans the lineup carefully. No children. That's something at least. Murakin turns toward him. "So, what's the plan now?" "We wait," Jean replies. "Sometimes rare stuff shows up. If anything worthwhile comes out, I'll buy it. Then we move." He suspects the item he's after is still tucked away in storage. If his intel holds up, once the chaos begins, it'll be easier to grab it. Suddenly, the auctioneer raises his voice, officially kicking off the main event. Jean glances at his group. "Be patient. Our moment's coming." 1 week later, 20 gold. "Now, do I hear 30? 130? Anyone for 140. The auctioneer's voice booms across the crowded room. Jet leans in, clearly uneasy. It's been a whole week. If you don't buy something soon, the Teasing crew's gonna start asking questions. Jean arches an eyebrow. "Isn't that your job to deal with?" Jet quickly backpedals, offering a nervous grin. Of course. Just saying, you do whatever you want." But in his head, he's panicking. If Jean keeps showing up without making a single purchase, it's only a matter of time before the wrong people start noticing. And when they do, Jet's out. Just buy something. Anything. Before things get messy. The auctioneer ramps up the drama, introducing the next item, a magic tome. He calls it Matthew Woniak's Magic Tome, hyping it as the legendary work of a sorcerer who once dominated the world. The text may be unreadable, he admits, but no doubt it holds powerful secrets. Someone from the crowd shouts, 80 gold. The auctioneer points, acknowledging the offer. "Do I hear 90? Jean just smiles faintly. The auctioneer got the name wrong. It's not Matthew. Woniak, please. The real name is Matthew Morniak, a notorious fraud. Every one of his so-called magic tomes is just smoke and mirrors, carefully distributed through the Zipple network. No chance this one's the real deal." After a full week of attending the Teasing auctions, Jin's seen this charade more than enough. The auctioneer hypes up trash, and desperate magicians eat it up, hoping for power, buying junk. As expected, the bidding wraps and they move on. Jean just shakes his head. These wannabe magicians really fall for anything. Then comes the next item, another magic tome, this time one written by someone named Senmi. Starting bid, 50 gold. Jean knows the game. Most of these books are fakes, but every once in a while, there's one that's the real thing, hidden in plain sight. No fanfare, no big name, just quiet value, like scratching off a lottery ticket and finding gold. The room bursts into bids. Murakin casually places a hand on Jin's shoulder. "If that's the same Senmi I knew, you'll want that tome." Jean takes his advice. He raises his card. Instantly, the auctioneer snaps to attention, a bit thrown off. "New bid. Do I hear more?" The room stirs with whispers. Who is this guy, bidding like money doesn't matter? Is he backed by some noble family? Jean doesn't flinch. Murakin knew his magic. If he vouched for Tsenmi, that was enough. Bang. The gavel drops. Sold. 150 gold. Before Murakin can even comment, the next book is rolled out. Another tome. This one penned by Shujil Hister. Murakin raises an eyebrow. First Tsenmi, now Histo? These names are getting obscure. Then Jean lifts his card again. 200 gold. The auctioneer announces, surprised. Do I hear any more? More murmurs ripple through the crowd. Who's this guy? Why is he bidding on the weird stuff? Murakin turns to Jean. That price jump. What's up? Jean shrugs. Just want to take one more. Could be worth something. Besides, my master was from the Hister clan. A clan long thought extinct. Finding a relic from them here? Unexpected. No one counters. Sold. 200 gold. Jean looks over the book. Thoughtful. Maybe it's worth keeping. Maybe he'd give it to his master if they ever met again. With his purchases done, he motions for the others. Time to leave. But then Murakin spots something. Another book. And this one's legit. It really is the Tsemi he'd hoped for. But the encryption, it's complex, layered, unusual. Jean doesn't flinch. Only my master and I could crack that, he says. Jet exhales in relief. Finally made a buy. Thought you'd leave empty-handed and blow the whole cover. As they prepare to move, Jean turns to Jet. Set up a meeting. I want to talk to Spider-Hand Alu. Jet freezes. That's not exactly a casual meeting to arrange. Jean leans in. Just tell him this. Veridin Zippel wants a word. In person. Jet stares, stunned. Jean walks ahead, eyes sharp with purpose. He's not just some back-alley special agent. He's a pure-blood Zippel. And if he plays this right, if he can win over the Zippel, he'll rise far beyond this pit. He's not here to survive. He's here to take control. Jin's path is suddenly blocked by a wall of guards. One steps forward, massive, built like a boulder, and eyes him with suspicion. You Veridin Zippel? Jean doesn't blink. Yeah, the guard gives a short nod. Boss wants a word. Follow me. Before the man can turn, Jean slams a fist straight into his face. The guard stumbles, stunned. Jin's eyes blaze cold as fire magic ignites around him. Is this some kind of joke? He growls. The guard, now wide-eyed and scrambling for words, shakes his head fast. I'm not Alu. Just following orders. Mr. Alu told us to bring you to him. That's it. Jean doesn't lower the flames. But before the tension can snap any further, a thunderous blast rattles the air. An explosion, close enough to shake the walls. Jin's patience snaps. He gave his name. He showed restraint. And still, Alu had the nerve to send lackeys? His voice cuts like steel. Stop hiding. The flames roar louder. If you want to talk, crawl out here on your hands and knees. A heavy silence settles. Then footsteps. Slow, reluctant. Alu steps into view. He bows deep, trembling. I'm Alu, caretaker of Teesing. I didn't know. Please forgive me. Jet watches the whole scene unfold, jaw tight. If anyone else had claimed to be Veridin Zippel, he would have scoffed. Laughed even. But this, that aura, that fire magic, it wasn't child's play. 5-star mana, easily. Only a real Zippel could pull that off, especially at Jin's age. He gets it now. Jean isn't bluffing. He can't be. 1 week earlier. I'm going to pretend to be Veridin Zippel, Jean had declared. Murakin had nearly choked. You're what? Gilly had been more analytical. Even if Alu suspects something, he's not going to expect a direct bloodline member. At most, some elderly steward or a distant branch. That was the edge. They couldn't disprove it outright. But Gilly still looked worried. If the run candles, or worse, the patriarch, ever caught wind of this stunt, disaster wouldn't even begin to cover it. Back to the present. Alu, Jean says coldly. Stand up. Yes, sir. Alu straightens up fast, wiping the sweat from his brow. He quickly presents 2 books, hands trembling. Take a look, sir, he says nervously. These are their magic tomes. Before Jean can ask, Alu blurts out a confession. He hadn't gotten them through the proper Zippel channels. He knows he's overstepped. They're very important to my family, he explains, almost pleading. If I may ask, how much profit have you made from selling items like these? Then comes the backpedaling. I'm more a martial artist, to be honest. I didn't really understand the value of these things. But I swear, I'll make it right. I'll recover them. Just give me another chance. Jean cuts him off. Shut up. Alu freezes. Bring me the account book and the customer list. Jin's voice is calm, but absolute. My family starts their investigation tomorrow. Alu nods in panic. There's no room left to negotiate. As the man rushes off, Jean remains still. Teesing thought it could grow roots in the Arkan Kingdom. Thought it could become something powerful. But in the eyes of a true Zippel, they're nothing but a street gang playing house. If the investigation turns up anything the Zippel family doesn't like, Teesing is done for. No second chances. Sometime later, Jean and his team gather in a dim room, poring over piles of books and old documents. Alu stands nearby, claiming this is everything from the auction. Jean eyes the collection with doubt. Is that really all? He asks. Aloe hesitates, then admits there are more valuables, but they're locked up tight in the staff quarters. He asks for time, promising to return with them in 2 hours. Jean isn't buying it. Trying to destroy something important, he cuts in, cold and direct. He lets Aloe know he plans to cross-check everything by questioning the people Aloe bribed. Then, with a smirk, Jean tells him to go ahead. Just don't forget who's in charge here. Aloe, cornered, gives a stiff bow. I'll be back soon, he says. Before heading out, he orders one of his brown-haired guards to show Sir Veridin around the storage. The guard nods. But just before leaving, Aloe leans in and whispers another command. Make sure he doesn't leave this mansion. The guard gives a subtle nod. Message received. Down the hall, Aloe fumes. Who does that brat think he is? He growls under his breath. After all the gold he's funneled to the Zipples, he's not about to let some fraud pull rank on him. There's still a way to win this. Back inside, Jin's group is deep in what looks like a private library. Mirakin casually tells Gilly to grab whatever she wants. She hesitates. It's not like any of this wasn't stolen, he shrugs. As they sort through the shelves, a book drops and smacks the brown-haired guard on the head. He groans. Damn junk. Mirakin laughs and glances at Jean. Aloe has probably figured out you're not who you say you are. So what now? Jean just shrugs. We take what we like and bounce before he shows up, he says, like it's the most natural thing in the world. He cracks open a wooden box and spots something shiny, a ring. Without missing a beat, he takes it, still a little stunned by how bold they're being. Gilly asks if this is really the kind of stunt they plan to keep pulling. Jean says nothing, but the smirk on his face says it all. Just then, Jet walks in with a stack of papers. Found the slave records, he announces proudly. Names, birthplaces, ages, everything you asked for. Jean nods. Nice work. We're done here. Let's move. But before they can leave, the brown-haired guard steps in their path. Aloe will be back with the books soon, he says. You'll need to wait here. Jean doesn't even respond. He moves fast and hard, knocking the guard out cold in one clean hit. Jet stares wide-eyed. You're not just a magic guy, huh? He says. You can fight, too. But why go after Aloe's crew like this? Jean turns to him. You got a family? Jet blinks. Yeah, a son. Without missing a beat, Jean drops a bombshell. Take your son and run. Head for the Beeman Empire. And don't look back. Jet freezes. What are you saying? Jean lays it out plain. If Jet wants to survive, the only shot he's got is to hand over the accounting books and play the whistleblower. That's the only card left to play. But Jet won't budge. I'm staying, he says firmly. I've worked too damn hard to get here. I won't let this chance slip away. He bows his head, almost desperate. Let me serve you, no matter what. For life. That's when Jean finally says it. He's not Veridin Zipple. Jet goes silent. The truth hits like a thunderclap. 2 hours later, Aloe struts back into the mansion, smug and confident, until his eyes land on a guard lying unconscious on the floor. His smile vanishes. Before he can speak, another guard rushes up, breathing hard. Boss, Aloe glares. Talk. The man hesitates, then delivers the gut punch. Jean and his group are gone. And they didn't leave empty-handed. They took everything. The slave records, customer lists, the whole stash. Teasing's finished. Aloe's rage explodes. Chase them, he roars. The guard lowers his head. We can't. They vanished. That does it. Aloe grabs him by the face and flings him across the room. The guard slams into the wall with a thud. I don't care what it takes, he bellows. Round up every last man. Find them. I'll tear those liars apart with my own hands. Somewhere far from the chaos, Mirakin lounges by the fire, eyeing Jean. So, he asks, any reason we're still hanging around? Jean stays cool, arms folded, voice calm. Aloe doesn't matter anymore. What we need to figure out is if he's tied to the run candles. Mirakin nods. Fair point. Let's call this our final goodbye. He chuckles, then adds, I did toss him a chimney grimoire, one of a kind. You should have seen his face at the auction. But then his tone shifts. What I don't get is, how did Aloe even know about a relic that rare? And more importantly, how the hell did he get it? Before Jean can answer, voices ring out in the distance. Over here. They're over here. A wave of guards swarm in, weapons drawn. One yells for backup. Mirakin groans. Great. Here we go. Jean sighs. Guess it's time for a little talk. Moments later, Aloe storms in, face twisted with rage. There you are, he snarls. Thought you could rip me off and just vanish? He steps forward, furious. You're going to pay for this. I'll hang you in the marketplace for the world to see. Nobody crosses Spider-Hand, Aloe, and lives. But Jean just grins. He starts listing everything they found. The names of kidnapped slaves from Beemit. The grimoire transactions, tracked and traced. The customer list, packed with nobles who look the other way. Then, with a flick of his hand, Jean sends the documents fluttering into the air like falling leaves. You're too late, he says, eyes locked on Aloe. The truth's already out. By tomorrow, everyone will know what you've done. He smirks. Gotta love magic mail. Alu's face twists in fury. He screams at Jean, his threats turning savage. Alu snarls, promising to skin Jean alive, and every time he passes out from the pain, he'll be burned awake again and again. Unbothered, Jean turns to Muraken. Hey, Muraken sighs like he already regrets what's coming. Now, what? I want a one-on-one with Alu. Muraken groans. You're such a pain. Alu explodes. You're insane, he spits. You actually think you could take me alone? He whirls around, barking at his men. Stop standing there. Kill them. The guards jump into action, activating magic crystals and charging in. Alu snaps a specific order. Keep Jean alive. The rest? Wipe them out. One lunges at Muraken. Big mistake. In a blur, Muraken moves faster than the eye can follow. He slices through them like they're nothing. Then he leaps, slamming into another attacker with crushing force. The remaining guards freeze, stunned. Alu, red with fury, shouts, What are you waiting for? Attack. A gray-haired guard hesitates. Sir, if we cast now, we might hit our own men. Then aim for the back line. Alu roars. Jean glances over at Gilly. Hang back, he tells her. The guards fire off a wave of fire and water magic. A deadly barrage. But Jean stands firm, raising a shield that blocks everything. The spells crash against it and vanish. Gilly watches wide-eyed. The guard back off, rattled. Jean grins. Thanks to my sister Luna, this kind of thing's a breeze. Elsewhere, Luna folds her arms and scoffs. Not even a goodbye before running off, she mutters. Muraken studies the remaining enemies, unimpressed. They rely on numbers because they're weak, he grumbles. He rolls his shoulders. Whatever, just drop dead already. Then, with no warning, he releases a blinding wave of light magic. The explosion lights up the entire battlefield. Everyone stops. Ala charges at Muraken, wild with rage. One of his guards watches, confused. What's happening? Another shakes his head. He's lost it. Then he smirks. Might actually work in our favor. Back in the fight, Muraken clears out the weaker threats, just like Jean asked. With the field cleared, he looks over. All yours. Alu, frothing with anger, demands, Who sent you? Why are you here? Jean barely reacts. Doesn't matter. You're not making it out of this. Ala doesn't wait. He rushes in, fast and fierce. Jean dodges, just barely slipping out of the way. Even as he moves, Jin's thoughts race. This guy's fast, maybe even stronger than he let on. One slip up and it's over. Muraken watches closely from the sidelines. Looks like he's finally got a real fight, he mutters. If Alu really is a 7-star martial artist like the rumors say, this won't be anything like Jin's match with Vishkal. This guy's out for blood. Muraken keeps it simple. Do your best, kid, and don't die. Alu sneers. You're an air mage. What are you doing out here, trying to play soldier? Jean smirks. And what's a rookie like you doing acting like a big shot? Then he lunges, with no hesitation, and strikes with his sword. Alu raises an eyebrow mid-clash. That's an interesting sword, he says, casually deflecting Jin's blow. He counters instantly, forcing Jean back with a precise strike. You're not a mage at all, are you? Jean says nothing, already lunging again. Alu moves like smoke, vanishing and reappearing behind Jean in a blink, aiming a vicious strike at his back. Jean spins, narrowly avoiding the hit. Alu's blade slams into the ground, sending chunks of stone flying. Tisich, Alu mutters. Barely missed. Jin's thoughts are racing. He's not even going all out, and it's already this overwhelming. Watching the fight, Alu lets out a low chuckle. That fireball at the auction, he says, almost amused. That had to be from an artifact. He clenches his jaw, realizing just how badly he misjudged things. But the worst part? The other guy. The one who single-handedly tore through his forces. Alu's eyes drift to Muraken, still standing there, unmoving. Why hasn't he made a move? Meanwhile, Muraken watches Jean take another solid hit. He sighs. This little idiot. Gilly turns to him, clearly worried. You're really just going to stand there? She asks. I know he wanted to fight a 7-star martial artist, but isn't this way too soon? Muraken shrugs. It's fine. He needs to learn how much life actually matters. Gilly doesn't argue. Fair, but from the way you're talking, it almost sounds like you expect him to lose. Back on the battlefield, Jean grits his teeth and braces himself. Alu charges in again, relentless, brutal. His strikes land like hammer blows, forcing Jean to block each one under crushing pressure. Every hit echoes like thunder. The crowd watches, stunned by the intensity. Alu doesn't let up. This is the end for you. Jean doesn't flinch. Instead, he smirks. Flames begin to swirl around him. When a run-candle magic swordsman fights, he says coolly, a 2-star gap doesn't matter. With a sharp motion, he unleashes a fire burst that blasts Alu backward. Alu stumbles, shocked. That wasn't an artifact. Realization dawns. Jean isn't just some mage. He's a full-blown magic swordsman. Jin's sword crackles as lightning surges along the blade, charging it with raw energy. Alu tries to parry, but his weapon strains under the impact. Still trying to get a grip on the fight, Alu sneers. Standing out like that in battle, it's suicide. But Jin stands firm. He raises his hand, now glowing with the power of a magical ring, and declares, "Helmet release." Alu's eyes go wide. What the hell is this? Before he can react, Jin closes in. His blade cuts deep. A shadowy aura swirls around him, the air turning cold with dark magic. With the momentum Jin calmly sheaths his sword. From the sidelines, Muraken watches, eyes narrowing. That's Multa's rune. Gilly blinks. Multa's rune? What's that? Muraken folds his arms. Thousands of years ago, the first emperor of Beemont wielded it, a gift forged for him after falling in love with a demon. In an age of endless war, Multa was a masterpiece. Anything below 7-star, it could block it all. He frowns, thoughtful. The real question is, how did a relic like that wind up with a bunch of thugs? Jin wonders the same. He knows this rune wasn't made for just anyone. Jin remembers, Multa's rune wasn't supposed to be floating around. It was meant to be handed over to the Beemont Emperor within 5 or 6 years. Back then, the entire academy and the media exploded with speculation about the helmet. He can still recall the exact moment it was first found, the place, the date, even the circumstances. But he puts those thoughts aside. Facing Alu, Jin closes the distance and lands a final, crushing blow. Alu stumbles, weakened and barely upright. Jin's voice cuts through the tension. "Before you die, I got one question." Alu coughs, his breathing shallow. "I heard you've got ties to the Runcandle family," Jin says calmly. "Is it true?" Muraken sighs. "Should have asked that earlier," he mutters. Not like a dying man's got much reason to tell the truth. Alu lets out a harsh laugh. "I get it now," he rasps. "I know who you really are." He draws a shaky breath and confirms it. Yes, he failed, but that's not all. Jin narrows his eyes. "What are you talking about?" Alu grins through the pain. "You're just the youngest, but even you can't stop him." Muraken stiffens. "Him," he repeats. Who the hell is he talking about? Jin stays quiet, thinking fast. Spider-Hand Alu. That name was probably fake from the start. Something about all this doesn't add up. A 7-star martial artist running a street gang? Secret links to the Runcandles? No, there's something deeper. Someone bigger is pulling the strings. Muraken shrugs, half joking. Doesn't surprise me that much. One of my ancestors, guy with 9-star power, ran a bar for fun. Still, Jin isn't laughing. Who is Alu really working for? His final words weren't random. He admitted defeat, sure, but his warning had weight. The fact that he knew Jin's true identity meant this wasn't just about teasing. It had something to do with the illusion spell and the struggle inside the Runcandle family. Jin runs through the possibilities. Yuna? Out of the picture, she walked away from the clan. Mayu and the twins? No way. Too inexperienced. The rest? None had the brains or ambition to pull something like this off. That left one name. One person who cared too much about power. Who never stopped scheming once he realized Jin was a threat. Joshua Runcandle. The next heir. Jin clenches his fists. Whether he's right or not, he needs answers. The next morning, a young boy stands on a busy corner, waving newspapers high above his head. Extra, extra. Teasing wiped out. Joint action by the Zipples and Beemont. Criminal gang destroyed in just one day. Jin glances at the headline and smirks. Looks like Jet played his part well. Sure, the Zipples and Beemont might give Jet a hard time later, but in exchange, he got something priceless. Safety. Muraken crosses his arms and snorts. Honestly, those guys deserved worse. But hey, if the big names want to claim the credit, it saves us the trouble. Jin nods. We walked away with a ring, some talented mages, a 7-star knight, and a solid win. Just then, Gilly approaches with a firm look. Young master. Jin looks at her, curious. She doesn't mince words. Just because someone's a 7-star knight doesn't mean they're all that. Don't let your guard down just because you beat Alu. Next time, you might not walk away so easily. Jin lets out a slow breath. You're right. Then he cracks a grin. I mean, compared to you, I've got a long way to go. Satisfied, Gilly gives a small nod. Jin turns to Jet, giving him a rare nod of thanks. Because of Jet's work, their trail was cold. No one would suspect where they'd gone. With the dust settled, Jin suggests they take it easy for a bit, then head for their next stop. A new path lies ahead. Muraken tilts his head. So, where next? Jin answers simply, Taiken, an independent city. Gilly joins in, her voice warm. They call it the City of 7 Colors. Muraken raises an eyebrow. 7 colors? What's that supposed to mean? As Jin slips a few coins to a passing old man, Gilly explains. Taiken isn't just colorful. It's one of the biggest intelligence hubs out there. Right up there with the Runcandles, Zipples, and Beemont. If you want information, you go to Taiken. Muraken's eyes narrow slightly. He's starting to see the plan. So, you're doing the same thing you did with Jet? Digging for intel. Jean gives a small nod. That's one of the reasons. Not long after, a voice calls out that all passengers are aboard. Their boats set sail. As the waves carry them forward, Jean takes a moment to reflect. This time around, he needs to rely on more than just power. He needs Gilly and Muraken to walk this road with him, fully. The past, the present, and the future are all tangled together. Bishkul Ibriano, Buber Kinzello, even Aloa's ties to the run candles. And then there's the Colin ruins and forbidden magic. Too many questions, too many shadows. But Taiken is where the unraveling begins. After a while, Muraken speaks up. I figured out, he says. Jean glances over. Chinmi's legacy. Muraken continues. It's like magic. Jin's eyes widen. Light magic, long thought extinct. Muraken nods. Yeah, it was wiped out. The Zippels made sure of it. Chinmi fought against them. And when they crushed his people, they didn't just defeat them. They erased them. Their history, their spells, everything. Typical Zippel brutality. He goes quiet for a second, thinking, if I don't grow stronger, we might end up the same way. Jean nods slowly. That's why we have to push further. He raises a hand, energy crackling at his fingertips. Watch closely. A surge of magical energy pulses around him. Muraken leans in, but his brow furrows. Something isn't right. The magic isn't light. It's black. The pressure hits him like a wave. His eyes throb, vision pulsing from the sheer force of it. Jean chuckles. Feels weird, doesn't it? With his hand still over his face, Muraken watches as Jean calmly explains. This magic isn't just strong. It's practical. Defensive, offensive, both. I call it flashbang, Jean says, grinning. One of Chinmi's greatest spells. There's an excitement in his voice, raw and real. But then, just as he's soaking in the moment, he abruptly changes gears. Speaking of which, what do you know about a certain Histermage? Muraken blinks. Where'd that come from? Jean pulls out a thick book, worn and locked tight with layers of magical encryption. This thing's a nightmare, he mutters. Even I can't break through it. Not yet. He flips through it, pages blank to the untrained eye. I don't know what's inside, he adds. But something tells me it'll matter later. With that, he snaps it shut. Let's shelve it for now. Someday, we'll find someone who can unlock it. A week later, the scene shifts to Taiken, an independent city full of life and color. Gilly lights up with excitement as she takes in the view, marveling at the island city's charm. Jean walks beside her, quietly observing. Unlike the rest of the central continent, Taiken belongs to no one. Not the run candles, not the Zippels. It's a free city, perched on the southern coast, where the ocean stretches out in every direction. It's small in size, but known far and wide. A favorite for tourists, thanks to its seaside beauty and wide open skies. As they stroll through the bustling streets, Gilly comments on how lively it feels. Let's find a place to stay, she suggests. Jean nods, and just as he does, Muraken, perched on her shoulder, jumps down. Let's head for the center of town, Jean adds. The moment his feet touch the ground, Muraken transforms into his human form with a huff. Not dealing with another lousy inn, he mutters. Jean immediately shoots him a glare. How many times do I have to tell you? No transforming in public. Muraken shrugs like it's no big deal. Relax. Humans don't notice stuff like that. Unfortunately, someone does. A girl nearby, eyes wide with wonder, gasps. That cat turned into a man. She points straight at Muraken, drawing attention. Did you see that? Then, to everyone's horror, she starts yelling. How did you do that? Teach Julia. Julia wants to learn. Jean freezes. You're imagining things, he says quickly. A cat turning into a person? That's not possible. Julia, licking her ice cream without missing a beat, stares him down. Nope, not just me. Yuri saw it too. She looks him square in the eyes. Why are you lying, mister? Jean stumbles a bit. I'm not lying. And also, I'm not a mister. Julia squints at him. You totally are. And you are lying. Jean sighs. This is going nowhere. Didn't I buy you that ice cream? Maybe you could just pretend you didn't see anything. Julia shakes her head firmly. Nope, Julia doesn't lie. Not even for extra scoops. A short distance away, Gilly turns to Muraken with a quiet voice. What now? She reminds him. Julia was lost when they found her. The plan was to drop her off at the garrison. But if she starts talking about what she saw, it could attract the Zippels. And that's trouble they can't afford. Muraken waves it off. She's a kid. No one's going to believe her. Gilly shoots him a cold look. If you just listened to the young master, we wouldn't be in this mess. Before they can argue further, Julia suddenly points at a building up ahead. That's the information center, she declares. Then, pouting, she adds, and I don't like the garrison. Gilly glances at her. Why not? They always bother my mom. Julia says flatly. They're mean. They break stuff. Gilly's expression tightens. Is the garrison corrupt? Another group of bullies hiding behind uniforms? Jean stays more cautious. Her mother might be on the wrong side of the law. We should find out first. As they get closer to the building, one of the guards spots Julia and immediately straightens up. Is that? It is. Someone go get the captain, he calls out, then turns to her. Little miss, you're all right. Jean steps forward. You know her? The guard laughs. Know her? Of course. She's the captain's daughter. Jean blinks, caught completely off guard. Did not see that coming. Just then, Julia's eyes light up. Mom! She dashes toward a woman in uniform, Alicia Badger. Jean watches quietly as the two embrace. So that's her mother, and the leader of the information center? There's probably more to her than meets the eye. Julia wraps her arms around Alicia with a tight squeeze. Alicia gently scolds her. You shouldn't run off like that, sweetheart. Julia pouts. You never play with me. That's why I left. Alicia sighs, brushing a hand through her daughter's hair. I'm sorry. Work's just been hectic. But once I'm done, I promise, we'll spend more time together. Julia narrows her eyes. That's what you said last time. Alicia gives her a warm smile. This time I mean it. I really can't leave right now, but I'll make it happen. She finally turns to face Jean and the others. Most people in Taiken know who Julia is, she says, her voice polite but firm. If you're planning to stay here, I'd suggest being a little more careful. Then, realizing she hasn't introduced herself, she extends a hand. Sorry for the delay. I'm Alicia Badger, leader of the Taiken garrison. Jean takes her hand with a calm nod. Jean Grey, just a tourist passing through. Alicia raises an eyebrow. A tourist, huh? Still, she plays along. In that case, I should offer something in return. She glances at Julia. Anything you need? Jean thinks for a moment. Actually, any recommendations on where to stay? Before Alicia can reply, Julia tugs at her sleeve and whispers something in her ear. Alicia listens, then chuckles and nods. She calls for paper, and a nearby guard rushes to bring it over. She scribbles something down and hands it to Jean. A letter of recommendation, she explains. With my seal, show this anywhere in Taiken, and you'll be treated like a guest to the garrison. She smiles. Thank you for bringing Julia back. Jean shakes his head. We should be thanking you. With that, they prepare to leave. But just as they turn away, Alicia asks casually, Hey, Julia, is it true a cat turned into a man? Julia lights up. Yup, I saw it happen. Then she lowers her voice and leans in. But the others don't want to talk about it, so I'm pretending I didn't see anything. Alicia chuckles. Good girl. Everyone's got secrets. But deep down, her thoughts linger on what she saw. A transformation like that. Only a dragon could pull it off. Later, at their lodge, Gilly settles onto the bed with a content sigh. Wow, the only place that's come close to this was back in Huffister. Across the room, Murakin is already sprawled out, arms behind his head. Now this is how a lodge should feel. Soft beds, warm food, finally. Gilly nods. That letter really did the trick. Everything's been smooth since we got here. She glances at Jean. You know, that ice cream Julia had earlier? It's pretty popular here. I was thinking of trying some myself. Jean blinks. Why are you asking me? She grins. Just checking. Jean shrugs. If you want it, go get it. That's all she needs to hear. Gilly beams and heads for the door. I'll be back soon. Once she's gone, Murakin stretches with a groan. Been a while since we've had it this good. Almost feels like a vacation. Then his tone shifts. But how exactly are you planning to meet the 7 colors? Murakin leans back, arms crossed. You do realize meeting the 7 colors isn't going to be easy, right? Jean doesn't miss a beat. I've already got a plan. He explains that the 7 colors isn't just any network. It's the most trusted intelligence group in all of Taiken. And at the center of it all, a man called the Noble Sword, Kashmir Alprian. Kashmir isn't just known for his skill with a blade. He's respected enough that the Run Candle family once considered him as an instructor for their beginner swordsmanship program. That's about as far as most people's knowledge goes. But Jean knows more, much more. In 10 years, that man will rise to power as the Emperor of Beemit. He'll use the 7 colors' influence to gain control not only over Beemit, but to sway even the Zipples and Run Candles. He'll unify it all and crown himself the first king of an independent Taiken. A swordsman, yes, but also a master strategist. Kashmir is someone who plays the long game, hiding his ambitions until the time is right. Jean wonders, could he become an ally? Maybe. But the real challenge lies in figuring out how to approach someone that careful. Before he can dwell on it further, Gilly bursts into the room, clearly rattled. There's something wrong, she says quickly. She explains the lodge is empty. No staff, no guests. Everyone's vanished, and something feels off. Way off. Suddenly, a hand gently rests on her shoulder. I hope I'm not intruding, a calm voice says. Jin's eyes sharpen. Standing at the door is none other than Kashmir Alprian. Why is he here? Murakin's reaction is instant, hostile, and ready to strike. He moves to attack, his energy flaring. Wait, Jean says sharply. This isn't the time. Killing him would cause more problems than it solves. But Muraken doesn't back down. With a flash of power, he shifts into his shadow dragon form, eyes locked on Kashmir. Oh, you're doing well, are you? He mocks, repeating the man's greeting with venom. Are you actually stupid enough to ask that? Jean doesn't relax for a second. Why is the noble sword suddenly showing up here? They just arrived in Taiken. No one should have noticed them, especially not someone like him. Then he spots them. Guards. 3 for no more. They're surrounded. If things go sideways, this room could turn into a bloodbath, and Gilly could be caught in the crossfire. Muraken, Jean warns. This space is too tight. Stand down. Reluctantly, Muraken shifts back into his human form, though his frustration is written all over him. Still glaring, he growls. Do you even know who you're dealing with? Kashmir keeps his expression neutral. What do you mean? Muraken scoffs. Asked if you know who I am. He doesn't wait for a reply. TCH. Of course not. One more on. He yanks Gilly into a protective hug and grumbles, still fuming. And what's with that tone? You think just because you've got a sword and a pack of guards, you get to talk down to people? Jean watches closely. Muraken's holding back, for now, but barely. Kashmir remains composed. No disrespect was intended. Muraken's eyes narrow. Then what was your intention? He points toward the door. You barged in without warning. Gave us 0 explanation. Still no answers. His voice hardens. So I'll ask one more time. Do you even know who I am? Kashmir pauses, then calmly replies. No, I don't. Muraken scoffs, unimpressed. Then why are you acting like some pompous lord? He sneers. Just because you've got a sword and a bunch of followers, you think you're better than everyone. The tension in the room spikes. Before things can spiral, Jean steps forward, voice firm. That's enough. He looks Muraken straight in the eye. Put the sword away. Calm down. Then, turning to Kashmir, his tone shifts, measured, formal. You must be the noble sword. Kashmir, Alprian. I've heard much about your reputation. Kashmir's expression flickers with surprise. How does this young man know my name? Jean doesn't hesitate. My name is Jean Runcandle. That lands hard. Muraken and Gilly both react, taken completely off guard by the sudden reveal. Jean continues, unfazed. Why don't we continue this somewhere more private? We can speak properly, and I'll answer your questions. Sometime later, they're seated across from one another in a quieter setting. Gilly and Muraken remain behind Jean, alert and watching. Jean begins. Thanks for recalling your Soderette. That kind of trust means a lot. Kashmir sits back, assessing him. He recalls why he'd brought them in the first place. A report about a dragon sighting in Taiken. He'd expected something far different. But now he knows. That overwhelming pressure from earlier, that was no illusion. It wasn't Jean, it was Muraken. And from the look on the dragon's face, if he hadn't intervened, this meeting would have turned into a massacre. His gaze shifts to Gilly. He recognizes her instantly, Gillian Cloran. Once a formidable presence at the Beeman Palace. He remembers her in the training fields, disciplined, tactical, deadly. But now, he can't sense a trace of that former might. Who are these people? His eyes return to Jean. Are you really who you say you are? He asks directly. You don't seem like you're lying, but I still have a lot of questions. Jean nods calmly, then asks. Kashmir wastes no time. Why are you traveling with a dragon? He explains that, historically, dragons only form contracts with elite magicians, those with divine pacts or unmatched power. People like the Zipples, not Runcandles. Does your family even know? He asks. Jean shakes his head. They don't. Kashmir leans forward, serious. Then you're carrying a secret that could get you killed. The Runcandle family wouldn't take this lightly. Not even a little. The question isn't what you are, it's why you're with a dragon at all. Jean doesn't answer directly. Instead, he fires the question back. Why are you so interested in meeting this dragon? Kashmir pauses, then decides to come clean. My daughter saw it, he says. She saw a black cat turn into a man. That's why I came. Jean raises an eyebrow. You believe the story of child? Kashmir chuckles. She's not just any child. He smiles faintly. Julia is a contractor of AZ Mill. Jean goes still. AZ Mill, the god of sight. Kashmir nods. A contractor of AZ Mill doesn't misinterpret what they see. Ever. The god of sight gave Julia perfect vision, so what she saw wasn't just a guess. It was the truth. He also warns that if word got out about her connection to AZ Mill, powerful forces would stop at nothing to get to her. This isn't information he shares lightly. Muraken's eyes narrow. Something doesn't add up. He takes a step closer to Kashmir, his instincts flaring. How could she be AZ Mill's contractor without a dragon in sight? He asks. That kind of bond isn't casual. It's sacred. AZ Mill's dragons don't just vanish. And if one had chosen Julia, Muraken would have sensed it. But there's nothing. No energy. No presence. Jean falls silent, thinking AZ Mill's contractors and their dragons are inseparable, especially with a child involved. They don't just walk away, which means something's seriously wrong here. He admits he hasn't figured it all out yet. But whatever's going on, it all centers around that missing dragon. Murakin's frown deepens. What exactly are you saying? Kashmir answers. Julia's guardian dragon disappeared about a year ago. He can't prove it, but he suspects the Zippels, or maybe the Beeman Empire. Right now, it's just a theory. Murakin scoffs. A dragon? Kidnapped? For a whole year? He shakes his head. That's insane. No dragon would let that happen. But then something clicks. He looks at Kashmir. Julia's about 5, right? Kashmir nods. She is. Murakin's face turns grim. If she really is AZ Mill's contractor, then she's in danger. Serious danger. Without her guardian dragon, her mind won't hold out much longer. If this keeps up, she could lose herself, or worse. Kashmir stiffens, caught off guard. What? I didn't know it was that serious. Murakin doesn't sugarcoat it. Contractors like Julia can see the future. But what most don't know is that this gift comes at a heavy cost. Normally, their dragon absorbs the mental strain. Without that protection, Julia's in freefall. Worse yet, she's still a kid. She probably doesn't even realize what she's seeing isn't real. That's the only reason she hasn't broken already. But if this continues, her visions will overwhelm her. In a year or two, she won't be able to tell what's real anymore. Jin's expression hardens. Wait, seeing the future can actually cripple someone. Kashmir nods, voice low. It's about causality. If a contractor sees the future, they're bound by it. And if they fight it, if they try to change it, AZ Mill punishes them. The consequences? Brutal, especially when it comes to matters of life and death. The more they resist the vision, the heavier the blowback. Contractors who break causality too often, they don't make it. Kashmir's tone grows heavy. Julie has been living in a reality no one else can see. And now, Jin's finally starting to understand how deep this goes. They need to find her dragon. Now, there's no other way. Without hesitation, Kashmir drops to one knee before Murakin, showing respect not just to a dragon, but to a powerful one. Then he drops a bombshell. He's not just an informant. He's the leader of the 7 Colors, Taiken's most elite intelligence network. And even with every resource at his disposal, after a year of searching, he still hasn't found the dragon protecting his daughter. Murakin watches him closely. It all fits now. Meeting Julia the second they arrived in Taiken, that wasn't random. AZ Mill was calling out for help, and he brought them right to her. With that realization, Kashmir turns back to Murakin, addressing him once more with full respect. As a great dragon, he's the only one Kashmir can turn to now, and he humbly asks for his help. But Murakin doesn't budge. Arms crossed, tone flat, he shakes his head. Even if I wanted to, I'm not the one who decides. He tilts his head toward Jin. That's up to him. Jin steps forward and looks down at Kashmir. Get up, he says plainly. They may not be close, but this isn't about politics or personal ties. It's about a child. That alone makes it worth their time. Jin suggests they put emotions aside, work together, and start searching for Julia's missing dragon. Kashmir stands deeply grateful. He promises not to forget their help. But despite how well things have gone, a knot of worry remains in his chest. If even the 7 Colors couldn't track the dragon, then maybe the answer lies with the run candles or the Zippels. Murakin raises an eyebrow. Is Taiken tied to the Zippels? Jin clears it up. Taiken's neutral. It doesn't belong to any faction. That satisfies Murakin. Now his attention shifts to Kashmir. Your network's reputation. It's not just for show, right? What about dragons? You got eyes on them. Kashmir nods. We do. We even track which continent each one's on. Murakin doesn't hesitate. Then give me everything you have on dragons in the Beeman Empire. But Jin quickly steps in. That might not be wise. Murakin waves him off. This is a last resort. And dragons, we don't exactly operate in the shadows. If one's out there, I'll know. Back in the city, Inya walks up to Miss Quickcantle, who's reading the newspaper. Inya's face lights up. Miss Quickcantle, look at this. She glances up. Did someone arrive? Nope, it's Sir Jean again. Inya says, grinning. He's all over the headlines. I can't believe someone our age is already a 5-star. Inya pauses, then wonders aloud. Could she ever reach that level? Quickcantle nods calmly. You've got even more potential than he does. You're not just anyone. You're the contractor of Ulta, the god of time. Compared to a boy backed by a family guardian, Inya's contract with a transcendent being puts her in another league. Then, without warning, Quickcantle tells her to go home and stay put until she returns. Suspicious, Inya tilts her head. Why? Did something happen? Quickcantle just shrugs. It's nothing. Just something dark showed up. Above the clouds, Jean Run Candle soars through the sky, riding on Murakin in his true dragon form. Tagan sits behind him, silent. Murakin glances back. It won't be long now. Once my presence fully returns, every dragon in Beemit will feel it. They'll come crawling out. He advises Jean to keep his face hidden if he wants to avoid attention. Jean nods, pulling up his cloak. Ready? All right then, Murakin growls. Let's begin. They dive toward the ground. Flashback. Kashmir Alprian hands Murakin a thick stack of documents. Here, it's every active dragon we've tracked in the Beemit region. Murakin scans the pages, muttering, so they're hiding here. He starts to say something else, then stops himself. Never mind. It'll be fine. Jean notices. Something wrong. Murakin shrugs. Just dragon stuff. Not worth worrying over. We've still got a long way to go. Just as they're about to take off, Kashmir calls out. Kashmir steps forward again, bowing deeply. Please, just a moment. Murakin gives him a bored look. Enough with the ceremony. I'm not some ancient idol. Just call me Murakin. Kashmir adjusts immediately. Understood. Sir Murakin. He bows once more, voice filled with sincerity. Please, help me save my daughter. I'm begging you. Before taking off, Murakin offers 2 key pieces of advice. First, until the guardian dragon is found, keep the girl busy. Completely exhausted. The more tired she is, the weaker AZ Mill's influence becomes. Run her ragged, he says. Games, training, whatever it takes. Make sure she falls asleep the moment her head hits the pillow. Kashmir nods firmly. I'll make sure she's always moving. Then he hesitates. And the second thing? Murakin smirks. Bring some ice candies next time. I missed out because of you. Gilly, nearby, stifles a laugh. Wow, a real gentleman. Murakin chuckles. Didn't you say you wanted some earlier? I wasn't talking about ice candy, she replies. I meant how you ease Kashmir's nerves so smoothly. Murakin shrugs. I don't worry about that kind of creature's feelings. Back in the air, Jean watches Murakin in silence. For someone who always acts like he doesn't care, he's far more considerate than he lets on. Just like any black dragon. Then, Murakin's voice cuts through his thoughts. It's coming. Jean looks ahead. A pair of dragons is flying straight toward them. Murakin immediately recognizes them. Rebus. Until. He grins. I used to beat the scales off those 2. Realizing what's next, he nods to Jean. Helmet on. Jean smirks. They must have really hated you. Just sensing your aura, and they came running. Murakin shrugs. Back then, anyone who crossed into my skies got smacked. Simple rules. Jean raises a brow. Not even a little proud of that. Before he can answer, Rebus shouts across the sky. Why are you here, Murakin? Murakin casually waves. Earth Dragon Rebus. Until. I've awakened from my slumber. Got a little errand, and I'll need your help. Until doesn't look thrilled. Great ruler of the Tall Mountains. Close ally of Sodaret. We respect your strength, but this isn't the time. Please turn back. Rebus adds urgently. A young contractor is still here. We can't afford conflict. Until nods. The coastal region can't take another upheaval. Murakin scoffs. You 2 think you can tell me where I can or can't go. There's no sky I don't belong under. Until sighs, clearly frustrated. If you stay, you'll only make things worse. Your presence is already disrupting the entire area. Murakin's eyes narrow. What exactly do you mean? Rebus hesitates, then says it. Quicantle is coming, and she intends to kill you. Murakin blinks. The silver dragon? Quicantle. He exhales sharply. Right. She's tied to Ulta, the god of time. That guardian dragon. He trails off for a moment, then mutters, yeah, she's my ex. Rebus flinches. Then you definitely need to leave. Rebus, practically pleading now, begs Murakin to just leave. Please, our contractor is still a child. If she gets caught in this, she won't survive. Until adds a sharp warning. None of the other dragons know Murakin's awakened yet. But if he sticks around much longer, every dragon on the continent will sense it. And then, all hell breaks loose. Murakin doesn't flinch. I'm not running. He glances back at Jean. Hold on. And then, without warning, he dives forward like a cannonball, slamming into Rebus and Until with brutal force. The impact sends them flying across the sky. What the hell? Rebus yells, spiraling. Run. Just run for your lives. Damn you, Murakin. Jean stares, completely dumbfounded. What are you doing? But Murakin doesn't even look back. Focus, kid. More on the way. He charges again as other dragons surge in to retaliate. They're holding back. But even so, Murakin quickly realizes these aren't pushovers. Even at half strength, their techniques are serious. 8-star level, at least. And then she arrives. A flash of silver tears through the sky, and a storm of magic follows. Quicantle is here, and she's furious. You should have died back then, she roars, magic crackling around her. What gave you the nerve to show up with that smug face? Jean gulps as he sees her fury firsthand. Do we seriously have to fight that? Murakin lets out a slow breath. Yeah, looks like it. Jean blinks. So, how long were you 2 together? 500 years, Murakin replies casually. Well, about 5 human years. Then, as if he's commenting on the weather, he says, if you get the chance, stab her with Bradamante. Jean nearly chokes. Wait, what? That's her ex. You want me to stab her? She's got no class. Murakin replies coolly. Besides, if it comes to it, pour everything into one hit. Otherwise, you won't land anything. Before Jean can argue, Quickantle's body begins to shimmer. In the blink of an eye, she takes her full dragon form, sleek, silver, and radiating deadly power. Her voice booms. It's too late to run. I'm going to drown you in the sea. Murakin groans, raising his claws. Can we not do this right now? Yeah, you hate me. I get it. But we've got bigger problems. But Quickcantle isn't listening. Her magic ignites the sky as she hurls a massive spell his way. Murakin narrowly dodges, wings flaring as he darts back. She gives chase, her attacks getting sharper and more furious with every strike. Spells, teeth, claws. She's not holding back. What is wrong with you? Murakin barks, trying to dodge a lunging bite. You always get this worked up. Instead of answering, she slams another blast of raw magic at him. For the love of, what even is this? Murakin spreads his black shadow aura, casting a vast cloud of darkness between them to buy time. From a distance, Jean watches the chaos. Yeah, good thing I tag along. If she caught him alone, we'd be attending a funeral. Still, Murakin doesn't seem worried. She can't reach me in this space, he calls out. Not even the silver dragon can push through it. But calming her down? That's another story. Maybe we talk to her. Try reason, he mutters. Before they even get the chance, Quickcantle breaks through the shadows in a flash. She glares at Murakin, magic thrumming through her voice. If you actually thought that pathetic shadow trick would fool me, you're more useless than I remembered. Murakin pauses, momentarily thrown off. How'd you do that? Arms crossed, Quickcantle glares down at him. Seriously? You still don't get it? Her voice is sharp. You've gotten weaker, Murakin. If you think you're still the dragon you once were, you're living in a fantasy. Murakin raises his claws in a half shrug. All right, can we not do this? I didn't come here to fight. I just need to ask you something. But she's not hearing it. Just seeing your face reminds me why I want to tear you apart, she shouts, and unleashes another punishing blow. Murakin ducks and rolls through the air with a groan. Are you seriously this mad over a breakup? Her eyes burn like fire. You think this is just about the breakup? You got a lot more coming. And with that, she slams a vicious punch straight into his face. Murakin reels, but doesn't miss a beat. He signals Jean now. Jean launches forward, sword in hand. Quickcantle snaps her head toward him, caught off guard. Wait, a human. She quickly assesses the situation. Murakin may be strong, but even he can't break through her hide. If that's the case, there's no way a human sword will. But Jean sees it. A faint shimmer of lingering shadow energy in the air, traces left by Murakin's aura. Without hesitation, Jean activates Shadow, Key Liberation, and strikes. His blade cuts straight through, piercing her arm and tearing through her wings. Quickcantle howls in pain, spiraling back through the air. Murakin smirks. Not bad. Blew through everything you had, but hey, you pulled it off. Jean stares at the blood on his blade. Wait, did I just become a dragon slayer? He exhales. Please tell me she's done now. Murakin shakes his head slowly. Not even close. Jean stiffens. You gotta be kidding. Murakin's tone darkens. Most dragons would have dropped from that. But she's not just any dragon. He stares at the still-standing Quickcantle, wounded but steady. Dragons who govern time don't go down easy. Jean, standing on Murakin's outstretched claw, watches Quickcantle carefully. Is she rewinding time? Murakin nods grimly. This is why authority and magic are two different forces. She's using authority. It burns a massive amount of energy, but it works. He glances at Jean. Don't move. Not even an inch. Seconds later, Quickcantle begins to shift, reverting back to her human form. Murakin, ever the instigator, chuckles. So, feel better now. He smirks. Didn't know you were still so hung up on me. Kind of sweet, honestly. Her eyes narrow into daggers. Hung up, she hisses. You call ghosting me for centuries a clean breakup? Murakin winces. Oof. Yeah, that still makes you mad, huh? But it wasn't betrayal. Our personalities just didn't click. Jean listens from the sidelines, stunned. These two have been arguing like this for 1,000 years. Murakin tries to steer things back. Look, I didn't come to stir things up. I'm here for something important. But Quickcantle's eyes flick to Jean. The human. Is he Soderet's contractor? Murakin waves it off. That's not the point. He turns serious. One of our own is in danger. That's why I'm here. But Quickcantle's expression hardens. You're unbelievable, she snaps. After everything, you still... Quickcantle's voice turns cold. Now you care. She steps closer, eyes locked on Murakin's. After all the dragons you've slaughtered, now you want to play the concerned elder? Her glare sharpens. Do you even know how many of our kind died because of you? Murakin doesn't flinch. He nods slowly. I know. He doesn't try to justify it. Among them was the dragon who murdered your brother. That one, I killed for revenge. He pauses. It wasn't my fight, but I got pulled into it anyway. His gaze drifts for a moment. Maybe it wasn't my place. Maybe I shouldn't have come to you at all. He exhales. Maybe I should have asked a different dragon. Quickhandle takes a long, deep breath. Her fingers curl at her sides as she tries to steady her voice. Being near Mirakin always twists her emotions. Finally, she relents. All right, ask. She closes her eyes. Sorry for the outburst. Mirakin doesn't waste a second. One of AZ Mill's guardian dragons is missing. Quickhandle's eyes snap open. Tyken Latrie? He nods. That's the one. Jean stiffens. Finally, they're getting to the root of it all. But before the weight of the moment can settle, Quickhandle drops a bomb. That's odd, she says. Latrie was with Valletta not long ago. Jin's eyes widen. Valletta? He remembers the name clearly. A wind dragon, one of Melzier's direct subordinates, and a guardian of Andre Zippel, the vice head of the Zippel family. A storm of suspicion swirls in his mind. Quickhandle continues. The Zippels said they wanted to teach Latrie dragon language magic. Mirakin frowns. That doesn't sit right. Quickhandle nods. Even if the offer was genuine, it's dangerous. Especially when the current contractor is still a child. She suggests a detour. We should avoid any traps. Let's circle around and enter Beeman's capital through the forest. You can rest at my place. She leads the way. Later, nestled in the forest on the outskirts of Beeman's capital, Jean formally introduces himself. I'm Jean Runcandle, Sodaret's contractor. Quickhandle doesn't blink. I know. Then she casually adds, and Timar's descendant. Youngest son, right? Mirakin blinks. Hold up. How do you know that? She sips her tea before answering. It's obvious. She sets her cup down. You radiate the same energy as Timar. The three of us, Timar, you, and I, we spent centuries together. I felt it the moment I saw you. She shrugs. I guess you were the youngest from the way Mirakin's aura reacted. With that out of the way, she shifts the conversation. Valletta took Latrie a year ago. Mirakin's jaw tightens. So they baited Latrie in with promises of dragon magic. He crosses his arms. Doesn't feel right. Quickhandle agrees. Even if they did plan to teach it, there's a bigger issue. The child contractor, AZ Mill's current host, isn't ready. They can't control the power. She looks to Mirakin. Would it be dangerous for them to be separated? He nods. Absolutely. Valletta should know that. Quickhandle leans back, thoughtful. Then something else is going on. Mirakin catches it instantly. You sound like you've got more to say. She nods slowly. When Valletta came through Beeman, she said she wanted to introduce me to Latrie. But her voice trails off. There was something off about her. Like she was fixated on her contractor. She even asked to meet me alone. No clear reason. Quickhandle admits she almost lost her temper, but forced herself to hold back. Since her, Quickhandle exhales slowly. If she'd acted out back then, her contractor would have been the one to suffer. The identity was already exposed. Picking a fight in a place like Beeman, where half the upper class is tied to the Zippels, would have been reckless. Jean furrows his brows. Wait, that doesn't line up. He looks between them. You said your contractor's identity was revealed, but AZ Mill's contractor isn't known publicly, which means someone went out of their way to find out and target Latrie directly. Mirakin's expression darkens. Yeah, that's not normal. What? Did someone invent contractor tracking magic while I was asleep? But Quickhandle shakes her head firmly. No chance. You can't detect a contractor unless they activate their authority. That kind of magic doesn't exist. Even if it did, she adds, who would benefit from using it? What's the point unless they're planning something serious? The puzzle keeps twisting. Latrie's disappearance isn't just a coincidence. Jean lays it out. There are only two real reasons the Zippels would go after other contractors. 1. Cut out every contractor they don't control. Less risk, total dominance. 2. Eliminate them and take their place. He pauses, voice low. In my past life, the contractor of Ulta, the super being of time, was a pure blood Zippel. They introduced her at the stone statue ceremony. That wasn't luck. He looked straight at Quickhandle. They've already figured out how to hijack divine contracts. The weight of his words hangs in the air. That's why Julia's guardian dragon was taken. In that life, there was never any mention of a princess of Tyken, because she didn't survive. But Quickhandle isn't convinced. Sodaret's contractor already has a dozen wild theories surrounding them, she replies coolly. Why would the Zippels need to chase after more contracts? They already hold too much power. She narrows her eyes. You sure you're not just being paranoid? They're your enemy. After all, Jean meets her gaze, and you're refusing to see the obvious. He speaks calmly, but his words cut deep. Maybe it's different for dragons, but humans? We're bottomless. Power isn't enough. It's never enough. The Zippels have ruled for thousands of years. They won't stop now, not if there's still something left to take. Quickhandle's gaze lingers for a moment, thoughtful. You're not wrong, she admits. The Zipple leadership's definitely moving behind the scenes. Jean presses her. Then why pretend otherwise? What's wrong, quick cancel? He smirks. You scared of them? The air turns tense. Before it tips over, Murakin steps in. All right, cool it. He glances between the two. Everyone knows the Zipples are monsters. They're greedy, dangerous, and brilliant. He sighs. Still, you don't lose anything by being careful. Then, unexpectedly, he turns to Quick Cantle. You should leave Beemit. Quick Cantle raises a brow. Huh, look at you. Reading the room for once. She chuckles softly. Fine, but on one condition. My contractor leaves first. She straightens. Once they're safe, I'll help. Murakin blinks. What do you mean? She doesn't hesitate. I'm going to face Valletta. Directly. If the Zipples are behind this. She says they're already searching for a way in. If she falls, they'll come rushing in for the kill. No more words. She turns to leave, but pauses beside Jean, placing a hand on his shoulder. Quickcantle lingers for a moment, eyes on Jean. There's something about you. I guess I feel a responsibility. To Timar. She offers a faint smile. Seeing one of his descendants standing here, it brings back memories. Her gaze sharpens with amusement. Even your arrogance reminds me of him. Then she turns, voice firm. I'm going to call Valletta. Before anyone can respond, a voice calls out from behind. I'm back. It's Enya, walking in cheerfully, then stopping dead in her tracks when she sees the unfamiliar faces. Who are they? Quickcantle sighs. Didn't I tell you to stay inside? But after a beat, she changes her mind. Actually, this might work out. She gestures toward the group. This is Enya, the contractor of Ulta, the super being of time. Then she points to Jean. And this is Jean Runcandle. He's the contractor Murakin protects. Enya freezes. Her eyes widen. Wait him. She takes a step closer, barely able to contain herself. Is young Master Jean really standing right here in front of me? Jean blinks, looking around. What's going on? Quickcantle groans and covers her face. Right. I forgot to mention, she has a bit of fantasy about you. Before Jean can fully process that, Enya leans in eagerly. Can I get an autograph? Quickcantle pinches the bridge of her nose. You're a contractor. Show some dignity. Enya jumps back, flustered. Sorry, I lost control. I've only ever seen him in newspapers. She straightens up and bows politely. I'm Enya. I'm just a commoner, but I got into the academy on a scholarship. Jean watches her curiously. Ulta only accepts contractors with incredibly refined bloodlines. If Enya's a commoner, her talent must be something special. There's no need to apologize, he says. Though, I'm not exactly used to that kind of welcome. Enya's face lights up. Then, can I be even more excited? No, Jean answers instantly. Quickcantle steps in. Didn't I tell you not to leave the house? Enya shrinks slightly. I was lonely. She starts rambling. I figured I'd feel better around you. And then, just as I was thinking that, I saw Jean Runcandle in person. Talk about timing. Jean studies her silently. A commoner, attending the academy under scholarship. There's no doubt in his mind the nobles in Beemit treated her like garbage. Probably never once realizing who she really was. Exactly why he never wasted time with those academy idiots. Spoiled brats playing politics. Enya breaks his train of thought. So, why are you here? Jean looks her in the eye. I'm here for you. He explains simply. Someone may be targeting her because she's Ulta's contractor, and he intends to protect her. He extends his hand. Come with me. Enya's eyes go wide. You're really taking me with you? He nods once. And just like that, her excitement explodes. She raises her arms, beaming. Great Ulta, thank you. My prayers have finally been answered. Quickcantle deadpants. Okay, that's enough. But Enya, still vibrating with joy, throws her hands to the sky again. All hail Ulta. All hail the super being of time. Without a word, Quickcantle knocks her out with a flick of her hand. Enya slumps to the ground, unconscious. Quickcantle exhales. I was worried she might resist. She looks down at the girl. Clearly, I didn't have to worry about that. Follow you even into the Runcandle clan's underground prison. Quickcantle says offhandedly. Jean raises an eyebrow. Wait, underground prison. He blinks. We don't have anything like that. Quickcantle gives him a knowing smile. No need to play dumb. Then she adds, almost teasing, there's even a dragon down there. Both Jean and Murakin freeze. Wait, what? Before they can press for answers, Murakin suddenly collapses onto the couch, out cold. Quickcantle stares at his unconscious form, unimpressed. Wow, didn't even last a full minute. She turns back to Jean, her tone more serious now. Look, I'm not just offering help because of Timar, or even Enya. She nods toward Murakin. It's because of him. Murakin, completely unaware, snores lightly. He doesn't realize how weak he's become, she says. I didn't mention it earlier, but it's obvious now. He's not ready to face Valletta. Jean frowns. So if it comes to a fight, I'll handle it, she says without hesitation. Jean hesitates. Is Valletta really that strong? Quickcantle nods. She is. But the real issue isn't her strength, it's Miraken's condition. She reminds him, that attack I hit him with at sea? 1,000 years ago, he would have laughed it off. Now, it hit. She glances at Miraken again. He needs rest. Until Valletta shows up, you'll need a safe place. She offers her home. Jean pauses. Can I really ask for that? She shrugs. Sure, if you don't mind staying here. Then she smirks. Though convincing him is another matter. He's going to whine about crashing at his ex's place. Jean chuckles. For a supposedly cold silver dragon, she's more thoughtful than she lets on. All right, he says. We'll stay. Quickhandle nods. Good, because it's about time. Time for what? Jean asks, blinking. She glances toward the couch. 10 seconds. That's when Enya wakes up. Choose your words carefully. Jean stares in disbelief. What? You just knocked her out. Even martial artists can't recover that fast. But before he can argue further, Enya stirs. Oh no, Jean mutters. It's happening. Enya bolts upright. Sir Jean. Quickhandle steps aside, unfazed. Some things are beyond logic. I'll leave the explaining to you. Enya now sits across from Jean, serious for once. I need to know, she says. Is it true someone's targeting T-Can's contractor? Am I next? She doesn't sound scared, just curious. Even a little excited. Schemes. Adventures. Dragons. It's like something out of a novel, and she admits the idea kind of thrills her. Jean nods. That's one way to see it. Gotta stay optimistic, she says brightly. But I know what I have to do. She straightens. I'll move to Taiken with my family. When should I leave? Jean answers without hesitation. As soon as possible. I could be ready by tomorrow, she says confidently. It's just me, my little brother, and our old dog, Poofy. Nothing complicated. Jean gives her a firm nod. Then start packing. Quickhandle steps in. Go now. Get ready before it's too late. Enya waves. See you tomorrow. Before she exits, Quickhandle calls after her. And don't forget to make up an excuse for the academy. Say you're sick or something. Jean nods. Yeah, don't say she's dropping out. That'll just raise more questions. With Enya's departure settled, Quickhandle brings the conversation back to what matters, Valletta. But they're interrupted. A voice calls out from outside the door. A man wearing a cap, asking if anyone's inside. Claims he's here for firewood. Quickhandle frowns. Firewood? There's plenty outside. Why ask for more? Jean raises a hand. Wait, you really think this is about firewood? He lowers his voice. Not all dragons are easygoing, and not all visitors are what they seem. The pieces come together fast. That guy, he's probably with Beeman's special forces. He pulls his mask up. We need to be ready. Quickhandle's brow furrows. Special forces? Why would they get involved? Because of Enya, Jean says flatly. They've been watching this place. Probably waiting to ID whoever you brought here. He mutters under his breath. And they've got the nerve to spy on me? Before he gets an answer, Quickhandle throws open the door. The man outside barely has time to react. She's inside. Without blinking, she grabs him by the throat. You with Beeman's special forces? The man panics. And no, I swear, I'm just here for her. Her grip tightens. Then who sent you? Before he can speak, a new voice cuts in. That would be me. Raz steps forward calmly. You can let him go now. Quickhandle doesn't move. If you kill him, Raz adds, special forces will be swarming this place in seconds. She scowls but releases him, clearly recognizing Raz. So it's you, she mutters. But that doesn't mean she's letting this slide. If I'm killing anyone tonight, she growls, I'll start with you. Without hesitation, she lunges. Raz takes the hit without flinching. Quickhandle halts, just short of following through. He didn't even blink. Jean narrows his eyes, noting the red mask. Only division leaders in Beeman's special affairs wear those. Then there's the curved sword. That settles it. Raz, leader of Group 3, the Emperor's right hand in the Special Affairs Division, and one of the Run Candle's top swordsmen. Jean watches him carefully. Power level? At least 8-star. He's quietly relieved. He covered his face with Malta's rune. Right now, anonymity might be the only thing keeping this from turning into a full-on battle. Quickhandle clicks her tongue. You're stronger than I expected for a human. Raz remains calm. We had to confirm who you were harboring. Your guests entered Beeman illegally. He brushes off his coat. Now that we've confirmed their identities, we're done here. Quickhandle glares at him. That's it? You break in, stir up a scene, and think a half-hearted apology is enough. She steps forward. There's a limit to arrogance, you know. Raz doesn't flinch. He calmly picks up a nearby box. Miss Enya, he says casually, left in quite a hurry earlier. He glances at Quickhandle, voice dropping. Don't you think it's a little dangerous for her to be walking alone at this hour? He's made himself clear. If Quickhandle decides to go head-to-head with him now, she might win. But what about Enya? If things spiral out of control and Enya gets caught in the crossfire, could she ever forgive herself? A heavy silence fills the room as everyone absorbs his words. Then, Raz lays it out. If she walks away now, he'll let this slide. Just this once. But before he turns to leave, he throws out a final warning. Next time, there won't be any grace. If she dares to take that path again, she'll have to gamble with what matters most. Everything she's tried so hard to protect could slip through her fingers. With that, he leaves, his words lingering like a threat she can't shake. Out in the forest, Raz moves with purpose, his guards trailing behind. The smugglers are real. He's seen enough to know that. Now it's time to find out who they really are. But for now, he gives a new order. Pull back from the Silver Dragon. One of his men speaks up, unsure. Shouldn't they keep tracking Quick-Cantle? Watch both her and the smugglers? Raz shuts it down. Pushing further now would only light a match to something much bigger. He says he'll take the heat. Just fall back. As they turn to leave, he notices something, a fresh cut on his hand, one he doesn't remember getting. It's enough to put him on edge. He tightens his orders. No more close-range tracking. Only respond if something truly strange happens. His men nod, understanding the weight of what's at stake. Meanwhile, back at the hideout, Quick-Cantle slams her fist on the table. She's furious with herself. How could she have left Enya in that cursed town? The thought of what could have happened if Jean Runcandle and Muraken hadn't shown up makes her feel sick. Jean, ever pragmatic, tells her to focus. Enya's safe, and that's what matters. Now, they need to make sure it stays that way. Quick-Cantle agrees. There's no more time to waste. Tomorrow they act. Morning comes. Jean and Quick-Cantle stand high on a mountaintop, watching ships drift away from the shoreline. Jean exhales slowly. He secured passage for Enya on a merchant vessel bound for Tychon. He even paid extra to ensure her safety. Muraken is escorting her himself, but that doesn't put Quick-Cantle at ease. If anything, knowing Muraken's involved makes her even more anxious. She cuts off Jean mid-sentence and says she's heading out to contact Valletta. Once Muraken returns, Jean will finally get to meet her. A week passes. The scene shifts. Muraken stands quietly in front of the house when Jean approaches. Jean thanks him for everything, but Muraken doesn't seem to be listening. Instead, he says something unexpected. Quick-Cantle's colder than he remembered. Jean raises an eyebrow. Why bring that up now? Muraken glances at the house before answering. This place, it was built back when he and Quick-Cantle were together. Letting them stay here. This is her way of acknowledging that past. Jean chuckles and throws a jab. What? Getting sentimental now. Muraken scoffs. Don't get ahead of yourself. That part of me's long gone. But as he looks at the house, something stirs. Memories from 1,000 years ago flood in. A house just like this. The sound of laughter. Days spent with Timar and Quick-Cantle. No matter how dangerous life was back then, it always felt fun. That thought hits him harder than expected. Jean picks up on the shift in his tone. You okay? Muraken shakes it off. Just a headache. Don't worry about it. Before the silence can settle in, Quick-Cantle arrives, and she doesn't hold back. With a smirk, she mocks Muraken, asking if a short flight really wore him out. Muraken fires back instantly. Shut it, he snaps. No matter how much strength he's lost, flying isn't something that drains him. Jean, already tired of the back and forth, steps in and tells him to focus. Quick-Cantle cuts to the chase. Valletta has responded. The meeting's been set. Tomorrow night. A deserted island off Beeman's southern coast. Jean asks what she's planning to do once they meet. Without missing a beat, she answers. She's going to ask about Latri, the guardian dragon of Asmil. And if Valletta plays dumb, then she'll make him talk. Jean raises an eyebrow, slightly impressed by her bluntness. He admits he respects the honesty. Muraken just shrugs. Not a terrible plan. But if it were up to him, he wouldn't have gotten involved at all. Then it hits him, and he's not around. That means Quick-Cantle can act freely. But before she gets any bold ideas, he backpedals, warning her not to do anything reckless. Quick-Cantle brushes him off. She has no intention of dragging him into it. This is her fight. Muraken scoffs. Don't flatter yourself. Just because I'm not what I used to be doesn't mean I need your pity. She rolls her eyes. This isn't about you. It's about Enya. She knows the other side won't bring backup. Dragons take honor seriously. Valletta will come alone. Then, confidently, she asks if he seriously thinks she'd lose. He can relax. But Jean isn't convinced. Realistically, they won't come alone. If Latri's been kidnapped and they're messing with Ultua's contract, then they're planning something big. Later that night, on the remote island, a man steps forward to greet her. Andre Zippel. It's an honor to meet you, Quick-Cantle. The silver dragon of time, he says politely. Valletta stands nearby, already waiting. He introduces Andre as the winged dragon, vice head of the Zippel family, and Melzier's contractor. Quick-Cantle narrows her gaze. You said you'd come alone. Valletta replies smoothly. He happened to be with Andre when he got her letter, and since Andre was curious about the matter of Ultua's contractor, he brought him along. He hopes she understands. Unamused, Quick-Cantle replies flatly. She's been far too patient lately. Valletta ignores the jab and changes the subject. Let's not waste time, he says. There's something important you need to know about Ultua's contract. Quick-Cantle doesn't flinch. She wants answers. Where's Latree? Valletta chuckles softly, as if he's just pieced it all together. So that's what this is about. She doesn't blink. A year ago, he took Latree, and since then, Asmil's contractor hasn't seen his guardian. She wants the truth. Valletta sighs. He says he doesn't know what kind of answer she expects, but insists that Latree is perfectly fine. Quick-Cantle's patience finally snaps. You think this is funny? But Valletta stays calm. Why are you so concerned? He asks. Whatever ties you have to Asmil's contractor, you'd be smart to stay out of Zipple business. Quick-Cantle scoffs. Has he truly lost it? Kidnapping a young dragon. One who hasn't even learned how the world works. That's not something you walk away from. That's a line you don't cross. From behind the rocks, Jean, Runcandle, and Murakin observe quietly. Murakin mutters a curse under his breath, clearly irritated, while Jean keeps his focus locked on the unfolding scene. Arrogant. Isn't he? He says flatly. Realizing the conversation's hit a dead end, Valletta decides to end things on his terms. With a sharp flick of his wrist, a violent windstorm erupts around them. Let's make this simple, he says coldly. Hand over the contract, and I'll let you live. Quick-Cantle responds with a short laugh, laced with scorn. You've got guts, I'll give you that. But in the end, you're just an old lizard pretending to be something more. That's the last straw for Valletta. Then die, he roars, launching a furious attack. Without flinching, Quick-Cantle shifts into her dragon form, gliding effortlessly out of range. But she's not retreating. Here's my counteroffer, she says coolly. Give me Latree now, and I'll make your death quick. Off to the side, Andre Zipple watches the duel with a smirk, clearly entertained by how easily Quick-Cantle dodges Valletta's spells. But he didn't come just to watch. Slowly, he raises his staff, pulling in a massive wave of mana. It's been far too long since I fought without holding back, he mutters. Jin's eyes narrow. This is the first time he's ever seen a 9-star mage in action since his return to life. He remembers Andre, once rejected by the Runcandles, but still a Zipple. No one really knows how powerful he is. Andre raises his voice. Time to regroup. The silver dragon is ready. Sensing the shift, Quick-Cantle moves to dodge, only to freeze mid-motion. Something's wrong. Her body won't respond. She tries to lift off, but she can't move an inch. Andre grins. What's wrong? Can't fly. His voice sharpens. You're on my turf now. He steps forward, calm and confident. This island, this wind, it answers to me. I am the king of Melger, the god of wind. No one flies unless I say so. Quick-Cantle's eyes widen as the truth sinks in. She's trapped. You were never on my level, Andre declares. Valletta hurls another spell her way, but Quick-Cantle barely reacts. With a smirk, she taunts them. That's it. This is your grand assault. Valletta grits his teeth. I'll show you how it's done. She had made a mistake. Assuming wind was his only trick. Raising both hands, he summons a massive thunder spell, lightning crashing and surging with lethal force. Die, he shouts, unleashing the storm. From the shadows, Jean turns to Murakin. It's time. You have to step in. But Murakin doesn't move. Not yet, he replies. She's gotten too comfortable lately. But those two, they've got no idea what they're up against. Just before the spell lands, everything halts. Jean feels it, a shift in the air. Time has stopped. In that frozen moment, Quick-Cantle moves. With flawless control, she redirects the thunder spell, bending it away like it was nothing. Andre's expression turns to disbelief. She stopped time, even canceled out my magic. He stares, stunned. Quick-Cantle glares at him, her voice sharp. I should tear that smug face right off your skull. Andre chuckles, trying to brush it off. All that for one spell? You're a bit dramatic. He turns to Valletta. What are you doing? Attack. But Valletta doesn't move. Andre's smile drops. Valletta. Now. Still nothing. And then it clicks. He's frozen too. Time magic. Quick-Cantle doesn't waste the moment. In a blink, she surges forward, grabs Andre by the tail, and slams him across the field. He crashes into the rocks with a loud, bone-rattling thud. Dazed and furious, Andre shouts, Valletta, how dare you betray me? Valletta doesn't respond. Quick-Cantle looms over Andre. Keep talking, she says coldly. You're nothing but a second-rate lizard. But Andre doesn't flinch. That arrogance, he spits. Only the powerful have the right to it. Off to the side, Murakin suddenly freezes. His eyes lock onto something Andre is holding, something glowing with a sinister, pulsing energy. No, that's not possible, he mutters. That can't be an origin stone. Jean follows his line of sight, and then he sees it too. A strange, humming object radiating a power that feels wrong. Andre stands tall, his voice eerily calm. I was born as the silver dragon of time. I once believed I stood at the top, but I was wrong. He sweeps his gaze across them. Humans, dragons, even gods. In the end, they all kneel before the Zipple name. Quick-Cantle's voice cuts in, sharp and unforgiving. Keep dreaming. It's time you accepted your end. She lets out a thunderous roar, but Mirakin's not listening anymore. His thoughts are spiraling. That really is the origin stone, a relic spoken of only in myth. Crafted by the gods in ancient times, it was meant to be a last resort, a weapon against the world's collapse. But its power was too great. Even the gods feared it, and so they destroyed it, or so everyone believed. Yet somehow, Andre Zippel has it. Mirakin's voice tightens. Why does something that shouldn't exist? Quickcandle notices it too. Her eyes widen. What is that? Everything stops. The battlefield goes still. The threat is clear now. More than a duel. This is something else entirely. Andre laughs under his breath. The weak pretend to be strong, but before true power, where do they stand? The silver dragon shouts a warning. Quickcandle is in danger. Andre turns, eyes scanning the shadows. He locks onto Mirakin. Only 2 black dragons left, isn't that right? His gaze narrows, piecing things together. So, you've awakened after 1,000 years of slumber. And the boy beside you. His eyes widen in recognition. Jean Runcandle, the youngest, the one who walked away from the clan not long ago. Andre's tone shifts, amused. At first, I came for Ultua's contractor. But now, looks like I found a better prize. His expression twists. Let's make it interesting. I'll awaken an old friend. He apologizes for holding back and releases a surge of energy. Mirakin flinches. A familiar presence stirs. When he thought was gone forever, a voice echoes across the battlefield, sharp biting. Took you long enough, the black dragon growls. But there's no warmth in this reunion. Valletta steps in without hesitation. Still running your mouth, I see, he snaps. But you're weak now. Go back to sleep. He launches a spell. The black dragon counters instantly. If you were any weaker, I'd be disappointed. He grins. Come on then. Let's see if a relic like you can still fight. Valletta glares. Mirakin, you'll go down in history as the fool who picked a fight with a legend. But Mirakin just scoffs. You always did love the sound of your own voice. As spells clash in the sky, Andre watches with growing interest. His eyes flick to Jean. So, they're really going to fight? He muses. I was hoping for a simple job, but now that I see that face again, there's no turning back. His tone hardens. Jean Runcandle. I'll end this myself. And just like that, he attacks. Jean barely reacts before a blast of mana barrels toward him. But Valletta intercepts it, unleashing a counterstrike. Jean, move, he shouts. But Jean doesn't just move. Jean doesn't flinch. He grabs Valletta's chain and snaps it like it's nothing. In the same motion, he smashes the Luna mirror to pieces. A ripple of energy surges. And then, Luna appears. She stares at him, eyes narrowing with curiosity. He hadn't contacted her once since walking away from home. But now, it's clear. He's in over his head. Jean knows the truth, even if no one says it aloud. With his current strength, stepping into a fight between dragons is suicide. But there's someone here, someone he can empower. Andre Zippel watches him with a smirk. Still standing, huh? He sneers. Doesn't matter. A rookie like you won't change anything. But Jean doesn't stop. He rushes forward, blade raised, a blur of movement, just one clean strike. It's so fast, Andre doesn't have time to react. For the first time, his smug composure cracks. Then, from the sidelines, Mirakin yells, Kid, get out of there! Fear flashes in his voice. Valletta fires off another blast, slamming Jean backward with a roar that shakes the ground. Jean pushes off, steadying himself again, but Valletta charges. The collision never comes. Something massive crashes down between them, stopping the attack cold. A shadow rises from the smoke. White Whale. She glances over at Jean, her voice calm and even. You shatter the mirror, she says. No message, no letter, and now here you are. Looks like you've gotten yourself into a mess. Andre studies her carefully, suspicion in his eyes. Could it really be her? She answers the unspoken question. Yes, she says. I'm the White Whale. She turns to Jean, Vice Patriarch of Zippel, Wind Dragon Wielder. That's the level of threat it takes to drag me out. Looking him over, she nods in approval. You held your ground. You're not hurt, are you? Jean exhales. Barely. I was just about out of options, thanks for the save. Then her expression sharpens as she turns her gaze to Andre. Enough games. Why are you after my brother? Jean scans the battlefield. The odds were impossible. Zippel's Vice Patriarch, a resurrected wind dragon backed by divine relics. Even with Luna's arrival, victory had seemed out of reach. But now, for the first time, he feels certain. This fight is over. Sensing the shift, Andre backs away. But before he can retreat, Mirakin appears behind him and grabs him by the collar. Their eyes lock. Mirakin. Andre's tone shifts. Mirakin speaks first. They had full control over the wind. There was nothing I could have done. If she hadn't shown up when she did, we'd all be toast. Jean places a hand on his shoulder. We made it because of you. But I'll be honest, I didn't see White Whale coming either. But now, one thing is clear. Everything's changed. Andre's face hardens. You've broken the oath, Jean Runcandle. And your sister, he snarls. She used forbidden magic. The Zippel clan won't ignore this. But Luna's expression doesn't waver. Say what you want, she says coolly. The truth you're so desperate to hide. Your clan will never hear it. Andre's fury boils over. How dare you? You think you're above us. His monstrous companion lets out a roar and charges straight at her. But Luna's already moving. She strikes. One hit. That's all it takes. The creature collapses, unconscious before it even touches the ground. She scoffs. Typical Zippel. All bark and no bite. Luna's gaze shifts to Andre's crumpled form. The Vice Patriarcha? Seems he's no different. She then turns to Valletta, eyes narrowing. So, are you planning to stay in that oversized form? She asks. Because like this, there's a lot more of you to cut. Valletta takes the hint. With a sharp glare, he shifts back into his human form. Andre, recovering some composure, calls out to him. Valletta nods in silent reply, summoning his magical spear and gripping it tight. Jean watches closely. Something's off. The energy Valletta's using, it's not magic. Not entirely. It feels like authority, but with a darker edge. Something close to demonic energy. No wonder the Wind Dragon is fighting with everything he's got. Luna isn't impressed. Still struggling to handle that artifact? She mutters. As the scene spirals into chaos, she scoffs at them both, Zippel's mighty Vice Patriarch and the legendary Wind Dragon, clinging to some crude, unstable weapon. This is what you're banking on, she asks, amused. You really think something that basic will save you? The comment snaps something in Valletta. You insolent wench, he snarls, lunging at her with wild rage. Who gave you the right to speak like that? But Luna doesn't move. She meets him head on. Their clash is thunderous, spell against strike, power against precision. The fight intensifies, their blows landing faster, harder, each one shaking the earth. But Valletta's beginning to slip. His movement's slow. His breathing turns ragged. Wounds open across his body. Luna's voice cuts through the chaos. That's it, isn't it? This is your limit. He knows she's right. He's got nothing left to give. Luna raises her weapon. No point dragging this out. And then she invokes it. The final technique of Runcandle. Meteor Shower. Jin's mind flashes back to Zed Runcandle, explaining the nature of their family swordplay. The Runcandle blade doesn't follow patterns or forms. There's no elegance, no grace, just brutal, absolute force built to conquer. Among their 3 ultimate techniques, one stands above all. Now, back in the present, Jean watches it unfold. Meteor Shower rains down like falling stars, stunning, blinding, and terrifying. A storm of beauty and destruction, impossible to escape. As the impact lands, Valletta crashes to the ground, staggering. He turns to Andre. You okay? He mutters. But Andre doesn't respond. He's frozen, staring in disbelief. None of it made sense. She wasn't using divine authority. She wasn't wielding a god-forged artifact. So how? How was a human doing this? Valletta grips on a one thought. Survive. If he could just survive, they still had a chance. The magical god stone. It could turn the tide. Even if he died protecting Andre, it didn't matter. The stone would bring him back. With it, he couldn't die. With it, he was a god. But Luna wasn't finished. Looking down at his broken wing, she speaks calmly. I still have a long way to go before reaching my father's sword. But this'll make decent practice. Her voice is steady, but sharp, meant to provoke. Then happens. A new presence rises behind her, monstrous and heavy, a force that makes the air shudder. She doesn't flinch, but her jaw tightens. He just wouldn't give up, and now he was embarrassing her, in front of Jean, no less. She sighs, tightening her grip on her blade. Fine, if you want to be stubborn. Her voice dips, laced with quiet irritation. Then I'll give you something to regret. She strikes, swift and brutal. Jean watches, stunned by the battlefield unraveling around him. And finally, Murakin speaks, eyes narrowing with clarity. There's no doubt now, he says grimly. Zippel has created a source stone, and we have no idea how. Jean pushes for answers, and Murakin finally gives him a truth. A source stone, he says, isn't just a weapon. It's a balancing force, created for beings like us to keep each other in check. Think of it like a tool forged by gods to stop other gods. Murakin eyes the one on the battlefield. It's crude, still incomplete, but that doesn't make it any less dangerous. The black dragon steps in, making a call. We're leaving. Murakin turns to him. Wait, but Jean cuts in. Leave? Are you serious? We can't just abandon Nuna. That thing's too dangerous. She shouldn't be fighting it alone. The black dragon doesn't budge. She doesn't need saving. Right now, all we're doing is getting in her way. The smart move is to fall back. They retreat. Jean grits his teeth as they move. A whirlwind of frustration builds inside him. He made it this far with talent, grit, and more than a little luck. But now, he couldn't even stand his ground. Just like back then, that bitter, helpless feeling, the same one that haunted him. No, not again, never again. If he wanted to protect what mattered, he had to become stronger, far stronger. The black dragon glances over at him, reading the fire in his eyes. Reckless, relentless, but real. A smirk tugs at his mouth. He's got it, he thinks. That spark, if he holds on to it, he'll surpass them all. Until then, Murakin would be at his side. Back on the battlefield, Luna Runcandle holds the line. Andre sneers. What? You think just because I change form you're going to win? You delusional woman. He charges. She parries, and calmly drops the truth. There are 12 beings sealed inside me. He freezes. What? 12? His eyes search her. One sword. No visible power. It didn't make sense. You should surrender, he snaps. Even if my father stood beside you. None of you could stop me. But Luna doesn't flinch. For a real swordsman, one blade is all it takes. If he truly mastered the magic he spent his life chasing, maybe, just maybe, he could have scratched the surface of her power. But he hadn't. And now, she'll show him the truth. Not just the gap between them, but the futility of what he's chasing. The limits of artificial strength. And the force of a sword that's been earned, forged through countless battles and hardened by time. Valletta watches as her aura ignites. Deep crimson, fierce as flame. He's fought warriors, knights, legends. But this is different. A flicker of doubt creeps in. No, he's gone too far. He's crossed that line. He's ascended. He's become something more. A god. He tightens his grip. Fine, let her come. He'll show her what true powerlessness feels like. She raises her blade, the mind sword, Blood Moon. She strikes. Valletta is forced on the back foot, barely able to keep up with her relentless storm of attacks. Then, Luna falters. Just for a moment, caught in a violent surge of power, she starts to fall. In from behind. Take my hand. It's Jean, her little brother, reaching out through the chaos. And for a split second, she can't help but marvel at the irony. Today, the youngest Runcandle is the one catching her. She reaches for him, desperately. Meanwhile, far from the island, codename Raz arrives at Amir Beeman's position. Amir wastes no time. Status. Raz delivers the news. The island, it's gone. Swallowed whole by a vortex. The mana readings, off the charts. Something tore through space itself. He pauses. Yes, humans were involved, but one thing's certain. One thing's certain, Raz says. The Silver Dragon and Wind Dragon were at the epicenter of the blast. Their magic triggered everything. Amir Beeman doesn't waste time. What about the Wind Dragon? Raz answers carefully. Our division believes it was Valletta of the Zippel family. There's confirmation he crossed the border just before the event. Based on the aftermath, it's likely he didn't make it. Amir shifts gears. And the human mana signature? Was the source identified? Raz hesitates. We believe it came from multiple contractors and their guardian dragons. But there's more. Something else darker. It resembles the energy signature tied to that special project we've been tracking. Amir's eyes narrow. Andre Zippel. What's the status? Raz sighs. Still gathering intel. That's not good enough. Amir's voice hardens. Too many of your reports are missing details. What about Quickantle's guests? Any progress there? Raz admits it. He came up empty. Amir turns away in frustration. If you can't find the truth, who can? He pauses, then issues a command. Keep all of this from the press. If Inya isn't found by tonight, we file a missing person report and send more agents, Special Affairs Division only, into Zippel territory. No second-rate hands. I want the best. Though still bound by alliance, Amir knows the truth. This situation is spiraling. And patience? It's never been his strength. Raz nods firmly. Understood. These are the Emperor's wishes, and I'll see them through. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit chamber, two figures sit in tense silence. Sir Bishkal breaks it. I ask forgiveness for the Devil Stone's activation. The other figure nods. As suspected, a violent clash erupted between the Wind and Silver Dragons off Beeman's coast. The island vanished completely. In its place, a vortex. Clear sign the Devil Stone shattered. Then Bubear Gaston slams his hand down. You fools destroyed it. Furious, he glares at them. That wasn't ready. You don't use something that raw without a guarantee. Still chewing casually, he tosses food across the room, landing it in his companion's mouth. I won't let this go, Bubear snaps. You'd better teach those mage idiots a lesson. They clearly have no idea what they've ruined. Sir Bishkal shields his face from the food, fuming inside. All thanks to Zippel's incompetence, his own plans are stalled, including his goal of eliminating this arrogant pig. Bubear grins, amused. I knew it. You're mad too. I even felt it. Murderous intent, wasn't it? Sir Bishkal doesn't deny it. Our leader's furious. The alliance with Zippel is under review. Until further notice, all contact with them is severed. Meanwhile, high in the mountains, conversation unfolds. Andre Zippel is dead, Keliark declares. But Kadun raises a brow. Or he escaped. With Valletta, maybe even with Tagan, the Devil's Stone. Keliark considers it. That leaves two options. Either the Silver Dragon was far stronger than we thought, or someone else intervened. Kadun thinks it over. If it was interference, then maybe it was the Shadow Dragon, the same one that killed the Graveyard Giant in Kinzello. It fits. Someone like that wouldn't fear a Devil's Stone. Curious, Keliark asks, who exactly is this Misha? Kadun responds, she's Mirakin's sister. And Quicantle, she's Mirakin's ex-lover. So she's no stranger to Misha. Keliark takes this in, considering the implications. I see, he says slowly, a calculating glint in his eyes. Then we know what must be done next. He turns to Kadun, a silent question hanging between them. Kadun's eyes widen as he realizes what Keliark's hinting at. You're not seriously suggesting. I am. Keliark interrupts with a laugh. You're just being a coward. Kadun doesn't hide his frustration. It's impossible to find the black dragons. If they want to stay hidden, no one can track them. Keliark's laugh deepens, though there's a trace of annoyance underneath. A shame about the Devil's Stone, though. Kadun scrutinizes his expression, puzzled. You seem remarkably unaffected. Your brother just died. Don't you care? Keliark's tone turns almost casual. Of course I'm sad, but I foresaw this. It was inevitable. Kadun looks skeptical, still processing. I didn't know Andre secretly attended Chiron's banquet without telling me. Keliark shrugs. I don't lie. He did. A flash of doubt crosses Kadun's face. You're certain? Keliark's eyes harden. Yes, now stop questioning me. Focus on the matter at hand. He pauses, then leans in, voice laced with intent. We need the Devil's Stone remade. Without it, we can't control the Runcandle family before Chiron dies. And the Black Sea Kings, they'll be a problem too. A smirk flickers on his lips as he watches Kadun. Doesn't it frustrate you? Kadun snaps back. Quit whining. If you truly want to dominate this world, do something about it. Keliark takes a breath, nodding slowly. You're right. To become the supreme ruler of this world, we'll have to make every sacrifice necessary. Later, Jean Runcandle arrives at Gilly's house and knocks on the gate. From inside, a polite voice calls back. Please wait a moment. When the door opens, Gilly greets him. Who is it? Jean grins, stepping forward. It's us. We're back. Could you prepare a meal? We haven't eaten since flying back. He adds, almost as an afterthought, Lady Luna Runcandle is with us. Mirakin, ever playful, teases Gilly with a grin. Strawberry pie, he calls her, fanning her with a hand fan to ease the tension. But Gilly looks distressed, her eyes clouded with concern. The young master is being expelled, she says, her voice wavering. Quicantle chuckles, noticing Gilly's obvious worry. Oh, Gilly, you've misunderstood something. Your care for him only proves how much you care. She looks at Jean with an amused smile. You're lucky to have such a devoted nanny. Jean lets out a small sigh. I know. She's far too good for me. Just then, Sir Kashmir Alprian walks in. His gaze sweeps over the unfamiliar faces in the room, and he raises an eyebrow. Who are they, he asks. Jean introduces Luna. This is my eldest sister, Luna Runcandle. Luna greets him warmly, smiling. I've heard much about you, Sir Alprian. You're the famed noble sword. After all, Jean chuckles nervously, waving his hand. It's an honor to serve someone like you, Sir Kashmir. He gestures to the next guest. And this is Miss Inya, guardian dragon of the Silver Dragon lineage. Kashmir's eyes widen as he recognizes her. A dragon? And of the Silver Dragon lineage no less. He bows respectfully. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Kashmir Alprian, head of the Seven Colors and an acquaintance of Jean Runcandle. Internally, Kashmir reminds himself not to repeat the mistakes he made the last time they met. Jean, noticing the tension, apologizes. I should have informed you earlier, Sir Kashmir. I'm sorry for the lack of courtesy. Kashmir smiles reassuringly. No need to apologize. We're all on the same side now. Then, Lady Quicantle asks, what about Miss Inya? Where is she? Kashmir nods, about to speak. I was just about to mention that. Latrie returned 3 hours ago. Jin's eyes widen. Today, Kashmir confirms. Yes, she's with my daughter and Miss Inya right now. But there's something strange. Latrie has no memories of the time she was missing. Jean turns to Latrie, puzzled. Do you remember what happened? Latrie looks at them, confused. Was I kidnapped? Kashmir shakes his head. No, that's not it. Latrie shakes her head in frustration. No, that's not right, she insists. Vieta told me I wouldn't be taught dragon language magic. She pauses, searching for clarity. What happened after that? Where was I? Mirakin chimes in, his tone thoughtful. Something's off. Latrie seems too perfect, almost as if she's been untouched by the Zippel family at all. He leans forward. Maybe she wasn't even kidnapped. Luna Runcandle shakes her head, her voice firm. No, that's not the case. I personally obtained a confession from those involved. Jean, confused, turns to her. What do you mean, erasing the evidence? Luna's expression darkens as she explains. The Zippel family likely erased everything connected to the Devil's Stone, including Latree's memories. It's what they do. When things don't go as planned, they ensure there's no trace left behind. Sir Kashmir Alprian, now fully engaged, raises an eyebrow. The Devil's Stone? Jean steps forward to explain. It's an artifact we currently possess. He pauses, then Murakan adds, the Zippel family's vice head and the Wind Dragon were involved. The Devil's Stone has the power to absorb the contractors of powerful beings. Murakan's gaze sharpens. But the Zippel family's real goal is what we should be worried about. Why would they go through all this trouble, creating a fake Devil's Stone? It's clear. They want to become the ultimate rulers of this world. Jean takes a breath, the gravity of Murakan's words sinking in. They plan to gather all the divine power, eliminate anyone who stands in their way, and take control. The world will be at their mercy. Kashmir, seeing the situation escalate, suggests a pause. We'll rest for now. I'll launch a full investigation through the 7 colors. He turns to Quickcantle. If you agree, I'll escort you to Miss Enya. Quickcantle nods. I'll go. Kashmir gestures to her. This way. As they move, Gilly calls out to Jean. He turns, concerned. Are you feeling better? She gives a weak smile, but suddenly collapses, fainting again. Murakan chuckles, watching the scene unfold. Strawberry pie, he mutters under his breath. Later that evening, Luna Runcandle sits, a wine bottle in hand. She casually mentions, since Jean took down the notorious underground gang, Teesing and Taiken, the independent city has become far safer. Not only that, but within 2 months of becoming a reserve flag bearer, he also eliminated the Zippel family's vice head in Valletta. She pauses, acknowledging his achievements. Impressive, right? But you did it with magic, without authorization. If you had been caught, you would have been executed. Still, you pulled it off. That's remarkable. Gilly, still processing everything, confesses, I thought it was over when we captured our enemies. But deep down, I knew things couldn't be that simple. Luna laughs, but her sudden reaction catches Gilly off guard. Gilly, nervous, asks, what's wrong? Luna, sensing her unease, reassures her. Don't worry. As long as we avoid Father's attention, we can keep moving forward. But then, Luna drops a bombshell. He already knows everything. From the Teesing incident to Andre Zippel's death. He knows. And soon, he'll discover my involvement too. Gilly's face goes pale. That's bad. Before the tension can escalate, Jean Runcandle steps in, his voice steady. Don't worry. I've got a plan. He walks forward with confidence. I'll face Father head on, but not alone. This time, I'll do it with my eldest sister by my side. Luna raises an eyebrow, impressed. So, you had a plan all along? Jean nods. I've always known my goal. It was always to meet Father. Luna presses him further, her tone skeptical. And what exactly do you intend to say to him? Gilly, still trying to catch up, asks who Jean is planning to meet. Jean simply says that when the time comes, he trusts her to stop him if necessary. Luna chimes in, noting how even their own family is intimidated by him, which must have made things incredibly difficult for Gilly. After a brief pause, Luna agrees to join him and asks when they'll leave. Jean tells her that he plans to take the first teleportation gate tomorrow. Luna Runcandle nods in agreement, stating that acting quickly is the best course of action. Gilly opens her mouth to speak, but before she can get a word out, Luna turns to her with a suggestion. Considering their family's constant internal conflicts, Luna advises Gilly to at least be a source of warmth for Jean, a shield in this cold world. She reassures Jean, confident that he's thought everything through. Jean affirms, of course. Soon, a magician arrives, commenting on Luna's decision to bring Jean along rather than persuade him otherwise. Runtia Runcandle, clearly skeptical, questions if she truly expects him to believe that. Luna calls out to Jean, urging him to confirm her statement. She then advises Wrencher to treat Jean with care. Runtia, albeit reluctantly, agrees, though with a touch of hesitation, muttering that perhaps he should. One of the Runcandle brothers scoffs at the situation, calling Jin's actions reckless. He questions if Jean even cares about anything, especially since he's daring to step into the Garden of Swords as the next flag bearer. And Runcandle attributes his boldness to their eldest sister's leniency. Meanwhile, Mayu Runcandle criticizes Jean for abandoning his responsibilities as a reserve flag bearer. She turns to their older sister, hoping for some validation. Right? Older sister, she presses, waiting for a response. As Luna takes in the tense atmosphere, she realizes something. Everyone seems oddly prepared for this confrontation. It makes her wonder, did their father know this was coming? Suddenly, Mary expresses shock. Did the youngest really give up his right to be a flag bearer? She says, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Maybe he's curious about what happens after death now that he's hit puberty. Despite her teasing, she insists that Jean can't just walk away. He still owes her a proper fight when he grows up. Runtia turns to her sister, demanding to know why she even brought Jean here. Luna Runcandle calmly replies that she didn't. He came on his own. Runtia isn't impressed. Then you should have stopped him, she snaps. You can't afford to be careless just because it's him. At that moment, Luna realizes something unsettling. She isn't entirely sure where their father is right now. This uncertainty raises suspicion, prompting Runtia to ask why she's even bringing their father into the conversation. It dawns on Jean that, at some point, even Luna must have found Runtia difficult to handle. Finally, Runtia focuses entirely on Jean. Did you really come here to meet with our father? She asks. Jean locks eyes with her, confirming it, and addresses her formally as his second eldest sister. Before anyone else can react, laughter erupts from a corner of the room. A young boy chuckles darkly. Wow, you really have a death wish, he sneers. The only reason you're still alive is pure luck. And now you think you're special just because you were slightly better than the Tana twins. Without warning, Runtia Runcandle draws her sword, pressing it against Luna Runcandle's neck, cutting off the tension in the room. Luna Runcandle steps forward, her path unwavering. Her expression remains unflinching as she delivers a direct order from the Patriarch. Effective immediately, she states. The first flag bearer is to discard her weapon. Her gaze shifts sharply to Jean Runcandle, reminding him that their father specifically instructed him to come alone. She makes it clear that if Luna refuses to comply, neither of them will be allowed to proceed. This, she emphasizes, is her final warning. As a direct order from the Patriarch, Luna must surrender her weapon or face lethal consequences for any resistance. Despite the rising tension, Jean remains calm, assuring his eldest sister that there's no need to worry as the atmosphere grows thick with anticipation of a confrontation. Luna glances at him one last time before stepping aside. Now, standing not only as his father's son, but as a true member of the Runcandle family, Jean speaks with unwavering certainty. He has something important to tell their father, and he assures everyone that nothing bad will happen. After a moment's pause, Runtia gestures for him to proceed. Go ahead, she says, allowing him to approach the castle doors. As Jean walks through the grand halls, he reflects on how little his siblings truly understand their father. Technically, a reserve flag bearer isn't supposed to return home, but Jean doubts their father cares for such formalities. If given a chance to speak, just like last time, perhaps things will unfold differently. He recalls his father's words from a previous encounter. That was a good question. I'll be keeping a close eye on you from now on. With that thought in mind, Jean reaches the study room door and knocks. Inside, his father greets him with a piercing stare, his voice cold and steady. It seems my expectations were too high, he comments, the chill in his tone unmistakable. I gave you 5 years. Why have you returned so soon? Jin's thoughts sharpen as he recalls the terrifying stories of his father's sword energy, legendary for obliterating enemies without a trace. His gaze shifts to the weapon at his father's side, forged entirely from pure aura. The realization hits him. This is exactly what will happen if he steps out of line. For the first time, Jean begins to question if his father is truly as invincible as he once believed. Breaking the silence, his father speaks again, voice unwavering. I won't ask twice, he warns. Tell me why you're here. Jean knows one thing without a doubt. Apologizing is not an option, even if it costs him everything. He steels himself, standing tall, but not arrogantly, and meets his father's cold gaze. Taking a deep breath, he says plainly, I came because I missed you. His father's expression flickers, a spark of intrigue crossing his features. He's heard these words from his children before, and while they aren't unpleasant to hear, they aren't enough to soften him. After a pause, his father's demeanor hardens once more. How immature you've become, he muses. Did the outside world soften you? Jean responds with conviction. It's not the outside world that changed me. I've always liked you, father. For a brief moment, Jean wonders if his father might think his words a challenge, but quickly dismisses the thought. Did he say something wrong? His father almost laughs, clearly surprised by Jin's statement, but rather than humoring him, he waves it off. Stop talking nonsense, he says. Get to the point. Jean wastes no time, getting straight to the heart of the matter. Andre Zippel, the vice head of the Zippel family, the man who insulted me at the banquet, is dead. His father narrows his eyes, the tension rising. Did you kill him? Jean shakes his head. No, it was Luna Runcandle, my eldest sister, but I played a role in what happened. Jean calmly requests permission to report everything that transpired, adding that there are several other matters he wishes to discuss, if his father is willing to listen. After a moment of silence, his father nods. Fine, sit. As Jin's father descends the stairs, he takes a seat across from him, leaning back, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he speaks. You've been busy, from Arkan to Beemit, all in such a short time. So, tell me, Did you come here to warn me about potential internal shifts in the Zippel family after the death of their second-in-command? Jean shakes his head. Andre Zippel wasn't the real second-in-command. He acknowledges his eldest sister's overwhelming strength, but points out that, as vice head of the only family capable of challenging the Runcandle family, Andre was still lacking in true power. His father smirks slightly. You're right. He was just the vice head, not the true power behind the Zippel family. Then, in a rare moment of openness, he adds, there's someone else pulling the strings after Calyarch. But that's all I'll say. Jean takes note of his father's words, but shifts focus to a more urgent matter. He thanks his father for confirming his suspicions, but insists that he hasn't yet mentioned the most crucial part. His father's expression darkens slightly. Then say it. Jean takes a deep breath, ready to drop the bombshell. They used an artifact. His father frowns. An artifact? Yes. Jean continues. Andre Zippel referred to it as the Devil's Stone. He explains that, based on what he's learned, the Devil's Stone is a replica of the Origin Stone, an ancient relic said to have been created by powerful beings long ago. His father absorbs this information and then asks, the Origin Stone, has Mirakin explained it to you? Jean nods. I know about it, and I also know that you can use mana. A flicker of amusement crosses his father's face. So, do you think you can keep that knowledge hidden from me? Jean sighs. I assumed you already knew, but I didn't expect you to also know about Mirakin. His father chuckles. What I said about Mirakin was an educated guess, one that I later confirmed myself. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, he suddenly asks, by the way, who is this butterfly Runcandle? Jean is momentarily taken aback, but before he can respond, his father bursts into laughter, shaking his head. I can't believe it. They've reduced the mighty black dragon to a mere house cat. How ridiculous. Still chuckling, his father finally acknowledges the weight of the information Jean has brought. This imitation of the Origin Stone, it's significant. His gaze sharpens. You should discuss this with Luna Runcandle as well. Chiron Runcandle reflects on the dangerous potential of the Devil's Stone. He remains uncertain about how far the Zippel family has advanced with its development and wonders if the rulers of the Black Sea are aware of it. The thought lingers. Perhaps he should visit the Black Sea himself to find out more. His father, watching him closely, makes his stance clear. While he's willing to overlook Jin's violation of the rules this time, there'll be a price. In return, he demands that Jean share something he truly desires. Without hesitation, Jean makes his request. No other member of the Runcandle family should be allowed to enter the independent city of Tychon for the time being. His father raises an eyebrow. So, that's where you've been hiding. Jean confirms. After a brief pause, his father agrees, but with a condition of his own. If Jean wants Tychon to remain off limits, he must first pass a test. The noble sword, Kashmir. You'll need to make it your own, his father says, his tone as sharp as the sword itself. Jean accepts the challenge, and his father raises the stakes. If Jean succeeds, no other Runcandle family member will be allowed to enter Tychon without his permission. However, there's a catch. He will have only 1 year to prove his worth and earn Kashmir's trust. His father also points out that Kashmir had previously turned down the role of a Runcandle teacher, making this task even more difficult. Just then, Kashmir arrives, and after hearing the terms of the deal, he agrees with the arrangement. With both parties in agreement, Jin's father finalizes the deal. That's how it will be done. Later, Kashmir finds himself deep in thought, reflecting on the man before him. Chiron Runcandle, the strongest knight in the world. As he watches Chiron, he feels an overwhelming pressure. Can this man truly be considered the most dignified person among mankind? The thought unsettles him, almost making him feel physically ill. But Kashmir quickly reminds himself. Chiron is merely a guest within the Runcandle mansion. There's no reason to fear him. Chiron, however, acknowledges Kashmir with a nod of respect. Noble sword. Kashmir stiffens at the formal address. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by it, he politely asks, please, just call me Kashmir. Meanwhile, Jean steps forward and addresses his father. Seeing his son's determination, Chiron encourages him to speak. Jean looks at Kashmir with resolve and explains that their bond goes beyond mere circumstance. It's a shared destiny. Now that he has proven his connection to Kashmir, it's time to fulfill his promise. Kashmir, hearing this, privately wonders about Jin's choice of words. A shared destiny? Chiron, however, picks up on something else entirely. He raises an eyebrow, intrigued by the implication. A shared destiny with my son? He muses. Does this mean Tychon belongs to the Runcandle family now? Are you saying that Tychon and Runcandle can be unified in such a way? Kashmir remains silent, carefully considering the weight of Chiron's interpretation. He realizes the full impact Tychon's independence may now be at stake. Chiron holds his ground, unaffected by the accusation of deceiving his father. But before the conversation can escalate, Jean Runcandle quickly intervenes. "It's nothing more than luck," he says, brushing aside the accusation. Acknowledging his son's intervention, Chiron firmly declares, "From this moment forward, no Runcandle member is allowed to set foot in Taiken without my explicit permission." He nods to his father, signaling that the matter is settled. With that, Chiron turns to Jean. "If you have nothing further to discuss, leave. I need to speak privately with Kashmir." Jean agrees and steps outside the mansion, leaving the two men alone. As Jean exits, Kashmir requests a brief word with him. Chiron grants the request, understanding the significance of their conversation. Outside, Daytona and Haytona Runcandle rush toward Jean, their concern evident. Jean meets their gaze and wonders aloud why the Tana brothers are here. Daytona, not wasting time, demands to know what he's done, asking if their father had spared him. Jean smirks, realizing that they must have been lurking around, avoiding the tension inside. Instead of answering directly, he asks them for a favor. When they press for more details, he brushes it off as nothing major, just a request to look after the cadets in his faction until his return. Confused, Daytona asks, "What do you mean by your faction?" But he quickly drops the question, realizing this isn't the time to dig deeper. As Jean walks away, he casually remarks, "You guys never worry about me, huh? But since you're worried now, I'm counting on you." Daytona sighs, commenting on how carefree Jean always seems after meeting with her father. Haytona agrees, adding, "Even so, no matter what happens, Jean can handle it." Jean strides away from the palace, heading straight toward his sister, Luna. He tells her she needs to visit their father with some pressing questions about that day, before he can make much progress, and Runcandle calls out to him, accusing him of ignoring the gravity of the situation. Jean pauses and apologizes, admitting the matter is important and too complicated to explain in full right now. And, however, isn't satisfied and demands to know how he can be so indifferent at a time like this. Just then, Kashmir appears, confirming that Jean is exactly where he thought he would be. Jean turns to him and asks if the conversation went well. Kashmir nods, assuring him that the discussion went smoothly, much to Jin's relief. And, however, remains unimpressed, questioning why Jean is still lingering in the family garden after having entered so long ago. Her voice carries irritation and disbelief at his audacity. Before tensions escalate further, Runtia Runcandle steps in, instructing them to stop. She notes that their head has finished his business, signaling that there's no need for any more confrontation. She then sheathes her sword, effectively ending the standoff. Jean expresses his gratitude to his eldest sister, thanking her for stepping in and admitting that he is forever indebted to her. Luna reassures him that it's nothing, reminding him that he simply needs to acknowledge her efforts. With a smile, Jean thanks her once again for her help. Luna then asks if he plans to leave, to which Jean confirms that he intends to fully dedicate himself to training for a while. She bids him farewell, reminding him to take care of himself. Jean responds with confidence, saying they'll see each other again, along with their eldest sister and older brothers. 1 month later, deep within the underground training hall of Kashmir's mansion, the air is thick with tension. After 30 sparring matches against Alicia Badger, Jean Runcandle has suffered 30 consecutive defeats. Yet, despite the losses, his resolve remains unshaken. He steps forward once again, requesting a rematch, his 31st attempt. Meanwhile, across the continent, in August of the year 1795, the Zippel family makes a shocking announcement. They confirm the deaths of Andre and Valletta, but provide no explanation for the cause. This deliberate silence only fuels speculation, with rumors quickly spreading like wildfire. Some claim their deaths were due to internal political strife. Others suggest they fell victim to an unknown cult, and some point to the wrath of the Emperor Beemit. However, the most widely accepted theory is that they perished in battle against the Runcandle family. With this revelation, whispers of a possible war between the Zippel and Runcandle families grow louder. Debates erupt over which side will ultimately prevail, sword or magic. The true outcome, however, will be decided by the remaining neutral powers and which side they choose to support. Amidst the growing storm, a figure with striking yellow hair arrives with a report. He announces that the prince from the Shutran Kingdom, along with 5 second-grade mercenary groups, has officially requested support and sent gifts as a gesture of goodwill. Chiron Runcandle, ever the strategist, dismisses the gifts but accepts their requests. He instructs his men to provide the Shutran Kingdom with a decent sword and ensure the prince's successful ascension to the throne. Later, the yellow-haired messenger confirms that, in response, an 8-star Guardian Knight will be sent to solidify the alliance. Chiron Runcandle shakes his head, blaming the entire situation on his youngest son's reckless actions on one of the family's deserted islands. He criticizes Jean for already exerting influence over the family, far sooner than anyone expected. With a sigh, he mutters to himself, "This boy, always moving too fast." Without wasting any more time, he continues his preparations for what's to come. Chiron Runcandle summons Conan and instructs him to head for the Black Sea once again. Before dismissing him, Chiron gives one final order. If Kashmir sends a letter, it must be delivered to him immediately. Conan acknowledges the command and departs without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle tirelessly trains with his sword, his mind focused on a singular, unyielding goal. He tells himself that his 10,000 swing must be as precise as the first, but despite his relentless efforts, something still feels off. His thoughts drift to the past. Had it not been for Luna Runcandle, he wouldn't even be standing here today. 15 years have passed since his regression, and during that time, he's reached the 5-star level in both swordsmanship and magic. He's also close to mastering shadow energy. Yet, when he looks ahead, he knows it's still not enough. If he's going to survive the next 5 years, the time his father has given him, he must surpass all of his siblings in strength. As he swings his sword once again, a voice interrupts his thoughts. Kashmir steps forward, urging him to stop. He warns Jean that if he continues to push himself like this every day, even with the Runcandle family's remarkable physique, he will eventually break down. Jean, surprised to see both Kashmir and Enya, turns toward them. Enya quickly notices the state of his hands, torn skin and blood dripping onto the ground. Concerned, she reaches for his hand, unsure of how to help. Jean exhales, realizing that his impatience has once again gotten the best of him. Kashmir observes him closely, offering a dose of reality. While no one his age can match his skill, his future opponents won't be so ordinary. The biggest threat to his progress, however, isn't his lack of skill, it's his impatience. If he lets it control him, he'll only sabotage his own growth. Jean nods, admitting that he understands, but controlling his impatience isn't easy. Enya gently places her hands over his wounds, using healing magic to close them. Kashmir reassures him that there's nothing wrong with pushing his limits. In fact, what he's accomplishing in a single day is beyond what most could ever hope to achieve. However, if Jean truly wants to improve, he needs a different kind of training, something that will calm his mind while sharpening his abilities. Curious, Jean asks what kind of training Kashmir has in mind. Kashmir smirks, answering simply, sparring with someone much stronger than you. Jean raises an eyebrow, asking if Kashmir is referring to himself. Kashmir smirks back, throwing the question back at him. What do you think? Despite showing some weaknesses recently, Kashmir still carries the weight of his reputation. To prove his point, he draws his sword, effortlessly shattering a nearby wall, then formally introduces himself, the noble sword Kashmir. However, instead of offering himself as an opponent, he sets a challenge. You can spar with me once you're capable of deflecting that strike, he declares. Until then, you'll have to make do with someone else. As if on cue, Alicia Badger walks in, immediately recognizing the sword in Kashmir's hand. Kashmir announces that his goal is to defeat her within 6 months, using everything he has, swordsmanship, magic, and shadow energy. Meanwhile, Julia, watching from the sidelines, curiously asks her mother if she's really going to fight Brother Jean. Alicia chuckles and corrects her daughter. It's not a fight, she explains, but a way to strengthen our bond. Confused, Julia asks what that means, bluntly stating that she dislikes fighting. Amused, Alicia plays along with the question. If I were to fight your brother, who would you cheer for? She asks. Without hesitation, Julia answers, Brother Jean, of course. Her mother laughs, the warmth in her tone clear. Alicia gasps dramatically in mock betrayal, reminding Julia that sometimes she needs to take her mom's side too. Julia simply shrugs, amused by her mother's playful tone. Jean, on the other hand, sizes up his new opponent. At first glance, Alicia doesn't seem particularly overwhelming, aside from her raw physical strength. But before he can think too much about it, Julia pipes up again, calling him weak and saying that mommy told her to always support the weaker side. Alicia laughs, noting that her daughter isn't one to lie. Jean just shrugs, unfazed by the banter. With the terms of their sparring set, Alicia suggests they meet every evening after her work and dinner, 6 days a week, for 6 months straight. Jean blinks in disbelief, questioning if they really need to spar every single day. Alicia laughs, reassuring him that the time will fly by before he knows it. 2 days later, Jean and Alicia stand face to face in the training hall, preparing for their first match. Jean observes her carefully, trying to gauge if she's a skilled fighter or simply an overwhelmingly strong one. Before the match begins, Alicia makes a quick announcement. She reveals that she once worked for Beeman's Special Affairs Division, meaning she's no stranger to combat. With a grin, she warns Jean that she won't be holding back and tells him not to be discouraged if he ends up losing. Jean tightens his grip on his sword, realizing that this 6-month training period must serve a deeper purpose. He can't afford to be careless. In a flash, Alicia lunges forward, throwing a powerful punch. Jin barely dodges in time, almost crashing into the wall before he manages to block the attack. Seeing no other option, he taps into his monstrous form, his body shifting as he draws his sword and launches a counterattack. Alicia, however, swiftly dodges Jin's strike with ease. Unfazed, Jin smirks and asks if she needs to call a medic. But before he can even register her response, she lands a clean punch to his side, sending him flying. Alicia raises an eyebrow, surprised that she managed to land 2 solid hits on Jin on their first day of sparring. She notes that her first attack wasn't even at full force, making Jin's reaction all the more fascinating. With a knowing look, she asks, "Were you trying to weaken the ground before we started?" Jin exhales, admitting she figured it out toward the end. But Alicia isn't done yet. She also noticed a strange light during their fight. She presses him for details, stating it's a type of magic she's never seen before. Jin pauses, then explains that the magic he used was an ancient spell called Flash Veil, which he had coated his sword with before the match began. He admits, though, that tricks like this might not always work in the long run. Alicia scoffs at his choice of words, correcting him. "Those aren't tricks, they're strategies," she says, her tone serious. She reflects on his abilities, realizing that his victories over stronger opponents likely weren't due to luck, but careful planning. Jin ponders her words, acknowledging that success in battle often comes from precise calculations and well-executed tactics. In a sparring match, these strategies are interesting, but in a real fight, he can clearly picture the fear in his opponent's eyes when his plans unfold. For the first time in this life, he has suffered a complete loss, despite using everything in his arsenal. He wonders if her experience with Beeman's Special Affairs Division played a part in her skill. One thing is certain, if he's going to defeat her within 6 months, he'll have to face her over and over again. Rather than feeling discouraged, he feels invigorated by the challenge. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Kashmir Alprian sits down to write a letter, the weight of his thoughts heavy in his mind as he crafts his message. 1 month later, September 22nd, 1795, in the unprotected, monster-infested region along the continent's eastern coast, known as the Black Sea, a lone figure stands victorious. Khan, a guardian knight, kneels after slaying a formidable beast. With a solemn expression, he introduces himself formally to Chiron Runcandle, Guardian Knight Khan. His voice is steady, and his loyalty unquestionable as he prepares to carry out his orders. Khan presents the letter that arrived 10 days ago, handing it over to Chiron. Chiron takes the letter, breaking the seal with a practiced motion, and begins reading aloud. The letter opens with an apology. Kashmir Alprian expresses his deep regret that he cannot adequately convey his profound appreciation and gratitude. He paints a vivid picture of the night sky in Tychon, describing the brilliant stars shining against the dark velvet expanse, as though they are singing praises of Chiron's greatness. The letter ends with, "Kashmir Alprian, a humble swordsman." Chiron sighs, remarking that he had instructed Kashmir to report on a youngest sibling. Yet it seems Kashmir has a rather poetic way of doing so. Deciding he'll need to advise Kashmir to be more concise in the future, Chiron shifts his focus to the actual contents of the letter. The letter reveals that the youngest sibling has been making steady progress on the isolated island. While he has been consistently defeated by Kashmir's wife, Alicia, that's not the most notable part. The letter details how, in their first spar, the youngest took 3 hits. By the 30th match, that number had risen to 40. However, in the 40th sparring session, Jin endured over 120 blows and still stood his ground. It's clear, the youngest is improving at a rapid pace. Khan reflects on the youngest master's losses, wondering if there's a certain amusement to be found in his defeats. Chiron, however, explains that Alicia is no ordinary opponent. She hails from Beeman's Special Affairs 2nd Division, and defeating her isn't something that can be achieved by sheer luck. He then congratulates Khan, noting that in the 40th sparring session, Jin endured over 120 hits, proving that he has pushed past his limits. With a hint of regret, Chiron muses that if the youngest had been the firstborn, he wouldn't have hesitated to hand over the family. But fate had decided otherwise. Khan, curious, asks why there's never been mention of the heir before. This is the first time Chiron has personally spoken about it, and Khan recalls observing from the sidelines but never hearing any details. Chiron responds, recalling that Joshua Runcandle's position wasn't granted through a direct appointment by the patriarch, but because Luna Runcandle stepped down. In his opinion, Joshua is still too young and inexperienced for such a significant role. Khan acknowledges Jin's rapid growth, but argues that raw talent alone isn't enough to secure his place. When Chiron questions why, Khan clarifies that it's not about being heartless. It's about recognizing Jin's inherently gentle nature. Unlike Joshua, who has a different past, Jin's kindness might make it difficult for him to sever family ties when necessary. Chiron acknowledges this and states that, in the end, this is the true nature of a Runcandle. The conversation then shifts to a more pressing matter: why the letter, which arrived 10 days ago, was delayed. The response is simple. The overwhelming number of monsters in the region slowed things down, though Khan did his best to hurry. Chiron concedes the point, but warns that next time, Khan should ensure his arrival a day earlier. Meanwhile, Alicia Badger watches Jean as he continues his relentless training. It's the 93rd day, and the young master has already achieved remarkable progress. Yet Jean remains focused, determined to complete his goal within 6 months. When Alicia suggests heading upstairs for dessert and mentions that Latree has made ice cream, Jean declines. There's still work to be done. Alicia observes him quietly, thinking about how unnatural his growth has been. With every sparring session, it becomes clearer that his aura and magic are growing in sync. The key to that balance, she realizes, lies in the mysterious black power connecting them. She recalls hearing rumors that this power was gained through a contract with a super being. While such a power may be incredible, Alicia knows that in the right hands, it could be something even greater than anyone could imagine. What truly makes Jean Runcandle formidable is not just his talent, but his sheer endurance. Alicia Badger watches him train, a faint smile creeping onto her face as she observes his relentless dedication. He's not just a genius. She thinks he's a genius who works tirelessly. At this rate, 6 months might be an overestimate. She smirks to herself, deciding she'll take him down tomorrow instead. The next day, their training resumes. Alicia, confident in her experience, calls out an obvious feint as Jean charges forward, aiming for an attack. But Jean swiftly blocks it and counters with precision. Alicia, caught off guard, takes the hit and stumbles back. Concerned, Jean asks if she's all right. Alicia brushes it off, though she admits it's been a long time since she's taken a hit like that. Jean considers fetching Anya for healing, but can't shake the thought that Alicia could have dodged that attack. Luck had played a role in this match. Meanwhile, Alicia reflects on her own mistake. Her vision had been momentarily blocked by the shadow energy, and she misjudged his movements. She assumed he would repeat his pattern, failing to prepare for his next move. Retirement had made her a bit sloppy. Determined to turn things around, she launches another attack, but Jean stops her. "It's better to call this fight a draw," he says. "Winning like this wouldn't feel right." Alicia, however, had expected him to say that. She acknowledges her carelessness and apologizes for underestimating him. Miss Anya steps in to heal her injuries, though both women know they can't ignore what just happened. Alicia wonders, if this had been 3 months ago, would the outcome have been the same even if she had let her guard down? Probably not. Alicia recognizes his incredible growth. His ambition, relentless fighting spirit, and sheer talent have propelled him forward. At this rate, it won't be long before he becomes a true force in both aura and magic. And when that happens, things will become even clearer. December 1st, 1795. Jean Runcandle watches with confusion as Murakin stockpiles an absurd number of popsicles, despite the freezing weather. He raises an eyebrow and asks, "Why the popsicles? It's freezing out here." Murakin shrugs. "Cold things taste best in cold weather. Plus, strawberry pie's been craving them." Jean smirks. "Are you trying to make Gilly's stomach explode?" Before Murakin can respond, Kashmir Alprin arrives, calling out to Jean. He asks if they could discuss some business. Jean nods and brings up Bishkol Ibriano, the interim head of the Ibriano family, a family struggling due to a lack of talented successors. Jean had requested information about him earlier, but before diving into the details, he first asks if Jean is familiar with a group called Kinzello. Jean recalls encountering the Kinzello group during a mission back when he was a cadet, so this discussion won't take long. While he isn't entirely certain, he shares a suspicion that Bishkol Ibriano may be connected to them. He explains that Ibriano makes a trip to the Corano Principality once a week, and every time, he visits a peculiar workshop called Explosion is Art. The name alone raises suspicions, but what makes it even more concerning is its owner, Hubert Gaston. From what Jean has uncovered, Gaston is an executive within Kinzello, which strongly suggests a close relationship between the two. Kashmir takes in the information and notes that at this point, the connection between Ibriano and Kinzello is more than just a theory. The most telling sign is that every time Ibriano visits, he brings food and supplies with him. That kind of repeated gesture hints that Gaston holds a higher position, which could explain why he personally stepped forward during the banquet. Kashmir reflects on Kinzello, his thoughts heavy with suspicion. Initially, he had assumed they were just another extreme political group, but the involvement of an 8-star fighter? That raised serious questions. Jean, recalling what those lunatics did in his past life, now sees why they never dared to directly confront the Runcandle, Zippel, or Beeman families. The danger they represented was far too great. Before the conversation can continue, the mood shifts as Murakin, who's been keeping an eye on things, tells a kid to wait because Jean is busy. However, Julia ignores the warning, grabs his hair, and loudly calls out to him. Without hesitation, she casts a magic spell, and Muraken follows up by hurling an ice ball straight at Kashmir. Kashmir dodges easily, turning to the source of the attack with a baffled look. "Why are you attacking your father?" he asks, confusion clear in his voice. Jean, refocusing, shifts the topic. He asks Kashmir if there's still no information on Spider-Hand Alu. Kashmir sighs and replies that Alu is even more elusive than they first believed. Despite the efforts of the Seven Colors elite troops, there are no records of him before he became the head of Teasing. It's as if someone intentionally erased his past. Jean considers this carefully. Maybe I shouldn't have killed him so quickly, he thinks. But what's done is done. He nods in understanding and thanks Kashmir for his continued efforts. Kashmir acknowledges the hard work of their informants and assures Jean that he'll keep digging into Kinzello. He promises that if any new information surfaces, he'll report back immediately. Jean expresses his gratitude, admitting that he owes Kashmir for all his help. Kashmir waves it off. "It's nothing. But if you're really that thankful," he says with a smirk, "maybe you could take some time to play with Julia." Jean hesitates, but then declines. "It's almost time for my sparring session," he explains. "Instead, why don't you join me?" Kashmir's eyes light up with enthusiasm. "That sounds like a great idea," he replies. "I'm curious to see how much young Master Jean Runcandle has grown." Jean grins, assuring him that he won't be disappointed and hints that he has recently come to a new realization. As they make their way to the sparring grounds, Alicia Badger raises an eyebrow upon seeing her husband. "Why are you here?" she asks. Kashmir smirks and shrugs. "Am I not allowed? Jean invited me, so I came." Alicia crosses her arms, an amused glint in her eyes. "You're allowed. I just don't want you to watch me lose." Alicia chuckles lightly. "Interesting. But according to young Master Jean Runcandle, today will be your last day." Alicia takes a deep breath and responds with a faint, knowing smile. "If that's the case, I hope you'll remember me as a worthy opponent in the distant future." Jean, hearing this, corrects her. "Not just a good opponent," he says, his tone warm. "I'll remember you as a great teacher and a true friend." Kashmir silently reflects on these words. It's only been a little over 3 months, and yet Alicia Badger, a warrior in her own right, is already on the verge of defeat. Without further delay, Alicia asks, "Shall we begin?" Jean, in response, summons a phoenix. Kashmir's eyes widen in shock. 6-star mages have the ability to form contracts with powerful entities, but the outcome is never guaranteed. Mages can open a dimensional gate to the world of fire, but they have no control over which phoenix will choose them. That's why mages desperately hope to be chosen by a rare and powerful one. And among all of them, one phoenix stands above the rest. The legendary blue flame phoenix, Tess. Kashmir's gaze sharpens as he watches Jean summon the phoenix. "No way," he murmurs in disbelief. Did he actually form a contract with Tess? Only the most exceptional mages in history have been able to summon Tess, and now, Jean Runcandle stands among them. Jean turns to Alicia, the glow of Tess's flames lighting up his face. "Shall we start?" Alicia tightens her grip on her weapon, her determination unwavering. "I'm coming," she says, launching into battle. The battle kicks off, and Alicia quickly scans the scene. The Phoenix's flames aren't just any fire. They carry a strange force. The moment she nears them, she feels an intense pressure pulling her down, sapping her strength. The flames are draining her stamina rapidly, and she knows she is only about 3 minutes before exhaustion sets in. That gives her little time to end this fight. Just as she finalizes her plan, Jean makes his move. His attack lands, and Alicia flinches at the impact, thinking for a split second that it was a sword strike. But then, she realizes the truth. It wasn't just a sword. He had used wind magic. Jean Runcandle studies Alicia Badger closely. Despite her unpredictable style, one thing is clear. She thrives on control. No matter what, she's always seeking to dominate the fight. Right now, she's likely trying to regain that control, and Jean is ready to use it against her. With swift precision, he charges at her, but she dodges. He doesn't hesitate to follow up with fire magic, but Alicia evades again, narrowly escaping. Jin's relentless assault doesn't let up. He grips his sword and charges straight at her once more. Alicia analyzes her options. If she keeps dodging, she'll stay on the defensive, constantly reacting to his attacks. That's not a position she wants to be in. With no other choice, she decides to stand firm. She locks eyes with him. "Trying to prove you're a magic swordsman?" she taunts. Jean doesn't respond. He just unleashes his blue mana and strikes. Alicia spots her moment. "Gotcha!" she exclaims, certain he can't escape the pressure of her weapon. But then, in the blink of an eye, she realizes something's off. He's not in front of her anymore. Before she can react, a crushing blow lands from behind, sending her crashing to the ground, coughing up blood. The force is undeniable. This fight is over. Stumbling to her feet, Alicia acknowledges defeat. Young Master Jean Runcandle is the victor. Jean immediately turns to Kashmir Alprian. Call Enya, he orders. Then, as though an idea clicks in his mind, he asks Kashmir to repeat what he had said earlier about a microbe. Murakin, still trying to process what just happened, confirms the shocking news. Yes, young Master Jean Runcandle has defeated Alicia Badger. Saying it aloud still feels unbelievable, especially since she was from Beeman's Special Affairs Division. And Jean did it in just 3 months. But Jean isn't focused on that. No, not that, he corrects. He grabbed Kashmir by the arm. He summoned what? Kashmir blinks, still stunned. Pardon? A phoenix. He summoned Tess. A stunned silence fills the air. Shock spreads across their faces. Alicia, catching her breath, admits she went all out. She even used an aura shield, thinking it would secure her victory. But in the end, that decision became her downfall. What surprises her even more is that she fell for an attack from behind, twice. When did you plan that? She asks, genuinely curious. Jean wipes the sweat from his brow, casually revealing, from the very first match. He pauses, realizing that might sound a bit cocky. Alicia bursts out laughing. If it's you, young master, then yeah, I believe it. Jean sincerely thanks her, and Alicia smiles, saying she had just as much fun. Then, with a playful smirk, she teases him. Do you even realize how proud I am of you? And how does it feel, defeating someone from Beeman's Special Affairs Division before even turning 16? Before Jean can respond, Murakin arrives, calling out his name urgently. Jean acknowledges him, but Murakin doesn't waste time. Summon Tess. Now, without hesitation, Jean Runcandle calls upon the Phoenix. Miss Quickhantle bows deeply, greeting the Master of the Flame. Murakin, watching the interaction, nods. It's been quite a while since he's seen this. But before he can speak, the Phoenix surprises him, striking him square in the face with its beak. Murakin stumbles back, eyes wide in shock. Why did you do that? He exclaims, irritated, reminding the Phoenix that it doesn't need to be so formal. After all, it's a free entity. Murakin half apologizes, though the sincerity is lacking. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle watches, an odd, almost refreshing feeling rising from the whole exchange. Murakin, however, isn't amused. He shakes it off and regains his composure. This is serious, Jean. You need to stop whatever you're doing and listen to me. I got an important message to pass on. But the Phoenix strikes again, its beak connecting with Murakin once more. Quickhantle remains completely unbothered, still bowing. Murakin's patience is thinning rapidly. This is serious, Jean Runcandle. Call that elder back. Now, Murakin shouts. Jean shrugs nonchalantly. All right, sure, he responds, sending the Phoenix away. Murakin rubs his face, muttering under his breath. Seriously, why is he hitting me? With a sigh, Murakin begins, I want to tell you why the great Murakin is putting up with a bluebird. Jean blinks in confusion. Wait, that's not Tess's true form. Murakin explains that what they're seeing now is just an appearance Tess adopts in this world. The Phoenix's true form can only be witnessed in the Fire Realm. Jin's curiosity sparks. The Fire Realm? Is that where Phoenixes come from? Murakin nods. Yes, you've probably never heard of it before, and that's not surprising. The term Fire Realm is known only to gods and dragons. Even the highest-ranking gods don't know its true name. Jean processes this information. So, if even the gods don't know, does that mean the Fire Realm is beyond their reach? Murakin nods again, his tone serious. Exactly. Even the flame god, Shainu himself, cannot wield the flames of the Fire Realm. His expression darkens slightly. But listen closely, this is important. He leans in, voice lowering. A long time ago, several gods and dragons, including myself and Quickhantle, left the Fire Realm. But not all of them respected its power. Some gods made the mistake of angering Tess. Murakin's gaze hardens as he recounts the event. That day, Tess showed them what true power is. In a fit of rage, Tess burned 5 gods and several dragons to ash, right there on the spot. Jean is taken aback. Wait, Tess is that powerful. The weight of the revelation settles over him. If Tess can annihilate gods, how strong would he need to be to fully wield such power? Murakin answers without hesitation. Impossible. Jean frowns, confused. What do you mean? No one, not even you, will ever be able to unleash Tess's full power. Murakin explains, his tone grave. You can't wield power from another realm perfectly. There's an inherent penalty to it. That's why even the gods who descended into this world lost their abilities. And Tess, he can't manifest his true strength here either. Jean absorbs this, his mind racing. So no matter who I become, power from another realm will always be restricted? Murakin chuckles darkly. Exactly. But in your case, he raises an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. Someone like you would be burned alive in a heartbeat. Mirakin teases, half joking. How is it that this dangerous old man can fight right when he's summoned? Does Tess even realize how surprised we were? If Tess gets angry, he might actually burn you alive. Jean stiffens at the thought, but Mirakin reassures him. If that were the case, Tess wouldn't have chosen you in the first place. Then, Mirakin delivers a message from Tess, one that catches Jean completely off guard. Tess actually likes him, and even congratulates him. Jean pauses, processing the weight of the message. Tess, it turns out, is far more powerful than he ever imagined. Even more so than Shainu, the fire god who controls all the flames in the world. He recalls the sheer power Tess holds, and the realization dawns on him just how significant this relationship truly is. Shina's contractor, Kellyark, and the guardian dragon, Kadun, wielded extraordinary power. Yet, against Tess, no fire, no matter its origin, stood a chance. Tess's flames were unlike anything else. And with the brewing conflict between the Runcandle and Zippel families, having Tess by his side could prove invaluable. The power of those blue flames could turn the tide of everything. The scene shifts to January 2nd, 1796. Chiron Runcandle sits, sifting through reports. One particular detail catches his attention. Jean Runcandle has been chosen by Tess. He pauses for a moment, but quickly dismisses it. Not that I care about phoenixes, he mutters under his breath. His thoughts shift back to Jin's swordsmanship. Though he'd allowed Jean to wield magic and shadow energy, Chiron knows the truth. Jean is a Runcandle, and a Runcandle proves their worth with the sword. He turns to Khan, drawing his attention. Ron Hiran has a grandson, he says, smirking as he speaks. Khan nods. Yes, I received some information about the Hiran family's grandson a few days ago. Chiron's smirk widens. Good luck for us. Khan agrees, adding that the news is related to a Cosmos competition request, an assassination target. The mission? To eliminate a pirate competing in the tournament. But there's a twist. Among the list of competitors, Dante Hiran has signed up under an alias. The Cosmos competition is no ordinary event. It's a brutal, pirate-run fighting tournament. Chiron recalls that 10 years ago, Mary participated and finished as the runner-up. That defeat had been her first. 2 months later, he sent the youngest to participate again. But this time, things will be different. Countless eyes will be watching. Jean won't be able to rely on magic or shadow energy. He'll have to fight with nothing but his sword. Chiron predicts that during a battle with a true genius, someone who's honed their swordsmanship for years, Jean will come to a realization. As a Runcandle, the ultimate proof of strength lies not in magic, but in the sword. Sometime later, Kashmir arrives, politely approaching Jean Runcandle. May I take a look at something? He asks, holding out a document. Jean, curious, asks, what's this about? Kashmir explains it's an application to enter the Cosmos competition. Jean is taken aback. Wait, why do you suddenly want to join a pirate tournament? Kashmir chuckles lightly. The application isn't for me, it's for you. Given how hard you've been training, it seemed worth considering. Dante Hiran from the Hiran family will be competing. Kashmir continues, explaining that Dante's grandfather, Ron Hiran, the current patriarch of the Hiran family, was once on par with Sir Chiron Runcandle before he took control. More importantly, Dante is Ron Hiran's most prized grandson. So, don't you think it would be interesting to see how strong he really is? Kashmir asks. Jean pauses, mulling it over before asking, do I really need to participate? Kashmir shakes his head. No, young master. But think about it. Dante Hiran is next in line to lead the Hiran family. This could be your one chance to clash swords with him. Jean sighs, realizing that if Kashmir is pushing this, he has no choice but to participate. Kashmir, pleased with the decision, thanks him for agreeing. As Jean walks away, he pieces it all together. So this is the plan. Kashmir is setting him up to fight Dante Hiran, and the priority is clear, swordsmanship above all. But there's something else he notices, a subtle tension in Kashmir, as if he's dealing with more than he can handle. At that moment, Kashmir mentions that he must leave tomorrow. The timing is tight. Jean blinks. Pardon? Kashmir doesn't repeat himself. Instead, he simply nods, his expression neutral. Then please have a safe trip, he says, before turning and walking away. The scene shifts to the Beladu Empire, an island in the south. A lone figure stands amidst the stench and filth, surveying his surroundings with a faint look of disgust. He mutters to himself, reflecting on how this is the first time he's been alone since his journey to Mummet. And somehow, this place smells worse than Mummet ever did. His thoughts wander to the upcoming Cosmos competition, a bloodsport set in a lawless land. Here, fighters can kill their opponents without any restrictions on weapons. Assassinations, poisonings before matches, it's all part of the game. He can't help but question the patriarch's decision to allow a grandchild of the esteemed Hiran family to to step into such a brutal contest. But then, a smirk spreads across his face. Regardless of the reason, fighting against someone like that even once would be worth it. Suddenly, Veridin Zippel appears. As Veridin takes in the foul atmosphere, he mutters under his breath, "This place reeks as always." Then his smirk widens. "All right, let's have some fun." Pirate King Cosmos eyes the newcomer with clear skepticism. "Who are you?" he demands, his tone sharp. Jean Runcandle steps forward, unfazed. "I'm here to enter the competition." Cosmos scoffs, dismissing him immediately. "Applications are closed," he grunts, before making it clear that Jean should leave. He even suggests it might be better if Jean doesn't make it back at all. Unfazed, Jean calmly responds, "The registration deadline was supposed to be sunset today." Cosmos waves him off dismissively. "I'm not in the mood for more applications," he growls, his gaze hardening as he warns Jean not to test his patience. "I'm far too busy for this nonsense." Without another word, Cosmos flings a handful of coins at Jin's face, then delivers a powerful punch. With a mocking grin, he asks, "Is that enough for your entry?" Jean Runcandle stands there, unshaken, his expression unchanged. The Pirate King's irritation turns to amusement as he watches Jean remain unfazed. Laughing loudly, he admits that the newcomer has guts. He likes that. With a dramatic flourish, Cosmos scribbles Jin's name onto the roster and hands him a paper. "You're in Group 13, he announces, his smirk widening. "Take this inside. The people there will welcome you, with romance and love." His tone is dripping with sarcasm, making it clear that the reception will be far from warm. Jean Runcandle walks inside, where a figure wearing a head covering snatches the paper from him and calls out, "Group 13. Nearby, a man named Jean Grey overhears the call. With a confident chuckle, he comments, "They should pair you with someone decent." He grins, adding, "If no one fits the bill, I wouldn't mind if they just toss you to the sharks." He mentions another fighter, someone notorious for even managing to beat up the captain. It's a shame they're not in the same group, as he'd hoped for a showdown. Still, Jean Grey wishes him luck, though he adds with a smirk, "You'll need it. If you survive, that is." Jean proceeds deeper into the facility, looking for his room. He asks a nearby worker where he's supposed to go, but the response is curt and dismissive. He's left to figure out on his own. It doesn't take long for Jean to realize the truth. The rooms are overcrowded, filled with 2 or 3 people each. The organizers likely want to turn even the sleeping arrangements into a survival game, forcing the participants to fight for space. Before he can even settle in, someone sneers at him from the corner. "Who do you think you are?" they taunt, their voice dripping with disdain. "Why are you here?" Jean Runcandle enters the overcrowded room without a second glance at the chaos. Tensions are already high as one person barks at another to get lost. It's clear there's no order here, only survival. He doesn't waste time. His voice cuts through the noise, calm but commanding. "I'm going to count to 3, he announces. "By the time I'm done, everyone who's not supposed to be here better be gone." The challenge is laid out, and now it's a matter of who dares to stay. Jean begins his count. 1, 2. Before he can finish, a voice from the crowd hurls insults his way. But instead of backing down, Jean Runcandle immediately fires back. The tension escalates. The insults fly, and just as the room is about to implode, someone new enters. Without missing a beat, Jean grabs his sword and scans the room, his eyes cold. "Who wants to stay with me?" he asks, his voice sending a chill through the air. A moment later, a group of thugs charges at him, shouting for his head. But they're in for a surprise. Jin's strikes are swift and ruthless, each move calculated and precise. One by one, the thugs are overpowered, and soon, the room is left in stunned silence. As the dust settles, Jean scoffs, eyeing the wreckage of the brief battle. "This place may be a lawless battleground," he mutters, "but it's nothing compared to Mummet." He glances around the room and realizes there's no hope for rest tonight. Just then, the hooded figure from before appears again. He's visibly annoyed and sighs, shaking his head. "Do you plan on wiping out half the competition before the real fights even begin?" he asks. Jean smirks. "Consider this little brawl just the appetizer before the main event." The hooded figure studies him for a moment, then chuckles. "At first, I thought you were just another arrogant fool. But as the captain said, you're intense. That's why they grouped you with the decent fighters." He pauses before adding, "Groups 1 and 2 are about to start their matches, and you'll be facing some of them later. You might want to watch." The figure offers to personally escort Jean, then adds a warning, "Don't bring that sword into the spectator stands. Just sit back and enjoy the show." Jean nods, showing no hesitation. As they make their way toward the stands, he notices the massive crowd gathered for the fights. No one here should recognize him, but he can't help but wonder if his disguise was as perfect as he thought. He turns to the hooded figure and casually asks, "Have you heard the rumors about half of Group 13 being wiped out already? Bet you placed a wager on one of them." He raises an eyebrow. Who was behind that? The hooded figure shrugs, but then leans in, his voice low. Besides that mess, there's another rumor floating around. Something about a reserve flag bearer from the Runcandle family. Nearby, a person in a green dress overhears the conversation. Frowning, she asks, "What exactly is a Runcandle reserve flag bearer? Why would one even be here?" Her friend leans in, speaking with a knowing tone. "I heard it straight from some of the Cosmos Pirate executives last night, while we were drinking. There's a strong contender in the tournament, and if the rumors are true, he's from the Runcandle family." The friend laughs. If it's true, the fighter could be either Daytona Haytona or Gene Runcandle himself. If it's really Gene, things are about to get interesting. After all, the last time that kid made a name for himself, he became a 5-star, and chaos followed soon after. But here's the kicker, the friend adds with a smirk. They're not just talking about Gene. They're also talking about the Tana twins. Gene Runcandle, overhearing this, reflects on the fact that it's about time the Tana twins' names started spreading. If they're really participating, he figures he'll track them down and make them sit through the night watch while the real fireworks begin. Pirate King Cosmos makes his grand entrance into the arena, his usual flair in full display as he greets the massive crowd. With a wide grin, he taunts the spectators, asking if they haven't dropped dead from all the waiting. Introducing himself with a booming voice, he proclaims, "I am Pirate King Cosmos." His laughter echoes across the arena, before he casually remarks on how many people have come to line his pockets. He chuckles, commenting on how they clearly don't know how to manage their own money. But enough with the pleasantries, he declares, it's time to get the competition rolling. He quickly outlines the structure of the tournament. 14 participants per group, spread across 13 groups, making a total of 182 martial artists ready to compete. With the basics out of the way, he hypes up the opening match. The first fighter is introduced, someone who made it to the finals last year. His opponent? A fresh challenger, a newcomer to the competition this year. Pirate King Cosmos introduces Mantis, the so-called cute fighter from the Shark Pirates, and his opponent, the young swordsman, Paul Mick. From the stands, Gene Runcandle watches intently, noting Paul Mick's age. There are plenty of young fighters this year, but this one stands out. He looks barely 13 or 14. That's far too young for a tournament this brutal. As Gene processes the absurdity of it, a nearby spectator, sporting a nasty facial scar, shifts the conversation. Instead of talking about Paul Mick, he brings up another competitor, the reckless idiot who dared to beat up a captain. Before the conversation can go any further, the match begins. Paul Mick moves like lightning, his blade flashing through the air. In the blink of an eye, his opponent collapses to the ground, headless. The arena goes quiet for a moment, the shock settling over the crowd. Pirate King Cosmos breaks the silence, demanding answers. "What just happened?" he asks, his voice tinged with irritation. Did anyone actually see that clearly? He looks at the Shark Pirates, frustrated by their weak fighters. A murmur spreads through the crowd as someone finally states the obvious. The guy's head just fell off. The speed and brutality of the attack are so unbelievable that it doesn't even seem real. Gene Runcandle narrows his eyes, assessing what just happened. Dante Hyran was beheaded in an instant. Paul Mick's sword energy is on an entirely different level. Meanwhile, Veridin Zippel, one of the more excitable spectators, erupts with enthusiasm. "Now that's what I call a masterpiece," he exclaims, his voice booming over the arena. Without hesitation, he loudly declares Paul Mick the winner and immediately places all his bets on him. "This is what a real fight looks like," he announces to anyone who'll listen. The growing cheers for Paul Mick fill the air, but Gene can't help but notice Veridin's presence in the crowd. As people around them start placing bets, the energy in the arena reaches a fever pitch. Veridin, practically foaming at the mouth with excitement, urges everyone to go all in. "Can't you see? Paul Mick is the future. Bet everything. Your savings, your fortunes, everything on him." And just like that, the match is over. But the chaos is only beginning. Gene Runcandle studies Veridin Zippel, wondering if he's here on a mission. But judging by how caught up Veridin is in the excitement, that seems unlikely. If Veridin really were here on official business and got carried away, it would cause serious problems. Deciding to play along, Gene pretends not to notice anything unusual about Veridin's behavior. Before he can dwell on it further, Veridin spots him from across the stands and flashes him a grin. "Long time no see," he calls out. As the two exchange looks, Paul Mick, standing nearby, turns toward them. He immediately recognizes Veridin Zippel, recalling their encounter at the Zippel family's banquet. Surprised to see such an open exchange in a place like this, Paul Mick steps forward, extending a hand. "It's good to see you again," he says, his voice cordial. Gene watches the interaction closely, sensing that this connection may be more significant than he initially thought. Before the conversation can continue, Pirate King Cosmo strolls over, his voice booming across the stands. "Let's hear from the winner before we move on to the next match," he calls out, turning to Paul Mick. How does it feel to claim such a quick victory? Paul Mick casually responds, a smirk tugging at his lips. I'm just glad to have taken down one of the world's evils, he says with a shrug. Though I do hope he doesn't reincarnate as a pirate in his next life. Pirate King Cosmos laughs heartily at the remark, slapping Paul Mick's shoulder with a heavy hand. Becoming a pirate isn't exactly the best career choice, he jokes, casting a glance at the pirates in the crowd. Though I suspect some of them might actually be pleased with what you said. With a final chuckle, Pirate King Cosmos moves on. Enough talk. The next match is about to begin. As the following matches unfold, Gene Runcandle observes carefully, but none of the fighters seem to capture his attention, except Paul Mick. The more he watches, the more convinced he becomes. Paul Mick may look young, but his swordsmanship tells a different story. The most logical conclusion? He has to beat Dante Hyran. Gene knows that winning this competition won't be a simple matter of swordplay alone. Against someone like Paul Mick, relying solely on technique won't cut it. Magic and shadow energy will be essential to stand a chance. Still, it's too early to make a final judgment. His gaze shifts to a nearby magical stone, considering his next move. Tomorrow, some groups will finish their matches, giving him 3 days before it's his turn. Until then, the real challenge won't just be in the arena. It will be surviving the nights in this place. Meanwhile, in a quiet, dimly lit room, Sir Elder sits with a stern, disapproving expression. I didn't give it to him to mess around with, he mutters under his breath. It's an item meant for the Sir Young Patriarch to use only when absolutely necessary. With a deep sigh, he insists that it must be kept in a safe place. Across from him, Veridin Zippel casually swings a chain in his hand, a wide grin on his face. Sorry, he says, shrugging nonchalantly. I just feel lighter with this in my grasp. He pauses, tilting his head slightly. Is that the reason I was summoned here? Sir Elder's face hardens, clearly unimpressed. Every year, around this time, a martial arts competition takes place on one of the northern islands of the Beladu archipelago. It's known as the Cosmos Competitive Arena, he says, staring directly at Veridin. Are you familiar with it? Veridin Zippel pretends to be clueless, tilting his head and laughing. First time I've heard of it, he says with mock innocence. Why would I know about some martial arts tournament run by pirates? He chuckles, then adds with a playful tone. And where do I disappear to every year around this time? Sir Elder isn't fooled by the act. He brings up a name that commands immediate attention. Dante Hyran, the future patriarch of the Hyran family. Dante attended last year's banquet. Sir Elder reminds him, his voice stern. He's competing again this year. This is a rare opportunity to witness his strength firsthand, something we might need to take advantage of. One day, we may have to face him. Meanwhile, Veridin Zippel finally arrives at the arena, having caught wind of the event. He glances around with mild interest. Nice to make a little side money while I'm here, he comments, though his tone is laced with dissatisfaction. But seriously, 2 whole days and not a single match has been truly entertaining. He sighs dramatically, eyes narrowing. Sure, watching Dante Heron's skills was impressive, but everything else? Mediocre at best. With another disappointed sigh, Veridin mutters to himself, what happened to all the real fighters this year? Scanning the list of names, something catches Gene Runcandle's eye. Jean Grey. He pauses, narrowing his eyes, the pieces clicking together. Could it actually be Gene Runcandle? A slow grin spreads across his face. So, he didn't just come here to watch after all. This is starting to get very interesting. Meanwhile, Gene takes a moment to assess the situation. The number of remaining participants has already dwindled to 147. 35 are dead. But here's the kicker. Only 5 of those deaths occurred inside the arena. The rest? They were eliminated outside of official matches, likely during the chaos of the nights. Sitting down to rest after his latest fight, Gene knows the worst is yet to come. Soon, fighters from other groups will start spilling in, looking to eliminate the competition early. He can't afford to let his guard down, not even for a second. The thought of sleep crosses his mind, but he quickly shuts it down. His cadet years trained him in no-sleep endurance, but surviving 3 full days in a place like this, where stealth is impossible and predators lurk around every corner, is a whole different challenge. Just then, Paul Mick steps forward, breaking into his thoughts. I know it's rude to ask this after we've just met, Paul begins, but I need a moment to talk. Jin's gaze sharpens, his mind racing. Paul Mick, or rather, Dante Hyran. To his surprise, Paul Mick makes an unexpected request. He asks for a chance to sleep. In exchange, he promises to stand guard the next day, allowing Gene to rest. Gene raises an eyebrow, suspicious. What's this guy up to, suddenly showing up like this? Paul Mick simply shrugs, explaining, I've been watching since yesterday. You're clearly a true martial artist, at least. That's why I'm asking. Just let me sleep. Gene wants to protest, but the exhaustion hits him like a wave. Even his higher-end, no-sleep training has its limits. Before he can argue further, his body betrays him. He collapses to the ground, sleep claiming him instantly. Jean sits in his room, his senses sharp despite the exhaustion. The overwhelming smell of blood fills the air, a constant reminder of how many people have already come after him. Trouble doesn't seem to want to leave him alone. Outside, a shadowy figure, an old man, whispers for someone to wait. The time has come, but before he can make a move, Jean Runcandle's senses kick in. Without hesitation, he strikes with his sword. The room fills with the sound of steel meeting air. Coldly, Jean warns the intruder, his voice flat. Haven't you heard the rumors? Anyone who steps into this room doesn't make it out alive. A masked man steps forward, his voice calm despite the threat. We know you've already taken out every member of Group 13, he acknowledges, but we're not here to fight you. He pauses, eyeing Jean with calculated intent. We have a different target. His demand is simple. Hand over Paul Mick, the boy who just went inside. If you comply, we'll throw in an arrow as a parting gift. Jean doesn't flinch. Without a second thought, he deflects the incoming attack, catching the poisoned arrow midair. Inspecting it with a smirk, he realizes just how low these people are. Poisoned? Huh, he mutters. Targeting a child like that. You've got to be despicable. As the masked men tense up, Jean casually mentions the group of scoundrels who'd been tailing him earlier. They were underlings of pirate One-Eyed Joe, he adds. The last guy spilled everything before dying. Apparently, they were hoping to make some quick cash by kidnapping a Runcandle. Paul Mick steps forward at this moment, clearly relieved. Thanks for protecting me, he says surprised. You didn't have to do that. He shakes his head, glancing around at the situation, clearly confused. How did you end up being mistaken for those clueless, greedy fools, he asks. Jin's eyes narrow as he looks at the masked figures. It seems like they didn't do their homework, he says coldly. But we're done here. If they want to take you, they should have come better prepared. Paul Mick sighs and realizes he owes Jean at least some kind of explanation. He tells Jean that, like him, he also comes from nobility, just not from the Runcandle family. Think of me as nobility from Beemont, he says, though he apologizes for not being able to share any further details. Despite the cryptic response, Paul Mick is already convinced. He bows deeply, his voice full of gratitude. I owe you my life, he declares. And in my eyes, a debt like this must be repaid in full. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. From this moment on, I swear to protect you with my life, no matter the situation. I swear it on my honor. Jean smirks, brushing off the sentiment. Figure that out on your own, he replies, already dismissing the vow. Right now, I need sleep. Wake me up before the Group 13 matches. Despite Jin's indifference, Paul Mick adds with a quiet smile, the protection I'm giving you now has nothing to do with the vow I just made. Don't worry about it. I may seem cold and detached, but my actions speak louder than words. I've already fought for someone I just met. That should show you that I'm a man of conviction. Maybe, in a way, we could even become friends. The scene shifts to the arena. An attacker rushes toward Paul Mick, his weapon aimed straight for him. But before the assailant can make his move, Paul Mick moves first. In a single fluid strike, Paul Mick counters and takes down his opponent with ruthless precision. The crowd erupts into a frenzy of cheers. Paul Mick, Paul Mick, they chant, their voices filled with admiration. Once again, Paul Mick's victory is absolute. As the competition continues to heat up, the crowd's attention shifts between two rising stars, Paul Mick and another fighter, Jean Grey. Spectators call out his name, some even debating whether he might be stronger than Paul. However, not everyone agrees. One onlooker points out that while Jean is impressive, he's still no match for a reserve flag bearer of the Runcandle family. Another chimes in, emphasizing that Jean isn't even a Runcandle, making the comparison pointless. Amidst the growing excitement, someone comments that this year's tournament has essentially boiled down to these two young contenders. With their dominance in the arena, it seems the final match is already decided. But just as the speculation heats up, another warrior arrives, unimpressed by the hype. He suggests that while these two might be strong, they're just a couple of guys. He urges his group to gather their forces before the winner's group takes action. Before they can proceed with their plans, a mysterious figure wearing a head covering steps in, his voice low but urgent. Stop, he warns. You're not ready to handle Jean Grey. He's been called the god of death for a reason. He glances around, making sure no one is listening too closely. I've shared a room with him. Trust me when I say challenging him would be a terrible mistake. Pressed for further details, the figure continues. The safest move is to stop interfering with Jean. He's gotten too popular, and if challengers start falling before the matches even begin, things are going to get complicated. With that, the group reluctantly agrees to back off, deciding it's better to abandon their scheme for now. Another warrior in the group, skeptical, asks, is this really the right call? His companion nods, reassuring him. According to the tournament program, We won't even have to face Jin's group. That's enough reason to steer clear. And besides, our plan has to stay secret, especially from one person, Pirate King Cosmos. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the arena, Pirate King Cosmos slams his hand on the table in frustration, demanding to know who's been pulling strings behind his back. The tension in the room rises as someone speaks up. What do you plan to do about it, Cosmos? They ask. If things keep going like this, the competition will lose its excitement. The spectators will catch on. Pirate King Cosmos, his expression darkening, looks around the room. I'll deal with whoever's behind this. But first, I need to make sure this tournament stays as chaotic as ever. No one messes with my show. Cosmos isn't interested in fairness. He's all about the bottom line. So he scraps the entire program, ensuring that the outcome will come down to a dramatic showdown between Jean Grey and Paul Mick. To him, everyone else in the tournament is just a pawn, sacrificed to raise the stakes and line his pockets. To keep the gamblers on edge, he hikes up the betting dividends to absurd heights, knowing it'll fuel their desperation. The plan? A rapid-fire sprint from the winner's match straight into the finals, all designed to maximize the cash flow. Meanwhile, the crowd's energy is electric, chanting Paul Mick's name in anticipation. Suddenly, Veridin Zippel makes his entrance, eyeing the two tournament titans. One is a rising star, dazzling everyone with his rapid ascent, while the other is a blood-soaked legend, the so-called God of Death. As the tension mounts, Veridin poses the million-dollar question: who will emerge victorious? The atmosphere crackles as a mass spectator calls out Paul Mick's name, and his companion agrees, noting how Paul's swordsmanship seems flawless. Curious, the friend asks if Veridin also placed a bet on Paul Mick. But Veridin grins, revealing he's gone all in on Jean Grey, wagering an astonishing 100,000 gold. His knight, Taggin, can't help but express concern. Jean Grey's payout is 3 times that amount. Even if Jean wins, will the pirates actually cough up 300,000 gold? Veridin just smirks, explaining that Pirate King Cosmos owns several islands. If he needs the money, he can always sell one. Growing tired of the chatter, Pirate King Cosmos cuts in with an impatient roar, demanding they stop stalling and get a Paul Mick already. The crowd erupts in a frenzy, but not just for Paul. Someone in the crowd calls out Jean Grey by his infamous title, the Grim Reaper of Group 13. The reception is far from welcoming, with boos and jeers filling the air. Some even toss wine mugs and rotten vegetables at him. Watching the chaos unfold, Cosmos grins, already thinking about how he can double next year's entrance fee. Eager to keep the momentum going, Cosmos orders the fighters to step forward. Paul Mick strides onto the battlefield, exuding confidence, and Jean Grey follows, calm and composed. The crowd's reactions are split, but Veridin Zippel stands unwavering, his belief in Jin's strength firm. He calls out to him, "Let's go." Jean, however, can't help but wonder why Veridin keeps saying that. Without hesitation, Cosmos declares the match underway. Paul Mick steps forward, vowing to fight with everything he's got. Jean Grey, unshaken, draws his magical sword and challenges Paul to attack as much as he wants. The battle begins in a blur of movement as the two clash with ferocious speed. In the opening moments, Jean Grey remains strategic, pacing himself, only accelerating when the situation demands it. He knows he has to keep up with Paul, but he also needs to conserve his energy for the long haul. The spectators are in awe, murmuring about how rare it is to witness such a high-caliber duel. One voice in the crowd even argues that calling this a mere children's fight is an insult. Paul Mick, impressed by Jin's resilience, warns him that if he's holding back, now's the time to show his true strength. Rising to the challenge, Jean Grey charges forward, unleashing a faster, more aggressive attack. Paul barely manages to dodge, and the crowd erupts into cheers. One fan shouts, "Yeah, Paul Mick, that's it. Send that scoundrel to the abyss." But Paul remains calm and collected, assessing his opponent. He knows what he's capable of, his near-immovable swordsmanship, his enhanced physique, and most importantly, his superior stamina. This allows him to drag fights on, wearing down his opponents until they crumble. Jean Grey is no stranger to deception, fighting under the alias Jean Runcandle. He's already set the stage for his own personal brand of warfare. But if this is the extent of his trickery, Paul Mick realizes that Jean has made a critical misstep. With that thought, Paul launches a brutal strike. Yet Jean is ready. With pinpoint accuracy, he counters, forcing Paul back and proving this battle is far from over. As the clash intensifies, Veridin Zippel watches with keen eyes, analyzing every movement. In the heat of the moment, Jean Grey suddenly questions why Veridin keeps calling him by his real name, but there's no time to dwell on it. Paul Mick, however, falters. If his last strike had landed, there was something much worse waiting in return. He realizes with growing concern that Jin's shadow energy is nearly drained, but his opponent remains unyielding, gearing up for a battle that promises only to get fiercer. Jin's eyes narrow with intent. It's his turn to take the offensive. He surges forward, his blade slicing through the air, but Paul Mick, ever sharp, deflects the blow. Something feels off, though. Every strike, Jin delivers hits with the same intensity as the first, relentless and precise. No wasted movements. No sign of fatigue. Paul begins to question whether he made a grave mistake in holding back. But another thought creeps into his mind. If he keeps pushing, he might end up ending Jin's life. Suddenly, Jin, still operating under the alias Jin Run Candle, snaps. Stop messing around, he demands, his voice sharp and cutting. Why do you think I'm standing here? To see you hesitate. Jin declares his true identity as a Run Candle and warns Dante Hyran, Paul Mick's real name, not to make this battle a mockery. Paul takes a long breath, absorbing the weight of Jin's words. He acknowledges his own weakness, but it's gone now. All right, he mutters, his voice steely. Let's fight properly. And with that, the intensity of the battle skyrockets, the stakes higher than ever before. Jin presses forward with unrelenting aggression, driving Paul back step by step. Paul yells, rushing to retaliate. But Jin is quicker, striking before Paul even has a chance to react. For the first time, Paul hesitates, his expression faltering. It's not fear. It's something deeper, something chilling in the look Jin gives him. Jin observes Paul, recognizing the strain. He should be at his breaking point by now. So how is he still standing? Paul Mick? No, Dante Hyran is a genius, born once in a century with talents few could even dream of. But despite his unparalleled skill, his body is a fragile vessel, unable to truly contain the storm of power within him. Jean Grey knows suffering like no other. He's lived it, breathed it, been shaped by it. His very existence is cursed, a curse that's shaped him through every moment of agony and despair, a torment deeper than any battlefield. He knows Paul Mick, or Dante Hyran, because he, too, has felt that kind of pain. Memories of his own hellish past flood Jin's mind. The never-ending agony, the physical torment, the isolation that nearly shattered his soul. But there's no time for reflection. With a cry, Jin strikes again. Paul barely manages to block, but the weight of the fight is taking its toll. Desperation now fuels him. He recalls how many times he's pushed himself to the brink of death to get here. Gritting his teeth, he forces Jin back, then charges again, anger flooding his veins. As Paul charges, his thoughts turn inward, focusing on Jin Runcandle, the 13th child of a prestigious family, born with everything. Unmatched talent, overwhelming strength, and a physical prowess that made him nearly invincible. Yet Paul senses something else in Jin, something more desperate, something darker. Why? Is it because Jin is the youngest, not even in line for succession? No, Paul dismisses that theory. This isn't about status or legacy. There's only one reason why Jin fights with this kind of ferocity, desperation beyond measure. Jin doesn't fight for recognition or glory. His goal is far more singular. He fights because he must become the strongest, no matter the cost. As the battle continues, Paul Mick's thoughts drift to the grueling path that led him here. Each strike, each clash of blades blurs into the next. How many times has he been on the edge of despair? How many times has he been swallowed by the depths of hopelessness? In a moment of sheer force, Jean Grey overpowers Paul, throwing him aside. But just when it seems like Paul's body is on the brink of collapse, he summons his strength once more. His mind races with the memories of all the times he's dragged himself back from the edge. The moments blur together, but the resolve remains. With renewed determination, he charges at Jean once again. Jean meets the attack head-on, blocking effortlessly before countering with brutal precision. And then, for the first time, Jean sees it, Paul Mick coughing up blood. Something is seriously wrong. Paul's body is crumbling. Cracks begin to form along his skin. Yet even in this broken state, Paul refuses to give up. Jean hesitates, watching the rapid decay of Paul's body. He briefly considers pulling back his sword, but he quickly rejects the thought. To stop now would be an insult to Paul's unyielding will. With a quiet apology to himself, Jean delivers a final, decisive strike, but stops just inches from Paul's neck. Then, to Jin's surprise, Paul begins to laugh. Jean pauses, unsure. There's no anger in the laugh, no bitterness, only genuine amusement. But before Jean can process it further, Paul's exhaustion overwhelms him. He collapses, and instinctively, Jean calls for a medic. Veridin Zippel rushes over, assessing the situation. His expression darkens as he takes in Paul's condition. This is worse than he feared. But quickly, he reassures Jean, promising that Paul will survive. He begins channeling healing magic without hesitation. As Jean watches Veridin work, a grim realization begins to set in. Paul's injuries are beyond the reach of magic. His bones are shattered, his organs failing, and his very aura is in chaos. Healing magic would only serve to prolong his suffering. Veridin turns to Jean, his face serious. Lowering his voice, he asks Jean to listen carefully. He pulls out a mysterious chain, whispering that this secret must stay between them. Before anything can be done, another warrior arrives, advising against using the chain. That's not something you should ever employ, he warns, concern lacing his voice. But Veridin dismisses the warning without hesitation. Just cover us with your cape, he orders. Reluctantly, the warrior obeys. Veridin mutters under his breath, frustrated by the man's lack of tact, his inability to read the situation. Jean eyes the chain with uncertainty. What is this? He asks, his curiosity piqued. Veridin confirms his suspicion. The chain is an artifact gifted to him by his clan, not long ago, but one with immense significance. Then, he asks Jean if he's ever heard of the blood of Numerous. Jin's eyes widen as memories resurface. Numerous, the so-called god of hope, whose name was known just before the founding of the holy state Vankella, a god believed to have perished in a catastrophic event. Legends tell of the teardrops left behind as Numerous died, and of 100 drops of their blood. The myths claim that these teardrops can bring the dead back to life. And their blood? It's said to heal any injury or illness instantly. Jean remembers how, in the past, the blood of Numerous became the subject of obsession. It was so rare and powerful that no one dared to put a price on it. Major factions, including Zippel, had scoured the world in search of it. But as time passed, it faded into myth, just a remnant of a forgotten era. And now, Veridin Zippel was about to use one of these artifacts on Dante Hyran. Jean couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. Zippel and Hyran had never been on the best of terms. So why was Veridin going to such extraordinary lengths for him? What was the true reason behind his decision? Meanwhile, Veridin carefully retrieves a pill infused with the legendary blood of Numerous and places it gently into Dante's mouth. As he does, he reflects on the bond he shares with equal strength opponents, musing that losing such a person is as painful as losing a close friend. Dante swallows the pill, and an intense, radiant light envelopes his body as the healing process begins. Moments later, Dante coughs, blinks, and gradually opens his eyes. Veridin's grin is wide and relieved. Glad to see you're back. Dante, still disoriented, looks around in confusion. What are you doing here? Jean Runcandle watches quietly, still trying to make sense of the scene unfolding before him. The blood of Numerous had done exactly what the legends claimed. It had brought Dante back from the brink of death. But to use such an invaluable artifact for this purpose alone? That was an unimaginable choice. Veridin, fully aware of the massive cost of his decision, simply shrugs. The cost of using the blood of Numerous is massive, he admits, tapping his head. Dante, still trying to comprehend what's happened, asks about Numerous and how he could ever repay such a debt. Jean smirks. Now this was the kind of deal Veridin Zippel would strike. However, rather than asking for something monumental, Veridin just waves it off with a grin. First things first, you're buying us all a round of drinks once this is over, he declares with a teasing smile. And this time I'm sticking around. No excuses. Then he turns to Jean, adding with a sly wink. Oh, and when you see me somewhere else, don't act like you don't know me. Got it. Jean studies Veridin for a moment. At first, he had written him off as just another eccentric fool. But now, he had to admit, Veridin Zippel was actually a cool idiot. Fine, Jean says, amused. I'll consider it. Later, the group gathers at a hotel, where Veridin takes a moment to commend Jin's exceptional performance in the tournament. The conversation shifts toward the victory prizes, and when Jean is asked to choose one, his response takes everyone by surprise. He wants both. Veridin bursts out laughing. Spirited as ever, he teases. Jean, however, can't help but reflect on the journey that led him here. Not too long ago, he had nearly died in this very place. Now, here he was celebrating his victory. He chuckles, shaking his head. Honestly, he mutters, I just wish Veridin had only asked for one prize. But considering how close they had all come to death that day, maybe asking for both was only fair. Veridin chuckles and waves off the idea that he truly needs both prizes. Since the situation played out as it did, he decides to hand over the bag of coins to Dante Hyran, teasing him about not lacking in money. Veridin frames it as a commemorative gesture. In fact, he mentions he plans to hang one of the coins as a keepsake. Then, as if struck by a sudden idea, Veridin suggests an exchange, which immediately piques Jin's interest. Jean watches as Veridin pulls out a piece of paper and leans in curiously. Wait, is that what I think it is? Jean asks, narrowing his eyes. He recognizes it instantly. A treasure map, something he had only heard of in stories. If Veridin intends to trade this map, then it's no ordinary offer. But Jean quickly clarifies that the map is already his. Veridin raises the bag of coins, an amused glint in his eyes. So, an empty chest in return, he asks playfully. Jean simply nods, his gratitude clear in his gaze. Turning to Dante, Jean shifts the conversation abruptly. Now, let me ask you something, why? Jean couldn't help but ask, his voice steady yet serious. Didn't you use your secret technique, like you were supposed to? His eyes narrowed. You know things should be done properly. Dante exhaled, unfazed. I don't know what you're hiding, Jean, but it's unfair to hold back and then call someone out for it afterward, he said coolly. From where I stand, that doesn't sit right. He acknowledged Jin's sharp instincts, but insisted he wasn't entirely following what was being implied. Without missing a beat, Dante threw out a bold proposal. If we ever fight again, let's do it without hiding anything. No tricks. Veridin Zippel grinned at the thought, clearly relishing the future confrontation, imagining a day when they would all stand at the heads of their respective clans, leaders destined to clash. Yet, ever the jokester, he added with a wink, or, we could just settle down and keep things friendly instead. Jean scoffed, a smirk pulling at the corner of his lips. That's awfully soft of you. Veridin shrugged, unbothered. I'm just saying, if things go sideways, it could cause a lot of trouble. We should be careful about how we handle our future battles. Meanwhile, Dante Hyran was lost in thought, contemplating the oddity of their relationship. Tonight, they were sharing drinks, clinking glasses, and camaraderie. But deep down, he knew the truth. When the time came, their paths would cross on the battlefield. Friends now, but enemies later. They raised their glasses in a silent toast, acknowledging the strange, unspoken reality they shared. The moment lingered, then Veridin abruptly shifted the conversation. By the way, have you guys heard about that Veridin impersonator running around? At the same time, Pirate King Cosmos stormed into his storage room, only to find everything gone. Fury bubbled within him. Those noble scoundrels, they took everything, he growled, his frustration echoing in the empty chamber. Back at the gathering, Dante Hyran raised an eyebrow. Someone dared to impersonate you in Zippel family territory? He leaned back, genuinely intrigued. That's bold. Who would even have the nerve to pull that off? Veridin shrugged nonchalantly. No idea. But with what happened to Uncle Andre Zippel, our family's honor has taken a hit. That's why these kinds of incidents are happening. His tone turned more serious. And just to be clear, I'm not bringing this up for your sake, Dante. He paused, then added almost casually. There's also a rumor going around about a Runcandle being involved. But at this point, nothing has been confirmed. Jean Runcandle turned to Veridin Zippel with a sharp look. So, what's your plan for dealing with this impersonator? Veridin sighed, frustration creeping into his voice. I need to catch them, no doubt. But I'm thinking of hiring a high-ranking mage to track them down. Jean immediately shakes his head. Bad idea, he says firmly. If it were up to him, he'd use the rumor to boost his own public image rather than rushing to capture the impersonator. Publicly acknowledging that someone was impersonating a Zippel in their own territory would only make Veridin look weak and incompetent. It would invite mockery and disrespect. Instead, Jean suggests they let the impersonator roam for now, using the situation to their advantage later on. Veridin pauses, weighing the idea. After a moment, he nods. Now that you put it that way, you're right. I'll talk more about this once I return. Jean smirks. Then I take it this conversation is over. Before they part ways, Dante Hyran, who had been quiet up until now, suddenly speaks up. Wait, what exactly is settled here? Jean glances at him, nonchalantly shrugging. If I stay here any longer, I might actually start liking Veridin Zippel. And unlike the two of you, I have other matters to take care of. Veridin raises an eyebrow. This wouldn't happen to be about the reserve flag bearer issue, would it? Jean responds with a sly, knowing smile. Let's just say it is. Veridin chuckles. All right then. I'll see you next time, friend. As Jean walks away, he turns and, with a mischievous grin, adds, in your dreams? Meanwhile, Chiron Runcandle receives a letter from Kashmir Alprian. He sighs as he reads it, recalling how he once told Kashmir to keep his letters short and to the point. Now, receiving a message this brief almost feels like he's being toyed with. Khan, who had been standing nearby, notices Chiron's reaction. Did something happen to the young master? Chiron shakes his head. Not exactly. It's just that Jean Runcandle defeated Heron's grandson. A 6-star feat, he says, pausing to reflect. It seems Jean has been quite diligent. He then instructs Khan to inform Kashmir Alprian that they will meet for drink soon. Without hesitation, Chiron casts a spell and vanishes, his urgency evident. Khan watches him disappear, nodding. Understood. Elsewhere, Jean Runcandle is sitting with Kashmir Alprian. Alprian, glancing at the fire, suddenly asks, Do you feel that? A cold breeze. Nearby, Julia is distracted, playing with a kitten, blissfully unaware of the subtle shift in the atmosphere. Jean, still watching the fire, frowns. Now that you mention it, yeah, I do. Maybe I'm coming down with something. Alprian chuckles. You should take some medicine. After a brief pause, he changes the subject. By the way, about that map you mentioned earlier, can I see it? Jean pulls the map from his belongings, carefully laying it on the table. It's a bit rough, he admits, but maybe you'll recognize something. Kashmir picks it up and examines it closely. After a few moments, he shakes his head. This is the first time I've seen a map like this. I'm not sure I can pinpoint the destination with just this. Before they can discuss it further, Julia, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, runs over. Is that a treasure map? She exclaims, her excitement palpable. Jean and Alprian exchange a glance, surprised by her sudden enthusiasm. Julia, completely thrilled by the idea, beams and announces, I want to join in on the treasure hunt too. Kashmir flinches, startled by her sudden appearance and reaction. He looks at her in surprise before shifting his gaze back to the map. Pointing to one location, Julia says, there's something important here. She shifts her finger to another spot on the map. And here, something very precious is being carefully guarded. Before she can explain further, her expression changes abruptly, and tears begin to well up in her eyes. Kashmir, caught completely off guard, panics. Wait, why are you crying? He asks, his voice rising in concern. Murakin, noticing the sudden shift, rushes over to grab Julia, his expression tense. Her authority is going out of control, he warns urgently. We need to call the guardian dragon, now. Turning to Kashmir, Murakin urged, summon Latrie immediately. Kashmir, snapping out of his shock, nodded quickly. Got it. Within a minute, Latrie arrived. Murakin wasted no time, hurriedly explaining the situation. Julia lost control after seeing something on the map. Whatever it was, it overwhelmed her. Only you can calm her down now. Latrie gently took Julia into his arms, his voice soft but firm. It's okay now, he soothed. I'm here. Just take a deep breath. He continued to reassure her, his calm voice steadying the air around them. You don't have to be afraid. Everything will be all right. Slowly, Julia's tension began to ease, her body relaxing as she clung to Latrie, the crisis subsiding. Just then, Alicia Badger arrived, her eyes immediately assessing the scene. What's going on? And why is my Julia crying? Kashmir glanced up at her, offering a reassuring smile. Everything's fine now. By this point, Julia had fallen asleep in Latrie's arms. Alicia gently lifted her into her lap, brushing a hand through the child's hair with tender care. Murakin let out a long breath of relief. Nice work, Latrie. Latrie smiled faintly, his gaze softening. Sorry, I couldn't greet you properly earlier. I was a little preoccupied. Murakin waved it off. Forget about that. What matters is what she saw. Was it the future? Latrie's expression darkened. No. He shook his head, his tone serious. It wasn't the future, it was the past. Murakin narrowed his eyes. The past. He paused, then asked carefully, was it a grudge? Latrie sighed, adjusting his grip on Julia as he spoke softly. When someone with AZ Mills' power looks into the past, they don't just see history. They see the emotions attached to it, the grudges, the deep-seated attachments. He looked up at Murakin, his voice lowering. She must have seen a place or an object that held something heavy. Latrie's voice dropped further. If we had arrived any later, things could have taken a very dangerous turn. Murakin's expression tightened. What exactly did she see? Latrie closed his eyes for a moment, then covered one of his eyes, as if recalling something distant and buried. He let out a steady breath, his voice firm as he began. A scene from a primeval land. His tone was quiet but unyielding as he continued. The people of that land worshipped their own deity and lived in complete isolation from the outside world. Because of this, they knew only peace and stability. He paused briefly, as though weighing his next words. That peace lasted until the outsiders arrived. Murakin listened intently, his posture stiffening, his grip on his arms tightening. Who were they? Latrie's gaze sharpened, and he exhaled slowly as he recalled the memory. Mages. He paused, the weight of the memory pressing on him. At first, they approached under the guise of wanting to learn the culture of the natives. He let out a bitter chuckle. But, of course, their true intentions were far darker. The tension in the room grew as Latrie continued, his voice steady but heavy with the gravity of the tale. As the excavation continued, their demands grew more unreasonable. Eventually, they turned to violence, going as far as killing a native child and eliminating anyone who stood in their way. His gaze grew distant as he spoke. Their goal was a powerful artifact, something the natives revered as a sacred treasure. This so-called divine relic was the centerpiece of their worship, but to the outsiders, it was just an object of immense value. Jean Runcandle, quietly listening, frowned as he pondered the significance of the native's devotion to the relic. What did it actually look like? He asked, curiosity piqued. Can we see it? Latrie nodded, taking a moment to describe the artifact. It was a simple silver mirror, nothing more, but it radiated a mysterious light. He then sketched an image of it on a piece of parchment. Upon examining the drawing, Gene Runcandle's eyes sharpened, recognition dawning immediately. There was no doubt in his mind. It was the artifact mirror. He recalled its once infamous magical properties, which had been hidden from the world until a daring reporter exposed the brutal actions of the Zippel family. That revelation had linked the Zippel family to the exploitation of the people in the Cologne ruins, all in their ruthless quest for the artifact. Jin's mind raced as the memories flooded back. He had seen their cruelty firsthand during his time with the Zippel family. The violence, the manipulation, and the endless hunger for power. The same hunger that had led them to exploit the sacred relic. As Gene Runcandle studied the map before him, he realized it pinpointed the mirror's location, an artifact of unimaginable power, now within his reach. His mind raced, recalling the ruthless lengths the Zippel family had gone to acquire it, and he knew this wasn't just an ordinary find. This discovery could change everything. Meanwhile, in a distant, quiet corner, a figure draped in a purple dress sat perched at the edge of a building, leisurely sipping wine. They chuckled softly to themselves, musing about how easy it was to become fond of those scoundrels if one stayed close enough for too long. Though alone, the figure found comfort in the warmth of the alcohol, savoring the fleeting peace of the moment. At the same time, Lady Lausa sat alone in her room, the weight of anticipation heavy in the air. She had waited long for this moment, and now, as she prepared herself to welcome a guest, she whispered a prayer. Tears welled in her eyes as she focused on the impending encounter, her heart racing with expectation. Gene Runcandle remained fixated on the mirror's intricate design, his mind swirling with the implications of the map he had obtained, from a mere pirate, no less. This wasn't just some trivial find. It was the key to something far greater than he had originally imagined. His thoughts were interrupted when Muen, noticing the serious expression on his face, asked what was on his mind. Gene, unwilling to reveal too much just yet, simply said that something fell off. Satisfied with the response, Muen let it go, moving on. Later, Gene reached out to Kashmir Alprian, who offered an apology for what Yuria had endured in the territory. Gene reassured him, reminding Kashmir that this was a trial every contractor of higher power eventually had to face. He had expected it. Latrie, standing nearby, reassured Kashmir further, promising that no matter what happened, they would always protect Yuria. Grateful for their support, Kashmir acknowledged that the map they had in their possession was far from ordinary. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he made the decision to seek out someone capable of deciphering the ancient language inscribed on it. He entrusted this task to the seven-colored fowl, believing their expertise was unmatched. Gene agreed to let Kashmir handle it, though privately, he harbored doubts. He knew how difficult this task would be. As Gene reflected on the past, memories of the Zippel family's brutal massacre centuries ago resurfaced. The residents of Cologne had been nearly wiped out, and those who survived were now imprisoned in Colin. This sparked a new thought in Jin's mind. If they could find a mirror before the Zippel family did, they might have a chance to change everything. 2 weeks later, on February 17th, 1796, a man named Pan was seen dancing wildly through the streets, ranting about how everything in life was spiraling out of control. Ironically, in the midst of his exaggerated performance, he twisted his foot and fell flat on the ground. Gene, watching from a distance, couldn't help but notice how exhausted Pan appeared. Seeing a kindred spirit in him, Gene suggested they talk as friends, both of them struggling through difficult times. Pan, still sprawled on the ground, looked up in confusion. "Who are you talking to?" he asked. Gene smiled, offering him a drink. "It doesn't matter who I am," he said. "Here, have a drink." Amused by the gesture, Pan grinned and accepted. "You're a good man," he said, laughing. "Are you an angel?" Gene chuckled and helped him up. "I'm sure my younger sister would appreciate your kindness." As they spoke, Gene took note of Pan's distinct skin color, commenting on it. Pan sighed, explaining that he had heard similar remarks many times before. "My tribe is called Zat," he said, the word unfamiliar to Gene. Curiosity piqued, Gene asked more about Pan's people, but Pan hesitated. His homeland, he explained, was far from here, and discussing it only brought him sorrow. Instead of pressing, Gene simply nodded in understanding, allowing the silence to settle between them. Wanting to shift the topic, Gene pulled out an old piece of paper with strange markings and casually asked Pan if he recognized the script. The moment Pan saw the paper, his entire demeanor shifted. His grip on the bottle in his hand tightened, and with an abrupt motion, he smashed it against the ground. His mood darkened, and his gaze flicked toward Latrie and Murakin. who were standing nearby. His voice grew sharp as he demanded, "Why are you approaching me, especially with people from Colin?" Sensing the rising tension, Jean quickly intervened, smoothly introducing himself as the freeloader of Takin's defense captain, Elisa. With a nonchalant wave, he pointed at the black-haired and green-haired figures standing beside him. "Oh, and those two? They're dragons." Pan froze, the shock evident in his expression. Struggling to process what he had just heard, he immediately questioned why Jean would reveal such dangerous information so carelessly. Jean, unfazed, simply shrugged. "The truth will come out eventually," he remarked casually. Pan wasn't convinced, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Be more cautious," he warned. "Some truths are better left unsaid." Jean Runcandle reassured him. "Don't worry, everything's fine." Pan, still cautious, pointed out that they had no ties to the Zippel family and asked how Jean had managed to find him. Jean explained that they had come across the map purely by chance, casually adding that the green-haired boy with them was the dragon of Asmil. Pan's eyes widened in shock. "Asmil? You mean the Asmil?" he asked, seeking confirmation. Jean nodded and explained that they had unlocked the contents of the map using Asmil's authority, revealing a deep-seated grudge hidden within it. He admitted they had been searching for someone who could interpret the map for some time, but until now, no one had the necessary knowledge. Finding Pan had seemed like pure luck, or so it appeared. But as Jean reflected on it more, he couldn't shake the feeling that this coincidence might not have been random at all. Pan, sensing that something bigger was at play, suggested they follow him. "It's best you meet my sister," he said. After a while, they arrived at a dimly lit house, where Lady Lausa was already waiting for them. She greeted them warmly, revealing that she had been expecting their arrival, and the esteemed individuals from Takin. Pan hesitated, apologizing for bringing unexpected guests without prior permission, but Lady Lausa simply smiled. "You did well," she reassured him. Mirakin, intrigued by her calm demeanor, asked, "Why were you expecting us?" Lady Lausa's expression turned serious. "It's different," she explained cryptically. Jean Runcandle, listening intently, agreed. "What's different about it?" Lady Lausa's gaze hardened as she elaborated. "It isn't just a feeling of holiness. This presence, it's something extraordinary, something that shouldn't exist in a place as forsaken as this. To me, this presence could only belong to someone of the noblest bloodline of Cologne, or perhaps someone chosen by a higher force." She paused, then revealed something even more startling. "This individual," she continued, "was born from the head temple of swords, chosen by the Shadow. They're the last dragon of a Shadow tribe, and the other is the guardian dragon of a child cherished by the great Asmil." Her voice dropped, and she quickly dismissed any grandiose interpretations. "But don't read too much into it. It could be nothing more than an illusion, or perhaps a trick." Jean Runcandle, still processing the weight of her words, couldn't ignore the unmistakable aura surrounding her. It was unlike anything he had felt in a long time. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked directly, "Lady Lausa, are you a god?" She denied it immediately, shaking her head. "I'm not a god," she said firmly. "If I were, I wouldn't be hiding here, exiled from my homeland." Mirakin, quietly observing the exchange, speculated that Lady Lausa might be the physical embodiment of an old god, though he wasn't entirely certain. Her insight was remarkable, but was that truly all there was to her? He also noted that, like all things, even her presence would eventually fade, like the remnants of an ancient memory. Lady Lausa acknowledged the discomfort in his words, but before she could respond, Sir Black Dragon bluntly pointed out the painful truth, striking a nerve. He showed no concern, simply expressing his surprise that an old god might still be lingering in Cologne. Jean Runcandle, always the pragmatist, noted that even if Lady Lausa had answers, she might not fully understand them herself. She then requested to see the map again. As he handed it over, Jean asked if she could decipher its contents. Taking her time, Lady Lausa examined the markings carefully, her eyes tracing the intricate lines. After a long pause, she finally read aloud. "To the one who reads these letters, after winning over the hearts of Cologne, please do not abandon them. Come here and advocate for them, proclaiming that they are nothing but quiet people who simply wish to live in peace." Her voice carried a weight of emotion as she read, revealing a deep-seated resentment in her tone. The burden placed upon her by a higher force was clear, yet she lacked the power to fulfill it. She then disclosed something unexpected. Her grandfather, now long deceased, had created this very map. Originally, it was meant to lead to disaster under the name of Zippel. But now, under Jean Runcandle's name, it carried a flicker of hope. As she reflected on this, she questioned whether her daily prayers had ever truly held meaning. Before the mood could become too heavy, Lady Lausa smirked, suggesting they strike a deal. Mirakin raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, What kind of deal do you have in mind? Lausa clarified. It was about helping her before she completely lost her strength. Murakin encouraged honesty, urging her to be upfront about what she truly needed. Jean Runcandle, already aware they were heading to Cologne, suggested she be straightforward about her request. But Lady Lausa simply chuckled. Never trust help that comes from sympathy or compassion alone, she advised. Then, shifting the conversation, she touched a small pendant, her only remaining reward. She explained that by using the last remnants of her divine power, she could call out to Sodaret. Murakin, observing the exchange, referred to Sodaret as the astral body of an ancient god, Asmel's contractor. But before they could process this further, something unsettling caught his attention. There were many people lurking nearby, watching them from the shadows. Sensing the tension, Murakin turned to Jean Runcandle, his voice low. What's our next move? Jean nodded, acknowledging the situation. It's time to prepare for our journey to Cologne, he said. But doubt crept into his mind. Could he truly save everyone? Could he guarantee their safety? Lady Lausa, noticing his hesitation, stepped in. I can provide valuable insight into the internal affairs of Cologne, she said. Information that could prove crucial. Jean met her gaze, his expression serious, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, he said, his tone filled with both appreciation and resolve. Sometime later, they arrived at the entrance to Cologne's historical site. A large no-entry sign stood in their path, a clear warning to anyone who approached. Kashmir Alprian frowned, concern etched across his face. Perhaps I should have sent the 7-colored fowl ahead to scout, he muttered. Murakin shook his head. Even if we sent our subordinates, he remarked, it wouldn't change the fact that this place is off limits. The weight of their next step settled upon them. Jean Runcandle agreed, his gaze fixed on the sign. This area used to be accessible before my regression, he said, his voice thoughtful. But my time here during my cadet days seems to have altered events. A heavy silence followed, the future uncertain, but their resolve unbroken as they stood at the threshold of the forbidden. Jin's thoughts drifted back to his past life, where the dark secrets of this place would have remained hidden, only to be uncovered by a reporter after 11 long years. But now things had changed. That revelation, once inevitable, might never come to pass. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged there was little he could do. Kashmir Alprian, ever the strategist, turned to Jean with a question about their next steps. If the site was truly being used for magic experiments, as Jean had hinted, there might already be a way inside. Before Jean could reply, Kashmir's voice cut through the air, demanding both Jean and Murakin's attention. Jean frowned. Something didn't sit right. Restricted zones were never so easily accessible. There should be more than just a warning sign. A proper site like this would have guards, barriers, maybe even some defensive magic. The Zippel family was known for being meticulous, especially when it came to places of importance. He voiced his concerns, but Kashmir considered another possibility. Maybe they had already found what they were looking for. Jean couldn't help but wonder if the Zippel family had abandoned their search after centuries of failure. But before his thoughts could settle, Murakin's voice broke the silence, dripping with sarcasm. Maybe they're just using the place as their personal vacation spot. Murakin cut himself off mid-sentence and suddenly pointed toward a group of workers. Jin's gaze snapped toward them, and his instincts flared. His eyes locked onto one man in particular, a silver-haired figure, a pure-blood Zippel. Without hesitation, he called out to the man, "Confirm your identity." The answer came immediately. Murin Zippel. The name clicked in Jin's mind. Murin Zippel, the infamous lunatic of the Mage's Tower. Jean recalled that Murin wasn't just another son of Keliark Zippel. He was known more for his bizarre eccentricities than his family name. But something felt off. Murakin was a pure-blood Zippel as well. Yet he had no entourage, no guards, just a relaxed air about him, casually drinking in broad daylight like he was on a leisurely stroll. Kashmir, equally intrigued, remarked that Murakin was the master of the 7th Mage's Tower, an 8-star mage with untold wealth and power. That level of influence, Kashmir noted, could explain Murakin's cocky demeanor. Murakin, ever pragmatic, shrugged and suggested a simple solution to the problem. Kill Murin and clear out the area using the microbe they had on hand. Jean didn't hesitate. No, you don't kill a pure-blood Zippel. Not after what happened with Andre Zippel. The consequences would be disastrous. The Zippel family would come down hard on them, unless they had an absolutely undeniable reason to strike. They needed more than just a flimsy excuse. They needed solid proof. Just as the conversation was about to go further, Jin's sharp senses caught a new presence. His eyes narrowed instinctively, and he turned swiftly to spot a figure lurking nearby. Dino Jaglin. Jin's mind raced. There was something familiar about this man. Without missing a beat, Jin approached him, his voice steady, but carrying an edge. "Who are you?" he demanded, making it clear he wasn't interested in small talk. The man replied calmly, Dino Jaglin, a reporter. The name struck Jean like a bolt of lightning. Dino Jaglin, the same reporter who, in his past life, had uncovered the truth about Cologne. But something didn't quite fit. In Jin's past life, it had taken years for the truth to surface. Yet here was Dino, seemingly doing the work of a decade, all on his own. A thought nodded Jean. Had Dino really been working alone back then? Jin's eyes sharpened as he took in the man's appearance. Dino looked young, perhaps even frail, but his audacity to challenge the Zippel family was undeniable. It was a quality Jean couldn't help but respect. He asked, his tone almost thoughtful, Are you here looking for the next big scoop? What truth are you trying to uncover? Instead of answering, Dino turned the question back on him. Where did you come from? He asked, his voice calm but probing. Jin's mind raced. This was no ordinary reporter. Jean gave Dino a reassuring glance, his tone calm. Relax. We're just passing through, helping out a local friend. And since you're a reporter, it seems like our goals might actually align. Dino seemed to relax a little, nodding. I'm aware of the situation in Cologne, he confirmed, his voice steady. At that, Murakin raised an eyebrow. Should we really be sharing all of this with him? He asked, skeptical. But Kashmir waved off his concerns. It's all part of the plan, he said, confident in their approach. Murakin, however, wasn't convinced. And what exactly is the plan? He pressed. Kashmir explained calmly. This reporter is here to expose the truth about this place. If we work with him, we could create a solid reason for confronting the Zippel family. I suspect he already has some key information on the matter. Dino didn't deny it. Instead, he reached into his bag and pulled out a weathered notebook. Here, he said, offering it to them. This contains extensive notes on the natives here. Jean flipped through the pages, impressed by the level of detail in Dino's work. A small chuckle escaped him. If the Zippel family ever got their hands on this, his voice trailed off, leaving the unspoken threat hanging in the air. But Dino remained unfazed. I've already spent plenty of time with Murin Zippel, he replied confidently. He's been drinking nonstop for days. Honestly, he's too intoxicated to pose any real threat. If we wanted information, an interrogation or elimination would be a lot simpler than expected. Jean nodded, taking it in. He paused for a moment, then addressed Dino again. In that case, what do you say we go have a chat with Murin? Just as he spoke, Murin made a passing comment, shaking his head in frustration. The old elders always send people to miserable places for the most trivial reasons, he muttered, his voice dripping with disdain. He referred to the elders as nothing more than insects. Dino, ever the opportunist, approached Murin, breaking the silence. Drinking alone again? He asked with a knowing smile. Murin, already deep in his cups, waved lazily at him. Ah, there you are. I was waiting for you. Thought I might die of boredom, he said, slumping back in his chair with a dramatic groan. You know, it's exhausting not having a proper conversation with anyone around here. Dino gave a small smile and introduced himself. We're travelers and storytellers, he said casually. I thought you might find us interesting, so I brought my companions along. Apologies for the unannounced visit. Murin barely acknowledged the apology, instead waving it off with a lazy smile. It's fine, but tell me, where exactly did we meet? He asked, his tone curious. Dino didn't miss a beat. Phalon Kingdom, he replied smoothly. We were gathering medics. With that, the introductions continued. Jean stepped forward, offering a respectful nod. It's an honor to meet you, Murin Zippel. Murin simply smiled, though there was a hint of something unreadable behind his eyes. Meanwhile, Veridin Zippel stood off to the side, his face contorted in disgust. Brother Murin is a despicable man, he muttered to himself. My late uncle, Andre, was already evil, but Murin, his expression darkened, his stomach turning at the thought of Murin's actions. Even the memory of them made him feel ill. Dante Hyran, taken aback by the harsh words about his own kin, spoke up. Is Murin really that bad? Veridin didn't hesitate. He's a monster from the abyss, something far beyond what someone as innocent as you could understand. His voice was firm, almost a warning. Then, he turned to Jean Runcandle, his gaze sharp. Avoid him, if you can. Confronting Murin will only bring disaster. The scene shifted back to the present, where Murin suddenly broke the silence, his voice sharp with curiosity. Do you share stories during your travels, Jean? He asked. Jean nodded, confirming what Dino had already mentioned, that they often did. Murin's expression sharpened slightly, a knowing glint in his eyes. You may have seen much, but it's nothing compared to what a high-ranking Zippel family member experiences on a mission, he said, his tone laced with subtle pride. Leaning back, Murin called out to Dino, his casual tone barely hiding the sharp edge beneath. It's been 2 weeks since we last met, hasn't it? He paused, letting the silence stretch before adding, I can't help but wonder, who are you really? Dino kept his composure, but Murin's curiosity only deepened. And tell me, Dino, are you curious? he asked, his voice dropping to a low chuckle. You've got some nerve, wandering into restricted Zippel territory like it's your own backyard. Murin's gaze darkened as he leaned forward, his voice turning almost mocking. How were your little chats with the natives? I hope you weren't too attached to them. He let out a slight smirk. Because they're gone now. Dino froze for a split second, his mind racing as Murin grinned wider, the amusement in his expression chilling. What? Just realizing it now. Murin mocked, shaking his head with a laugh. Every single one of them that spoke to you vanished. His voice dropped lower, almost gleeful. And if you try to match me, I'll just keep rising higher. Dino's gaze remained unflinching, locking with Murin's. He stood his ground, not a hint of fear in his eyes. Murin tilted his head in genuine curiosity. I don't get it, he murmured. How can you be so fearless? He ran a hand through his silver hair, letting out an exaggerated sigh. It's giving me goosebumps just thinking about it. His expression twisted into something darker. You really are audacious, aren't you? Dino's eyes narrowed, a calm but dangerous intensity settling in. What do you mean? Murin's smirk deepened, and his voice turned sinister. The Garden of Swords and the scoundrels backing you. Before Dino could react, Murin moved like a streak of lightning. His magic surged forward, a lethal wave that aimed to strike. But Mirakin was faster. In a flash, Mirakin grabbed Dino and yanked him out of harm's way, just in time to avoid the full brunt of Murin's attack. Jean Runcandle observed the shield that had protected them, his mind working quickly. He couldn't detect any magical energy being used to create it. The fact that the magic had been hidden within the campfire only made things stranger. He should have been able to sense its flow. Something was off about this entire situation. Mirakin spoke, his voice low and cautious. Be careful, he warned. Magic power can be concealed, but it can never be erased completely. Whoever's doing this is hiding something. As the tension thickened, Murin's voice rang out again, his tone dripping with mockery. Jean Runcandle, I've been expecting you, he said. A certain girl made a request to me. When Jean asked how he recognized him, Murin didn't answer. Instead, Jin's patience thinned, and he unsheathed his sword, making it clear that if Murin wasn't going to talk, he would force the answers out. Murin chuckled softly, recalling Jin's rank. Still just a reserve flag bearer. Huh, he said, his voice laced with contempt. How did you come into possession of that request? Is this a personal matter? Jean scoffed, his irritation rising. Murin's tone grated on him, the flippant attitude wearing thin. You're annoying, Jean muttered under his breath, a weary chuckle escaping his lips. I'm done playing games. Realizing his own rudeness, Murin waved off the conversation, his face growing serious. He quickly summoned a protective shield, just as Jean launched a barrage of magical projections. Mirakin reacted instantly, stepping forward to shield Dino and the others from the oncoming magic. The tension escalated as several individuals from Murin's side moved to protect him from the attack. In the chaos that erupted, Mirakin's voice rang out, commanding those around him. Get out of the way. Take the others to safety. Meanwhile, Dino Jaglin, boiling with anger and frustration, cursed under his breath, his voice loud and bitter. Why are you doing this, Murin? He shouted, unable to hold back. What have these people done to deserve this? You're nothing but human trash. The words hung in the air, charged with fury, as the confrontation continued to spiral toward a dangerous climax. Murin observed Dino's outburst with cold amusement, his gaze lingering on the reporter's frustrated expression. He relished in seeing the despair on Dino's face, mocking him for believing in something so hopeless. How foolish of you, he sneered. Do you really think you'll find peace by saving people even more pathetic than yourself? Without hesitation, Murin shifted his scorn directly onto Dino, calling him nothing more than a flatterer and a spy. This is all your fault, he spat. Nothing will stop me now. With those words, he prepared for another strike, determined to eliminate everyone in his path. But before Murin could act, Jean Runcandle exploded into motion. A devastating attack shot toward Murin, cutting his words short. Shadows swirled around Jean like a growing storm, his presence darkening the battlefield. There was no need for more words now. Murin's fate had already been sealed. As the battlefield erupted in chaos, Kashmir Alprian watched from a distance, his mind analyzing the destruction unfolding before him. He had managed to strike when Murin let his guard down, but the damage was still catastrophic. What piqued his curiosity, however, was the strange power of shadow energy that Jean had just unleashed. Murin, for his part, seethed with frustration, unable to comprehend how a non-magical force was draining his own magic, as if the very shadows were alive and feeding on his power. It didn't take long for Murin to make the connection. Jean Runcandle was manipulating shadow energy. A smirk curled on Murin's lips as he pieced it together. So, Soderette is backing Run Candle again? He mused aloud, impressed by the hidden force at play. It seemed Jean was far more cunning than he had initially realized. Jean, never one to waste time, immediately harnessed his shadow energy, positioning Murakin and Kashmir above the fray. With a focused strike, Jean launched a decisive attack aimed directly at Murin. As the magical strike neared, Murin muttered under his breath. Again, he couldn't sense anything. Jin's sharp eyes caught the telltale signs of Murin's deliberate concealment of his mana flow. While it made Murin's magic harder to detect, it worked to Jin's advantage. He now fought under the assumption that Murin was using magic continuously, draining his energy bit by bit. Murin, acknowledging Jin's quick reaction, realized that the young man had been preparing for this battle all along. But he scoffed, doubting that Jin could save anyone involved. With a determined glare, Murin rushed forward, eager to attack. Jin met his challenge head-on. Murakin, never one to shy away from combat, jumped into the fray, adding intensity to the battle. Murin wasted no time retrieving his magical staff and unleashed a powerful strike at Jin, which the latter blocked with precise timing. Determined to end the fight, Jin warned Murin not to come any closer. However, he quickly discovered a troubling truth. No matter what spell he cast, Murin's shadow energy nullified it completely. Unfazed, Jin retaliated with another spell, and for a brief moment, he felt a sense of relief as it connected. But Murin simply laughed, exhilarated by the challenge. "This is what I've been waiting for," he said, his voice dripping with excitement. "Thank you, Jin. This battlefield will be a testament to my power." Jin, however, was starting to understand the true nature of Murin's magic. It wasn't just offensive, it was a trap designed to wear him down over time. Instead of trying to counter every attack directly, Jin shifted his strategy. He focused on dodging and conserving his stamina, buying time for his next move. Subtly, he signaled to Murakin and Kashmir Alprian, who instantly recognized his plan and adjusted their positions. Murakin urged the group to move swiftly and get everyone outside the magic circle, a suggestion that Dino Jaglin, though still simmering with anger, quickly agreed with. However, Murin dismissed their efforts with a mocking smirk. "The magic square extends as far as the eye can see," he said, his confidence oozing from every word. "There are no gaps. You can't escape." With a cruel laugh, Murin launched another devastating attack, challenging Jin to embrace the battle fully. Jin barely managed to dodge Murin's attack, but the sheer force sent him crashing to the ground. As he scrambled to regain his footing, he noticed something unsettling. The earth beneath them was beginning to erode, the ground splitting open where Murin's magic had struck. The battlefield had fractured, cutting the group in two. With no clear escape left, Jin had no choice but to press forward. He raised his sword, using it to deflect the energy surging toward him. But something about Murin's abilities fell off. Despite being an 8-star mage, Murin was wielding an overwhelming amount of magical power, far beyond what should have been possible. Jin's instinct screamed that Murin was concealing something, perhaps an artifact, amplifying his strength. Murin, ever the observer, noted Jin's movements with interest. He couldn't help but admire how Jin had not only evaded his fire pillar, but also nullified its effects, avoiding the crumbling terrain. These were not the instincts of a typical fighter. Jin had a deep understanding of magic. With a smirk, Murin chuckled, recognizing Jin for what he truly was, a magic swordsman. But before he could dwell on it further, Jin's voice broke through. "Control your emotions," he reminded, his tone sharp. Murin exhaled sharply, his amusement fading slightly. "You're right," he said, acknowledging Jin's advice. But he also attributed Jin's skill to his battle-hardened experience. Still, he couldn't ignore the fact that the situation had become more troublesome than he had expected. Determined to finish the fight, Murin prepared an even stronger spell. As he began to channel his magic, he considered a far more dangerous tactic, mana counterflow. The very thought of it sent a cold thrill through him. Mana counterflow was a terrifying phenomenon where mana spirals out of control within a mage's body, causing their internal organs to rupture and break down. It was the ultimate affliction for any mage in battle. Murin smirked, noting that those with weaker mana reserves would experience it first, making it an efficient way to rank mages. So far, this curse had only affected magic users, unlike martial artists who relied on their physical strength. But as he focused on Jin, Murin realized something critical. Jin Runcandle didn't possess mana. That made the counterflow impossible for him to experience. Even so, Murin had no qualms about using magic against those weaker than himself. If Jin didn't have mana, he was still vulnerable to the other dangers of battle. There was no reason to hold back now. This fight would be settled, one way or another. Jin, sensing Murin's intent, closed the distance between them, pulling a magical sphere from his belt for closer inspection. But as he moved, Murin suddenly felt his vision clouded. The shadows around him grew thicker, darkening his field of view. He blinked, trying to adjust. At first, he thought it was the familiar force of shadow energy. But something was different. There was an intense light piercing through the void, almost blinding in its intensity. Murin's mind raced, speculating what this might be. A burst of light magic, perhaps? But no, this felt like ancient light magic. He hadn't expected that. He let out a sarcastic chuckle, finding the situation almost absurd. A battle of light and shadows. Murin mused aloud, almost amused by the poetic contrast between the two opposing forces. As Murin tried to process the shift, Jin's attention was elsewhere. He noticed that the dark energy lingering in his wound was dissipating. His senses sharpened, his body moving with a fluidity that felt more instinctual than magical. It was as if the beast within him had fully awakened, pushing his physical abilities to their peak. Though his mana wasn't as potent as Andre Zippel's, Murin was quickly proving to be an aggravating adversary in their one-on-one fight. Murin, still calculating, paused. His sharp mind weighed his options. Will they clash again? He chuckled inwardly. The more he fought Jin, the more intrigued he became. Despite Jin's apparent lack of mana, Murin sensed there was something else, something Jin was holding back. This, Murin thought, would make things even more interesting. Murin walked away slowly, his mind racing. He mused aloud, fully aware that Jin probably thought he was insane and wanted nothing to do with him. Yet, despite their differences, Murin couldn't shake the nagging feeling that they were more alike than Jin would ever admit. Jin, however, wasn't interested in indulging Murin's mind games. Are you stalling with all this pointless chatter? He asked, his voice flat and unimpressed. If that's the case, I'm not interested. Murin gave a half-hearted apology, but his grin remained smug. Defeating me won't be easy, he warned. The barbaric individuals still supporting me are giving me an advantage. He counted the number of times they had drawn power, 3. That was more than enough to tip the scales in his favor. Jin's instincts flared, sensing something ominous. Don't take it too far, he cautioned. Clarify your true intentions. Murin's smirk widened, his interest in Jin only growing. He observed Jin more keenly, noting that his control over magic surpassed even that of an 8-star mage, a realization that genuinely surprised him. Murin raised a hand and cast a spell, his voice dripping with conviction. Nothing should exist under Zippel's blessing. And yet, here you are. He looked at Dino Jaglin and the others, tools in his eyes, nothing more. To Murin, they were mere mana amplification weapons, to be used at his convenience. They may look lifeless, he said coldly, but as long as they're alive, they can still replenish my mana. He turned to Jin, his expression growing darker as he locked eyes with him. If you truly wish to kill me, he said with chilling finality, you must first eliminate these obstacles in your way. Murin's words hung in the air, and his tone became more pointed. You and I are alike, Jin. We're both willing to do anything to achieve our objectives, no matter the cost. His smirk twisted as he urged Jin to act swiftly, to finish this and set off the final fireworks. But before anything could unfold, a new voice cut through the tension. Ludika Mamutica arrived, her presence commanding attention. She immediately accused Murin of lying, rejecting everything he had said, especially about the item that supposedly amplified his mana. Her voice trembled with urgency as she revealed that after torturing the collapsed individuals, she had uncovered the truth about the so-called divine relic and how it could be used. Murin's eyes narrowed, his curiosity piqued. Divine relic? He demanded, suspicion creeping into his voice. He was beginning to realize that something was amiss, that Jin Runcandle might be playing a deeper game. Ludika ignored him, instead pointing at the fallen bodies around them, including her own comrades. She emphasized their dire condition, making it clear that they were beyond saving. Her words hit Murin like a slap, and his face contorted with rage. Stop talking nonsense, he barked. You're nothing but an insect. But Ludika didn't back down. With a cold, unwavering voice, she spoke the chilling truth. They're all dead. Murin's expression darkened instantly, his face flushed with fury. Shut up, he screamed, his temper boiling over as he turned his rage on Jin. You're a demented murderer, Murin accused, his voice seething with disgust. A manipulator, using people as tools for your own gain, experimenting on them, discarding them when they're no longer useful. The realization hit Murin like a blade. Jin had deceived him from the start, pulling him into a trap, tightening his grip on him bit by bit. Ludika, her voice shaking with desperation, pleaded for anyone to end this nightmare. Tears streamed down her face as she begged for help. Please, someone, stop this, she cried, her words breaking with emotion. But to Murin, She was nothing more than a rat who had dared to overstep her place. He sneered, his cold malice apparent as he looked at her with disdain. "You've ruined my spectacle," he snarled, "and now you'll pay." His anger flared as he made a decisive move, launching a deadly attack toward Lutica. "The screams will be glorious," he muttered darkly, his excitement rising. "It'll be the perfect grand finale for the night." He had kept her alive out of convenience, but now he was eager to snuff out her life. The moment she became an inconvenience, she was disposable. Just as Miran's attack was about to land on Lutica, Dino Jaglin suddenly burst from the woods, desperation in his voice. He pleaded with Jean, his words frantic. "Save her, Jean Runcandle. Lutica, Tika. She's the acting leader and the last pillar of support for the natives. If she falls, so will they." Jin's eyes flickered with recognition. A sharp clarity washed over him as his mind raced. In that instant, he identified Miran's secret weapon, the telltale blue flames of the Zippel family's forbidden magic. The evil eye. He'd heard whispers of it before. A memory surfaced. His master's voice echoed in his mind, as though she were casually sitting beside him, sipping tea. "The blue flames are a deadly force," she had once explained. "A technique exclusive to the Zippel bloodline. These flames burn endlessly, refusing to be extinguished by any normal means. And the more one struggles against them, the faster they'll be consumed." Back in the present, Jin's thoughts raced. How can I counter such a fire? Then his master's voice rang clearly in his mind. Simple. If a fire won't go out, just burn it away with an even hotter flame. Jin's resolve hardened. Without hesitation, he summoned a flame hotter than the one threatening to consume Lutica. The fire surged forward, clashing with Miran's blue flames, pushing them back. With swift precision, he shielded Lutica Mamutica from the deadly blaze. Miran watched the exchange, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "Huh, so it really is a hotter flame," he mused, his voice tinged with a mix of admiration and frustration. As Jean cradled Lutica in his arms, Miran's curiosity only deepened. How is this possible? He wondered. A mere magic swordsman, and a run candle at that. How could he wield such power? With a sneer, Miran threw out his next challenge, his voice dripping with disdain. "Tell me, how does someone like you get named the strongest mage of your generation? A title only Tess had the right to bestow? That's something I could never have imagined." Lutica felt the intense heat surrounding her, yet not a single burn marred her skin. Instead of pain, she felt the flames protecting her, as if they were a barrier keeping harm at bay. Overcome with gratitude, she looked at Jean and spoke softly. "Thank you. I can't express what this means." Jean nodded, his tone calm but firm. "If it weren't for you, I might have been deceived as well. But now, with the truth laid bare, you can rest easy." Lutica shook her head. "No, this isn't the time to relax her guard. Miran is tapping into the power of the divine relic, a power he doesn't even truly possess. He's learned a few activation words through torture, but the relic itself, that remains hidden. The location is known only to my people." She turned to Jean, her expression urgent. "Did you come here at Priestess Louse's request?" Jin's gaze hardened. Lutica continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "Once this battle is over, I'll reveal the location of the relic, but only if you end their suffering." Miran's expression darkened, disbelief flashing across his face. He hadn't expected Tess to choose Jean, nor had he anticipated the trap magic or the evil being used against him. The realization hit him hard. His smirk faltered as Jean locked eyes with him, sensing the panic bubbling beneath Miran's carefully crafted facade. Jin's voice cut through the tension, cold and resolute. "Playtime is over," he declared. "It's time for you to descend into hell." Miran sneered, his lips curling with contempt. "Hell?" he echoed, his voice dripping with arrogance. "I've seen more hell than you could ever imagine. I've been the lover of the witch Hellurum. I've drunk with the kings of the Black Sea." His eyes burned with fury. "I know hell better than anyone, and you." Before he could finish, Miran summoned his magic with a flourish, unleashing a pressurized flame. Its sheer force aimed to crush everything in its path. The air seemed to warp around the attack, threatening to suffocate everything in its wake. But before the flames could reach their target, a new presence intervened, cutting through the oncoming destruction with deadly precision. Jin's eyes narrowed. Tess. The flames dissipated as Tess blocked the attack with effortless grace, her magic pushing back Miran's assault. She stood tall, a quiet fury in her gaze as she locked eyes with Miran. Jean, momentarily distracted by her intervention, couldn't help but wonder, was Tess angered by that spell? Before he could dwell on the implications, another presence arrived, Mirakin stepping onto the battlefield with his usual nonchalance. Jean immediately turned to him, his voice sharp with urgency. "Mirakin, what are the natives? Are they safe?" Mirakin nodded, his expression serious. Everyone's evacuated. They're safe. But we need to focus now. We can't let him keep us on the defensive. Jean nodded, resolve hardening in his chest. It's time to end this. Murakin's voice cut through the chaos as he quickly explained. That spell Murin just cast is a possession spell. He's trying to summon the Demon King Orgle. If Tess interferes, we only have a short window to stop it. With a swift, calculated move, Murakin braced himself against the ongoing assault. He turned to Jean, his eyes sharp with urgency. Gather your shadow energy. Unleash your sword's full potential. Strike with everything you have. Then, with a smirk, he added, step on my shadow energy and run. Jean understood immediately. Their plan was to slice open the dimensional rift before the summoning could fully take effect. Without hesitation, both swordsmen charged forward, their blades flashing in unison, cutting through the air with deadly precision. But as their swords collided with the dimensional rift, an overwhelming force slammed into Jean. He staggered back, his body shaking as the mana counterflow took its toll. His vision blurred, and for a fleeting moment, doubt crept into his mind. Could he hold on? Could he keep up a fight for Tess? But no. Jin's resolve steeled. This isn't my fate, he thought, his grip on the sword tightening. I won't let it end like this. With renewed determination, he surged forward again. Even if it took him 10,000 swings, he would not allow the outcome to be the same. He poured every ounce of his being into the blade. Every breath, every heartbeat, every ounce of willpower. This time, his sword didn't just clash with the rift. It tore through it. Jin's sword found its mark, and with one final, decisive strike, he pierced through his opponent. Murin Zippel screamed, his body writhing in pain as he tried to counterattack, but it was futile. The flames that engulfed him burned with a ferocity unlike any he'd ever experienced. His body twisted, his skin bubbling, as he let out a bone-chilling scream, the flames consuming him from within. Jean stood motionless, his gaze fixed on his sword. There was something different this time. The release of shadow energy carried a sensation he'd never felt before. Is this a fragment of the Heart Sword? He thought. It wasn't just magic. This was something deeper, something far more profound than mere power. Despite the lingering questions, Jean struck again, his sword slicing through the air with a sharp, final motion. Murin's body slowly crumbled, turning to ash as it was carried away by the wind. The battle was finally over. Jin's gaze dropped to Murin's magical staff, still clutched in the fading remnants of the Zippel heir's hand. A faint, pulsing glow emanated from it, the last flickers of its power. Without a moment's hesitation, Jean destroyed the staff completely, ensuring no trace of it remained. It's finished, Jean muttered, his body giving in to the exhaustion. He collapsed to the floor, his strength spent. Murakin and Ludika Mamutica stood in silence, the weight of the battle hanging heavily in the air. After some time, Murakin broke the silence, his voice low and thoughtful. The wands used by the masters of the Zippel family's magic tower carry a unique function, he said, examining the remnants of Murin's staff. There's a small rune at the top. I wonder what it does. Without warning, the rune activated. A subtle hum filled the air as the staff sent out a distress signal, a direct line back to the magic tower. Murakin's eyes narrowed, and his voice became urgent. We don't have time to rest, he said, shaking Jean. Wake up! Jin's eyes fluttered open, groggy from exhaustion, but still conscious. Murakin sighed in relief. You're finally awake, he muttered before forcing something into Jin's mouth. Swallow this. Jean grimaced. What is this? He sat up, spitting the object into his hand to inspect it, still dazed. Murakin didn't wait for him to ask more questions. You nearly died from mana counterflow, he explained, his voice laced with urgency. This, he gestured to the object, is a unicorn's horn, a rare and potent medicine known to neutralize counterflow. Jean took a slow breath, feeling his mana begin to stabilize for the first time in what felt like an eternity. The tangled mess of shadow, energy, and aura inside him was slowly settling, and his strength began to return. Kashmir Alprian clapped him on the shoulder with a small smile. That was an impressive fight. Jean nodded, grateful but still not fully recovered. When did you even prepare this? Kashmir shook his head. I didn't prepare it. We were given it. Jin's gaze shifted toward Dino Jaglin, who was standing nearby, still catching his breath from the chaos. He turned back to Kashmir. How did Dino get his hands on something this rare? Kashmir gestured toward Dino, his tone light, but with an underlying seriousness. You'll have to ask him yourself. Dino smirked, the edge of sarcasm in his voice. Murin and I used to drink together. During one of his drunken rants, he mentioned that his family had a unicorn's horn stolen. She found it. As he finished, Ludika Mamutica stepped forward, her presence shifting the atmosphere. With formal grace, she introduced herself. My true name is Ludika Mamutica, she said. I am the proxy saintess of Lady Lausa. She bowed respectfully before them, then straightened, her gaze serious. What is the current situation? She inquired, her tone laced with a quiet strength. Even in death, I will not forget this moment, she vowed solemnly. Ludika then explained the deeper meaning behind Lady Lausa's request for their rescue. It wasn't about physical salvation, but the restoration of the divine relic, their lost columns. Jean frowned, confusion crossing his face. Restore? What does that mean? If something is broken, how can it be restored? Before she could answer, Murakin interjected, his voice low but sharp, his expression unreadable. As a dragon who's lived for over 3,000 years, I've never heard of a divine relic like this before. At first, I thought it was just a bluff. He paused, recalling the battle. But now, I know it wasn't just raw talent. That lunatic's magic, it was something more. It had to be the power of the divine relic. Murakin leaned in, his voice barely above a whisper, as if the air itself might shatter with the wrong words. Who is the true owner of the divine relic? His question was layered with caution, as if invoking the name of the relic's deity could summon something far beyond their understanding. Ludika hesitated, her eyes flicking to the others before answering. The god's name is Klom. Murakin's brows furrowed, his mind working to process this revelation. I've never heard that name before. What era did this god belong to? Before she could respond, Kashmir Alprian cut in, his voice steady but urgent. If this is true, then we need to locate the divine relic and get out of here fast. We may be in a remote area, but this is still Zippel territory. We have no idea when they'll notice us. Ludika, however, revealed a critical issue that stopped them in their tracks. Retrieving the divine relic wasn't that simple. It first needed to be restored. To do that, she continued, we need the sun's energy to open the sealed ground. Murakin frowned, his frustration evident. The sun? It's the middle of the night. She nodded, acknowledging the challenge. Exactly. We'll have to wait until noon and conduct a ritual with the tribe members to awaken it. Murakin sighed in exasperation, rubbing his forehead. Why does everything have to be so complicated? He glanced at the group, his voice turning urgent. We need to finish this before Zippel forces arrive. Everyone, stop standing around. Move! Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle stood off to the side, his mind racing. The Zippel family, the divine relic, the midday sun. Something about this whole situation felt incomplete, as if a crucial piece was still missing. At the very least, Murin Zippel was no longer a threat. With Tess having dealt with him, this remote location had essentially been abandoned by the Zippel family, as long as no signal was sent to the magic tower. That realization snapped into place in his mind. Murakin suddenly brought up Murin Zippel's status as a master of the Zippel family's magic tower, assuming that everyone would already understand the implications. But Kashmir Alprian disagreed, urging that there was no time to waste discussing it further. Jean Runcandle's gaze darkened, his voice low with certainty. They'll find us soon. As if on cue, a pulse of magic energy surged through the air, a sudden, jarring presence that cut through the atmosphere. The magical staff that Murin had once carried, now in Jin's grasp, activated with a sharp pulse. Murin's staff had triggered an emergency signal. Midder Elner, the vice master of the 7th Magic Tower, was now on alert. He had received the signal, and his presence was imminent. Kashmir Alprian's expression turned grim as he eyed the rune inscribed on the staff. There's no doubt about it. He's a master of the Magic Tower, he said, his voice heavy with the realization. Murakin's fists clenched at his sides, his frustration mounting. Then we need an explanation. Now? He stepped forward, his gaze intense. What does it truly mean to be a master of the Zippel family's magic tower? What does that title entail? His tone carried an edge, as if the answer could change everything. The air around them seemed to thicken with tension as they awaited an answer, the urgency of the situation pressing down on them. Jean stared at the magical staff in his hand, his mind racing as he tried to recall what he'd heard about it. He had heard rumors about a feature that allowed the masters of the Zippel family's magic tower to summon the mages under their command, but he wasn't entirely sure if it was still true. More importantly, how did he know about it? Murakin's piercing gaze was fixed on him, demanding an explanation. Jean met it without hesitation, his voice calm but firm. The Zippel family is always evolving. I wasn't certain if this feature still existed until I heard about it from my elder sister, Luna. His mind drifted back to the words his teacher had spoken to him while he was unconscious. Only now did he fully understand their meaning. Those words had unknowingly prepared him for this exact moment, an insight he hadn't realized he'd gained until now. Kashmir Alprian, standing to the side, added to the conversation. Each tower is home to at least 100 mages, most of whom are ranked 7 or 8 stars. But their duties don't end with magic. They're also tasked with protecting civilians. If even half of them show up, it'll be a serious challenge. Jean looked over at him, his expression serious. How long will it take for them to arrive? Kashmir's voice was grim. The seventh tower is located at the northernmost part of the continent. Even with the use of a teleportation gate, it'll still take 2 hours. Jin's eyes narrowed in concern. 2 hours? That's cutting it close. He paused, then asked, I have a request. Is there any way we can speed this up? Kashmir's expression soured slightly. Any delays could result in the death of everyone here, including me. The other party remains neutral in this matter. There's no guarantee they'll hurry. Jin's expression hardened, but his voice remained steady. You don't need to worry about offending anyone. The urgency of the situation ensures that my request won't be rejected. He met Kashmir's gaze with unwavering determination. I won't let anyone die, not if I can help it. Kashmir studied him for a moment, then gave a reluctant nod. Understood. We'll make it happen. With a deep breath, she shifted focus. Now, we'll begin the ceremony to restore the divine relic. Mirakin, still unsure about the course of action, glanced at Jean. Are you sure about this? He asked, his voice tinged with doubt. Jean coughed slightly, rubbing his neck. I might have overstepped, he admitted. Mirakin shot him a critical look. Summoning your subordinates after defeating someone? In my time, losing meant accepting defeat, not calling him back up. Jean smiled faintly. It's a bit different now, he said. We call my elder sister, Luna Runcandle. And Kashmir is fetching someone essential to our plan. Mirakin raised an eyebrow. And you think this person will make it in time? Jean nodded, a calm confidence in his voice. If Mike Robb uses the teleportation gate, he'll make it. The conversation shifted as a distant rumble echoed in the air. A group appeared, mounting dragons, as they flew toward the location. One of the riders, a tall figure, commented, We'll need to endure what's coming. Another, a more seasoned individual, turned toward the Vice Master and said, This location is a historical site of Colin. We should document everything we observe here. The Vice Master nodded in agreement, his eyes scanning the scene. The natives are in the middle of some kind of ceremony. There are 2 unknown individuals present. But where is the Master? An old man in the group called for calm. Perhaps the Master is a hostage, he suggested, his voice calm, but filled with concern. The Vice Master's anger flared at the suggestion. His fists clenched. If anything has happened to my elder brother, everyone responsible will beg for mercy. Meanwhile, Murin, standing nearby, observed the situation carefully. His eyes narrowed as he took stock of the forces gathering around them. 6 dragons and about 30 mages, he muttered to himself, calculating their odds. If this escalates, I'll have to undo my transfiguration. But once Zippel's main force arrives, things will get far worse. He turned to the others, his voice low and serious. Prepare yourselves. The worst is yet to come. Jean, reflecting on Murakin's earlier assessment, considered how, in the past, this situation might have been manageable. But now it was uncertain. The pieces of the puzzle were coming together, and yet the outcome still felt elusive. Murakin's thoughts, however, drifted back further in time, far beyond the current battle. A wound from 1,000 years ago. The memory surfaced unbidden, a piercing strike to his heart that had never fully healed. It haunted him, even now, as if reminding him that some battles were never truly won, only survived. As the dragon touches down, the group steps off. Jan Runcandle turns to Murakin, asking if he recognizes any of the dragons. He notes that they all seem to be fire dragons. Murakin shakes his head, replying that he doesn't recognize them. These are young red dragons, a lower-ranked type of fire dragon, most likely under Kadun's command. Just then, Mitter Elner steps forward, identifying himself as the Vice Master of the Zippel family's 7th Mage Tower. Without wasting time, he demands to know the location of Master Murin Zippel. Jan Runcandle admits he doesn't know where he is, though he makes a mental note of Mitter's name. It's unfamiliar from his past life. Mitter speculates on the disappearance of Murin Zippel. He suggests that, considering Murin's difficult nature, he might have made enemies. Mitter pointedly implies that the Runcandle family could be involved. Jan Runcandle asks if Mitter is expecting a confession, but Mitter merely reassures him. He's not asking him to remove his mask or weapons. He just wants a simple answer. Is his brother alive or not? Mitter appeals to their shared bloodline, pleading for honesty. He promises that if Jayan Runcandle tells the truth, no harm will come to his family. But Jayan Runcandle scoffs at the notion, calling it absurd. He condemns those who harm others in the name of family, dismissing it as empty talk. Mitter, however, stands firm. He argues that the people he calls bugs are just as human as the Zippel family. Growing frustrated with Jayan Runcandle's lack of cooperation, he accuses him not only of hurting his brother, but also of mocking him. Losing his patience, Mitter commands his warriors to prepare for battle, not to kill, but to capture everyone alive. With a crackle, the air fills with magical energy. Spells are unleashed, designed not for a quick death, but for excruciating pain. Mitter vows to make them beg for mercy, promising that their suffering will honor his brother's soul. Jaein Runcandle quickly analyzes the situation, recognizing the signature of advanced 8-star magic. The intensity of the battle ahead is clear, and although he dislikes the overwhelming heat, there's no time for complaints. He retaliates swiftly, summoning his own powerful magic to counter the incoming onslaught. The clash is inevitable. Meanwhile, a figure enters the scene, drawing Mitter's attention immediately. He scans the area carefully, assessing the new presence. At the same time, Talaris and Ceres arrive, with Talaris remarking aloud that she'd heard her daughter had given someone a flower. Though she's a bit late, her entrance doesn't go unnoticed. Mitter Elner's focus shifts as a freezing domain settles over the area, neutralizing the 8-star magic entirely. The biting cold is unmistakable, but what truly stands out is the presence of a certain individual. An elderly man nearby wonders if the Ice Palace Master, Talaris Endorma, is behind this. Jaein Runcandle acknowledges that Kashmir Alprian must have succeeded in his task. Mirakin, however, seems impressed by the Ice Palace Master's power, recalling the legendary Snow Toad mode, a creature only controllable by select few, and marveling that humans in this era can still wield such remarkable abilities. Talaris opens a portal, instructing her daughter to step through and rest before leaving. As the portal closes, Talaris Endorma approaches Jaein Runcandle. She acknowledges her daughter's gift of flowers to him, offering a slight bow before introducing herself. She mentions that she's heard much about him and remarks on his resilience despite his injuries. Yet, she notes that his internal wounds might be even more dangerous. Jaein Runcandle dismisses Talara's concern, reassuring her that his injuries aren't a problem. Talaris humors him, noting that at least he's still able to talk, which gives her the opportunity to ask something important. She inquires if he's the one who killed her toy, someone named Alcaro, or something similar. Jaein Runcandle pauses, recalling a mission from his student days involving Alcaro. He quickly realizes that Ceres must not have kept it secret. However, Talaris clarifies that she's not blaming him for anything. In fact, she had already intended to deal with Alcaro herself. She shifts the conversation, asking if Jaein Runcandle knows someone like Mirakin, suggesting that he might serve as an example of an acceptable man. Mirakin, amused, praises Talaris Endorma for her sharp perception. She responds with a playful remark, suggesting they should share tea sometime. Suddenly, she changes the subject, bringing up Ceres, her boyfriend, and a few things she still needs to handle. However, her daughter, clearly frustrated, immediately corrects her. Ceres is not her boyfriend, no matter how many times she's had to explain it. She then wonders why Ceres received flowers in the first place. Her daughter clarifies that the flowers were meant to protect him before the upcoming confrontation, adding that he must have been too distracted to notice the significance. Jaein Runcandle sighs, resting his head on Ceres' lap. He admits, with a weary tone, that everything's been pure chaos. Meanwhile, Ceres reflects on Kashmir Alprian, wondering if he was the one who brought the flowers. She recalls how Kashmir urgently presented the flowers, explaining that the boy her daughter had given them to was in grave danger. He had even gone as far as to wake her mother from sleep, proving himself a reliable ally. Jaein Runcandle agrees, acknowledging the kindness of everyone around him, including Ceres. She brushes off his gratitude, casually stating that she simply doesn't like seeing him hurt, at least not by anyone other than her. Before he can respond, he suddenly starts coughing, black blood spilling from his mouth. Ceres immediately asks if he's okay, and even he's taken aback by the strange color of his blood, as he wonders how he's been fighting in this condition. She quickly uncorks a bottle, apologizing as she orders him to stop talking and drink. As he complies, Ceres silently reflects on his unwavering determination to push forward. While she admires it, a hint of frustration lingers over his recklessness. Meanwhile, Talaris Endorma shifts her attention to Mitter Elner. Studying him carefully, she comments on his lack of silver hair, questioning whether he truly comes from pure blood. Mitter Elner immediately realizes that this won't be a simple conversation. Fortunately, he had already reported to the main family before coming here. Now, he just needs to buy time until reinforcements arrive. Introducing himself formally as the Vice Master of the 7th Mage Tower, he demands to know why Talaris is meddling in Zippel family matters when she's the dominator of the Western Seas. However, Talaris counters with a sharp remark, asking what exactly the Zippel family considers its business. She mentions that she hasn't been active for some time, suggesting it might actually be the Zippel family causing the disruption. Mitter attempts to argue, but Talaris cuts him off. With finality, she declares that she'll overlook the matter this time, commanding him to leave. Outraged by Talaris' dismissal of their authority, the third elder steps forward, furious that she would make such bold claims on what he considers Zipple territory. Talaris, unfazed, challenges his audacity, questioning whether he truly has the courage to speak to her in such a manner. A sudden shift in the air signals imminent danger. Behind Talaris, a massive serpent materializes. Without hesitation, she commands the third elder to silence himself, then launches a powerful attack that knocks him out cold in an instant. Mitter-Elner reacts quickly, ordering the third elder's group to raise a barrier to block out the freezing cold. They scramble to comply, successfully erecting the barrier, but the battle is far from over. A dragon lets out a fierce roar, unleashing a torrent of fire, but Talaris counters with her own magic, effortlessly neutralizing the flames. Calmly, she assesses the situation, questioning whether they're truly prepared to continue the fight, even if it means everyone perishing here. Mitter-Elner refuses to back down. With his magic staff raised, he launches a retaliatory strike, boasting that history will remember their names, not hers, nor the Ice Palace's. His confidence is unwavering as he declares that the firepower granted to him by the Patriarch ensures even she cannot escape his flames. Talaris remains unfazed, studying him with mild interest. She asks if he's using space explosion magic, then casually remarks that Celiac must have granted him his power, implying the Patriarch seems to have taken a liking to him. The battle has only just begun. Talaris, unimpressed, notes that Mitter-Elner must have missed an important lesson about the Ice Palace. Luckily for him, she's more than willing to teach it. Without a moment's hesitation, she points her sword at him and launches a freezing attack. In the blink of an eye, ice rapidly consumes his hand, freezing it solid before shattering it into pieces. Mitter stares at his shattered hand in shock, struggling to process what just happened. He wonders if this is wind magic, but Talaris mocks his confusion. Is he more surprised that his carefully laid trap was undone so quickly, or that he's just lost a limb? Yet, strangely, there's no pain. Before he can fully comprehend the situation, Talaris points out his fatal flaw. Mages like him are always too distracted, even when their enemy is right in front of them. She questions whether it's arrogance or stupidity, adding that martial artists would never make such a mistake. In that moment, Mitter finally grasps the overwhelming difference in power between them. Even if reinforcements arrived, it would make no difference. Faced with an opponent of Talar's caliber, survival is impossible. Despair washes over him as he collapses to the ground, knowing the fight is lost, while Talaris prepares to strike once more. Just then, a magical circle flares to life, and in the blink of an eye, Mitter and his followers vanish, leaving Talaris to wonder at their sudden disappearance. Elsewhere, one of Mitter's subordinates praises him for a successful retreat. He calmly reassures them that they've done their part, leaving the rest to the White Knight. Back at the battlefield, Talar's daughter asks if everything is settled as they observe a massive vessel approaching. Curiously, she wonders aloud if it's a Kozek. Mirakan explains that it's actually a wartime vessel used by the Zipple family. But the real concern isn't the ship's presence. It's what, or rather who, is aboard. Jayan Runcandle immediately connects the dots. The vessel signals the arrival of Andre Zipple's forces, a direct response to the recent attacks following the death of the family's vice head. But the real threat isn't the ship itself. It's the elite squad within it. The White Knight, an exclusive force selected from the Zipple family's strongest ranks, is now on their way. Jayan Runcandle contemplates his role in the upcoming conflict. If he isn't careful, he could become a liability. Talaris announces her decision to leave, making it clear that she has no intention of involving herself in a battle of this scale. Her plan is to relocate the natives to safety, and she instructs Jayan Runcandle to prepare himself. However, he refuses to leave. He insists the ceremony must be completed. Without it, they won't be able to stop further attacks from the Zipple family, and more innocent lives will be lost. Talaris scoffs at his defiance, calling him a child and brushing aside his objections. She's not asking for his opinion, but Jayan Runcandle stands his ground, explaining that if they don't act now, the cycle of violence will continue. He pleads with her, asking for her help to prevent this from happening again. After a brief pause, Talaris relents, but with one condition. They have exactly 1 hour to finish everything. No more, no less. And once it's over, she warns they'll need to have a serious conversation with his parents. Meanwhile, Ludika and the others are deep in prayer to Klum as Jayan Runcandle rushes toward them. Without wasting any time, he urges her to speed up the ceremony, warning that the Zipple family is preparing for a full-scale attack. But Ludika remains firm, telling him they're fully aware of the looming threat. She insists they can't risk further danger. Until they find the divine relic, their enemies won't be able to harm them directly. Despite the urgency, she takes a moment to express her gratitude, acknowledging that he and his allies are the only ones willing to help after all this time. Jayan Runcandle refuses to accept this as the end. Grabbing her by the shoulders, he insists he didn't come this far just for her to give up. There has to be another way. Ludika considers his words, and after a moment, she admits there is one possibility. If Priestess Lausa were present, she could complete this ceremony immediately. But without her, there's no alternative. Talara's daughter, overhearing this, quickly asks if Lausa is dead. Jayan Runcandle reassures her that Lausa is alive and in Taiken. Relieved, Talara's daughter wastes no time, summoning an ice dragon and instructing Jayan Runcandle to get on, confidently stating that if Lausa is alive, she can bring her here from anywhere. Before Jayan Runcandle can respond, Talaris Endorma scolds her daughter for using the mott without permission, commenting on how much fun she seems to be having. But the girl remains unfazed. While she's unsure of Jayan Runcandle's exact plan, she made a promise to see this through, and she intends to keep it. Meanwhile, Mirakin stands unfazed by the upcoming battle. He assures them that holding off Zippel's strongest forces for an hour is no problem for him. He could do it easily. When asked if he will assist, he reminds Talaris that while he can't use his full authority without revealing his identity as a dragon, he's still more than capable. Talaris accepts his terms, but with a playful grin, asks if she can borrow his cat paws. Mirakin simply smiles in response. The White Knight arrives, standing tall and unwavering. They formally announce themselves as Zippel's elite forces and immediately demand that Talaris step aside. If she hands over the one responsible for killing a member of the Zippel family and the natives, they promise not to escalate the situation. Talaris, however, isn't intimidated. Without missing a beat, she counters their demand with one of her own. If they want her cooperation, they need to bring Celiac here. The leader of the White Knight hesitates for a moment, weighing her words before reluctantly conceding that they might not have a choice. Without a word, the White Knight commander summons a massive magical circle, commanding it to disintegrate everything in its path as he launches a fiery assault. But before the flames can reach Talaris, Mirakin steps in, effortlessly blocking the attack. In response, she retaliates with a counterstrike of her own, and the two forces collide, creating a massive explosion that cancels out the attacks. The White Knight commander quickly assesses the battlefield and takes charge. He orders Squad 1 to set up a defensive shield to protect their line, preparing for the aftershock. As his eyes scan the opposition, he spots the Ice Queen, but is most drawn to the man standing beside her. There's something off about him. This man is punching through magic without any visible aura, a feat that shouldn't be possible. Recognizing the threat, the commander doesn't waste any time. He immediately sends word to the Zippel main family, preparing to unleash their most devastating weapon, the war cannon. Meanwhile, Jayan Runcandle reaches his destination and knocks on the door. It creaks open to reveal Pan, who eyes him with suspicion and demands to know who he is. Unfazed, Jayan Runcandle cuts straight to the point. He's here for Priestess Lausa. At that moment, Lausa appears, calmly stating that she's been expecting him. Without wasting time, Jayan Runcandle asks if she's ready to leave immediately. She nods, and they set off at once, with Jayan Runcandle promising to explain everything on the way. Back on the battlefield, Talaris Endorma launches another attack on the White Knight, with Mirakin joining in, noting her immense strength. Suddenly, two enormous ice hands materialize, reaching out to grab the White Knight. He barely has time to react, demanding to know what they are. With a smirk, Talaris explains that they're a gift from the Ice Queen. Perhaps not perfect, but certainly better than nothing. Before he can respond, his hand begins to freeze solid. Panic flashes across his face as he shouts that he can't feel his fingers. Despite this, he recognizes the effectiveness of the attack and retaliates by hurling a massive boulder in their direction. Talaris barely flinches, dismissing the boulder as child's play. As she deflects the attack, she recalls something Jayan Runcandle had mentioned: the Zippel family's keen interest in this land. Realizing that they won't be able to use the war cannon here, she concludes that both sides must tread carefully to avoid unnecessary casualties in this delicate situation. The White Knight watches her, frustration growing by the second. If she believes time is on her side, she's gravely mistaken. However, he hasn't yet received the final order to fire. Instead, he observes the natives locked in a ceremony, and notices that two key individuals have suddenly disappeared. Suspicion creeps in. Something is afoot, and he can't afford to let this drag on any longer. Just then, another White Knight rushes forward with a message from the main house. The commander listens intently before repeating the single-word directive: annihilation. Talaris raises an eyebrow, puzzled by the sudden escalation. Mirakin, sensing the shift in energy, wonders if they've finally given up. Talaris quickly dismisses the idea. There's no way the Zippel family would back down so easily. As expected, the White Knight commander immediately launches a fierce attack. With a booming voice, he declares that permission has been granted by the Patriarch himself, which can only mean one thing: total destruction. Talaris clenches her jaw, realizing this may be her last chance to turn the tide. The commander wastes no time, beginning a final countdown. 1, 2, 3. Talaris stands firm, still demanding to see Celiac. But before she can push further, reinforcements arrive. Jan Runcandle, Talaris' daughter, and Priestess Lausa appear on the battlefield, ready to change the course of the conflict. The White Knight commander doesn't hesitate. With a single commanding order, he instructs his forces to fire. A flurry of attacks races toward them, but Talaris Indorma steps forward without a moment's hesitation, using her own power to shield everyone from the devastating barrage. Her daughter, determined not to stand idly by, rushes to her side to assist. In the heat of battle, Talaris calls her daughter Shrapnel, a nickname that catches the attention of those around them. When questioned about it, Talaris smirks, explaining that it's because of her daughter's ice trait. Anything that touches her mother's sword freezes instantly, making her as dangerous as flying shards of ice. The battle rages on, but one thing becomes abundantly clear. Their enemies have no idea what they've just unleashed. As the tension escalates, Jean Runcandle instructs Priestess Lausa to lower her body and remain still. He rushes forward to engage the enemy, and shortly after, Lausa joins the fray, noting with a touch of admiration how much his skills have improved. Meanwhile, Miss Ceres observes Jin's ability to keep up with her movements, surprised at his progress. Despite the brief camaraderie, Jin can't shake the grim reality of the situation. He voices his concern about the challenges of escorting the priestess to the ceremony's location while facing the formidable ship looming over them. Miss Ceres grimly adds that the Zippel forces have brought something truly terrifying to the battlefield. Elsewhere, the White Knight issues a stern warning. He declares it impossible for an ordinary human to survive Kozak's war cannon, stressing that this is the Ice Queen's final opportunity to accept their terms. If she refuses, he vows to destroy her entire party, even if it means leveling Cologne itself. But Talaris Indorma remains unshaken. Amused by his threats, she mocks his bravado, pointing out that he lacks the resolve to carry out such destruction. With unshaken confidence, she boldly declares her identity, asserting that no matter how many Zippel scoundrels arrive, none will be able to take her life. She orders them to retreat while they still can. The White Knight, realizing that killing her might be impossible, shifts his focus to her companions. He questions whether she can protect everyone under her care from the destructive force of Kozak's war cannon. He suggests that enduring a slight humiliation might be preferable to losing everything. Unfazed, Talaris asks about her daughter, pressing him on whether the girl plays a vital role in the native ceremony. Upon receiving confirmation from Jean Runcandle, Talaris resolves to ensure her daughter reaches the altar at any cost. She vows to shield them from the cannon blast, declaring that either the Ice Kingdom or the Zippel forces will bear the shame of failure. As the tension reaches its peak, the White Knight orders the cannon to be prepared, announcing Cologne's imminent destruction. Talaris entrusts Miss Ceres with the priestess's safety and turns to Jean. She asks him about his plan, and he assures her that he will create a path for her and the others, even if it costs him his life. His words prompt Talaris' daughter to question his decision, highlighting the immense danger posed by the overwhelming shrapnel. Jean reflects on the many sacrifices that have led him to this moment. If he doesn't risk everything now, he fears he will fail to honor the choices and commitments that have brought him here. Meanwhile, Lady Lausa recalls a dire warning from an old man. He had urged her to flee with the priestess, emphasizing the relentless determination of the Zippel forces to uncover the relic's location. Gripping her shoulders, the man had stressed the importance of survival, insisting that Cologne's future and their sacred mission depended on it. He had pleaded with her to find safety and seek someone capable of saving them all. With urgency in his voice, he had taken her hand, guiding her to ensure she understood the vital role she played in protecting the priestess. As the battle intensifies, the White Knight arrives on the scene, demanding to know the whereabouts of the priestess. Receiving no useful answers from the trembling insects before him, he mercilessly burns them alive, showing no mercy for those who cannot provide what he seeks. Meanwhile, Lady Lausa is lost in thought, reflecting on the choices that led her to this moment. She had once convinced herself that running away was the right decision, but deep down, she realizes that leaving everyone behind was always her choice. Hiding on a remote island, praying to a silent force, and waiting for a savior, these were decisions she had made on her own. Suddenly, Jean Runcandle's voice snaps her back to reality. He reminds her that no matter what happens, even if they all die, she must reach the altar and stake everything on this moment. Determined, She affirms her understanding and gives the command to fire. At the same time, Talaris and Dorma's daughter charges forward, joining the fight. Jean steadies himself, pushing away any hesitation. He knows that the only thing he needs to trust is his unwavering will. Every swing of his sword must carry the same intent, the same strength, and the same precision as the very first. Doubt has no place in battle, only absolute conviction. As the battle rages, Jean calls out for Murakin, who warns him that more attacks are incoming. The White Knight retaliates, unleashing a barrage of fire that forces Murakin to urge everyone to keep running, not daring to look back. For a brief moment, hope flickers in Murakin's mind. He acknowledges their progress, believing they might just succeed. But in an instant, a massive fire attack strikes Jean directly. Murakin calls out to him in alarm, his voice filled with concern. Through the pain, Jean reflects on how he has made it this far, because of the support he's received from those around him. He knows that if he doesn't lay everything on the line now, he won't be able to carry the weight of the choices he has made. Meanwhile, Miss Ceres and Lady Lausa continue their desperate assault. Miss Ceres questions why Jean is going to such extremes, but Lady Lausa silences her, urging her to keep moving. Looking back now would only make their sacrifices meaningless. As the chaos unfolds, Lady Lausa's thoughts drift once more. She had spent so long waiting for Klom's answer, but now she sees it clearly. Nothing will change through prayers alone. The time for waiting has long since passed. She has made her decision. Suddenly, Klom's voice echoes through the battlefield, calling for Jean Runcandle to wake up. Jin's body goes cold as he slowly opens his eyes, surveying the devastation around him. In the distance, Talaris and Dorma and Miss Ceres sit huddled in fear, completely surrounded by the White Knights. Confused, Jean asks what is happening, until his gaze locks onto the massive dragon looming behind him. Its sheer size is overwhelming, far larger than any ordinary dragon, its body engulfed in an eerie red glow. Recognition hits him hard. It is Khadun, the guardian dragon of Celiac. The sight alone confirms the Zippel family's terrifying resolve. As he stares at his own unconscious body lying motionless on the battlefield, a sinking realization settles in. Had they failed? Klom's voice cuts through the storm of thoughts, questioning where it all went wrong. Was this the result of his choices? Should he have ended everything with Murin Zippel's death? Would it have been better to take the natives and flee? Doubt and regret begin to consume him as he wonders. Had he made the wrong decision from the very beginning? But Jean Runcandle's soul stands firm in his decision. He has no regrets. The only thing that enrages him is that even in death, his weaknesses and incompetence remain unchanged. Jean blames himself for the suffering of those around him, convinced that his own shortcomings and foolish choices led them to this devastating point. His soul aches with guilt, a weight he feels crushing him, believing that he's the one responsible for their pain. Klom acknowledges his frustration, but urges him not to release that feeling just yet. She tells him it will shape his path moving forward, guiding the decisions he'll make. Before Jean can fully absorb her words, a bright light appears before him. Confused, Jean questions what it is. A voice responds, introducing itself as Klom, the one who sealed herself inside the mirror with Sodaret's help. She reveals that she had been waiting for Jean, the boy chosen by Sodaret. Jin's soul hesitates, struggling to understand what Klom means. However, she doesn't give him much time to process. She informs him that, as the contractor of 1,000 years, time is running out. After everything that's transpired, Jean should now understand the road he must walk, the weight of his choices, and the pain of those he failed to protect. Left speechless, Jean questions whether anything even matters anymore, now that everything seems lost. But Klom reassures him, nothing is truly final. There's still more to be done. With those words, Jin's soul is drawn back into his body. His eyes snap open as he surveys the battlefield, his mind racing. How many times has he woken up like this today? Before he can gather his thoughts, Miss Ceres approaches, noting the shock in his expression and how much he clearly values his life. Moments later, Murakin arrives, slapping him hard on the back of the head, muttering that she wants to beat him to death. Still reeling, Jean states with certainty that Khadun attacked him. Murakin raises an eyebrow at this comment, questioning who exactly attacked him. She explains that Khadun retreated the moment their eyes met, almost as if acknowledging something. And now, Jean is finally awake. Talaris and Dorma, who has been watching from the side, admits that she had been wondering what kind of belief gave him the strength to do what he did. But she never expected him to make a god descend. Jean stiffens. He asks her what she means by God, and what exactly she's talking about. Murakin looks at him incredulously, asking if he really did it without even knowing. She explains that the priestess channeled the god into her body, and it wasn't just any ordinary deity. The moment it descended, it annihilated Kozek in an instant. Jean is stunned. He admits he has no idea what the god did, but he saw firsthand that the White Knights were powerless against it. On top of that, there was an infinite surge of magical power and an unbreakable barrier. He doesn't know who or what it was, but he is certain it wasn't just any ordinary god. Yet, strangely, he can't seem to remember any of it. Shaking off his confusion, Jean turns to Clom and demands answers. Now that he's awake, what exactly is Clom planning to do? Clom, however, clarifies that Jean has it wrong. She isn't Priestess Lausa. Instead, she introduces herself once more as Clom. She reveals that thanks to Lausa's sacrifice, she was able to descend, experiencing both the suffering and the weight of death firsthand. Jean Runcandle processes everything that has happened, still unsure whether what he witnessed was real or simply an illusion. Clom simply states that Jean should consider it a small lesson, one that goes beyond what he originally set out to achieve. Before Jean can question further, Murakin steps in, accusing Clom of playing tricks on the kid. He demands that Clom stop acting superior and give them straight answers. What exactly was her plan? And what did she want from Jean Runcandle? In response, Clom presents a mirror, revealing that she has been waiting for its rightful owner. Jean studies the object before him, scrutinizing it with suspicion. He questions whether it's really just a mirror. Clom then begins to explain his true nature. She reveals that she is the creator and the source of all magic power, but that immense power had once spiraled out of control, nearly destroying the world. It was only thanks to Saderet that she was sealed away to prevent the world from falling into ruin. Talaris and Dorma, still trying to grasp the enormity of the situation, asks what Saderet is. Clom clarifies that after losing control of her power, Saderet had sealed both herself and her magic inside the mirror. Murakin, skeptical as ever, questions whether this means Clom is the so-called god of magic power, since he's never heard of a god like that before. Clom dismisses the label, telling them instead to watch as Saderet's seal is revealed. Murakin, observing the mirror closely, notes that the seal is made from shadow energy, but has grown dangerously weak over time. She realizes that Clom must have needed someone capable of maintaining it. Clom confirms this, explaining that the magic inside the mirror is infinite and ever-expanding, and that magic is her. If it were fully unleashed, the world would be crushed under its power. To prevent that catastrophe, she had asked Saderet to seal her away. For generations, the children of Cologne had been entrusted with guarding that seal. Murakin, visibly frustrated, points out the suffering the people of Cologne endured to protect him. She asks why Clom didn't seek protection from someone more powerful instead. Clom, unfazed, responds that the world of the past was vastly different from what it is now. At that time, there was no force stronger than Cologne's people. However, after her sealing, her blessing could no longer reach them, leaving them to struggle on their own. Even so, she insists that everything was necessary, because now she can finally put an end to it all. As she speaks, she locks eyes with Jean Runcandle, referencing the 1,000-year contractor, Saderet. Miss Ceres, clearly puzzled, asks who this contractor is. Meanwhile, Jin's mind races. He himself is in a contract with Saderet. Before he can voice his thoughts, Clom sends the mirror toward him, instructing him to take it. She explains that within the mirror lies Saderet's power, the power to preserve the world. As soon as Jean grasps the mirror, he feels an overwhelming surge of magic rushing into his body. The sheer energy coursing through him is staggering, but he quickly realizes something alarming. Every time the magic leaks from the mirror, the seal weakens further. A dark realization hits him. Was this the very artifact that the Zippel family had recklessly used for their own purposes? Had they been toying with something that could bring about utter catastrophe? Jean Runcandle reflects on his past life, acknowledging that his duty now is no longer simply to protect the people of Cologne. It is to safeguard the seal itself. However, Clom clarifies that his task isn't just about maintaining Saderet's seal. The people of Cologne were never meant to carry this burden alone. That's why Saderet entrusted this responsibility specifically to him. Clom continues her explanation, telling Jean that the seal isn't merely a dense concentration of shadow energy. It is a masterpiece. It is something Saderet poured all his power into, something he had never attempted before. In essence, the seal contains a part of Saderet himself. Jean recognizes the immense value of this, but his thoughts immediately shift to Priestess Lausa. She had promised to summon Saderet personally. Clom, however, shakes her head, stating that Lausa had simply promised too much given the circumstances. Even if the black dragon standing beside Jean tried to summon Saderet now, he would refuse. Clom offers her apologies on Lausa's behalf. Jean, however, firmly responds that it's not about compensation. He didn't take on this responsibility expecting something in return. Even so, he expresses his gratitude for everything Lausa had tried to do. Clom's mind races. How did Lausa know the truth? That Jean had lived twice. More pressing, though, was how Lausa had gotten hold of that knowledge. But there's no time for answers now. Clom has already spoken all that was necessary. Her role in this moment has ended. With heartfelt sincerity, she turns to Jean, grateful for his choice, one that finally breaks the cycle of endless suffering. She calls him Sodaret's child, the savior who's freed them. As her time here fades, she takes her place within the mirror, her voice carrying one final blessing for the path Jean must now walk. Talaris and Dorma, standing back, watches with quiet awe. To her, it's a rare sight, one that only the most ancient beings would understand, a god expressing thanks to a mortal. It's a moment of staggering importance. But she snaps out of reverence. They have to move. Reinforcements could be on their heels at any moment. Jean nods in agreement. I'll lead you out of here, he says, his voice steady. Together, they would leave this place behind. Lady Lausa, now understanding, finally grasps the full weight of it all. That's why there had been no response from Clom, because she had been within the mirror the entire time. With quiet resolution, Clom steps forward again. The weight of their past, of everything that had led them here, rests heavily on her. By merging with Lausa's body, she didn't just save one life. She saved them all, the children of Cologne too. She acknowledges the torment it must have been for him to carry this burden all this time. Lady Lausa bows, gratitude heavy in her voice. Thank you, Clom, not just for hearing our prayers, but for answering them, for saving us when we were on the edge of despair. Her words are filled with emotion as she adds, please, no apologies. None of us have wronged each other. Clom smiles softly, her own heart full. It was because of your faith that I'm here, and I'm grateful for that. Lady Lausa, with a gentle, heartfelt reply, says, all we ever wanted was for our memories to be free of sorrow. Clom acknowledges this, silently contemplating Jean Runcandle's unyielding resolve. His determination had touched her deeply, and now she entrusts him with a world that would no longer be bound by the pains of the past. Ludika speaks up then, breaking the moment of reflection. She reminds them all of the 10,000 years of hardship their people had endured. How, as a weak and impoverished tribe, they'd always been dealt a cruel hand, ultimately leading to their subjugation by the Zippel family. Ludika knows Jean already understands what followed. If the mirror had fallen into the hands of the Zippels, all their sacrifices would have been for nothing. The thought of it weighs heavily on her, but she finds relief knowing that fate had led the mirror to Jean instead. Jean nods, humbly acknowledging that he could only be here today because of the people of Cologne. But deep in his mind, a darker thought stirs. If the Zippels had gotten their hands on the mirror, as they did in his past life, the world would have been doomed. With their immediate safety secured, Jean turns to the next matter at hand. I'll make arrangements for you to stay under the Hufster allied powers, he says. But Ludika looks at him, confused. Hufster, she asks. Before Jean can explain, Dino Jaglin interrupts, skeptical. Does a Runcandle Reserve flag bearer really have that kind of authority? There's no need for you to go out of your way for us. Jean explains calmly. This is a letter addressed to Luna Runcandle, the first flag bearer of the Runcandle family. Present it when you arrive in his territory, and you'll get all the help you need. Dino Jaglin hesitates for a moment, then finally offers his thanks to Jean. Jean smirks in response, casually suggesting, if you're truly grateful, you should start spreading as much bad press about the Zippel family as you can. Dino considers it for a second, but doubts the effectiveness. You think the Zippels will just let that slide? Even if I write the article, they'll bury it with censorship. Jin's smile widens knowingly. Do you really think you're the only one who despises the Zippels? My words will be the spark, and once people read your article, those who've suffered at their hands will rise with you. Jean leans in, his tone encouraging. You're destined to be a great reporter, Dino. All you need is confidence. Don't hesitate, just go forward. With that, Jean moves on, entering a nearby room where he greets Miss Talaris and Dorma with a deep bow of gratitude. She waves off his gesture with a relaxed tone. It was nothing, child. Really, it's fine. But Jin's mind lingers on the consequences. Because of me, the Ice Palace and the Zippel family may clash, he admits. Talaris, however, offers reassurance. Celiac will tread carefully. This wasn't an outcome they expected, and that alone changes everything. She pauses, reflecting on the arrival of an ancient god in their world. Celiac might even see this as you growing stronger, she muses. But then, Talaris quickly clarifies, but don't think this was an act of goodwill. It was simply a request fulfilled. No need for gratitude. Jean nods in agreement, accepting her words. Then, with a smirk, he asks, so, would you like any compensation for your help? Amused, Talaris raises an eyebrow. What should I demand from a contractor of Sodaret and a magic swordsman like you? Jean briefly considers how things have played out. You could probably take quite a lot if you were serious about asking for something, he muses. But after a moment, Talaris casually shrugs it off. Let's call it even. I've already learned a lot from this. Turning to her daughter, she asks for her opinion. Her daughter, clearly annoyed, raises an eyebrow. Why are you even asking? You're already planning to let it go, right? Jean thanks Talaris formally, addressing her as the Ice Queen. She simply replies, it's time to leave now. I've been away for too long. As they prepare to part ways, Miss Ceres steps forward, determined. It's time to settle our unfinished business, she declares, looking at Jean. We should fight properly, so we're no longer indebted to each other. Talaris chuckles, teasing her daughter. Still going through puberty? Huh? Can't even be honest about your feelings. Her daughter, flustered, snaps. Why have you been acting like this since yesterday? Then, after a beat, she sighs in frustration, conceding, fine, we're leaving now. Goodbye. Later, Talaris arrives at a quiet place where Chiron Runcandle is preparing food. It's been a while. She greets him warmly, a smile on her face. Chiron looks up, surprised by her sudden visit. What brings you here? Without wasting any time, Talaris gets straight to the point. Have you considered marrying your youngest child in my family? Meanwhile, Luna sits quietly, reading a letter detailing the recent events with Kozek, the White Knights, and a master of the 7th Magic Tower. She shakes her head with a slight smile. Once again, the youngest has stirred up quite the commotion. Turning to Dino Jaglin, she casually asks, by the way, how is the youngest doing? Dino Jaglin nods in confirmation, explaining that while the battle had been intense, they left Taikin once he had recovered. Luna lets out a relieved sigh before turning her focus to a more pressing matter, Ludika and her specialty. Ludika hesitates, caught off guard by Luna's shift in conversation. Sensing the confusion, Luna clarifies, I understand that you're refugees, but I can't simply allow you to stay without contributing something. Luna calls for Nanny, instructing her to find suitable jobs for Ludika and the others, and to work with the local citizens to help them settle in. Nanny acknowledges her request and assures her that she'll take care of it. Turning back to Ludika, Luna continues, instead of just accepting help, I believe it would be better for you to stand on your own. She asks, would that be acceptable? Ludika pauses briefly, then nods in agreement. Yes, thank you. We're grateful for the chance. Luna then looks at Dino Jaglin and asks, are you truly the person I've heard about? Dino confirms his identity, and Luna immediately offers her support. I'll back you with everything I have. But, she adds, you must deliver the results the youngest has requested of you. Dino responds confidently, don't worry, I will. Luna nods, satisfied with his answer, and assures him that she will uphold her part of the bargain. 1 month passes after the Cologne incident, and Dino reflects on how the entire world became consumed by the news of the massacre. Reports spread like wildfire, detailing the brutal slaughter of Cologne's natives by the Zippel family, only for unknown adventurers to exact vengeance. The incident quickly became a source of tension among the major powers. The Runcandle family, along with other factions opposed to the Zippels, wasted no time spreading the news far and wide. Despite the Zippel family's official claim that Murin had acted independently, no one truly believed it. Then, evidence emerged from the wreckage of Kozek, revealing the Zippel family's direct involvement in the massacre. This revelation sent shockwaves through the political landscape. The Hufster allied powers were furious, while the Literal Magic Federation worked to suppress the information. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the Beeman Empire took a different approach, publicly declaring the Zippel family's innocence. Dino observes how public outrage surged initially, but then began to subside. In the aftermath, the Runcandle family gained newfound prestige for revealing the truth, while the Beeman Empire strengthened its ties with the Zippel family in exchange for their loyalty. However, the damage was undeniable. The Zippel family, once untouchable, had lost much of their honor and dignity. Forced into silence, they retreated into the shadows, nursing their wounds after the crushing blows, including the loss of their second-in-command. As Dino Jaglin writes in his diary, he reflects on the changes. For the first time in a long while, the Zippels had been forced into a defensive position. He also admits that he had misjudged the Runcandle family. Once, he had thought them nothing more than sword-obsessed martial artists, but now, he sees them as far more strategic than he ever imagined. Just then, Ludika arrives at his door, carrying a stack of letters. She points out that these are donations and messages of support sent to them. As she scans the overwhelming number of letters, she comments on how, after being ignored for centuries, people are finally paying attention to them. Ludika adds, the prayers that were once directed toward Clom are now being offered to none other than young Master Jean Runcandle. Dino Jaglin reflects on this new wave of attention. He knows it will continue until the world learns that the mysterious, unknown adventurer is, in fact, Jean Runcandle himself. He's certain that, one day, Jean will rise to become a flag bearer, elevate the Runcandle family's status, and ultimately be the one to bring down the Zippel family. Meanwhile, Khan surveys his surroundings. It's the third time he's been here, and he hopes that Sir Kashmir Alprian's writing has improved since the last time. His eyes land on a massive ice wall ahead, and curiosity bubbles up within him. What's this wall made of, he asks aloud. Talaris and Dorma, standing nearby, looks at her own hand in slight surprise. She explains, my body just moved on its own. I formed the wall before I even realized it. Chiron Runcandle, standing off to the side, scowls. Pay me back for this, he demands. What is this? A new provocation tactic. Interrupting someone's meditation to talk about marriage. Talaris smirks, quickly shutting down his assumptions. I'm not here to cling to you like before. She responds before launching an attack on Chiron Runcandle. Khan reacts instantly, stepping in to block her strike. Are you Khan's knight? She asks, sizing him up. Khan corrects her. No, I'm Khan. Recognizing him, Talaris acknowledges it's been a while. Meanwhile, Chiron remains unfazed, dismissing Khan's interference. Don't worry about her, he says. Just hand over that. Khan doesn't hesitate, immediately presenting a letter. As Chiron opens the letter, he learns that Kashmir Alprian claims to have located Tagan, Murak, and Zippel. Khan adds, not long ago, an unknown adventurer helped the Kolins, who were being slaughtered by the Zippels. This mysterious figure punished the Zippels and rescued the natives. During that time, the master of the 7th magic tower, Murin Zippel, was killed. Reports also confirm the Kozek and White Knights were attacked. This revelation catches Chiron off guard. The youngest was in that region, he mutters, surprised. What's this Kozek? He asks, but doubts the youngest could have pulled it off alone. You were involved, weren't you? He questions Talaris. Talaris simply nods. I received a request. That's all. Chiron, still skeptical, furrows his brow. But Kashmir Alprian didn't mention any of this in the letter. Why hide it? Talaris, playful as always, raises an eyebrow. What? You planning to scold him? Chiron, more serious now, shakes his head. No, I think a warning's in order. Talaris grins. Maybe praise would work better. Chiron's curiosity is piqued. Praise? What do you mean? She shrugs. It's clear that Kashmir has chosen his loyalties, and they're not with you. They lie with Jean Runcandle. After a brief pause, Chiron thinks it over. I almost put the youngest in a tough spot, he admits. And for that, I owe you one. Talaris smirks. Oh, you owe me now? Then, with a teasing look, she adds, and don't forget, your youngest owes me too. Chiron raises his hands in mock surrender. You'll have to collect that debt from the youngest yourself. Satisfied, Talaris decides it's time to leave, but leaves him with a final thought. You should really think about what I said, especially since your youngest and my daughter seem like a perfect match. Sometime later, Jean Runcandle sits alone in his room. An eerie chill suddenly creeps over him. He furrows his brow, puzzled. What's going on? He mutters to himself. Gilly, noticing his sudden discomfort, asks, Is everything okay? Jean brushes it off, his voice calm but distracted. It's nothing, just a strange feeling creeping up on me. Meanwhile, across town, Kashmir Alprian sits down with young Master Jean Runcandle for tea. He, too, has been experiencing the same unsettling sensation. It's been happening to me quite often lately, Kashmir admits, setting down his cup. Strange, isn't it? Kashmir Alprian chuckles, observing Jean Runcandle's puzzled reaction. It's been happening a lot since you came back from Colin, hasn't it? Maybe it's just growing pains. He pauses before adding, After all, with the mirrors boost your magic power, it could simply be a side effect of all that growth. Jean smiles lightly, considering the incredible strides he's made. 6-star swordsmanship, 5-star shadow energy, and now 7-star magic power. The realization hits him. To think he reached 7-star status just from the mirror alone is nothing short of staggering. But no matter how hard he pushes himself, there's a limit. The seal that restrains him remains as strong as ever, unyielding and unbroken. Just then, a guard enters, interrupting his thoughts. A man claims to be one of your intelligence operatives, young master, and requests an audience. Kashmir laughs, shaking his head. Well, that's convenient. Let's make up an excuse and send him away. Jean ponders for a moment, but decides against dismissing the visitor. The man knows something crucial. He knows the exact location of one of the 7 Colors secret bases. Is this man former 7 Colors? Jean asks. The guard confirms the stranger's origins, and Jin's curiosity piques. The man reveals that this is his first time setting foot in Taiken, further heightening Jin's suspicion. Who could this person be, and what's his game? He gazes out the window, mulling over the situation. Meanwhile, Kashmir Alprian chuckles darkly, noting, You just saw something ridiculous, young master. Someone unknown to the 7 Colors managed to track us down? That's troubling. His eyes narrow as suspicion grows. Could this be Jet? Jet, The name alone sends a surge of anger through Kashmir. Jet had been a notorious backstabber, the infamous information broker who betrayed him more times than he could count. The very thought of those betrayals makes Kashmir want to rip the man apart on the spot. But he remembers he once spared Jet's life because the man had a son. Still, as the situation unfolds, Kashmir senses there's more to this story than he initially thought. Impatient, Kashmir demands answers. I don't remember you. How did you find out about our branch's location? Jet responds calmly, kneeling and introducing himself. Jet, he says, owner of an information store in Arkan. Kashmir narrows his eyes. Arkan, he questions. You were supposed to be from Teesing. Jet nods, confirming. I was the informant who helped dismantle Arkan. We took them down from within to put an end to their tyranny. That's how it all played out. Kashmir is still skeptical. I'm certain this is all thanks to young Master Jean Runcandle before we arrived here. But there's something more pressing. He steps forward, his voice low. How did you discover the location of the secret branch? Your answer will determine your fate. Jet remains unfazed. For an informant, security is like life itself, he says. Until you accept me as one of you, I won't reveal anything. Kashmir's patience wears thin. He grins darkly. You won't see daylight again until you start talking. But Jet remains composed, unfazed by the threat. Instead, he drops a bombshell. The person the Seven Colors are investigating holds information on Spider-Hand Alu. At that moment, Jean Runcandle steps forward, intrigued by the new development. Tell me more, he says, his curiosity piqued. Kashmir immediately steps in to cut him off. Even if he knows something, it's likely a lie. Jet, eyeing Jean, finally seems to notice him. He had assumed the Lord of Tychon was Kashmir, but now he realizes there's more to this young man. Cautiously, he remains silent for a beat, sizing up Jean. Jean smirks and casually greets Jet. It's been a long time since we last met, Jet. But tell me, why are you here without the gift you once gave me? His voice is light, almost playful, but the underlying tension is unmistakable. Jet's demeanor shifts instantly, his tone turning sharp and biting. You're both a pair of fools, he sneers, his eyes flicking between Jean Runcandle and Kashmir Alprian. You, Alprian, are nothing but a scoundrel, impersonating Veridin Zippel, trusting you will bring Tychon the same fate as Teesing. The accusation hits like a slap, and Kashmir Alprian's patience snaps. His expression darkens, fury rising within him. How dare you speak to me like that? He growls, stepping forward, ready to strike. But just as his hand moves, another voice interrupts, cutting through the tension. Murakin strides into the room, clearly unimpressed. Did you not hear me calling earlier, Kashmir? He asks, a hint of mockery in his voice. And where's the ice cream you promised to bring? Kashmir freezes, momentarily unnerved. Apologies, Sir Murakin, he stammers. I'm in the middle of an interrogation. Murakin, however, brushes off the excuse with a wave of his hand. His gaze shifts to Jet, narrowing with recognition. You, he says, I remember you, the crazy scoundrel from before. Why are you here now? His eyes flick between Jet and Kashmir, then narrow further. And why are you speaking so informally to Kashmir? As realization hits, Murakin recalls the events in Arkan. This lunatic must have been that kid's subordinate, the one who had caused so much chaos. And if that's the case, then Jet must be one of the highest-ranking informants in the room. Jet, sensing the change in the atmosphere, doesn't hesitate. He bows low, his voice humble. I was an idiot for not recognizing you sooner, Sir Murakin. Jean Runcandle watches the exchange, finally understanding the weight of the situation. Jet, it seems, is no mere underling. He's someone important. Good, Jean says, his voice calm but commanding. Now, let's get to the point. Tell me everything about Spider-Hand Alu. Jet exhales deeply, gathering himself before he speaks. Spider-Hand Alu's real name is Tagan Marius. He was once the Runcandle Cadet. Jin's eyes narrow at the name. Runcandle Cadet? The words feel oddly familiar, but he can't place why. Just as he's about to ask more, Gilly leans in, whispering in his ear. Tamia Marius was the first young lady's nanny, she whispers. And that's her surname. Jin's mind races, the pieces falling into place. Spider-Hand Alu, a former Runcandle Cadet, was connected to Tamia Marius. And now, Jet is revealing more about him. He's from Delki, part of the Hufster Allied Powers, and he's a commoner who somehow passed the Runcandle Cadet exam. Jin's curiosity deepens. Jet continues. Back then, he went by the name Tagan Marius. But that identity has been erased. It no longer exists. Jean looks to Gilly for confirmation, his thoughts swirling. Is that true? He asks. Gilly nods, confirming his suspicion. Nanny Tamia Marius was indeed from Delki, she says, her voice steady. How long ago did this exam take place? Jean presses. Jet answers without hesitation. The year 1776. Exactly 20 years ago. Kashmir Alprian speaks up, his voice low with suspicion. 20 years ago? That was during the Civil War in the Delki Kingdom. It would have been nearly impossible for a commoner to even attempt the cadet exam, let alone pass it. He glares at Jet, his suspicions growing. Are you lying to me? But Gilly steps in again, her voice calm but certain. Alu is real, she says, and if this story checks out, then someone from within the Runcandle family must have helped him. Jean Runcandle's mind races. He begins to piece together the possibilities. Who within the family would have the authority to assist a commoner like Alu? There are only two groups that could have done it, the purebloods or the nannies who support them. He recalls the unique role of Runcandle's nannies. They don't just raise the children. They have a great deal of influence, depending on the status of the pureblood child they serve. 20 years ago, Luna Runcandle was the temporary head of the family, which means her nanny would have wielded considerable power during that time. Jin's mind flashes with the implications. If Tamian Marius and Spider-Hand Alu are truly connected, could the same person who cursed him in his past life be involved in all of this? Or did Tamian Marius act alone? If so, why? And what was her true motive? The questions swirl in his mind, but one thing is clear. This story is far from over. Jean Runcandle's thoughts are interrupted as he turns sharply to Jet, his expression serious. Has this information been verified? He demands. Without missing a beat, Jet swears on his life. I personally went to Delki and confirmed everything myself. That's all Jean needs to hear. His resolve hardens. All right, he declares firmly, his voice unwavering. Take the lead. Jet blinks in confusion, his brow furrowing. Pardon? Jean doesn't hesitate. We're going to Delki. Right now. The weight of his words settles over the room, and as Jean sets his sights on the Delki Kingdom, one thing is certain in his mind. He's going to get answers. Personally, the scene shifts to the Delki Kingdom, a territory aligned with the Hugpester allied powers. In a dimly lit alley, a man writhes on the cold ground, his face pressed into the dirt beneath the heavy boot of Brother Gabor. The man's suffering is met with a cruel smirk from Gabor as he taunts him. You're late. You know what happens if you don't meet the collection deadline. Gabor warns, his voice dripping with menace. Desperate, the man pleads for mercy, explaining that he fell behind due to the need to feed his daughter. His fear turns into defiance, and he dares to threaten Gabor, vowing to report him to the authorities if this continues. Gabor laughs darkly, clearly amused by the man's empty threat. Report me, he scoffs. You're under the protection of the great Runcandle. You're untouchable. Don't even think about it. Just as Gabor prepares to continue his taunts, a voice interrupts the tense atmosphere. Hold on. Stop right there. A purple-haired girl steps forward, her voice casual, yet carrying an undeniable warning. If this keeps up, things might get a little troublesome. Don't you think? Gabor glares at her, his anger rising. What's your business here? He demands. Then, his eyes narrow in realization. Wait, if you're here, that idiot must be nearby too. As if on cue, another figure appears from the shadows, a masked man. Without a moment's hesitation, he slices Gabor's neck open, blood splattering across the cobblestones. The man beneath Gabor gasps in terror, his threats forgotten as raw fear takes hold of him. The masked figure steps closer, his voice dripping with contempt. How pathetic, he sneers. Groveling for survival after wasting your life playing gangster, even after receiving help from your own mother. The fallen man, shaking with fear, scrambles desperately for a way out. I'll give you all my money. I won't report anything, just please let me go. My daughter is waiting for me at home. But the masked man doesn't care. To him, these people are all the same, scum. We're not here for money, he says coldly. The man, trembling, begs for forgiveness, pleading for any way to survive. Before he can receive an answer, the purple-haired girl moves swiftly, her magic piercing through him. It's nothing personal, she murmurs as he collapses to the ground. Just unfortunate. Then, almost as an afterthought, she adds, everything is for that person. Meanwhile, Kashmir Alprian provides crucial context, his voice steady. The surname Marius is common across the continent, but in Delki, it's different. There, only a specialized organization was permitted to use it. He recalls the Moon Sacrifice Orphanage, a place that appeared to be a typical orphanage, but in reality was a brutal training ground. The orphanage, he explains, was run by Delki's royal faction, turning orphans into assassins and spies. The method was simple but horrific, Kashmir continues. First, the children formed deep emotional bonds with one another. Then, they were forced to kill each other. The ones who survived became perfect assassins. The orphanage was eventually shut down when the prince's faction won the civil war. But of the children raised in that hell, 10 were released as free citizens. Except for Alu, who was declared dead. That means 9 of them are still alive. Kashmir hands Jean a stack of papers containing the addresses of the surviving children. Jean Runcandle takes one look at the documents and nods, his expression unwavering. I see. There's no hesitation. We're going to Delki. Right now. If these assassins are linked, if this orphanage has any connection to the cursed bladed illusion, then this could be Gene Runcandle's chance to track down the one who cursed him in his past life. And this time, he won't rest until he finds them. As they prepare to leave, Kashmir Alprian offers a polite farewell, wishing Gene and Jet a safe journey. After a while, Gene arrives at the Delki Kingdom's teleportation gate. Jet quickly brings him up to speed on their first target, Gabor Marius. Gabor has been involved in gangster activities in the rough neighborhood of Nara. Jet suggests finding a place to stay, as the journey will take time, but Gene dismisses the idea. Resting isn't a priority. They need information first. Without hesitation, Gene directs them to the western region, where 3 survivors from the Moon Sacrifice Orphanage are located. They'll worry about lodging later. Upon arrival, Jet knocks on a door, but before anyone answers, a group of guards appears. They stop, eyeing the scene. Several dead bodies scatter nearby. Gene scans the scene with precision. The cause of death is clear: poison, mixed with wind magic. In the Huffister region, such a method is considered a magical crime. Whoever is responsible must have incredible nerve. A bystander shakes his head, muttering to himself. Gabor, huh? Looks like his gangster days finally caught up with him. Jin's eyes narrow. Did you say Gabor? The man nods. Yeah, why? You know him. Jin's skepticism is evident. The bodies are barely recognizable. How can you be so sure? The man explains that it's not his first time seeing Gabor in this state. Just the previous night, he saw him stumbling around drunk. Shortly after, he heard a scream. And now this. The other dead body. Someone deeply in debt to Gabor. A tragic end. Gene pieces things together. The poison suggests Gabor was the intended target, while the other man was likely collateral damage, eliminated by magic. But something doesn't sit right. If they had planned to kill him with poison, why rush it? Why not wait until Gabor was alone? A realization strikes. Jet. Gene calls sharply. Jet, sensing urgency, quickly asks, "What's wrong? Who's next?" Gene demands. Jet hesitates, then answers. Weatherway Marius. 2 hours from here. Without a second to waste, Gene orders, "We're running." We get there in 1 hour. Jet grimaces but keeps pace. Something about this situation feels off, but Gene is already lost in thought. The poison, self-moderating, assassin grade. Fresh. The bodies haven't even started to decompose. Their skin and complexion still intact. That means the killer is still out there. It hits him hard. Someone is systematically hunting down the survivors of the Moon Sacrifice Orphanage right now. If they don't act fast, the next target will be dead before they can even reach them. Gene pushes them to move quicker. Time is running out. Let's go. Jet agrees, and they sprint to a nearby building. As they approach, Jin's eyes catch something. A mark etched onto the structure. It's an 8-star wind magic symbol, known as Hellwind. The power radiating from it is growing stronger with every passing second. Jet points out that only 2 targets remain, but at this rate, catching them will be nearly impossible. He expresses concern that they've been seen at every scene so far, and could easily be mistaken for suspects. He suggests reporting the situation to the guards. Gene rejects the idea outright. No, we're handling this ourselves. If they involve the authorities, they'd be under investigation themselves, and by then, it would be too late. Gene grits his teeth in frustration. His enemies are trespassing on his territory, and he'll be damned if he lets them get away with it. No matter what, he'll stay ahead of them. Meanwhile, Varys watches the unfolding events with a bored expression. She casually asks who the next target is, clearly uninterested, as if this whole thing is more of a nuisance than a challenge. With a sigh, she comments that this has turned out to be far less exciting than she expected. She wonders aloud why their older brothers, who underwent the same training, turn out to be so weak. The masked man beside her explains that just because it was training, it didn't mean the experience was the same for everyone. Only they had truly been chosen, and it's clear they stand on a different level from the so-called failed products. Varys smirks. All right, let's wrap this up. An explosion rocks the area, catching Kyujin completely off guard. On the other side, someone starts following Gene Runcandle and Jet. The pursuer, a man clearly on edge, apologizes and nervously asks if all the survivors of the Moon Sacrifice have really been eliminated. Gene Runcandle confirms that someone is systematically hunting them down, eliminating them one by one, in order of their proximity to the dimensional gateway. As a result, they've been constantly trailing behind, forced to chase the killer. Gene reveals that this pursuit has led them to him. Since he lived the farthest away, they had to track him down directly. He also acknowledges that because of this, they managed to save his daughter. But his face darkens as he voices his regret, fearing that their enemies may have already reached her. Gene Runcandle, puzzled, asks what he means. Then it hits him. Despite not having trained for years, the orphans who survived the Moon Sacrifice still endured brutal conditioning. The fact that they're being taken out so easily points to only a few capable hands behind the attacks. Varys and Kyujin come to mind. Gene acknowledges that those two are on a whole different level. Then a question rises. Weren't there originally 10 survivors? Dan Marius corrects him. There were 12 survivors of the moon sacrifice. And the ones hunting them down, they weren't just survivors. They were monsters, trained directly by him. Before he can say more, Varys strikes Dan Marius from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. She lets out a relieved sigh, admitting she was worried they might slip away. With a tilted head, she looks down at him. Brother Dan Marius, what's going on? How did you know we'd be coming? Since when have you been so sharp? Dan Marius turns toward Varys and Cugin, demanding to know why they're doing this. Cugin, however, sighs and apologizes, stating there's no time for explanations. He casually mentions they've been at it since early morning and are completely worn out. Suddenly, a flash of light streaks across the sky. Varys frowns in confusion. A lightning bolt from out of nowhere. Cugin's eyes narrow. Wait, is he a mage? Jean Runcandle steps forward, his gaze locking on Varys and Cugin. He's been wondering who's been messing with his plans, and now, seeing them face to face, his curiosity intensifies. With a smirk, he introduces himself, clearly pleased to finally meet them. But his tone quickly sharpens. Who sent them to disrupt things on his land? Whoever it was, he promises to drag the truth out of them, slowly and painfully. Jean studies them closely. They aren't even trying to hide their identities, and, judging by their appearances, neither of them seems to be older than 30. The woman, though, she's at least an 8-star mage. But she's not a Zipple. So who the hell is she? Varys remains unfazed, crossing her arms with a smirk. Wow, you've already hired a bodyguard? And tell me, how do you think Brother Dan Marius knew we'd be here? Her eyes flick to Cugin. Cugin shrugs casually. That guy, he definitely wouldn't have figured it out on his own. But his boy, now that's a different story. He might hold some answers. Varys grins wickedly. We could always turn Brother Dan Marius into minced meat and interrogate his bodyguard after a little remodeling. Cugin's expression shifts slightly, and he reminds her to stay alert. Something's off. This doesn't feel like normal inner key. Varys laughs, clearly amused. You look nervous. Relax a little, will you? You're always so careful. That's probably why you're not popular. Just then, Jean creates a magical circle, and Varys' eyes narrow. Wait, did he just block that attack? She looks around, suddenly feeling drained. Damn it, did I use too much energy getting here? Jean Runcandle, however, is already analyzing the situation. He recognizes the spell immediately. 4-star magic, Blade Wind. It's clear they've been conserving mana, given they've been at this all morning. But something else catches his attention. The man nearby. If Jin's instincts are right, this man is the one using poison. The sword he's carrying confirms it. He's not just any assassin, but a poison-wielding swordsman. Jean makes a split-second decision. Jet, take Dan Marius and run. Jet hesitates, clearly shocked. Are you serious? We can't just run, and I'm not leaving you behind. Jean doesn't hesitate. He clenches his fists, fully aware that this enemy is no ordinary threat, at least an 8-star mage. Cugin smirks at the situation. A magic swordsman? Oh, so your life is more valuable than that piece of trash over there. Be smart. Hand him over and run while you can. Jean Runcandle exhales, unbothered. You're right. My life is more precious, he admits with cold clarity. But I happen to be quite attached to him. His expression hardens. Jet, go. Now. Jet protests, still unwilling to leave. I'd rather die with you. But Jean shuts him down with a steely gaze. Stop saying things you don't mean. Go. Reluctantly, Jet obeys, grabbing Dan Marius and dashing away. As he runs, he shouts back, determined. We'll meet again. Alive. Varys watches them go, and to her surprise, she finds herself tearing up. With a smirk, she wipes her eyes. I actually thought he might get away for a second. She turns to Cugin. Keep Jean busy. I'll take care of the rest. I'll be back after I kill them. Meanwhile, Jean pulls out a small mirror, a deep sigh escaping him. I really shouldn't have accepted this damn thing, he mutters, regretting the gift before all this chaos unfolded. Without missing a beat, Jean lunges forward and stabs Cugin. Cugin reels back in shock. He didn't even see the attack coming. Stumbling, he tries to counterattack, but Jean Runcandle is too fast, dodging the strike with ease. Varys' eyes narrow in confusion. What's going on? I can't see anything. She looks around for Cugin. Where are you? When she gets no response, her voice rises in anger. Cugin, don't tell me. Her fury explodes as she throws curses into the air. How dare you let this happen? I swear I'll kill you. But Cugin, ever calm, steps in, his voice cool. Relax. He'll recover on his own. No need to get worked up over this. He adds, with a sigh, we've been pushing ourselves too hard today. If we aren't careful, mana overload will be the least of our worries. Varys exhales sharply and nods. Fine, I get it. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle isn't about to lower his guard. He knew this wouldn't be easy, and he's already anticipating their next move. Across from him, Cugin takes a small bottle from his belt and drinks its contents, preparing for whatever comes next. Jean Run Candle immediately senses a sickening aura emanating from Kyujin. Poison. His mind races as he recalls hearing about warriors who had built a resistance to poison, then used it as a weapon. The process was brutal, slowly eating away at their lifespan, but the power it granted was often enough to justify the price. Kyujin, now visibly revitalized, studies Jean with renewed interest, a magic swordsman, skilled in both magic and swordplay at the same time. He clicks his tongue in irritation. You're more annoying than I thought. But what truly catches his attention is the light magic Jean just wielded. Kyujin's eyes narrow, intrigue and suspicion growing. I've never seen magic like that before. Just who the hell are you? As much as Kyujin is curious, the mission still takes priority. Deciding that capturing Jean alive isn't worth the risk, he launches a full-on assault. Jean Run Candle blocks the incoming strikes with swift precision and quickly steps back. But Kyujin is relentless, pressing forward without hesitation. Despite the constant barrage, Jean evades each attack effortlessly, his movements like that of a shadow, slipping through the onslaught. Then, in a flash, Jean counters. Kyujin barely dodges in time, but his mind is working overtime. His aura is only 6-star. So why does he move like someone far stronger? There's clearly more to Jean than meets the eye. Just then, Varys' voice cuts through the chaos. Wait, those blue flames. Her eyes widen in shock. That's Tessa's flames. Before anyone can react, she disappears into the blaze, vanishing as if she had never been there. Kyujin turns sharply, calling out to her in surprise. Varys. His attention flickers for just a moment, but it's enough for Jean Run Candle to capitalize on the distraction. A smirk pulls at Jin's lips. So, he does care about her. Jean Run Candle braces for another strike, but before he can make his move, Kyujin freezes in place. His expression shifts to one of utter confusion as a dark energy swirls around Jean. Something that's neither magic nor aura. It's something entirely foreign, something unknown. Meanwhile, Jean takes full advantage of the moment and strikes again, plunging his blade into Kyujin. Kyujin barely reacts, but a realization settles in. He finally acknowledges what he's up against. Jean Run Candle isn't just a magic swordsman. He's powered by both the Blue Phoenix and Shadow Energy, making him an incredibly dangerous opponent. Kyujin's curiosity peaks. Will his poison even affect someone like this? Without wasting a second, Kyujin strikes with his deadly poison. The effect is immediate. Jean collapses, his body quickly weakening as the poison spreads through him. Jin's mind races. If I don't regain control now, I'm dead. Nearby, Kyujin and Varys are also wounded, but they're in better shape than he is. Gritting his teeth, Jean tries to push himself up, using his sword for support. But fresh blood pours from his wounds, staining the ground beneath him. Just as the fight is about to continue, a sudden commotion fills the air. A group of people approaches, their presence commanding attention. One of them turns to the leader and reports, "We found them." A regal voice responds with authority. "Prepare the archers. Knights, follow me." Jean barely manages to lift his head at the sound of the name. Like a Delki, third Prince of Delki. The prince steps forward, his voice firm and commanding. "Drop your weapons. Now." Jean wonders if Jed had been the one to call them. His body struggles against the poison, but his resolve remains unbroken. Meanwhile, Kyujin quickly grabs Varys, steadying her as he gives Jean a sharp, warning look. "This isn't over. I'll come looking for you again. Don't get too comfortable." With that, they begin to retreat. Prince Lycadelki, however, isn't about to let them escape so easily. "Do not lose sight of them," he orders sharply. "Capture them immediately." Then his attention shifts to Jean Run Candle, noting his worsening condition. "Are you on their side?" he demands, his gaze piercing. His next question is more urgent. "Where's the nearest healer? If we don't act fast, it may be too late." Jean Run Candle struggles to stay conscious, fighting against the poison's grip, but he refuses to let himself slip into unconsciousness. The next thing Jean Run Candle knows, he's waking up in an unfamiliar place. His body feels heavy, but he's alive. Prince Lyca Delki sits nearby, watching him with a calm expression. "You're finally awake," he says, his tone soft, but with an edge of authority. "This is my villa. Since we couldn't confirm your identity, I brought you here for now." Jean struggles to sit up, the poison still taking its toll on him. "How long?" he asks, his voice weak. "It's been 3 hours," the prince replies, exhaling in relief. "Honestly, it's a miracle you survived. That poison was lethal. It would have killed an 8-star martial artist instantly. But being a Run Candle, well, that's a different story." The prince's eyes flicker with recognition. He recalls seeing Jean at the banquet and confirming his identity. Now regaining some strength, Jean shifts the conversation. "What about Kyujin and Varys?" Prince Lyca Delki's expression hardens. "They managed to escape, despite suffering serious injuries. My knights lost them." Then, the prince eyes Jean carefully. "But tell me something. How did you get injured so badly?" His mind races. Last time I checked, he was a 5-star. Even if he's improved, He should only be a 6-star now. There's no way he would have struggled this much unless. His gaze sharpens. Unless he had outside interference. Jean doesn't hesitate to express his gratitude. Thank you for saving me. The prince waves it off casually. It's fine. Saving a run candle in Huffister is only natural, even if you were just a reserve flag bearer. But Jean isn't done yet. His voice grows serious as he fixes the prince with an unwavering look. Did you inform the main house? Prince Leica Delki hesitates, the briefest flicker of doubt crossing his face. Then he nods. Of course not. The moment the words leave his mouth, Jin's expression darkens. If they know, I would have been better off dead. As expected, it didn't take long. Powerful figures had already begun stirring trouble in Delki. Jean studies the prince carefully. Are they comrades from Tychon? He wonders aloud, his curiosity piqued. Prince Leica Delki chuckles lightly, unfazed by the question. You haven't caused me any trouble, he replies with a dismissive wave. But then, with a knowing smile, he leans in slightly. However, could you do me a favor? Jean raises an eyebrow, intrigued but cautious. What kind of favor? The prince gets straight to the point. When you eventually become a flag bearer, I want you to send more guardian knights to Delki. And I'd also like a small share of the Delki gold mine, which the Runcandle family currently controls. Jin's lips curl into a smirk. Seems like you don't value my life very highly, he remarks, his tone sharp. Instead of just sending more knights, he offers a bolder solution. I'll send twice the number you requested. And as for the gold mine, I'll return all the shares. The prince blinks in surprise. You think that's feasible? Jean, confident, leans back slightly. Don't worry. There's nothing I won't be able to achieve in Huffister in the future. The weight of his words hangs in the air. The prince frowns slightly, clearly considering the implications of Jin's statement. Unless he plans to become the next patriarch, even as a flag bearer, he shouldn't have this much authority. Before the conversation can go any further, the door opens, and two familiar figures enter, Murakin and Gilly. Gilly doesn't waste a moment to express her frustration. It hasn't even been that long since you caused chaos in Colin, and now you're already stirring up more problems? Murakin crosses his arms, his expression unreadable but unimpressed. An 8-star mage in a knight? At the same time, what were you thinking? Do you have a death wish? Jean sighs, clearly worn out, and apologizes. I'll be more careful next time. But in the back of his mind, questions linger. Why didn't Prince Leica Delki inform a main house? A sense of relief washes over him, though. It's not just Kashmir Alprian here, but even Miss Quickcandle. At least he's not alone. Just then, Jet enters, his tone serious. Sir, I've returned. Jean turns to him, still feeling the lingering effects of the poison. What happened to you? Jet hesitates for a moment before responding. I tried reporting the situation, but no one believed me. So, I had to beat them up. He gestures toward Murakin, who simply shakes his head, clearly used to Jet's reckless ways. Jean watches them all carefully, the weight of the situation sinking in. His mind races. There's no telling how deep this web of intrigue goes. Before anyone can respond, Kashmir Alprian suddenly pushes Jet aside, rushing toward Jean Runcandle with concern clear in his eyes. Are you all right? He asks, his voice soft but filled with worry. Jean, still recovering from the ordeal, takes a deep breath, the pain still gnawing at his body. Do you know what happened to Dan Marius? He asks, his voice steady despite the exhaustion. Kashmir nods grimly. Despite repeated interrogations, he refused to talk, at least, until you arrived. Jin's expression hardens. I risked my life for Dan and his daughter. I won't waste time with formalities. They make their way to a nearby cafe, where Jean gestures for Dan to speak. His voice is firm. Tell me, who trained all of you? Hugin, Varys, everyone. Dan takes a deep breath before answering, his tone heavier. It was Runcandle's first flag bearer, Luna Runcandle's nanny, Tamia Marius. She's our mother. In a dimly lit chamber, Varys and Hugin kneel before Tamia Marius, who sits with an icy demeanor. Her eyes are cold, her voice laced with frustration. Not only did you fail your mission, she says sharply, but you also let your identities be exposed to a magic swordsman. Her sigh echoes through the room, tinged with disappointment. It seems you two have a death wish. Varys tenses, her voice pleading. Mother, Tamia Marius silences her with a glare, her tone final. Leave my sight. From this moment forward, our relationship is over. Varys's eyes widen in shock. What do you mean? She asks, the reality of the words sinking in. Are you saying you're discarding us? Tamia Marius doesn't hesitate. I made a mistake. Panic sets in as Varys's hands tighten into fists. No, please, she begs, her voice cracking. We won't fail again. Just don't throw us away. But Tamia Marius remains silent, her decision unmoving. With a cold, calculated gesture, Tamia Marius kicks Varys away, making it clear that they should leave and never seek her out again. As Varys calls out to her, a motherly plea in her voice, Tamia Marius walks away without a word. Hugin stays by Varys' side, offering her silent comfort as she breaks down in tears. Kyujin, watching from a distance, quietly wishes her peace and well-being. Tamiya Marius pauses for a moment before leaving the house, her mind deep in thought. She is now certain. The magic swordsman was none other than young Master Jean Runcandle. That dark energy, known as shadow energy, was exactly as she had heard from someone in the past. If Jean Runcandle had already uncovered clues about her, it wouldn't be long before he came looking for her, especially with a young lady by his side. But she wasn't worried. Even if the truth was uncovered, the young lady wouldn't be able to kill her. What truly mattered now was gathering more information about Jean Runcandle. She knew he possessed both shadow energy and magic, something that even that person might not be aware of. The so-called hunting dogs weren't completely useless, after all. Meanwhile, Din turns to Jean with a new question. Had you met Takamarius? Jean confirms, but his tone is flat as he adds, the man you refer to as Spider-Hand is already dead. Killed by me. Din, intrigued, presses further. What happened? Jean explains, Alamarius had been running a mafia syndicate. Before his death, he mentioned that his assassination had been ordered by that person. Din recalls something from 15 years ago. Before Alamarius left Elki, Tamian had made a deal with someone high up in the Runcandle family. If things ever went sideways, the siblings would be in danger, so caution was always advised. Jean asks if Din knows any specifics about the deal, but Din shakes his head, his face clouded with uncertainty. All I know is that it involves someone even higher up in the Runcandle hierarchy than Tamiya Marius. Without hesitation, Jean makes up his mind. I'm leaving. Kashmir Alprian, who had been listening quietly, looks up, confused. Where are you going? Jin's response is calm, but resolute. I want to meet Luna Runcandle myself. Meanwhile, in Luna Runcandle's palace, a woman sits across from Luna, sipping her tea leisurely. The soft clink of her cup echoes in the silence, a stark contrast to the tension in the air. Luna Runcandle looks at her guest with a smile, asking if her stay has been comfortable. The woman across from her responds gratefully, saying that it has been, mentioning that recently, everyone has been able to find jobs, making life much easier. Luna nods thoughtfully. If the youngest hears about this, he'll surely be pleased. Suddenly, Luna's expression shifts as she senses a presence at the gate. Looking up, she sees Jean Runcandle standing outside. With a knowing glance, she murmurs, the youngest. Jean enters, and they share a brief moment of laughter, the warmth in the room palpable. But the moment doesn't last long. Luna's expression hardens, and with a chilling calmness, she asks, why did you raise the orphans as assassins? Jin's gaze sharpens, and he sits down, his posture serious. Luna Runcandle's expression darkens as she recalls a shocking truth. Someone had even placed a curse on the youngest, who was none other than her sister's nanny. The weight of it hangs in the air as she demands answers, insisting that there must be some mistake. But Jean remains firm, convinced that the information he received is accurate. Luna tries to deflect, claiming the nanny is on vacation and asking Jean to come back later. But the moment she finishes speaking, Jin's composed facade cracks. Luna, growing more agitated, slams her fist on the table. There has to be a setup, she declares. Someone is manipulating events behind the scenes. Luna's voice is low and serious as she points out that the survivors Jean questioned must have lied. If the nanny was truly involved, there had to be a deeper reason behind it. She hesitates, clearly troubled by the possibility, but then, after a moment of thought, she agrees. I can't just sit idly by, she says, her decision firm. We need to find out the truth for ourselves. Without wasting another moment, she makes it clear they need to go to the nanny. Meanwhile, Nanny Tamian sits deep in thought, her mind focused. Varys and Kyujin had exposed their identities, but it no longer mattered. That person would deal with them soon enough. After all, they were just hunting dogs, disposable. She could always create more. But what truly unsettled her was how the young master had discovered this information. Had the mage made a mistake? Or was there another explanation? The quiet sound of a knock at the door breaks her from her thoughts. Her expression tightens as she senses who's outside. They've come. As Luna Runcandle and Jean Runcandle step inside, Luna wastes no time. She gets straight to the point, her voice cold and commanding. Did you know Varys Marius and Kyujin Marius? Nanny Tamian nods, confirming her knowledge of them. But before she can elaborate, Luna presses further, her gaze unwavering. Why did you secretly create assassins? And why were they targeting Jean Runcandle? Caught off guard, Nanny Tamian hesitates, then pleads for them to listen. It wasn't my order, she insists, her voice trembling. I acted out of panic when I realized my so-called hunting dogs had come into contact with Jean Runcandle. That's why I've been waiting for Luna. Please, you must understand. I never intended this to happen. But Luna isn't convinced. Her voice rises in anger, sharp and cold. Do you really think flimsy excuses will be enough? She demands. Did you expect to be forgiven for secretly raising assassins under my nose? Overcome with emotion, Nanny Tamian bows her head, her voice breaking. If you don't believe me, then I beg to be submitted to the family trials. There, I'll testify in full. I'll explain everything. Luna glares at her, her eyes burning with frustration. Are you trying to run away from responsibility? She spits, her voice sharp. This isn't the person I once knew. I can't understand why you're speaking in circles. Why can't you just give a straight answer? Nanny Tamyun's head lowers, the weight of her guilt heavy in the air. She admits, with a deep, sorrowful tone, I hid the truth. But there was a reason. She looks up, her eyes filled with regret. The only reason I raised those subordinates was simple. I did it to survive. Luna Runcandle narrows her eyes, her voice steady, but dangerous. What do you mean by that? She demands. Nanny Tamyun lets out a heavy sigh, her voice sharp with concern as she questions Luna's awareness of the dangers that surround her. Do you really not understand how many enemies you have in your own family? She asks, her words carrying a sense of inevitability. Tamyun reveals the painful truth. The constant threat of danger forced her to act in ways Luna might never understand. Luna, still in disbelief, pushes back, demanding to know who would dare harm her people. The nanny gives a knowing look, an expression that speaks volumes. Luna, it seems, is utterly unaware of the peril she's in. Tamyun's tone grows colder as she uncovers the shocking truth. The household staff never last more than a year. Some don't even make a month. Did you never wonder why? She asks, her voice heavy with the weight of the reality Luna has been blind to. Luna falters, caught off guard by the question. She presses for an explanation, but the nanny doesn't hold back. Every single one of them was murdered, Tamyun reveals, her words sharp and chilling. By the very siblings you believe you love. Luna's face hardens, the truth too much to accept. If that were true, she snaps. Why didn't you tell me? Tamyun shakes her head, her voice filled with regret. I knew exactly who you were, she says quietly. I knew you wouldn't have done anything. Would you have been able to kill your own siblings? To punish them as they deserve. The question hangs in the air, piercing through Luna's defenses. Tamyun reminds her of the time she stepped away from the throne's battle, unwilling to fight her own flesh and blood. Luna falls silent, the reality of her nanny's words sinking in. She doesn't want to face the truth, but Tamyun isn't done yet. The war for the Runcandle throne never ended, she presses. The moment you withdrew from that fight, you left your people vulnerable. They became prey. Tamyun's mind drifts back to her own past, to the moment when she first tasted real power. 35 years ago, she had been nothing, a nameless orphan, cast aside as nothing more than a tool for the nobility. But that all changed when she was recognized for her skills and became the nanny to the Runcandle family. For the first time, she had been treated as a person, not just livestock. It had been fate. She had never resented Luna for being born into power. There had been no jealousy. Instead, she had felt gratitude, for it was Luna, that small, warm presence, who had given her a sense of purpose. But as more children were born into the family, the competition grew. And yet, the patriarch declared that Luna alone, had inherited all the true talent. Luna recalls the days when she sparred with every member of the beginner class, and always emerged victorious. Even when Joshua and Runtia teamed up against her, she triumphed. Nanny Tamyun had watched with admiration, praising her talent. But Luna had always shrugged it off indifferent. She didn't care much for fighting. It just came naturally to her. At that moment, Tamyun had begun to worry about Luna's naivety. Yet, as time passed, she began to question if those concerns were even necessary. Perhaps Luna was already beyond her worries. The silence breaks when Luna's voice turns cold. I won't even show my face in front of Joshua again, she declares, her tone as hard as steel. Next time, I'll kill him without hesitation. With a brutal, unforgiving glare, she orders him to leave, his very presence ruining her appetite. Without a second thought, she throws him to the floor. But Luna's wrath doesn't stop there. Her eyes narrow at her sister, and in a flash, she hurls food at her head, calling her trash. Lick the floor for the rest of your lives, she spits. That's all you're worth. As the scene unfolds, Nanny Tamyun watches from the sidelines, her heart heavy. The child she had once cared for, innocent, pure, was gone. In her place stood a young woman, all authority and power, her innocence stripped away. At just 13, Luna had become something else entirely. Something dangerous. Years passed, and the weight of it all became too much for Luna. Exhaustion marked her every step. Tired of her mother's endless expectations, her father's cold indifference, and the constant tension with her siblings, she found herself wanting to break free. The family, the entire Runcandle legacy, had become a cage. She didn't want to be the next head of it all if it meant becoming just like them. She wanted an end, a release from it all. But Nanny Tamyun was quick to shut down any thoughts of escape. No, Luna, she said firmly. You don't have a choice. Luna's eyes narrowed. She refused to accept that. You expect me to kill my own family to preserve this cursed legacy, she shot back, disbelief lacing her voice. But she wasn't going to become another tool of destruction. Instead, she vowed to forge something new. She would become a sword. Not one that destroyed, but one that protected the family. One that would break the cycle of bloodshed. By the time Luna turned 19, Her turbulent adolescence had finally come to an end. The thirst for revenge that had once consumed her was gone, buried beneath a growing sense of resolve. But Nanny Tamian had never let go of her own thirst for vengeance. For 20 long years, she had endured endless pain, abuse, and sacrifice, all for one purpose: to see Luna rise as the matriarch and, through her, exact the revenge she so desperately craved. Yet, despite everything, Luna had become something else entirely, an untouchable force, a white whale gliding above the chaos. And Tamian, she was just a starving predator, circling below, desperate to follow her. But it didn't matter. Tamian would follow Luna to the ends of the earth, and when the time came, she would find a new dream to chase. Luna, oblivious to the complexity of her nanny's feelings, simply offered her gratitude. "Thank you for always being there," she said softly. But dreams, no matter how strong, don't last forever. Soon enough, Luna's siblings began to notice the change in her. And the moment they did, the hunt began. What Luna's siblings unleashed in their madness and obsession was beyond anything Nanny Tamian had ever faced, even after a lifetime of assassination missions. But Luna could never know. If she did, she would blame herself. And that was something Tamian could never allow. How could she protect Luna now? How could she fight back against the tide that threatened to drown her? Then it came to her bloodhounds. Just like she had once been trained to kill, she would raise her own deadly forces. She would find orphans, the ones no one cared about, and mold them into weapons. Her own personal army. That was the only way. But in the end, it wasn't enough. They captured her. Now, standing before her was Tamian Marius, the infamous instructor and one of the deadliest assassins from Moon Sacrifice. Without wasting a moment, he made his intentions clear. He wanted her skill. He wanted her loyalty. And in exchange, he would give her exactly what she desired. But Nanny Tamian didn't flinch. Without hesitation, she told him to just kill her. Tamian Marius, however, only smiled. "Listen to the end," he urged. He had seen that same smile on her face before, the one she wore to hide everything beneath. But he knew the truth lurking behind it. "Do you really want to live like this?" he asked. "Do you really not resent the princess, who's oblivious to everything happening behind the scenes?" And then, he made his final offer. "If you come with me," he said, "I can give you true freedom." That day, the starving anglerfish, forever circling the aloof white whale, finally heard the voice of its savior. Back in the present, Nanny Tamian couldn't help but wonder, had Luna figured it all out? As Jean Runcandle and Luna Runcandle stepped outside, Jin's gaze flicked back at her, curious. What kind of expression did she have right now? Meanwhile, Nanny Tamian, lost in her thoughts, whispered an apology to herself. Even if her life ended here, she prayed that Luna would never know the full truth. But that wouldn't change anything. No matter the reason, the fact remained. She had secretly trained assassins and pointed them at young Master Jean Runcandle. And that, she knew, was an unforgivable crime. She had already confessed her sins to the main house. Just as the tension in the air grows thicker, guards suddenly appear. Jin's sharp eyes scan them, his thoughts racing. Execution nights, he deduces. It seems Tamian Marius has already made her move. With a cold, calculating smile, he leans in, his words deliberate. "We'll meet again at the trial," he says, clearly aware that someone is backing her. But who could it be? Not many people have the power to protect someone from a trial like this. Tamian Marius meets his gaze with unwavering confidence. "You're speaking nonsense," she responds coolly. "I have no one but Miss Luna Runcandle, and if it is my fate to be executed, then I will face it with dignity." Jean scoffs, unimpressed. "For someone so ready to die, you sure have a lot to say." He narrows his eyes, considering her past. "And considering you were once part of that person's circle, is there really anyone left who would risk everything to save you?" Nanny Tamian doesn't offer a reply. Instead, she turns to leave, her voice steady. "If you have nothing more to say, I'll be on my way." As the guards begin to move her, a thought crosses her mind. As expected, he didn't get this far on luck alone. That's right. Whoever that person was, they may have abandoned her. But the secrets she holds about Jean Runcandle, those could be her salvation. If she plays her cards right, if she makes the right deal. Just then, a guard steps forward, delivering a chilling message. "That person has sent their regards. Good job." Before Tamian can even process the words, another guard moves in, faster than she can react. A blade flashes toward her, ready to strike. Tamian whips around, just as the sword descends, but it never reaches her. With the speed and precision of a lightning strike, Luna Runcandle steps in, blocking the attack with ease. Her eyes blaze with fury. How dare this mere execution knight, who should only be escorting her nanny, attempt to kill her? Her voice cuts through the chaos like ice. "Has he forgotten who I am?" Jean watches the scene unfold, his suspicions confirmed. So is Tamian Marius. He can see the battle ahead. The execution knights are fierce, yes, but they're no match for Luna Runcandle. No matter how many there are, They won't stand against her. Without hesitation, Jean makes a break for it. But the execution knights? They're relentless, like bloodhounds. Even if it costs them their lives, they will hunt him down. Jean moves in an instant, his sword flashing with deadly precision. He cuts through one knight effortlessly, his blade finding its mark. The second knight attempts to flee, but Jean is already on him. Meanwhile, Luna charges forward, cutting down enemies with calculated grace. One knight dares to strike at her. In an instant, she snaps his dagger in half, grabs his arm, and slams his face into the ground. Without pausing, she grabs another knight by the neck, lifting him off the ground as though he weighed nothing. Jean Runcandle's attention shifts to Tamiya Marius, confirming his worst fear. She was right all along. The young master had never intended to save her. Luna Runcandle turns to the remaining knight, her tone icy. If you want a painless death, you'll answer my questions properly. Without a word, she rips the mask off one of the knights. The knight's face contorts in agony as blood pours from every orifice, his eyes bulging grotesquely. Before she can get any answers, he collapses, dead. Poison, Jean mutters, the realization striking him like a thunderbolt. The knight had chosen death rather than face interrogation. Luna, furious at the wasted death, flings the lifeless body aside with disdain. Jean steps forward, his voice firm and commanding. Enough. Since we've come this far, Tamiyan, tell them everything. Luna's gaze hardens, her voice laced with betrayal. You were supposed to investigate which of my siblings were targeting Jean Runcandle. Instead, you deceived me. Her voice wavers slightly, though her anger still burns hot. How could you betray me like this? Tamiya Marius chuckles bitterly, accepting her fate with a resigned calmness. She had seen this coming, but age had made her foolish enough to fall into such an obvious trap. Her laughter turns into a cough, and blood dribbles from her lips. Luna Runcandle rushes to her side, catching her before she collapses completely. Tamiyan weakly tries to speak, but Luna hushes her, a sense of panic creeping in her voice. No, don't, she urges. The poison will spread faster. But Tamiyan, despite the pain, laughs softly, her voice strained. This poison, it's the same one Kyujin gave me. How ironic. Her body trembles, the poison working its way through her veins. It's too late, she admits, a deep sense of regret settling in. She doesn't want to die. She longs for forgiveness, not vengeance. If only she could turn back time and stay by Luna's side. In her final moments, she wonders, where did it all go wrong? And then, with a sharp clarity, it hits her. The moment she chose vengeance over the young miss. That, she realizes, was her fatal mistake. With the last of her strength, she whispers, young miss, young master, listen carefully. Luna's panic escalates, urging her to stop speaking. More blood will come out, she exclaims, trying to hold her together. Tamiyan's voice is weak, but she continues with unwavering determination. Even if I confess now, my sins won't be erased, but you both need to hear this. She struggles to breathe, the weight of her words pressing down on her. 15 years ago, the mage who placed the curse on me was Kedar Hall. Jean Runcandle's eyes widen, the revelation shocking him to his core. Tamiyan pushes on, her breathing ragged. He's well known. You'll find him easily. And the one who made the deal, the one who ordered harm against the young master. Luna interrupts, her voice sharp with urgency. Enough. I understand. Stop talking. But Tamiyan, in her final moments, forces out the most damning truth. It was Joshua Runcandle, Runcandle's second flag bearer. He knew of the youngest master's power and the contract. Her voice falters, and then, just as darkness begins to claim her, she falls silent. Blood spills from Tamiya Marius's lips, her life slipping away. Luna clings to her, grief overwhelming her as she cries out, Nanny. Her voice cracks with pain. Tamiyan's eyes soften at the sound of Luna's voice. With the last of her strength, she whispers, I'm sorry, young miss, for hurting you. Her voice falters as she admits, I should have told you sooner. Her breath shudders, and she adds, claiming everything I did was for you. That would be an excuse. But in this moment, I finally understand. With her final breath, Tamiyan reaches up, placing a frail hand against Luna's face. Memories of their time together flood her mind. Laughter, warmth, the bond they once shared. A bittersweet smile forms on her lips as she pleads, so please don't remember this lowly person for too long. And with that, her body goes limp in Luna's arms. Luna's grip tightens as the full weight of loss crashes down on her. Mom, she sobs, her cries echoing into the night, the sound of her heartbreak reverberating through the stillness. Elsewhere, in a darkened room, a lone guard approaches Joshua Runcandle. Without looking up, he crushes his cigarette beneath his boot and asks, his voice cold, did Tamiya Marius get the death she deserved? The guard nods silently, but Joshua exhales slowly, his expression unreadable. I only wanted her to die in peace, he mutters, disappointment in his voice, as though the execution had failed to meet his expectations. Before the conversation can continue, the guard speaks again. Tammy Marius's hunting dogs have arrived. Joshua glances briefly at the door before giving a casual wave. Let them in. The doors open, and Kyujin and Varys step inside, immediately kneeling before him. Joshua surveys them with an amused look, his voice casual yet piercing. So, Tammy Marius excommunicated you? Varys nods, her eyes full of desperation. Yes, but please, we'll do anything to change her mind. Without her, we are nothing. Hugin, standing beside her, clenches his jaw in frustration, but Varys ignores him, continuing to plead. We'll accomplish anything you ask. Please, just help us. Joshua leans forward, his elbow resting on his knee as he taps Varys' head lightly. Unfortunate, he sighs, his tone laced with mock sympathy. But I can't grant your request. Confusion flickers across their faces, the desperate pair left struggling to comprehend the young master's words. Joshua leans back in his chair, his expression darkening as he watches them carefully. It seems you haven't heard the news yet, he says, his voice calm, yet heavy with the weight of the revelation. Tammy Marius didn't excommunicate you out of hate. He pauses, watching their confused expressions. She did it to save you. The room falls silent, the air thick with tension. Joshua continues, his tone casual, but the words hit hard. She's dead, he says matter-of-factly, killed by an unidentified swordsman. Varys' hands tremble, a look of disbelief crossing her face. No, she whispers, barely able to process the words. Joshua explains with a chilling detachment that Tammy Marius had claimed she was under threat and had asked for his help. In response, he had sent 5 of his top officers to assist her. Yet, in the end, Tammy Marius had perished, and the knight guarding her had lost their life as well. Kyujin's fists clench, his anger boiling over. Who was the swordsman? He demands, his voice low and dangerous. Varys, fury burning in her eyes, vows with venom in her voice. I'll kill them. I'll kill them 100 times over. Joshua sighs, shaking his head. Whoever they were, they struck a deal with the soldier. Beyond that, we have no information. Kyujin slams his fist into the floor, the sound echoing through the room. I'll find her myself, he growls. I'll avenge her with my own hands. Joshua observes their anger with mild amusement, the corner of his mouth twitching as he stands up. I understand your feelings, he says, his voice calm but firm. But now isn't the time. He walks past them, his stride purposeful. Eventually, the swordsman will come for me too. When that time comes, we must be ready. He turns back to them, his eyes steady. Can I trust you to wait? Varys and Kyujin exchange a brief glance before nodding. We'll handle it, they promise, their voices unwavering. As they bow their heads in gratitude, Joshua smirks, clearly amused by their loyalty. Despite their lack of blood ties, they would go to war for Tammy Marius. She raised her hunting dogs well, he muses aloud. His expression shifts, the smirk deepening. And I should also thank the youngest sibling, he thinks to himself, for dealing with Tammy Marius ahead of schedule, and for the gift I received as a result. At that moment, a knight rushes into the room, stopping before Joshua Runcandle. A moment, please, he says urgently. Joshua raises an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. You're already in the room, he points out dryly. Why ask for permission now? The knight ignores the remark, leaning in to whisper something into Joshua's ear. Joshua's face remains impassive, but Kyujin notices the shift in his demeanor. Is something wrong? He asks, his tone sharp with concern. Joshua straightens up, offering a reassuring smile. Nothing to worry about, he replies smoothly. Just a family matter. He turns back to them. You should return for now. I'll arrange a place for you to stay until I call for you. Kyujin steps forward, his tone urgent. If there's anything we can do. Joshua waves him off dismissively. That won't be necessary, he replies, his voice firm. Meanwhile, at the palace, Luna Runcandle storms through the halls, her presence a force of nature. She cuts through the knights, blocking her path with effortless precision. One of them stumbles back, barely managing to parry her strike. What are you doing? He demands, his voice panicked. Even as the first flag bearer, this is against household law. Luna doesn't hesitate. Shut up, she snaps, her tone icy. Where is Joshua? The knight grits his teeth, trying to hold his ground. You need to leave. This goes against... Which law? Luna interrupts, her voice cold and commanding. His expression hardens, his resolve faltering. You should never utter that word before him. Luna's eyes narrow dangerously. I'm the first flag bearer, she reminds them, her voice leaving no room for argument. Do your jobs. Without another word, she surges forward, cutting through their defenses like a blade through silk. In moments, the knights lie unconscious at her feet. Just then, Joshua Runcandle steps into view, his eyes scanning the fallen knights before settling on her. Are we finished here? He asks, his voice calm and unbothered. Luna doesn't lower her blade. Move aside, she warns, her patience running thin. She points her sword at him, eyes sharp with intent. So, you're here, brother. Joshua folds his arms, his gaze amused. You show up unannounced, looking like death itself, he remarks, his tone light, almost mocking. What is it this time? Luna Runcandle studies Joshua carefully, her eyes narrowing with cold precision. You look scared, she observes, her voice laced with a sharp edge, hiding behind your knights, as if I came here to kill you. She tilts her head slightly, the words hanging in the air. Is that what you're afraid of? Joshua chuckles lightly, trying to mask the unease creeping into his veins. Do you have to speak in such a menacing tone? Luna doesn't respond to his attempt at levity. Something tragic must have happened to you, she muses, her voice almost thoughtful. Are you willing to share? Joshua sighs dramatically, but there's a hint of sarcasm in his voice. As family, I'll always listen. His thoughts, however, betray him. That's it. The younger brother she wants dead is standing right in front of her. His fingers twitch, weighing his next move. If she attacks, he won't hesitate. His household will support him. But Luna Runcandle doesn't strike. Instead, she steps closer, her eyes locking onto his, and calls him by a title he hasn't heard in years. Little brother. Joshua's body stiffens at the words, his mask cracking for just a moment. I didn't come here to kill you today, Luna continues, her voice cool and devoid of emotion. I came to give you a final warning. With a swift motion, she sheathes her sword, but her presence remains as imposing as ever. When that child returns, you won't be able to handle it, she says, her voice steady and sure. Even if you hide like you are today, it won't be enough. She pauses, her gaze turning colder. If you were smart, you'd run. Joshua says nothing, the silence between them hanging like a taut wire. Luna takes a step back, her expression hardening. But if you refuse, her gaze cuts through him like a blade. You'll regret not dying today. With that, she turns and walks away, leaving him standing alone amidst the wreckage of the hall. Joshua exhales slowly, a smirk tugging at his lips as he watches her retreat. How unfortunate, he murmurs to himself, his voice dripping with disdain. The mighty Luna Runcandle, reduced to spouting nonsense. Luna Runcandle lets out a small, bitter laugh as she walks away, her words a final sting. What a pity, she remarks without turning back. You haven't changed since we were kids. Joshua doesn't respond, his mind turning inward as he watches her go. It's best to stay silent for now. He knows that Luna is playing her own game, but so is he. For now, I'll let her walk away because of the Zipple, he thinks. But once everything is settled and the Runcandle household is secure, she will be the first one I eliminate. Nearby, Jean Runcandle watches the tension between Luna and Joshua unfold, his eyes lingering on Luna as she approaches him. Are you hurt? He asks, his voice soft with concern. Luna shakes her head, brushing off his concern. I'm fine, she replies flatly, though there's a moment of hesitation before she adds, thanks for the advice. Her voice softens slightly, the tension in her shoulders easing. It helped me get my emotions in order. Jean Runcandle sighs, his expression darkening. That's only because Joshua was looking for a way to manipulate you. Luna nods in agreement. Of course. He kept provoking me while hiding behind the Black Knights. Jin's frown deepens at the mention of the Black Knights. Among the many warriors of the family, these 10 were the elite, the strongest, most loyal soldiers. They answered only to the patriarch and his wife. And yet, they were standing behind Joshua. How did he convince our father to side with him? Jean wonders, suspicion brewing in his mind. The two stand in silence, the weight of the conversation heavy between them. Their gaze falls upon the grave of Tamian Marius, the silence stretching on. Jean breaks the quiet first, his voice low. The poison was horrific, he murmurs. It dissolves corpses completely. Luna clenches her fists, her jaw tightening as she speaks through gritted teeth. I couldn't even give Nanny Tamian a proper burial. Her voice wavers, but she quickly steadies herself, the anger still simmering beneath her calm exterior. This poison was used on my people on my side. Jean Runcandle shakes his head, his eyes dark with disgust. That's not right. Luna exhales deeply, her expression darkening with a mix of regret and frustration. If only I had known how to comfort Nanny, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Her voice grows quieter, the weight of the loss settling on her shoulders. Jean watches her closely, his gaze softening with understanding. Despite the betrayal, Tamian Marius had been the closest thing Luna had to a real family. Now, with her gone, Luna's own sibling, Joshua, had become her sworn enemy. Who can possibly ease her pain now? Luna's mind drifts back to her childhood, and she mutters softly, almost to herself, I always hated fighting with my siblings. Jin's voice cuts through her thoughts, sharp and unrelenting. No, you weren't just unwilling to fight. You were scared. He pauses, letting the words sink in. The animosity between purebloods runs deep. It always has. Luna nods slowly, the weight of his words settling on her. I was afraid we would repeat the past. The silence between them deepens, the shared understanding hanging heavily in the air as they both stand before the grave of the woman who had once been their protector. Luna Runcandle's gaze hardens as she reflects on the path she's walked. And that's why you chose to become the family's sword, Jean Runcandle observes. So none of us would die. Luna lets out a bitter laugh, her voice heavy with regret. I succeeded in that, but I was a fool. I ran away when I should have faced things head on. And now, Jean Runcandle is paying the price for my cowardice. A new resolve sparks in her eyes, her grip tightening on the hilt of her sword. There will be no more sword protecting the family, she declares firmly, her voice unshakable. Jean Runcandle looks at her in surprise. Elder sister, Luna plants her sword deeply into the ground with conviction. Her voice is unwavering as she speaks. If anyone goes after Jean Runcandle, I will deal with them myself. She tightens her grip on the hilt, even if it means eliminating every single threat. From this moment on, my sword belongs to him. A deep breath fills her lungs, but the weight of regret clouds her thoughts. This is all my fault, she thinks. Tamian Marius, Joshua Runcandle. If I had acted differently, none of this would have happened. But there is no turning back now. Luna steels herself, the decision finally clear in her mind. Helping Jean Runcandle is the right path, even if it means turning her back on all her other siblings. Her past cowardice has cost too much already. Jean Runcandle, his resolve just as strong, looks at her with unwavering determination. No matter what happens, I'll stand by your side, he assures her. Whoever threatens you, I'll eliminate them, even if they're our own blood. His words strike deep, cutting through her lingering doubts. He asks if she remembers their bond, reminding her that no matter what she becomes or where her path leads, he will always stand by her. Luna looks at her youngest brother, the one she once tried to protect from the shadows. Now, no matter what path he takes, she will stand by him. Jean steps forward and embraces her, his voice firm. When you return as a flag bearer, I'll protect you. Luna closes her eyes, finally acknowledging the truth. Her sometimes arrogant, but fiercely loyal youngest brother is her family. And for that family, she is ready to give everything. She will help him rise. She will help him become the next patriarch. Meanwhile, Murakin, ever the observer, frowns, his curiosity piqued. A mage was involved. A curse was cast. That wouldn't have happened in Timar's time. Gilly, still visibly shaken, exhales sharply, struggling to process the news. I can't believe it. I shouldn't speak ill of Joshua Runcandle, but Murakin interrupts gently, his voice calm, but encouraging. There's no need to hold back. Keeping it will only make things worse. Go on, say it. Gilly takes a deep breath, finally releasing her frustration, openly criticizing Joshua Runcandle. The words flow freely now, her anger and confusion spilling out. Just then, Jean Runcandle steps into the room with a playful grin, his usual carefree demeanor on full display. Strawberry pie, he teases, addressing Gilly with his typical mischievous tone. She huffs, but quickly softens at the unexpected lightness of his greeting. That was oddly refreshing, she admits, her mood shifting. But she refocuses, turning serious once more. But more importantly, why would Joshua Runcandle want to harm you? Jean shrugs nonchalantly. There are plenty of reasons, he says, his tone casual, though a hint of something darker lingers beneath. But what matters now is that I take no action, despite knowing about the contract with Soderette. Gilly nods, recalling Joshua's past actions. His past breach of taboo at Storm Castle, that failed attempt to harm you. Yet, at the main estate, he did nothing. The contrast is glaring. Murakin narrows his eyes thoughtfully. We need to figure out why, he suggests, his voice low and measured. If our theory is right. Jean Runcandle leans back, his mind worrying as he contemplates the puzzle before him. Joshua might be after my contract, he muses aloud. He recalls his past encounters with Enya and the Zippel family, the only ones known to have the ability to steal contracts. But even as the thought crosses his mind, something doesn't add up. Even if Joshua Runcandle is involved, Jean continues, he shouldn't have ties to the Zippel family. His brow furrows as he runs through the possibilities. But if not through them, then how? Before he can dive deeper into his thoughts, the door opens, and Kashmir Alprian steps in, holding a sheet of paper. I've found the place you were looking for, Kashmir Alprian announces as he hands Jean Runcandle the sheet of paper. Jean takes it without a word, scanning the information quickly. So it's confirmed. Kashmir nods. He's a renowned mage, retired to Meltador State on the eastern continent. He's been operating under the alias Amal ever since he helped establish the high-ranking magic academy in Zippel. Right now, he's engaged in a specific magical research project there. Jean takes a moment to process the new information before turning to Gilly, Murakin, and Kashmir. His voice firm, he gives his orders. I need all of you on this, he commands. For the next 3 months, find them all. Meanwhile, Huel arrives at a quiet cafe, where a man named Amal sits, seemingly lost in thought. Approaching cautiously, Huel politely asks if the man before him is Sir Amal. Amal looks up, intrigued by the stranger's question. And who are you? He asks, his voice measured. I'm Huel Hister, an aspiring mage. Huel replies smoothly. I'm currently en route to the esteemed Meltador Magic Academy, but upon hearing about the presence of a noble sage in the area, I couldn't resist the chance to meet you. The mention of aspiring mage piques Amal's curiosity. The term draws some puzzled glances from nearby patrons, but before any tension can rise, Amal waves his hand and commands everyone to leave. The air crackles with magic as he incapacitates the patrons with a swift, practiced spell, his gaze fixed intently on Huel. Who are you really? Amal demands, his voice now laced with suspicion. Huel, unfazed, repeats his claim. I am an aspiring mage, he says calmly. Amal scoffs, studying him closely. Aspiring mage? He sneers. Your physique clearly belongs to a seasoned warrior, not a scholar of magic. His eyes narrow in confusion. What are you really? Tell me. Huel stands his ground, his voice unwavering. My body carries the power of 7-star magic. Amal's confusion deepens, his suspicion growing. 7-star magic. He repeats, his voice tinged with disbelief. Explain yourself. Feeling the weight of the mage's suspicion, Huel doesn't hesitate. If you must know, I am the last surviving member of the Hister family. The mention of the Hister name sends a shockwave through Amal, who now looks at Huel with barely concealed anger. The Hister family? Amal presses, his tone dangerous. Clarify yourself. Hugwell's expression remains calm, his voice unwavering. I belong to the only household that was ever capable of standing against the Zippel and magic. Amal laughs, though the sound is cold and mocking. That's a lie. The Hister family was wiped out, completely annihilated by the Zippel. His gaze is hard, skeptical, and dismissive. But Huel stays calm, unaffected by Amal's words. Instead, he reaches into his bag and produces a book. Take a look, Huel says, holding it out. This book was given to me by the mercenary leader who raised me. Just before his death, he revealed my true lineage and entrusted this book to me. The author is none other than Susie L. Hister. Intrigued but still skeptical, Amal raises an eyebrow. Let me see it, he says, his curiosity piqued. Huel, however, refuses. No one touches this book without my permission, he says firmly. If you want to, you'll have to kill me first. Amal leans in, sensing the determination in Hugwell's voice. He studies the book carefully. His eyes widen as he begins to recognize the cipher and the magic contained within the pages. It's unmistakable. The writing belongs to the legendary Hister family. He spent his entire life searching for traces of them, and now, in his hands, is an authentic Hister magic book. Amal pulls back, his expression unreadable for a moment. Then, with a deep breath, he shifts the conversation. Where are you staying tonight? He asks, his tone now warmer, more inviting. This place is dedicated to my research, and it's one of the most secure spots imaginable. You can stay with me if you wish. He pauses before asking the burning question. How has a member of the long-lost Hister family survived all this time? Huel meets Amal's gaze, his expression resolute, as the next chapter of his journey begins to unfold. Huel Hister begins by sharing his past. Raised as an orphan under the care of a minor mercenary, the Grey Owl. Though he'd been wielding a sword since childhood, he never showed any real talent for it. But when it came to magic, everything changed. The moment he touched it, magic felt natural to him, as if it had always been a part of him. This realization only grew clearer when he uncovered his family's history, hidden within the patriarch's final will. Huel reflects on the immense power his family once held. The Hister bloodline was one of the few forces capable of challenging the Zippel, the infamous masters of rewriting history. It dawns on him that his sudden connection to magic may not be a coincidence, but something deeper. Before he can think on it any longer, Amal interrupts, reminding him that the Zippel had been hunting him ever since. To avoid their notice, Huel had planned to enroll in a magic academy, using it as a disguise to keep his identity hidden. But Amal has more to say. He reveals a chilling truth. 3 centuries ago, the Zippel eradicated anything that could threaten their supremacy, especially anyone linked to the Hister family. And when they couldn't destroy something directly, they would place enormous bounties on it. Even today, anything remotely tied to the Histers could fetch a staggering 10 million gold. The number hits Huel hard. His eyes widen. He challenges Amal, asking if he plans to live a life on the run, hunted by the Zippel, or if he'd prefer to leave behind a legacy that would be remembered throughout history. Then, Amal drops a bombshell, his true name. Kedard Hall. Kedard Hall of Reflux. Hugwell's mind races. That name, Kedard Hall of Reflux? The very same Kedard Hall who was a legend long before Huel even thought of magic? It couldn't be. He presses Amal for confirmation, recalling the tale of how Kedard Hall had risen to 9-star status without ever bowing to the Zippel, even going so far as to secretly train their students. Amal doesn't need to say more. He knows Huel understands. He offers him a rare opportunity. If Huel agrees to become his disciple, He'll inherit the legendary reflex magic and ensure its name is carried on for generations. This isn't a decision to be made lightly, especially when the hist of magic lineage is so rare. Amal opens up about his past, a time when he first uncovered traces of the hista bloodline and became fascinated by it. He spent years following the trail, only for it to grow cold. Just when he was about to give up, Huel Hister appeared before him, holding a book of magic that could change everything. If Amal can refine the reflex magic using that book's knowledge and pass it on to Huel, his legacy would be guaranteed. Determined, Huel conjures a glowing orb of magic, showing Amal just how far he's come. The veteran mage nods in approval, signaling that they are now ready to unlock the full potential of the reflex system. Huel, acknowledging Amal's guidance, credits his master for helping him reach this point. Both of them, master and disciple, are bound by fate, ready to carve their names into history. Then, Amal turns his attention to the magic book in Huel's hands. "May I take a look at it?" he asks. But Huel refuses, without hesitation. Curious, Amal asks why, but Huel's response is simple. It's his personal belief. Amal sighs. He makes it clear that if he truly wanted to, taking the book by force would be effortless. But out of respect for Huel's convictions, he won't break that trust. Still, he demands the book be handed over now. Realizing he may have spoken too hastily, Huel pauses, his earlier words feeling too blunt. Instead of flat-out refusing, he proposes a compromise, an opportunity for mutual understanding. They should share their beliefs, hear each other out, and see where that leads. Intrigued, Amal asks what Huel means by belief and why it carries such weight. Huel responds with clarity, explaining that if he is to entrust something as precious as his life's treasure, then Amal should be willing to do the same. In that spirit, he requests access to the legendary book of reflux in exchange for his own magic book. After a brief moment of thought, Amal agrees, but with one caveat. The book of reflux is not currently in his possession. It is safely stored in the eternal warehouse of Vankila Castle. He will retrieve it personally. He asks if Huel understands this arrangement. Huel agrees, his resolve firm. Amal then suggests that Huel continue to focus on mastering the deeper aspects of the reflux system while he retrieves the book. As he reflects on the importance of the book of reflux, Amal realizes something. He had always intended to pass it down only after his death. Now, with Huel's magic, he wonders if this young man might be the key to surpassing the Zippel once and for all. Shaking off these thoughts, Amal gives Huel a final instruction. Wait here while he steps into another room. Alone, Huel contemplates the legacy he is about to create, the history he will leave behind. After some time, the door creaks open. Amal calls out to him, and Huel is instantly on his feet, ready for whatever comes next. Amal, with a piercing look, asks if Huel has mastered the deep reflux system. Without a moment's hesitation, Huel confidently replies that he has. It's strange, but it feels as if this power has always been inside him, lying dormant, waiting for the right moment to awaken. Amal is momentarily stunned, taken aback by Huel's natural aptitude. This boy, he's a prodigy. Impressed, Amal congratulates him and hands over the requested item. Huel accepts the magic book, promising to return quickly. Amal, understanding the weight of what Huel holds, reassures him that it will take time to fully decipher the book of reflux. He's free to study it at his own pace. Huel, humbled by the trust placed in him, admits he's not yet on a level to fully understand all of its complexities, but is honored to even be given the chance to learn. Satisfied, Amal suggests that the Real training begins now. Since Huel has grasped the deep reflux system, it's time for practical, hands-on experience. His suggestion is simple but effective, fighting against summoned magical creatures. With a smirk, he asks, "Are you up for the challenge?" Huel, always curious, raises a question. Can reflux magic work against non-human opponents like bugs? Amal chuckles, clarifying that he's not talking about actual insects, but rather the bugs of the town, humanoid creatures. Though they lack magical abilities, they still resemble humans physically, making them perfect for training. In his younger years, Amal often used these creatures as practice dummies because of their similar build. Before the training begins, Huel makes a bold request. He asks Amal to use reflex magic on him directly. He believes experiencing its effects firsthand would be more beneficial than simply reading about it. Amused by his disciple's eagerness, Amal laughs. He's proud of Huel's confidence, but he also warns that they must be careful. Reckless use of magic could attract unwanted attention from the knights of the capital. With a smile, Amal activates the core ability of reflux magic, absorbing an opponent's magic and redirecting it with amplified force. He conjures a magic sphere, preparing to drain Huel's energy. But when the sphere comes into contact with Huel, something unexpected happens. Nothing. Reflex magic has no effect on Huel. Confusion clouds Amal's mind as he tries again, attempting to drain Huel's magic with reflux. But the result is the same. Nothing happens. That's when it hits him. Huel has already surpassed the 7-star rank. This isn't the power of a rising magician. It's something far beyond that. Overcome with shock, Amal staggers, his knees buckling as he collapses to the ground. How could this be happening? In that moment, Huel steps forward, holding up an artifact known as the mirror. He reveals its power, an endless source of magic energy. This, he explains, is why reflux has no effect on him. If this artifact had fallen into the hands of the Zippel, they would have used its power to bring misery to the world. But for Huel, it has been both a gift and a curse, a burden that has condemned him to a lifetime of torment. Then, in a move that shocks Amal to his core, Huel pours a potion over his head, triggering a transformation. His appearance begins to shift, and with a calm precision, he removes his glasses and lenses, revealing his true identity. He speaks with an air of finality, declaring that he has returned from the depths of hell for one purpose: to kill Sir Amal. Amal is frozen, disbelief flooding his senses. That name shouldn't exist. It couldn't be real. He had personally confirmed the truth with the mercenaries. How is this possible? Huel, or rather Jean, calmly confirms it. His story is the tale of the last surviving member of the Hister family, spanning 44 years since Kedard Hall's time. Without a moment's hesitation, Jean kicks Amal to the ground, pressing his foot against him. He recounts the years of scorn, humiliation, and the countless battles that should have claimed his life. Yet, against all odds, he has made it to this moment. Looking down at Amal, Jean assures him there will be no regrets. He intends to fully harness the power of the Book of Reflux, the very magic that Amal has devoted his life to. Then, with a knowing smirk, he delivers the final, crushing truth. The reflux magic Amal had wielded for so long, it was never truly his. It belonged to the Hister family all along. Amal demands to know how Jean Runcandle is so certain of Reflux's true origins. With a sly smile, Jean simply responds, "Soon, the whole world will know the truth. And when that happens, everything you've built, all your legacy, will crumble to dust." Amal, however, refuses to accept it. With defiance burning in his eyes, he insists that his name will be remembered, that his legacy will live on forever. Unfazed, Jean recalls the curse that had set him on this path, the request that had driven him to this moment. He gives Amal one final piece of advice, that he should be grateful for the role he played in this grand scheme. Then, with an almost indifferent gesture, he releases his hold on Amal. But Amal isn't finished. With one last surge of defiance, he uses his own blood to scrawl a message on the wall, his words of final declaration: "I will not die peacefully." Jean, unimpressed, dismisses Amal's defiance. He doubts that Amal will survive for much longer. As his thoughts shift, Jin's mind drifts to Joshua Runcandle, and he realizes that this is just the beginning of what's to come. In a peaceful village, Gilly stands outside, hanging clothes to dry. As she works, a cat curls up beside her, and she sighs, thinking about the young master. It's been 3 months since he set out in search of Kedard, and the time has passed more quickly than she expected. Murakin, lounging nearby, observes the passing time with a wry grin. He comments that the boy's a handful, always so reckless. The moment he becomes an apprentice, Murakin knows he'll be itching for any excuse to take him down. Sometimes he swears Jin's stomach must be full of a swarm of bees, constantly buzzing with energy. But Gilly isn't laughing. Her voice heavy with concern, she admits that every day, her heart tightens with worry. Scooping the cat into her arms, she mutters about how Jean Runcandle's impulsiveness always leaves her on edge. Turning to Murakin, she asks if the young master even has any idea just how much he stresses her out. Murakin chuckles and waves off her concern, reassuring her that she shouldn't fret. He leans in, lowering his voice as he shares some gossip. Apparently, the 7-colored peacocks have been spying on them and noticed something strange. Kedard's eyes would practically melt with affection whenever he looked at Jean. Murakin shrugs it off, telling her there's no reason to worry. After all, Jean Runcandle seems to have Kedard wrapped around his finger. Just as he finishes, Jin's voice cuts through the air. "You're making it sound like I'm trying to seduce him," he snaps, clearly overhearing their conversation. Jean Runcandle steps into view, arriving unnoticed, but catching the tail end of their exchange. At the sight of him, Gilly immediately springs into action, throwing Murakin aside and rushing to her master with a mix of relief and concern. She's just happy he's back, safe and sound. Jean offers a brief, weary nod in acknowledgement. "I'm back," he says simply. Without missing a beat, he turns to Murakin and reveals the real reason for his return: the magic book he'd gotten from that scoundrel. Holding it out, he hands it over before collapsing onto the grass, drained from the journey. With a groan, he mutters, "I'll leave it to you to transcribe it." The scene shifts to the Garden of Swords, where Joshua Runcandle sits in his room, having lunch in silence. But his mind is far from the meal in front of him. He's preoccupied with one burning question: Jean Runcandle's involvement in the murder of Kedard Hall. He can't help but wonder what Jin's true motives might be, and whether he really could have killed someone as powerful as Kedard. But if he did, Why had he stayed hidden for so long? The rumors swirling around suggest that the key to understanding extreme overload magic is locked away in the eternal storage of the Holy Kingdom of Vankela, making any investigation nearly impossible. Meanwhile, Haytona Runcandle speaks up confidently, stating that Jean Grey is definitely an alias the youngest Runcandle had assumed for his status as a provisional flag bearer. Daytona Runcandle, sitting beside him, agrees, noting that they are, after all, in the presence of their elder siblings. But Haytona remains unconvinced, shaking his head. It can't be the youngest, he insists. Jean is such a common name. Lowering his voice, Daytona counters, reminding him that even though the youngest Runcandle is impressive, Kedard Hall was a 9-star mage. No way someone like Jean could have pulled off something like that, he murmurs. Then, with a slam of his fist on the table, Mayu Runcandle erupts. His frustration is palpable as he scolds his brothers, seething with anger. None of them have ever encountered a 9-star mage in person, so they shouldn't even dare to speculate. He mocks them for being clueless, and scoffs at the thought of these idiots becoming provisional flag bearers in just a few months. And Runcandle, across the table, lets out a soft laugh, finding the entire exchange both amusing and infuriating. She watches her brothers with a mischievous smile, commenting that their stupidity is almost cute. In fact, she says with a dark chuckle, she finds it so adorable that she almost wants to cut them into little pieces. Before things can spiral any further, one of the merry Runcandles cuts in sharply, her voice icy. Enough, she snaps. Quiet down. You're disrupting the meal. Deepu's Runcandle, clearly frustrated, groans. Why can't we just have a normal conversation, he mutters. Mary doesn't miss a beat. I told you to shut up, she replies coldly, her tone like steel. Annoyed, Deepu's fires back. Why do you stay quiet when the Tana twins speak, but suddenly have a problem when I do? Without a second thought, Mary glares at him, warning him with deadly calm. Say one more word, and your face will pay the price. Just as the tension begins to escalate, Joshua Runcandle, ever the calm and collected one, suddenly claps his hands together, cutting through the heated exchange. Enough, he says, his voice commanding attention. It's been a while since we've eaten together. Was it really necessary to turn this into a fight? Then, almost casually, he drops a bombshell. For the record, I think the youngest could have killed Kedard Hall. His words hit the table like a thunderclap, and the room falls into a stunned silence. Mayu, wide-eyed, demands clarification. Wait, what? Even considering our eldest brother. Joshua leans back, unfazed, and explains. Of course, Jean couldn't have done alone, but he turns to Yona, his eyes sharp. If that child helped him, then perhaps it was possible. A cold realization washes over Deepu's. His expression darkens. So that's what this is about. Joshua is trying to keep Jean, the youngest provisional flag bearer, in check by dragging Yona into it. The conversation shifts in an instant, and frustration brews among the siblings. The game has changed, and Joshua is always the one pulling the strings. Mary Runcandle doesn't hold back. She turns to the eldest brother, her voice laced with challenge. Can you take responsibility for suggesting that Yona helped Jean Runcandle? She demands. Joshua remains unfazed. Responsibility, he asks with a raised eyebrow. What do you even mean by that? This is just speculation. He leans forward, his tone turning colder. A 9-star archmage was killed, yet we still don't know how or why. Unless it was someone from Nameless, the most notorious assassination group in existence. Pulling off such a feat would be nearly impossible. He casually adds another piece to the puzzle. Yona was assigned to Nameless long ago, on our father's orders. Here's my theory. The youngest, Jean, must have commissioned Nameless to ensure his name would be known across the world. Meanwhile, Yona, feeling abandoned by our family, sided with him, hoping he would stand by her in return. Mary's eyes narrow. She's seen this pattern before. Joshua, she says, her voice sharp, you've been wanting Yona's downfall for years. Now, you're being unusually direct, suddenly pulling her into Jin's mess like this. Mayu, still processing the revelation, nods in agreement. If Yona did help Jean, it would explain his incredible performance as a cadet, he murmurs. Then, more thoughtfully, he adds, but if she's with Nameless now, how does she truly feel about the family? Before he can finish, Mary strikes. In the blink of an eye, she grabs Mayu's face and slams him into the wall, delivering a brutal punch. And Runcandle is on her feet in an instant, rushing to help, while Deepu steps in, grabbing Mary's arm. Don't take this too far, Deepu warns, his voice steady. You're just playing into Joshua's hands. Mary scoffs but reluctantly backs off, her voice dripping with coldness. As the 7th flag bearer, I wouldn't dare challenge the 2nd flag bearer of the family. But remember this, if anything happens to Yona, our father won't stand by and watch. Deepu exhales slowly, turning to Mayu. Instead of provoking Yona with words, he advises, face your fear of her directly, with your sword. That's the true way of the Runcandles. Joshua smirks, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Then why don't you draw your sword? He taunts, a challenge hanging in the air. Deepu shakes his head, a quiet frustration crossing his face. How would drawing a sword solve anything? It wouldn't help anyone, least of all them. Meanwhile, Haytona and Daytona Runcandle, who had stayed mostly quiet up until now, finally speak up. Their words, however, aren't about Yona or the youngest's rising influence. Instead, they express a simple, unexpected sentiment. They miss the youngest. The room falls into a brief, somber silence as the weight of their words settles in. Elsewhere, Dante Hyran sits in deep thought, reflecting on the recent murder of 9-star mage. One detail keeps nagging at him, the name Jean Grey. It's a troubling clue, and with no other suspects in sight, the trail seems to lead directly to him. Veridin Zippel, standing nearby, nods in agreement. That's correct, he says. Then, after a moment, he turns to Dante. Can you spare some time? Dante raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Time for what? Veridin smirks, his voice low but decisive. Starting tomorrow, I suggest we pay Jean Runcandle a visit. Dante, his mind already racing through possibilities, turns to Veridin. Do you know how to reach him? Veridin nods, confirming he does. He then begins to explain his plan, carefully laying out the steps. Dante listens attentively, weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he agrees. It's a solid idea. Let's move forward with it. First thing tomorrow. Meanwhile, across the kingdom, a guard rushes in with an urgent report. His superior listens as the guard reveals some troubling news. Dante Hyran and Veridin Zippel were seen together at the banquet hall. Until now, the relationship between the Zippel and the Hyran clan had been vague at best, but this meeting changes everything. The guard continues with an even more ominous piece of information. There are growing suspicions that the Zippel were involved in the death of Kid Hall. Worse yet, it seems that Veridin Zippel may have provided Dante Hyran with sensitive information. The Zippel, it seems, are actively aligning themselves with other powerful clans while eliminating anyone who doesn't fall in line. Kedar Hall's death is just the latest example of their cold and calculated tactics. A figure, known only as Raz, listens intently. After a brief pause, he offers a suggestion. Whether this information is true or not, it could serve as a powerful tool to manipulate the Zippel's next moves. Leaking it to the media could apply the right kind of pressure. The guard bows deeply. I'll do as you wish. Raz, lost in thought, considers the Zippel's unusual urgency. Typically, they operate with careful precision, but this time feels different. Something, or someone, has shaken them to their core. Whoever it is, Raz realizes, is proving difficult to track. Back at the estate, Julia clings to Jean Runcandle's arm, pleading with him not to leave again. She looks up at him with wide, concerned eyes, her voice trembling as she asks him to stay. Gilly, standing nearby, chimes in, suggesting with a forced smile that this time, Jean should stay and spend time with Julia instead of rushing off again. But Kashmir Alprian, ever the calm presence, intervenes gently. The young master is very busy, he explains, his voice soft. Please understand. Even so, Gilly can't hide the disappointment in her eyes. She knows he's leaving again, without any proper rest. Worse, he's heading straight for Nameless City, Samel. A place far too dangerous. Jin's response is calm, almost distant. There's something I need to retrieve, and someone I want to meet there. Gilly hesitates, a question hanging in the air. Do you even know anyone in Samel? Meanwhile, high atop a distant mountain, Yona sits at the edge of a cliff, watching the wind scatter fallen leaves in its wake. A faint, knowing smile curves her lips as she watches the scene unfold. So, he became a provisional flag bearer and left the house. She muses aloud, her voice a soft whisper carried away by the breeze. And yet, he's already out there, making a name for himself. She leans back, stretching her arms as she relaxes into the moment. I can't wait to see how strong he's gotten. Her fingers idly play with the leaves at her side, and a sly smirk tugs at the corner of her mouth. I wonder, will he come by Samel? The thought lingers in her mind. If he does, it'll be fun to play together. Back at the estate, Kashmir Alprian gently hugs Julia, offering her comfort before turning to Jean. While you're gone, he begins, his tone hesitant. I'll also be away for a little while. Jean glances at him, sensing something off. What's wrong? He asks, his curiosity piqued. Kashmir hesitates, his eyes lingering on Jean before he offers a quiet, uncertain smile. I'll explain later, he says, but the words don't ease the tension hanging in the air. Kashmir sighs deeply, his expression thoughtful. There's something I left behind in Beeman, he admits. Jean, understanding the weight of his words, thinks to himself that his father must have called for him. Jean nods with a quiet acknowledgement. I see. Take care of it, he says, giving Kashmir the space to handle whatever business awaits him. At that moment, Murakan appears, a satisfied look on his face. I'm finished with what I needed to do, he announces, not wasting another moment as he strides toward the door. Without hesitation, He swings it open and steps inside. Jean acknowledges Muraken's diligence, and Muraken wastes no time in inviting him to join him. Come, let me engrave something onto your back, he says with a grin. The two move to another room, and Jean removes his shirt, revealing glowing inscriptions etched into his skin. Muraken observes the markings, nodding in approval. This will let you use Kadar Hall's magic with no problem, he notes. Jean feels a surge of excitement, imagining the perfect weapon to pair with his photon cannon. He's eager to test it out. Muraken explains further that, after carefully deciphering the inscriptions, he's discovered the magic's full potential. Even mages ranked 7-star or lower would have no chance of overwhelming Jean. He should be able to suppress them all at once. Jean, feeling both relieved and empowered, pulls his shirt back on and decides to activate the magic immediately. As spiritual energy flows from him, Muraken watches with a keen eye, noting that it's working perfectly. The power ripples through the room. Just then, Inya arrives, but she's caught off guard by the surge of magic. Jean, she calls out, and immediately, Jean worries if she's all right. To his surprise, she exclaims, I love this feeling so much. I could die. She laughs, assuring him that she's fine, and even encourages him to try it again. Before they can, Quickcantle suddenly appears, sweeping Inya up onto her shoulder. Jean, noticing her presence, waits as she speaks up. This so-called scoundrel has taken things a step further and started harassing you now. Huh, she says with a sigh. It's getting more ridiculous by the day. Jean, feeling responsible, admits, it's my fault. I'll apologize once she wakes up. But Quickcantle waves him off, her tone dismissive. She was practically asking for it, she says as she shifts the topic. I've heard you're headed to Samel. Jean nods, confirming. Samel is an enormous training ground for the Nameless. Even visitors aren't safe from the constant threat of assassination. At my current level, I should be able to fend off attacks from the Nameless cadets. But the longer I stay there, the stronger my pursuers will become. Eventually, even the best assassins will come after me. He pauses, recalling a past incident, and realizing just how dangerous this situation truly is. I didn't fully understand just how perilous this would be. Even if the assassins aren't targeting me specifically, surviving there isn't guaranteed. Quickcantle doesn't seem surprised by his admission. Instead, she hands him a small bag filled with shimmering pearls. Jean opens it, puzzled, and looks at her. What are these? He asks, his curiosity piqued. Quickcantle explains, these pearls hold significant value among the Nameless assassins. If you ever find yourself in a fight you can't win, showing these should be enough to spare your life. Jean looks at the pearls, still not entirely sure of their power, but deeply appreciative. Thank you, he says sincerely, though he admits, I'm not sure how I'll ever repay this. Quickcantle weighs away his concerns. The best way to repay me is by doing well. If you succeed, it'll make my contractors feel more at ease. She smiles as she adds, when you return, help Inya with her training. That's all I ask. Jean nods without hesitation, assuring her, I've got it covered. With that, he finally prepares to leave. The scene shifts to the year 1796, September 4th, in the infamous city of assassins, Samel. Jean arrives at the southern entrance, but before he can move any further, he's stopped by a guard. The guard holds out his hand, blocking his path. Entry isn't allowed without a nameless plaque. The guard informs him, his tone flat. Jean calmly reaches into his pocket and pulls out the plaque, his expression neutral. The guard eyes him for a moment, then nods, allowing him to proceed. The path ahead is fraught with danger, but Jean is ready to face whatever comes next. Jean calmly presents a document proving that he has the necessary clearance to enter Samel. The guard takes the paper, scrutinizing it for a moment before nodding in approval. Valid, the guard confirms. Then, with a curious glance, he asks, and what brings you to Samel? Jean replies casually, I'm here just for the experience. The guard chuckles at this, clearly amused. Well, that should certainly be an interesting experience, he says, stepping aside to grant him entry. You can collect your nameless plaque when you leave. Just present your entry pass. Before stepping through the gate, Jean pauses and turns to ask a final question. I have one thing I need to clarify, he says. The guard raises an eyebrow and waits for him to continue. Jean asks, does the law of the nameless only apply to visitors after they've entered? Before the guard can answer, an attacker suddenly emerges, aiming for Jean. His reaction is swift, and with a single motion, Jean knocks the assailant out cold. A smirk forms on his face as he remarks, seems the law applies even before entering. As the would-be assassin collapses, a coin rolls out from their hand. Jean bends down to pick it up, glancing at the fallen figure. You've been radiating murderous intent this whole time. If you're going to be an assassin, maybe reconsider your career. You clearly don't have the talent for it, he mutters, more amused than anything else. Turning to the onlookers, Jin's gaze sharpens. Anyone else want to try? He asks coolly. One of the figures steps forward and replies, we're assassins, not warriors. Direct confrontations aren't our style. Jean nods in understanding, accepting their response. With that, he steps past the guard and enters the city of Samel. As he walks deeper into Samel, Jean reflects on the Nameless and their unique culture. He observes the signature milk-white garments worn by the Nameless assassins, a symbol of their pride in never leaving bloodstains, even while dressed in such a pure color. His sharp senses detect the presence of others, though they remain nearly imperceptible. He can't help but admire their precision. It's more breathtaking than he imagined, yet it sends a chill down his spine. This place is unlike any he's encountered before. Jean takes note of the towering, nameless coffin in the distance. Only those who have survived long enough and carried out numerous assassinations can earn the right to live within its walls. As a visitor, Jean knows he's nothing more than a target in this brutal cycle of daily killings. Arriving at an inn, Jean reminds himself that he doesn't want to repeat the kind of suffering he endured in the Cosmos arena. To survive here, he'll need to be cautious and strategic. The innkeeper, a man with a scowl, scoffs at the absurdity of the situation. "You want a room?" he asks, his voice dripping with disbelief. Jean nods. "Yes." The man clarifies, his tone blunt. "This is Samel. Assassination is permitted here, even against nameless cadets." Jean acknowledges this calmly but still insists, "I'll stay." The innkeeper, now genuinely curious, asks, "Why would you choose to stay in an inn under these conditions?" Jin's answer is simple. "I'd rather not have too many unexpected visitors at night." The innkeeper seems displeased by the remark, and Jean realizes it may have come off as a subtle challenge. With a smirk, the innkeeper finally relents. Fine. I'll cover the cost of your room with my life instead," he says, his voice tinged with bitterness. "You can rest easy, at least for now." He leads Jean upstairs, showing him to a room. Jean steps inside, immediately scanning for any traps or hidden threats. After a quick inspection, he's satisfied there's nothing amiss. He lets himself relax for a moment, using the time to strategize his next move. Just as he begins to settle, a sudden sound reaches his ears, clapping. It's slow and deliberate, echoing in the room. Instantly, his instincts kick in, and he prepares for a fight. However, something feels off. He didn't sense anyone nearby. He scans the room carefully, his eyes narrowing. It's then that he spots a figure, hiding under the bed. Sister Yona, the intruder, barely holds in a sigh of relief, realizing how close she came to being caught. Meanwhile, Jean reflects on an odd encounter earlier in the city. He recalls seeing a small child wandering around, and he had followed the child, just in case. But the moment he spotted Brahmani, his excitement had gotten the better of him. Now, he questions whether he misheard the sound of clapping. He was certain it came from the ceiling. Yet when he looks up, there's no one there. Paranoia creeps in as he wonders if his nerves are playing tricks on him. Still, in Samel, he knows that such caution is a necessity. As Jean stays alert, Sister Yona watches him closely, silently admiring his instincts. She realizes that his mind's eye is already half open, a remarkable achievement for someone his age. As his elder sister, she can't ignore his potential. At first, she considers having some fun with him, but after a moment's thought, she decides that there's no choice. She has to train him properly. With a smirk, she tells herself that he should look forward to it. For days pass. Suddenly, another figure enters the inn, bluntly telling Jean that it's time for him to leave. Unfazed, Jean calmly asks if he needs to pay for his stay. The man shakes his head, reminding Jean that from the beginning, payment was never required. Jean raises an eyebrow, questioning the sudden change of heart. The man sighs, admitting that he's simply giving up. He won't be attempting to assassinate Jean anymore. He explains that when Jean first arrived, carrying the nameless plaque, he had assumed that Jean was the successor of a renowned clan, someone who had already accomplished great feats at such a young age. The man admits that, while he expected Jean to be strong, he never imagined it would be to this extent. Over the past 4 days, he hadn't found a single opportunity to strike. Frustrated, he acknowledges that he simply isn't on the level required to kill Jean. Meanwhile, Jean reflects on his time at the inn. He spent the days gathering information, all while remaining on high alert due to an unknown presence constantly lurking around him. Now, he wonders if his constant vigilance was the very reason no opening ever appeared for an assassination attempt. Regardless, the failure to eliminate a visitor in Samel is a significant disgrace. With that in mind, Jean brings up his upcoming promotion evaluation. Since the assassin has given up, he requests that the man leave. The assassin agrees, acknowledging that his skills have stagnated. However, he adds that he learned a great deal from observing Jean these past few days. Before they part ways, he offers Jean one final piece of advice. When facing an assassin, he should imagine he's fighting either a mage or a swindler. Outside these walls, those are the types of enemies he'll encounter the most. With that, he wishes Jean good luck. Jean thanks the man and prepares to leave. Yet, something about the advice sticks with him, creating an ominous feeling. His gaze sweeps across the room, noticing the numerous traps scattered across the floor. He frowns, questioning the purpose of these traps. Was this some kind of prank? Just as he wonders about the traps, a masked figure suddenly lunges at him. Jean reacts swiftly, dodging the attack and moving behind his assailant. "How dare you attack me now?" he demands. Without wasting any time, Jean escapes to the rooftop, only to find even more masked figures waiting for him. They throw wired traps toward him, sending them scattering across the roof. As the wires tighten around him, Jean notices that some of the earlier traps have become tangled around his sword, restricting its movement. One of the masked men taunts Jean, boasting that with his sword tangled in traps, he won't be able to fight back. As they charge, declaring that this is the end, Jean reacts instantly, knocking them all back with swift, precise strikes. Before the battle can escalate further, one of the masked figures calls for a halt, admitting their failure. At that very moment, a new figure appears, demanding to know what's going on. Without hesitation, Jean tosses a bag of coins toward him. The man catches it, clearly puzzled, as Jean insists he take it. He refuses to be in anyone's debt. The man opens the bag and scoffs. "This is ridiculous. I can't believe an intermediate rank cadet like you would treat higher rank cadets this way." Meanwhile, Jean simply declares, "This time, I'm really leaving." But just as he's about to step away, a barrage of arrows rains down toward him. Jin's reflexes kick in immediately, and he deflects the arrows with ease. But as he deflects the projectiles, it becomes clear these are poison-tipped arrows. The ambush is escalating, and Jean doesn't know who's behind this attack, but the constant onslaught is beginning to wear on him. More arrows fly toward him, and he quickly dodges, scanning the surroundings. With so many enemies hidden in the shadows, it's impossible to predict their next move. And if that's the case, then he'll just take control of the situation himself. Jean decides that rather than continuing to evade, it would be better to gain higher ground and search for the attackers. As he moves, masked assassins rush him, but Jean swiftly counters their strikes, taking them down with ease. Yet, the attacks don't stop. Arrows rain down once more, forcing him to keep moving. How many of them are after him? From a high vantage point, Sister Yona watches him, an amused smile on her face. As expected of the youngest, he's even more agile than she anticipated. For the past 4 days, she's been testing his limits, and now, seeing his progress, she feels the effort has been worthwhile. She encourages him, at least in her mind, to keep struggling a little longer. If he continues this way for just one more week, his mind's will fully awaken. But even as she watches, she acknowledges the brutal truth of their world. If Jean turns out to be weaker than expected and dies in the process, well, that would be unfortunate. But there's nothing to be done about it. Training in Samel is always a gamble with death. She playfully urges him to give it his all, not just for the sake of progress, but for survival. Meanwhile, Jean remains locked in battle, dodging arrows and striking back. He moves strategically, using a tree for cover as he eliminates his attackers. His sharp instincts tell him that these cadets aren't acting alone. They're too coordinated. There's someone pulling the strings from behind the scenes, and once he figures out who, he plans to make them regret it. Suddenly, a piece of paper flutters through the air. Jean snatches it and reads the message scrawled across it. "Let's play again in the afternoon." A smirk forms on his lips. So, it was Sister Yona all along. At first, he had suspected that one of the top assassins of the Nameless was behind this large-scale ambush. But in the end, it turned out to be her. Still, this actually works in his favor. If he endures all of this, he'll have leverage, a reason to ask her for something he wants. For example, poison antidotes. Jean knows that the world is full of deadly poisons, some so potent that even the Runcandle family's blessed bodies can't withstand them. He recalls the venom of Tammy Marius's hunting dog, Cugin, a poison so lethal that even he wouldn't survive it. What he truly needs is the legendary 1,000 poison antidote, a secret elixir passed down only to the top assassins of the Nameless. Those who drink it develop immunity to 10,000 different poisons. And Sister Yona? She's not just any assassin. She's the youngest top assassin of the Nameless, and the one who possesses the 1,000 poison antidotes. If he plays his cards right, this brutal game might just turn into an opportunity. Despite being in possession of the legendary 1,000 poison antidote, Sister Yona had never actually consumed it. She was naturally immune to poison and had no need for it. Jean recalls that in the end, she was tricked into handing it over to Sister and Runcandle. That fact alone sets off alarm bells in his mind. If and had it, that meant she was likely aligned with Joshua Runcandle, even in his past life. And if that was the case, Jean had no intention of letting history repeat itself. His goal was clear. He had to intercept the antidote before it fell into enemy hands. Anything that could benefit them, he would take away. Anything that could harm them, he would make sure to exploit. But first, he had to survive Sister Yona's relentless pranks. The scene shifts to the second night of her games. As he moves, a chain suddenly whips toward him, wrapping tightly around his sword. Thinking fast, Jean drives his sword into the ground, grabs the chain, and yanks it with all his strength. The masked attacker at the other end is pulled off balance, crashing down hard. Wasting no time, Jean strikes the nearby building, shattering its foundation and forcing the masked men inside to tumble out into the open. As they scramble to regroup, Jean launches a counterattack, cutting through them effortlessly. His attention then shifts to a wooden door nearby. With narrowed eyes, he calls out to those hiding behind it, demanding they step forward. He doesn't believe they're nameless cadets, so that leaves only one other possibility: outsiders like himself. Still, after being relentlessly hunted for the past 2 days, his patience is running thin. He warns them to come out while he's still asking nicely. After a brief pause, the door creaks open. Stepping out are none other than Dante Hyran and Veridin Zippel. Dante greets him warmly, while Veridin follows suit. Jean eyes them suspiciously, immediately questioning what they're doing here and why they've come looking for him. Veridin, feigning hurt, comments on how cold Jean is being, pointing out how difficult it was for them to track him down. Dante chimes in, adding that they even had to dip into their secret funds just to obtain a nameless plaque. Veridin, unable to resist, dramatically calls Jean a heartless scoundrel, complaining about his cruelty. Dante quickly agrees, piling on the guilt. Jean, unimpressed, cuts them off. Enough. Just explain why you're here. Veridin lets slip that they really wanted to meet him again, regretting that they missed that night at the arena. Realizing what he just revealed, he quickly covers his mouth, awkwardly trying to brush it off. Jean narrows his eyes. This was getting more suspicious by the second. Before Veridin can dig himself into a deeper hole, Dante jumps in to explain. They spent every last coin trying to acquire a nameless plaque, which meant that now they were completely broke. Jean takes a long look at them, 2 heirs from powerful clans, now sleeping on the streets of Samel, and all because they were looking for him. With a sigh, he decides to take responsibility. If they were going through all this trouble for his sake, the least he could do was pay for their food. The moment he says it, both Dante and Veridin light up with excitement. Jean Runcandle agrees to cover their food, but on one condition: they need to earn their keep. Before they can respond, masked assassins strike again. Dante Hyran, immediately grasping the situation, unsheathes his sword and jumps into the fight. With a confident smirk, he counters the attackers and then glances at Jean. Will this do? He asks. Jean simply observes, gauging Dante's skill. Meanwhile, Sister Yona watches the battle unfold. Curious about the new intruders, she casually asks for their identities. Just then, OWL appears behind her. Something wrong? He asks. She turns around, barely acknowledging him. Oh, it's you, old man. Ignoring the jab, OWL sighs. Listen, Sister Yona. Even if it's him, he can't be causing this much of a disturbance. He gestures toward the ongoing chaos below. Do you realize how many of the cadet houses have been affected? Yona, however, couldn't care less. That's not important right now, she replies. I was having fun playing with the youngest when those scoundrels decided to butt in. OWL frowns. Who dares interrupt our Yona? She simply points. Them. Over there. OWL follows her gaze and narrows his eyes. And just what kind of scoundrels dare do this? OWL, watching from above, quickly assesses the situation. The one in the middle is Yona's brother. The 2 standing behind him, they're from the Zippel and Hyran clans. It doesn't take long before all 3 charge forward, engaging the nameless cadets in battle. Yona, growing impatient, leaps from the rooftop. Fine, I'll handle this myself. But before she can drop into the fray, OWL casually grabs the back of her shirt, holding her in place. If you go, they'll die, he says flatly. That's the point, she snaps. This is the first time my brother has come to visit me, and these fools are ruining it. I haven't even had a proper conversation with the youngest yet. OWL, unfazed by her tantrum, suggests an alternative. If you really want them dead that badly, let's make a game out of it. Yona tilts her head. What kind of game? A game with their lives at stake, he clarifies. 3 rounds, starting at dawn. But instead of cadets, we'll send real assassins after them. He smirks. If they die, you win. If they survive, you lose. Finally releasing her shirt, he steps back. Yona crosses her arms, clearly displeased. Why? She demands. Sending assassins after all 3 of them at once raises the youngest chances of dying way too much. Her expression softens for a moment. I'd rather he didn't die. He's such a good kid, and it's only the 2nd day we've been playing together. OWL chuckles. Then you'll have no choice but to watch them play. She clicks her tongue, but ultimately gives in. Fine, but in return, you don't get to interfere. She leans forward, eyes glinting mischievously. And I'll be the one choosing the assassins. OWL shrugs. Not a problem. Then, as if remembering something more important, he asks, by the way, do you have any idea how many houses collapsed in Samel today? Yona blinks. No. OWL sighs. 37. She tilts her head, unimpressed. And this is what happens when you send cadets after your little brother, just because you want to play with him. His tone sharpens. I'll be expecting a written reflection on this. Yona groans, her patience clearly wearing thin. She dismisses the conversation with a wave, claiming she's busy, and exits, shutting the door behind her. Watching her leave, OWL reflects that, for now, he has successfully stopped her from acting on impulse. He knows full well that the Nameless could have been in serious danger if she had intervened directly. After some time, Jean Runcandle rises, deciding it's time to start moving. Looking around, he notes that everyone is asleep. After all, no attacks were expected during the day. His thoughts shift to Dante Hyran, observing that while Dante's body remains as frail as ever, his swordsmanship has sharpened significantly. Jean speculates that Dante must have unlocked a secret technique of the Hyran clan, allowing him to advance to a new level. As for Veridin Zippel, Jean admits he has no clue what's going through his mind. Veridin was someone who once seemed impossibly distant in his past life. Yet now he's here, helping under the simple excuse of repaying a meal debt. He acknowledges that death is a real possibility in this situation and begins contemplating how he can use them both. And, more importantly, how he can protect them once night falls. He anticipates that the assassin's Yona sins will only grow stronger and start strategizing his next moves. Just then, OWL arrives. Jean immediately notes how eerily undetectable he is, recognizing him as one of the Nameless' best assassins. He considers that aside from Sister Yona, no other elite assassin from the Nameless should be testing him. OWL, meanwhile, acknowledges the presence of a low-rung Runcandle but greets him formally as the 85th leader of the Nameless. He takes note of Jin's composure, remarking that his lack of fear shows a strong spirit. OWL casually adds, almost offhandedly, that Sir Chiron Runcandle must have found a rare gem in his later years. However, OWL still finds it excessive that Jean doesn't even adjust his posture despite recognizing him. Jean responds, explaining that, given the circumstances, there was a real possibility that the master of the Land of White could have taken his life. He states firmly that a Runcandle does not bow until death. OWL scoffs at his recklessness. But Jean is more concerned with why OWL has appeared before him. Someone of OWL's caliber, a man at the level of a king, wouldn't come here without a serious reason. Jean speculates that it must have something to do with Sister Yona. OWL, unimpressed, points out that even Sir Chiron Runcandle himself rarely speaks. Yet here was a mere low-rung Runcandle daring to bring up Yona's name. Without warning, an overwhelming aura erupts from him, instantly filling the space with crushing pressure. Jean barely has a moment to react before pain surges through his entire body, forcing him to tense under the invisible weight. Meanwhile, OWL remains eerily calm, his voice steady yet dripping with menace. He makes it clear, this entire situation is nothing more than the result of Jean Runcandle's unchecked arrogance. Jean struggles against the pain, taken aback by the sheer intensity of OWL's reaction. His body tenses, barely able to withstand the pressure. Meanwhile, OWL remains completely unfazed, casually remarking that, given the situation, even tearing Jean Runcandle to shreds wouldn't be enough to satisfy him right now. Despite his irritation, OWL ultimately decides to let it slide, considering Sir Chiron Runcandle's influence. Jean quickly realizes the true reason OWL mentioned his father's name. It was a justification. If Jean had made a mistake, invoking Sir Chiron's name gave him a reason to spare his life. Recognizing his recklessness, Jean Runcandle apologizes, admitting that he spoke too brazenly. He acknowledges that if punishment is necessary, he's ready to accept it. However, Al makes one thing clear. Starting tonight, real assassins dressed in white will be coming for him. While Al personally doesn't care about Jin's survival, those two, Dante Hyran and Veridin Zippel, must not die. He instructs Jean to listen carefully and enforce the punishment by sending assassins instead of cadets. Jean, intrigued, comments that this is nothing more than a game set up by Sister Yona, one that directly targets the lives of Dante and Veridin. He wonders if Owl is trying to interfere with Yona's plans and questions why he's choosing such a roundabout approach. Unless, of course, even a nameless king himself can't control Yona. This thought makes him reflect on just how much power Yona holds within the Nameless. Turning back to strategy, Jean explains that the assassins will strike 3 times, and the 3 of them must stick together, making their way toward the center of the city. If they manage to do that, he'll have a chance to survive for at least a day. But come morning, he needs to get Dante and Veridin out of the city. Only he should remain behind. With his life on the line for the so-called game, he asks Owl if there's any reward he can claim. Owl raises an eyebrow and inquires what Jean wants. Without hesitation, Jean requests 1,000 poison antidotes. Owl scoffs, calling him a lunatic. Even if Sir Chiron himself had made such a request, it wouldn't be granted. However, after some thought, Owl concedes that such a price is fair, given what's at stake. But he makes one thing clear. Jean must ensure the survival of the other 2. Before leaving, Owl offers one last piece of advice. There is no enemy you can't kill if you put your mind to it, but carelessness is deadly. A weapon is far more terrifying when held back, and those who swing recklessly will eventually face the consequences. He then questions why Jean continues to bring up Yona when he already understands his concept so well. This makes Owl wonder, does Jean not know the full extent of Yona's connection to them? Or was he genuinely curious when he asked about her earlier, regretting that his emotions got the better of him? Owl feels ashamed for provoking Jean without understanding the full situation. OWL simply smirks, saying, "That's a great answer," before vanishing. Realizing that OWL has left, Jean Runcandle turns his gaze toward Dante Hyran and Veridin Zippel. He makes up his mind. He's sending them back. Apologizing, he states firmly that he has no intention of following orders anymore. Jean Runcandle gathers the group and warns them to stay sharp. Starting today, real assassins will be coming after them instead of cadets. Dante Hyran, unfazed, remarks that even though the enemy's level has supposedly gone up, he doesn't see any threats yet. He questions why they're moving so urgently. Veridin Zippel agrees, pointing out that the night has only just begun. Jean explains the difference. When they fought cadets, their presence was immediately noticeable after sunset. But now, with night fully settled, something has changed. Earlier, he could sense an attack coming, a flying dagger in the dark. But this time, there's nothing. It's not that there are no enemies. It's that their presence is completely undetectable. Instead of sensing them, he feels something else, an unmistakable sensation of being hunted. The gap between cadets and real assassins is far larger than he expected. From a distance, Sister Yona watches, perched casually on someone's shoulder. She notes, as expected, that her youngest sibling is already on the move. Owl, raising an eyebrow, questions whether she truly plans to kill him. After all, she sent an elite assassin right from the start. Yona scoffs, dismissing the thought outright. She explains that her little brother is sharp. He's already trying to escape, but once the real attacks begin, there'll be no way for him to survive. And if that happens, the two trailing behind him won't make it either. But Yona remains confident. She insists it won't come to that. Her brother's mind's eyes already half open. Intrigued, Al asks how someone so young could possess such an ability. Yona reveals that, although it might look like he's moving purely on instinct, it's more than that. He's sensing something, even if it's faint. Over the past few days, his mind's eye has been awakening, opening even further now. A rare sense of pride fills her voice as she speaks of him. This surprises Sir Owl. He's never seen Yona show this kind of reaction toward anyone before. He finally asks, "So, the youngest is Jean Runcandle?" Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Jean Runcandle races forward, deep in thought. He wonders if someone's testing him, expecting something from him. Before he can ponder further, a sudden explosion erupts in front of him. Without hesitation, he shoves Dante Hyran and Veridin Zippel aside, barely managing to push them out of harm's way. Impressed, Veridin praises Jin's quick reflexes, asking why they had to stop. Before Jean can respond, a nameless killer ambushes them. One assassin lunges with a dagger, but Jean reacts in an instant, blocking the strike. The attacker falters, stunned. How did Jean sense him? Before the killer can recover, Veridin steps in, freezing the attacker in place with his ice magic. Dante watches, nodding in approval. Veridin, pleased with his work, casually remarks that they can just leave the assassin frozen. Jean, however, quickly interrupts, urging them to move. They can't afford to waste time. Just as he finishes speaking, another nameless killer shatters the ice and charges, blades flashing. Veridin, taken aback, asks what's going on. Jean explains that if they don't end this quickly, the hidden assassins will join the fight. There's no way they can take on both groups at once. Dante, understanding the urgency, orders everyone to move. They have to head straight to their goal. But Veridin laughs, taunting the assassin. "Is that really an assassin?" he mocks. "He can't even catch me." Jean frowns, finding Veridin's behavior odd. Normally, he'd close the distance and strike, but instead, Veridin is keeping his distance. Jean wonders why, but is quickly forced back into the fray. Another assassin lunges at him, but Jean knocks the attacker away in a fluid motion. Jean calls out of Veridin, who just shrugs. "I couldn't have predicted this," he says nonchalantly. Annoyed, Jean snaps at him to stop talking and prepare his strongest magic. Veridin grins, agreeing, promising to buy him 10 minutes. He just needs a moment to focus. Without hesitation, Veridin unleashes the heavenly annihilating Jade Flame Demon First Formation. The raw power radiating from him is enough to stun even the nameless assassin. The attackers instantly recognize the overwhelming magic as a real threat. Jean Runcandle stands frozen, his eyes wide in shock. He watches in disbelief as Veridin unleashes the legendary Ring of Erupting Flames Massacre, a spell of unimaginable power. His mind flashes back to the past, remembering the former head of the Zippel clan, Ryal Zippel, a mage so fearsome she earned the title of Empress of Magic over 200 years ago. The Ring of Erupting Flames Massacre was so destructive that Ryal had only ever used it once in her entire lifetime. Before Jean can fully process what's happening, another nameless killer attacks Veridin. Veridin calls out for help, and Jean reacts swiftly, stepping in to block the strike just in time. But he knows this is only the beginning. If one assassin is attacking, there are sure to be more closing in. Without wasting a second, Jean orders Dante Hyran to take action. Dante instantly responds, activating the Hyran secret technique, Imperial Sword Dragon Blade Armor, and launches a devastating counterattack against the nameless cadets. As the battle rages on, Jean reflects on how much both Dante and Veridin have grown. He wonders to himself, how is Veridin able to wield such immense mana at his age? Can it really be possible for him to master a secret magic that has only existed in legend? Meanwhile, Veridin realizes something has gone wrong. He made a miscalculation. Gritting his teeth, he raises his axe high, preparing to unleash a fire attack. The nameless killers watch him warily, anticipating his next move. Jean wastes no time. He commands Dante to grab Veridin and run, assuring him that he'll hold the assassins back. Dante doesn't hesitate, hoisting Veridin onto his shoulder and sprinting away at full speed. Still coughing up blood, Veridin apologizes to Jean. He admits that it's been a long time since he last used that technique, and he must have lost control of the mana. The overload is hitting him hard. Jean, unfazed, tells him to stop talking and, more importantly, to stop spitting blood everywhere. He then orders Dante to keep running and head toward the location he had mentioned earlier. Dante nods in acknowledgement and keeps moving. Behind them, a nameless killer urgently orders his comrades to give chase. He insists that they must catch their targets, no matter the cost. If they let them escape tonight, Yona herself will handle their punishment, and that a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, Al notices Yona seems deep in thought and asks if something is wrong. She questions whether he secretly helped Jean Runcandle and his group, finding it suspicious that they knew exactly where to run. How could they have known about the safe zone? Jean, reflecting on their surroundings, realizes they've reached the center of Samel City, a place where certain benefactors and families of nameless assassins reside. He notes that the assassins have stopped attacking. Unless there's an enemy invasion or another major emergency, the nameless assassins follow a strict tradition. They don't use weapons in this area. Still recovering, Veridin asks Jean how he knew about this place. Was it part of some test? Jean confirms that it was something like that, but Veridin remains unconvinced. It still doesn't make sense, he mutters. Yona, observing from afar, points out the obvious. If no one had told them, how could they have known to flee there? Al just laughs, brushing off her suspicions and pretending not to understand what she's implying. Instead, he changes the subject, casually asking if Yona has finished writing his letter of reflection for the destruction he caused. Yona, seeing right through him, bursts into laughter. Lying through your teeth again, she teases. He was the one who broke their promise first. With a dramatic gesture, she declares that it's her turn now. She'll handle things herself. To the outside world, Owl is the king of Nameless, the leader of the most feared assassin organization to ever exist. But to him, Yona is something far beyond just his daughter. She's an unparalleled force, a talent that no other assassin could even dream of matching. She's been given many names by the world. The one born to be an assassin, the second coming of the god of murder. Those who've seen the chaos she can bring firsthand know the truth. She is a blade steeped in destruction. With finality, Yona asserts that she will personally handle the situation. The promise has been broken, and Owl must not interfere. Owl, realizing he cannot stop her, simply nods. He knows there's nothing left for him to do but hope that Jean Runcandle can somehow get Dante Hyran and Veridin Zippel, the interim patriarchs, out of the city before Yona reaches them. Yona, ever focused, reminds Owl that night is falling. It's time for her brother's two companions to die. She invites him to join her, and, knowing it's futile to resist, Owl agrees. He understands the gravity of the moment, though a part of him regrets having to deal with Yona like this. Still, there's no turning back now. A part of him wonders if things could have turned out differently. Perhaps if he had listened from the start, none of this would be happening. He also wonders if, despite everything, Yona might show mercy. She seems to have a soft spot for the youngest. After all, the two step out onto the terrace and look through the window of another house. Inside, Jean Runcandle remains alert while Veridin Zippel collapses to the ground after drinking a healing potion. Jean, frowning, wonders why his companions are still asleep. Yona, amused by the sight, laughs softly. How convenient, she muses. They're all gathered so neatly. It makes killing them so much easier. But before she can act, Owl's voice cuts through the silence. Hold on. Wait. His tone is firm, stopping her in her tracks. Yona raises an eyebrow. Owl, frustrated, continues. How dare they sit there, chatting so casually with the youngest while I haven't even had the chance to speak with him yet. Yona dismisses him with a wave. I've made up my mind. They're going to die. Owl, unconvinced, demands, stop interfering. Yona scoffs, her eyes cold. Stop pretending you don't see it, she says, gesturing toward the window. It's only then that Owl notices it, the object in Jean Runcandle's hand, the silver dragon's claw. Jean, on the other hand, is puzzled. Why hasn't there been any reaction? He expected the nameless assassins to respond the moment they saw it. No matter how many times he encounters this, it always sends chills down his spine. They're in the same room, yet their presence remains unreadable. Moments later, Yona and Al step inside. Jean, ever composed, greets him formally. Older sister Yona, he says before, for the first time, addressing Al as the 85th nameless king. Al studies him carefully, impressed. Clever, he thinks. Jean Runcandle is sharp. He recognized him almost immediately, a rare quality indeed. But Al also notes something else. Looks like you knew we'd be coming, he remarks. You drugged your friends, didn't you? Jean doesn't hesitate. It wouldn't be good for them to know too much, he replies calmly. Without wasting any time, Al gets straight to the point. Where did you get the silver dragon's claw? Jean holds up the claw, clearly aware of its significance. It was a gift from a silver dragon I met on my travels. If I show this to any nameless assassin, no matter the situation, I'll survive. Yona, watching him closely, nods. That's right. According to our rules, there's no one we can't kill. Al calls Yona over, and she responds with a subtle gesture, acknowledging the unspoken command. He quickly confirms the deal. If Jean hands over the silver dragon's claw, they can guarantee his survival. But before handing over the item, Jean has one final question. Sensing the curiosity in his eyes, Al asks what's on his mind. Jean wonders aloud why real killers are after him, instead of just the cadets. He shifts the topic, then, asking if Sister Yona is wary of him simply because he's a Runcandle. Yona denies it, but Al's mind races. He can't help but think back to the unbelievable scoundrel who had secretly instructed him to keep quiet about his involvement, especially where Yona was concerned. Finally, Al reveals the truth. He and Yona had made a bet. Al had bet that Jin's friends would survive, while Yona had bet against it. Thanks to Jean Runcandle, Al won. But the stakes were higher than a mere wager. From this point forward, no more assassins would come after Jean Runcandle. All nameless killers, Yona and himself included, would leave him and his allies alone for the next 10 years, unless Jin's family decided to attack first. It was a promise that couldn't be undone. Jean feels a wave of relief wash over him. With this dangerous threat removed, he can now fully focus on the battles awaiting him with his siblings. Al, however, brings up another point. Since Jean has obtained the silver dragon's claw, he deserves a reward. Jean thanks him and says they can discuss the details later. Al nods, but he points out that there's something far more important at hand, an overdue conversation between two siblings. He encourages Jean to speak freely. Yona turns to him, her expression unreadable. After a moment, she finally speaks, addressing him with a single word. Youngest. In a shadowy room, several masked figures gather. One of them reports that a Runcandle reserve flag bearer is currently with the interim patriarchs of both the Zippel and Hyran families. He admits that even Sir Joshua Runcandle likely didn't anticipate this development. Their leader sees this as promising news, speculating that there might be something more going on between Miss Yona and the reserve flag bearer. With a clearer understanding of the situation, they now have a chance to gather more evidence. However, another problem arises. The number of assassins targeting the reserve flag bearer is increasing, and the reason remains unclear. One thing is certain, they can't kill him yet. Until further notice, they must proceed with caution. Back with Yona and Jean, Yona chuckles, amusement flickering in her eyes as she looks at her youngest sibling. I have no intention of fighting you, she assures him. In fact, I want to help you grow. Jean Runcandle isn't convinced. You sent dozens of killers after me, he points out. Yona quickly clarifies. That wasn't my intention. Things just escalated. She changes the subject. Veridin Zippel and Dante Hyran are with you. Have you truly considered what that means? A Runcandle associating with both a Zippel and a Hyran? That's almost unheard of. Jean asks if she regrets not being able to kill them. Yona dismisses it. The silver dragon's claw is far more important. Jean then suggests that she'll probably report his alliances to the family, but Yona counters. Why would I do that? It could lead to your death, or worse. Jean isn't buying it. If that's not your goal, why did you send all those assassins? He demands. What's the real reason? Yona simply smiles, her eyes glinting with mischief. I just want to play with you. Jean frowned, feeling unsettled. Was she really treating him like a toy? Yona denied it, but when he pressed her, asking if their elder sister had ordered her to do this, her expression suddenly faltered. Tears welled up in her eyes as she shook her head, saying that wasn't what she meant at all. Jean studied her, trying to discern whether she was being sincere. Did she truly just want to play with him? Hesitating, he asked why she was crying. But even Yona didn't seem to know. It's just coming out, she admitted quietly. That didn't add up. Wasn't she supposed to be one of the best killers? Surely, she had been trained to suppress her emotions. Yet Yona revealed that she hadn't received such training when she first joined the Nameless. Her mother had told her that she didn't need to suppress anything, that she could kill just fine without it. Jin's curiosity deepened. Had you killed before joining the Nameless? He asked. Yona paused, thinking for a moment. Then, she admitted, when I was 8, maybe even at Storm Castle, I killed one of my cousins because he annoyed me. Jin's eyes widened as Yona continued. After that, her nanny, who had been responsible for her education, mysteriously disappeared. At Storm Castle and the main estate, her siblings were around, but she was forbidden from eating with them or participating in cadet training. At first, she thought it was punishment for killing her cousin, but she was wrong. Instead, she was given missions that involved taking lives. Jean processed her words carefully. It made sense now. Yona had been born with a terrifying talent for killing. Their father must have isolated her, perhaps to protect his other children from her. Despite everything, Yona suddenly laughed, the sound light and almost carefree. I'm just happy I can talk to you like this, she said. I don't really care where I was sent, but it is unfortunate that I can't see my siblings anymore. Jean studied her closely. She was anything but normal. She might not feel guilt over the lives she had taken, but that didn't mean she was devoid of emotions altogether. He couldn't deny it. There was something tragic about the way she had been shaped by her upbringing. Jin's thoughts drifted back to the past. He had understood the necessity of isolating Yona at the time. It had been a means of protecting the other children from her. But transforming her into what she had become had been a difficult decision, one that weighed heavily on him. Suddenly, Yona turned to him with a question. Do you hate me too? Jean shook his head, immediately denying it. Instead, he asked, do you ever feel that your treatment was unfair? Yona tilted her head, her expression confused. What do you mean? He sighed, trying to explain. You were raised as a tool for killing from childhood. Doesn't that bother you? Yona didn't respond with anger or regret, as Jean had expected. Instead, she simply asked, is that a bad thing? When Jean confirmed that it was, Yona tapped his forehead lightly and smirked. You're too soft, youngest. Then she added, you've never killed anyone, not even in battle, even though you've had the chance. Maybe I'm just born this way. What am I supposed to do about it? Jin's eyes narrowed as he shifted the conversation. Are you a contractor? Yona dismissed the idea, but Jean pressed on, asking what kind of power she possessed. She refused to answer. Instead, she shifted the focus back to him, saying, you've got your secrets too. Jean wondered if she was referring to his shadow energy, but something about the way she spoke made him uneasy. Her tone was unsettling as she continued. Whatever's inside me, it's terrified of you. From the very first moment I saw you, it's been screaming at me to kill you. Yona sighed, shaking her head. Jean had left her speechless in more ways than one. Then, with a playful smile, she told him to think of it as her liking him so much that she was actively resisting her instincts. Would you return the sentiment? She teased. Jean remained skeptical. They didn't exactly have warm memories together. Should I try threatening you instead? He mused aloud. If I tell you that if you don't like me, I'll have to kill you, will that finally push you away? Yona ignored his sarcasm and abruptly changed the subject. Should I give you the elixir of 10,000 poisons? She asked, implying that it was the very reason their siblings had sought her out and why he had come here. I don't have much use for it. You might as well take it. Jean shook his head, refusing. Even if you hand it over, it won't change anything. Her expression faltered, and she asked, what do you want from me then? What do I have to do for you to like me? What will it take for me to finally be accepted by my family? Jean looked up at the sky, noticing how bright the moonlight was in Samuel. Instead of answering her, he suggested, let's take a walk. Bonds are formed through conversation, after all. He extended his hand in front of her, waiting. There was a brief hesitation, but she eventually reached out and took it. As they walked, Jean silently pondered the situation. His elder sister was dangerous, unpredictable, and completely clueless when it came to connecting with others. Yet, beneath it all, there was something pitiable about her that he couldn't ignore. Jean just needed time to figure out how to handle her. As they walked down the eerily silent street, Jean couldn't help but notice how empty it was. Not a single soul was around. Yona, sensing his curiosity, casually explained, I arranged for the area to be off limits. After all, this is supposed to be our time to have fun together. She gestured to the side. There's a place I like. Visitors aren't usually allowed there. She raised an eyebrow. Do you want to go? Jean shrugged. Sure, let's go. They continued walking, and soon, Yona announced, we're almost there. Just up this way. She pointed ahead. Jean glanced upward, curious. What's waiting for us? Flowers and a cliff, she said simply. Jean paused at that. A cliff, he muttered. Just hearing about it is making me dizzy. Yona rolled her eyes. Did you really think I was going to push you off or something? She scoffed. Your fears are pointless. Even if you fell, there's no way you'd actually die from something like that. Jean laughed. Relax, I was just joking. Before long, they reached the top of the cliff. Jin's eyes caught something unusual, a cluster of green flowers. He narrowed his eyes, confused. Are those green roses? Yona confirmed. Yep, people usually dismiss them as weeds, but in the moonlight, they have their own kind of beauty. She smiled softly. They're my favorite flowers. She continued. Green roses don't wither easily. Even if they're stepped on or left without water, they endure. And even if one dies, another grows back almost immediately. Yona plucked one of the flowers and held it out to him. A gift, she said. Jean hesitated. Memories stirred in him. This wasn't the first time he'd been given a green rose. He recalled receiving them a few times in his current life, but oddly enough, he also had memories of them from his past life. Yona burst into laughter. Don't worry, she was only messing with him. Honestly, she found it funny how he never seemed even a little scared of her. Then, a bit more serious, she admitted something. Besides chatting with OWL or their father, this was the first time she'd ever felt this at ease with someone. Jean grinned. You know, you'd be a much better florist than an assassin. Yona blinked. A flower shop? He nodded. If she started learning about flowers now and opened a shop on his land, he'd swing by all the time. She paused, thinking, that actually doesn't sound terrible. Jean smirked. As long as you promise not to kill any of your customers. She rolled her eyes. But before she could fire back, he mentioned he had somewhere to be. He was going to meet the nameless leader. Yona's mood shifted instantly. Where do you think you're going? She snapped. And just like that, she threatened to kill him if he dared leave. Jean let out a sigh. Enough with the drama. Realizing she had her own mission to take care of, Yona turned away. Whatever. I'm going too. With a careless wave, she leapt off the cliff. See you around. Later, Al stood atop a roof, cigarette in hand, staring into the horizon. He exhaled slowly, eyes fixed ahead. So, Jean Runcandle finally shows up, he muttered. Bet he spent all night chatting with Yona, even though he knew I was waiting. Behind him, Jean appeared. Sorry to keep you. Al dropped his cigarette and crushed it underfoot. Calm and direct, he spoke. Everything Jean had asked for, already handled. He prepared it long before their confrontation even began. Sure, Jean had gone off script and ignored the plan, but in the end, things worked out. Both clan heirs were still breathing. He even got his hands on a silver claw. Since the outcome was solid, he was willing to listen to whatever Jean had to say next. Jean chuckled. Didn't peg you as the bragging type. Al raised a brow, unimpressed. Jean went on, admitting he might have crossed a few lines here and there. Then he asked, was Al starting to think he was getting cocky? Just because he and Yona had gotten close. But Jean wasn't there to stir up trouble. In fact, he had something else in mind. He wanted to be friends with Al too. After all, they wanted the same outcome. Then he laid it out. He could delay Yona's return to the clan for 5 years. More importantly, he'd supply the perfect excuse to keep the family off her back. Al stayed quiet, weighing his words. Then came the question, could Jean Runcandle really stand by those promises? After all, he called himself nothing more than a symbolic figure. Without missing a beat, Jean said yes, he absolutely could. I'll push further. Then why? Why go to all this trouble? Jin's answer was simple. His sister didn't belong in the shadows. Someone like her, so full of emotion, shouldn't be stuck in a world built for killers. Just because she was good at it didn't mean she was meant for it. If she went back now, she'd just be a pawn again. Instead, he dreamed of a better future for her. A peaceful life, with someone who truly understood her. Maybe one day, she really would open that flower shop. That's all he wanted, for his sister to be free and happy. Al took it all in. He wasn't sold just yet. After being lied to by Jean twice, he figured something was brewing behind the scenes. Then, he asked the next question. Runcandle's real intentions slowly come to light. In return, Jean Runcandle asks Al for a single favor, just once when the time is right. But this isn't a request from Jean Runcandle. It's from Jean Grey, as he prepares to leave Samuel behind. With a lowered head, he promises to take Veradin and Dante with him, making sure Al has nothing left to be concerned about after today. But Al remains indifferent, brushing him off and telling him to leave already. A week later, Kashmir trails behind Khan to a hidden location. As they arrive, he can't help but notice something unsettling. The place reminds him of the Black Sea. The air feels heavy, but there's an eerie sense of cleanliness, like someone just wiped away the chaos. Khan turns and says they've arrived. Kashmir scans the area, curious about the people gathered here and what this meeting is really about. Before he can dig deeper, Talaris and Dorma reacts instantly, her irritation obvious. She mutters something sharp about how a married man, like him, shouldn't be around.